Chapter 701 Talent Awakening. Drop. Name, Liu. Citizen number, Psi 42569. Currently living in the four-dimensional space of the first universe. The Oth, low-grade cluster. To Pluto. Age 18. You are an adult. According to Article 34 of Section 7 of the Code of Life. You are now undergoing the Talent Awakening procedure. Please keep your mind relaxed. The awakening begins. Drop. Awaken successfully. Talent category, system. Core abilities, appreciation. Absorbing the breath of time to strengthen the host. Other unknown. Rating, F. Growth potential, very low. The talent awakening process is over. Citizens, please work hard on your cultivation. According to Article 1, Section 1 of the Life Code, you will be required to serve on the battlefield after you reach 10,000 years old. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Liu, this loser, actually awakened such a rubbish talent. He is dead. Humph. Liu, you are the shame of the Empire. The most rubbish existence since the founding of Tiankui College. You don't deserve to be here. Why don't you just die? Do you still want to live 10,000 years later? Trash. You don't even have the qualifications to enter the battlefield. Who? Liu woke up suddenly, gasping for breath. His whole body drenched in cold sweat. The mocking laughter and pointing figures in the dream twisted and stretched in his mind, lingering like a nightmare. Having a nightmare again? Snap. His tense expression relaxed slightly, and he fell down weakly, burying his body deeply in the soft quilt, as if this way he could temporarily escape the cruel reality. After a moment of decadence, Liu straightened his body and suddenly bounced out from the body. His speed was so fast that he left a long trail of afterimages and landed steadily in the training room. Intelligent brain. Start gravity load training. Liu's expression was stern, with a look of determination between his eyebrows, which was hard to associate with the image of him, who was sweating profusely because of the nightmare just now. Ding! Gravity 100 times. Turn on! The atmosphere in the dark training room suddenly became heavy. Liu's upright body paused, and after stretching his hands and feet, he began to practice boxing. His speed getting faster and faster, gradually so fast that his dancing shadow could no longer be seen. 500 times the gravity. Gravity is 1,000 times stronger. Boom! Clang! A straight punch was thrown out, piercing the alloy forged dummy. The gap was melted into scarlet molten iron by the hot kinetic energy. Weak. Too weak. With such strength, you are not even qualified to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Waste. Waste. If possible. Why would I, Liu, want to be a waste that is despised by others? Liu sighed to himself, and his hot and red skin cooled down. After some exercise, the depression in his heart was slightly relieved. He walked out of the training room, poured cheap nutrient solution into his mouth, his eyes filled with thought, thinking about how to find a way out. Master, the intelligent brain shall remind you that the energy crystals in the training room are about to run out. Please replenish them as soon as possible. Bitterness flashed in Liu's eyes. He could hardly afford even this most rubbish training facility. Alas, the root of everything was still the talent system. This money-eating beast was really causing great harm to people. I see. After drinking the nutrient solution, Liu changed into clean clothes and prepared to go out. Master, today is your 1000th birthday. May you have a pleasant day. 1,000 years old? Liu pulled the corner of his mouth and revealed a stiff smile. What a considerate, intelligent computer. It always reminded him how much time he had left to live. Thank you so much. Shall you? Bang. The door was slammed shut. System task. Please find an ancient artifact before sunset and absorb its breath of time. If you fail, 100 years will be deducted. Year value balance, 1200. Liu looked at the system panel with a frown on his face. This was something he had to worry about every day. This crappy system was constantly urging him to make money and then buy antiques. He also tried to give up, but the price was that after the time value was deducted to a negative number, his life began to be deducted. 100 years value means 100 days of life, and every other day, the deducted value will increase tenfold. Although, even ordinary people who don't practice cultivation can have a lifespan of 10,000 years. They still can't stand such a reduction. Liu shook his head, and with a thought, a light screen appeared in his mind. This is the portable auxiliary intelligent brain that everyone has. Its main body is the quantum wave state, which is implanted into the consciousness of every citizen by the imperial officials when they are born. It has various functions, including identity information recognition, transaction savings, food, clothing, housing and transportation, which are all inseparable from it. Less than 50,000 credits left. Looking at the number on the balance, a trace of sadness flashed in Liu's eyes. These credit points were the pension his parents exchanged for their lives, and they were almost all wasted by him. Father! Mother! Liu murmured softly. The confusion in his eyes dissipated, and his gaze became more and more determined. I must become a strong man. Survive on the battlefield. Earn endless credit points. This way, you can buy a spot for resurrection at the Spacetime Administration. The power of family affection rekindled Liu's fighting spirit. In order to revive his parents, he was willing to give everything. Host, please find the ancient artifact as soon as possible. I know. Stop being long-winded. He cursed under his breath, quickened his pace, and walked into the towering building not far away. Imperial Bank. Hello. Sir. What business do you want to handle? Loan. This is the land number, including the manor above and the exploration certificate of the purple gold vein underground. How much can I borrow in total? The bank staff smiled formally, did some operations, and after a moment of verification, said, Mr. Li, after evaluation, your assets can be loaned a total of 2 million credit points. Would you like to process it? Good. Liu thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement. This had already met his psychological expectations. Soon, after completing the procedures, 2 million credit points were transferred to the account. Liu swallowed and tightly grasped the invitation ticket to the Starry Sky auction house that he had obtained with great difficulty. Unable to hide the excitement in his heart, he didn't want to continue living in this muddle-headed state, so he decided to give it a try, even at the cost of mortgaging all the inheritance left by his parents. An hour later, an auction was held deep in the starry sky, gathering countless treasures. Only in such a place could his system shine. Antiquities do not mean anything that has existed for a long time can be called an antique. If it were that simple, wouldn't all the antiques found everywhere be swallowed up by the system? Then he would have taken off a long time ago. After these years of exploration, I have a very good understanding of the system. The so-called ancient artifacts are the personal belongings of the strong. They are more or less contaminated with the breath and will of the strong. Only these things can be swallowed and converted into time value. The system still has a big limitation. He must own the antique before he can absorb its aura. It is this pitfall that forces Liu to pay a huge price to buy the antique. It is difficult to pick up leaks. The development of civilization has reached this point. Various beyond imagination instruments can accurately distinguish the essence and origin of things, and almost completely eliminate the possibility of picking up the leak. At least, in the antique trading places on this planet, it is difficult to encounter things that cannot be identified by instruments. Therefore, he set his sights on those large auctions. In such high-end trading venues, in addition to various rare treasures, there are also things whose origins cannot even be determined by instruments. This is where the system should go, instead of staying in this small place picking up junk. It all depends on this one move. Liu calmed himself down, boarded the interstellar train, and leapt towards the Starry Sky auction house. Chapter 702, Nameless Stone Tablet. The Starry Sky auction house is the largest chamber of commerce in the Oth, Low Star Cluster, and the Bird Prisoner Empire. Behind it is the shadow of the imperial government. Holding such a large-scale auction often requires a long period of preparation and the collection of all kinds of rare treasures. Therefore, each Star Sky auction house is held for 1,000 years. The void was rippling, and one interstellar train after another leaped out from the space layer. Under the guidance of the intelligent computer, they docked in the wide dock in an orderly manner. Liu got off the train with great anticipation. After verifying the invitation ticket, he entered the auction venue with the help of a shuttle bus. This is an extremely large artificial celestial body with a diameter of more than 10 million kilometers. It is suspended in the starry sky, shining with a hazy metallic color. There are countless protrusions on its surface, all of which are terrifyingly powerful war-grade weapons. There are several warships docked around the huge celestial body. From their sharp and special shapes, it can be seen that they belong to the Imperial military. Such a strong guarding force prevented the Star Bandits from having any evil intentions and ensured the smooth conduct of the auction. Liu entered the interior of the celestial body. The invitation ticket he had bought at a huge cost only assigned him to a small corner. With his identity, it seemed a bit out of place for him to participate in such a grand auction. He knew he was a few pounds and a few pounds. Liu was old and realistic. He sat on his seat and didn't squint. The terrible breath spread around him, making his scalp numb. No one knows whether these strong men have strange tempers. They may be killed just because of a glance. Therefore, it is better for him to be an unknown person. Bang! 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 In the vast space, a ball of bright light suddenly rose up, and the hazy glow sprinkled down, gathering into a beam of light, shining on the central platform. An old man in a tuxedo with neatly combed white hair appeared under the beam of light, and was bowing respectfully to all directions. Dear sirs and ladies, welcome to the Starry Sky Auction House. I wish you all can win the treasures you like. Without further ado, the auction begins. As expected of the most powerful auction house in the empire, there were no beauties to liven up the atmosphere, nor any nonsense of flattery, and they went straight to the point. Also, because the number of treasures that need to be auctioned at this auction, which takes place once every 1,000 years, is too large and there is no time to waste. Everyone, please look. The first one is a treasure. Auction number XK00001. Snap! The platform slowly cracked open into a dark gap, and a bright silver metal pillar rose from it. On it was a beautifully shaped tray. A black bead was displayed in the soft velvet, and wisps of black mist lingered around it. This treasure is called Demon Pearl. It is a strange creature called the extraterritorial demon. It drops after being killed. It can be used to forge treasures, or sharpen one's will, or improve one's illusion-type talents. Starting price, 100 million credit points. Each bid increase must be no less than 1 million. The bidding begins. Gulu. Liu in the corner, listening to the bidding sounds one after another, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. These people are so rich. In addition to envy, he also felt uneasy. The standard of this auction was too high. Even if he threw all his wealth into it, it wouldn't make any waves. But there is still a glimmer of hope in my heart. It is normal that the first treasure is more expensive. This is a common trick in auctions. In addition to the final treasure, in order to arouse emotions, the opening treasure is often also very valuable. There are still treasures in the back that he can afford. Moreover, he was thinking of picking up bargains. So the starting prices of items, whose value could not be determined, would be very low, leaving a lot of room for maneuver. Congratulations. General Aluka has won the bid for the Heavenly Demon Pearl at a price of 1.7 billion. Haha. Everyone, admit it. In the VIP room suspended in the void, a tall and imposing man raised his glass and looked around. The majesty in his voice made the people below feel suffocated. The Imperial General, 9th level strongman. Liu sat upright, envy flashing in his eyes. Such a strong demeanor is what a real man should be like. The second auction item. Crash! The silver pillar rose again, wrapped with chains, making crisp sounds when they collided. A man with a fierce aura was tightly tied to it. This is a war servant, and his strength is at the initial stage of the 7th level. Seeing that the audience was not in high spirits, the old man smiled slightly, paused for a moment, and continued, Everyone, don't underestimate him. Although his strength is not outstanding, he has a very rare talent. A powerful talent named Time Traveler violated the rules and traveled through time and space, causing a timeline in the parallel universe numbered A642 to be shattered. He was arrested by the Time and Space Administration and sentenced by the Life Court to deprive him of his civil rights for life and demoted to a war servant. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised and looked up and down at the man on the metal pillar. Haha. What an idiot. Wasting such a talent by daring to challenge the authority of the Space-Time Administration. He deserves to end up like this. Some people shook their heads with mocking eyes. This kind of thing is very common. There are always some ignorant guys who think that they can do whatever they want as long as they have a little power. However, they don't know that there is always someone better than you, and that things that require respect are everywhere. Boy, I'm curious. Why do you dare to violate the rules of the code? Say people. The man raised his dim eyes slightly, and uttered 2 words softly. Starting price, 5 million credit points. Liu's expression changed slightly, as he looked at the expressionless war servant. He seemed to see his own shadow in him. Travel through time to save people. Didn't he also want to do this? To rescue his parents? But he was not brave enough to bypass the regulations of the Space-Time Administration. From the very beginning, he only wanted to resurrect his parents through formal channels. Time is a complicated thing. Mishandling it will often lead to unpredictable consequences. In the worst case, it may even cause the timeline to collapse. It is best to leave professional matters to professionals. The auction went on quickly. One item after another. Whether it was a rare treasure, a strange creature, or even a small world, as long as it was valuable, it could be placed on the platform for anyone to bid. This shows how powerful the foundation of Starry Sky Auction House is. As long as it is legal, they dare to sell. Liu was short of money, but he still made bids several times. The system's urgent reminders made him feel confused and upset. This retarded system. Doesn't he know that those treasures contain a lot of time value? He wants them too. But he has no money. What can he do? Ding ding ding. Host. A large amount of time has been discovered. Evaluation, unknown. Issue a special mission to obtain this ancient artifact. And you will be rewarded with a 10th level treasure book. Liu's eyes widened. This was the first time that a special task appeared in the system. Moreover, it was a 10th level manual. Liu felt his mind was a little confused and fell into a moment of blankness. Auction item. Nameless stone tablet. Origin unknown. After testing with instruments, it turned out to be an ordinary rock with a human figure engraved on it. Liu looked intently and saw a gray stone tablet quietly placed on top of the silver pillar. The so-called back of the portrait was extremely blurry, and only a hint of its outline could be seen. Get it! Must get it! Liu's heart was roaring wildly. His heart almost stopped beating with excitement, and his eyes could not leave the stone tablet. In his eyes, this was not just a stone tablet, but a priceless 10th level supreme treasure. Starting price, 500,000 credit points. 2,500,000. Liu went all in. Chapter 703 Infinite Multiverse. Finally. I'm finally out. In the pitch-black passage, there is no concept of time. Even at the extremely fast speed of 1 trillion light-years in an instant. Bai Donglin didn't know how long he had been escaping. He only knew that his consciousness was almost numb. After passing through a strange barrier, a ray of light and a little noise were reflected in the perception of the will. The numb consciousness was stunned for a moment before it reacted. He finally came out of that terrifying dark passage, when he was carried through time by the colorful divine light. His consciousness fell into deep sleep several times. This time, he stayed awake the whole time. The long journey was in the darkness, with an unknown end. The fact that he did not go crazy showed his strong will. Where's my eternal immortal realm? Coming back to his senses, Bai Donglin was suddenly shocked. He had lost his perception of the immortal realm, and must have been lost in the passage. He couldn't help but feel sad at heart. All his savings that he had worked so hard to accumulate. Many Zhini ancient artifacts. And even the most important Wujian sticks were in there. Now he was back to the time before liberation. It seems that nothing can get out of this passage. The infinite characteristics is not enough to avoid the obstacles. Fortunately, the will of the observer state is strong enough to overcome the heavens. After all, these were tactics deployed by a transcendent being named War. So it was understandable that he did not understand them. Since he couldn't even get out of the immortal realm, it meant that, except for himself, no other being could smuggle out of the cage through self-destruction. This was really beyond his expectations. There's no other way. I can only let my second brother and the others suffer for a while. I'll think of a solution after I break through to a higher realm. Bai Donglin calmed himself down and shifted his attention to the outside world. Not knowing his current situation, he did not choose to resurrect immediately. Once you step out of the cage, there are only 3 possible places you might land in. The area where the black disaster belongs, the righteous side of the human race, or the void land between the two. 2,500,000. I'll give you 2,050,000 credit points. This is the common language of the real world. Although there are slight differences in intonation, it is essentially the same language. It seems that I was lucky and did not fall into the black disaster's lair. It turned out to be an auction. No wonder it was so noisy. Bai Donglin muttered to himself, then extended his will perception, instantly covering the vast star field with a radius of 10 trillion light-years, and began to collect information. What a complicated world. Various systems and civilizations are advancing side by side, and all of them have supreme beings. There are traces of 11 realms, or even 12 realms. The structure of this universe is an infinite multiverse system, vast and complex. Life court, space-time administration, heart of Hongming, source of information, final shore, dimensional swordsman. As pieces of information emerged in his mind, Bai Donglin's expression gradually became solemn, and he became a little alert. He let go of the mentality of being the strongest person in the world not long ago, and return to the path of caution and courage. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. And develop secretly first. All the information I have come across before comes from the heaven and earth prison, and it has great limitations. It can be used as a reference, but it cannot be believed blindly. These things can be faked. Only the judgment made after personal experience is true. Relying on his own observers will that ignored all existence. After a wanton observation, Bai Donglin withdrew his perception and poured it all into the stone tablet in front of him. This thing is, it was just an ordinary stone tablet, essentially a rock that could be found everywhere. But it contained a subtle rhythm that reminded him of the pebble-like five-colored divine stone. The most important thing was the blurry figure engraved on the stone tablet, which deeply attracted his attention. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. Gradually, it overlapped with a figure deep in his mind. War. It turned out to be him. So, this is a trace of a transcendent being? Did I escape from this stone tablet? The cage of heaven and earth, where the only true world is located, exists in this blurry silhouette. Bai Donglin looked solemn, and his will swept back and forth carefully, confirming once again that within the area, this was the only stone tablet that he could not see through. He crossed the passage and landed here directly. In addition, there was a stone tablet engraved with the word war. Based on the above information, it can be confirmed that his guess is almost right. This stone tablet is very important. It carries the only true world and must be in our own hands. After making the decision, Bai Donglin began to ponder how to revive without attracting the attention of the powerful in this world. His hundreds of thousands of good brothers were still struggling in the passage, waiting for him to unfold the resurrection coordinates. 2,500,000. The second time. Is there a higher price? The host was of extremely high quality. Even when auctioning these little gadgets, he did not show any impatience and continued to follow the set procedures meticulously. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. Li Yu's clenched fists were covered with sweat, and he muttered unconsciously. At this moment, he had never thought that a person could speak so slowly. Old man, hurry up and say its deal. 300. In the VIP room, a young man in an elegant robe was about to bid with curiosity in his eyes, but was interrupted by a slender hand stretched out from the side. Seventh sister, what are you doing? The young man looked puzzled. It was just a few million credit points. Sometimes he spent more than that on a meal. Was there any need to stop him from buying a small toy? 11. Have you figured out the details of this stone tablet? The woman's voice was extremely low and soft, but it carried a hint of supreme majesty that made people dare not ignore it. They would only subconsciously hold their breath and listen attentively, for fear of missing a word. I don't understand it either, but that's why I'm interested in it. It would be nice to buy it home and make it into a decoration. If Li Yu heard this, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. What he saw as a chance to turn things around was just an interesting decoration in the eyes of others. Some things can only show their value when they are placed in the right place. If they are placed in the wrong place, as you said, they are just a decoration. The woman's tone was faint, as if she was hinting at something. As she spoke, she lightly tapped the air with her jade hand, and a curtain of light unfolded. It was covered with text and patterns, which contained all the information about Li Yu. The young man looked at it carefully. Then his eyes lit up, and a slight smile appeared on his face. A poor boy who awakened a useless talent system paid everything to buy a seemingly worthless stone tablet. No matter how you look at it, this is wrong. Thank you for your advice. Seventh sister, I understand. He looked down as if he was looking at his prey, glancing at Li Yu's back. 2,500,000 for the third time. Deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the nameless stone tablet. Call. Li Yu let out a long breath and leaned tightly against the back of the chair to prevent himself from collapsing and falling to the ground, which would attract unnecessary attention. There are many kinds of items to be auctioned this time, and it is overwhelming to take in every item. There are also quite a few things that look like nameless stone tablets. They are all overshadowed by the rare treasures and are inconspicuous. After all, these auction items have been appraised by many treasure appraisers at the Starry Sky Auction House, so it is not easy to find a bargain. Li Yu still had some brains. He knew that there were many people around, and he did not immediately complete the transfer of money and goods. Instead, he pretended to be calm and tried to drag it out until the end of the auction to reduce his presence as much as possible. Even though he was penniless now, he still chose some popular items and pretended to follow the crowd by raising the price a few times. Uh-huh. You unlucky bastard. You are a little clever. But unfortunately you don't have great wisdom. Bai Donglin had a god's perspective, and had a panoramic view of everything that happened here. His only target was the nameless stone tablet. So naturally, Liu was also included in his observation system. Talent seems to come from that source of information. Well, it seems that hiding your tracks this way is feasible. Little guy. You are lucky to have met me. After thinking of a way out, Bai Donglin suddenly felt determined and then calmed down. 3 months later, the auction finally reached its final step. The people who had been fighting for so long not only did not show any signs of fatigue, but were excited, because the finale was about to appear. The Starry Sky Auction House spent 1,000 years collecting these treasures, and just by looking at them from afar, they would have something to brag about in the long years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the old man also showed an excited expression. He waved his hand, and the space was torn apart. A team of heavily armored soldiers came out carrying a huge metal box. Bang! The box fell to the ground, creating fine cracks on the platform, which showed how terrible its quality was, and how hard it was to estimate its defense. This last treasure is from the outside world, from the crystal wall world ruled by the gods. It is. Everyone held their breath and concentrated. Some clever guys even guessed something, and their expressions changed drastically. The supreme god, the godhead left behind after the death of the goddess of fate. The starting price for the godhead of destiny is 1 billion credit points. Each bid increment must be no less than 10 million. The bidding begins. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar, whispering to each other, and the noise was so deafening that it almost overturned the auction hall. The supreme god is in existence that has already reached the 11th level. He is absolutely top-notch among the 10th level. Not to mention that he possesses the extremely rare way of destiny, as expected of the Starry Sky Auction House. It is indeed a big deal. Bai Donglin's will move slightly, and instantly spread into the tightly guarded box, and saw a diamond-shaped crystal that was shining with divine light, as if it was naturally carved from colorful crystal. It's really a godhead. The powerful aura emanating from this crystal is not much weaker than that of Shi Li Feng. It is truly the peak of the 10th realm. Seeing this high-end product of civilization for the first time, Bai Donglin was very excited. He immersed his will into the divine nature and saw some cracks. It turned out to be broken. No wonder they were willing to buy it. I wonder who would be the one to take advantage of it. Although the godhead has some flaws, its value cannot be concealed. It contains a vast amount of information, including inheritance and insights into the road of destiny. Bai Donglin accepted all this knowledge, imprinted it all on his body, and turned it into nourishment for his own path. What a grand event! Liu shook his head and sighed. This time, he not only bought what he wanted, but also broadened his horizons. The final destiny godhood was naturally bought by the existence in the VIP room. The poor people sitting below could only feast their eyes. The auction ended and everyone left in an orderly manner. Under the guidance of the staff, Liu completed the handover and took the nameless stone tablet in his hands. I forced myself to suppress the excitement in my heart and boarded the interstellar train without stopping. Fortunately, these means of transportation are free for citizens. Liu didn't know. 2 ghosts followed him quietly, one bright and one dark. Chapter 704 My True Self. We ordinary people are really happy today. Really, really happy. Hee hee. Liu lay on the soft leather chair, looking very comfortable, humming an incomprehensible tune. Ding ding. Host, please consume the ancient artifact's breath of time as quickly as possible. Please hurry. Liu looked around at the passengers coming and going on the train, and couldn't help rolling his eyes, ignoring the system that had turned into a repeater. Although he was very anxious in his heart, it was really inappropriate to do so in public. The thing is already in your hands, so why rush it? What on earth is this stone tablet? It actually caused the system to behave so badly that it not only rewarded me with a copy of the Supreme Treasure Book, but also exempted me from my daily tasks for 100 years. Liu frowned slightly, feeling confused and uncertain. He was able to stay alive in the auction house for 3 months only because of the extra reward from the system. Otherwise, he would have been drained of his lifespan and died long ago. Hello, big brother. Can I sit next to you? A soft little girl's voice interrupted Liu's thoughts. He looked up and raised his eyebrows. Wow, what a cute little pink-haired girl. Of course, kid. Whatever you want. Hee hee. Thank you, big brother. The little girl was less than 1.2 meters tall. She jumped lightly onto the seat and sat close to Liu, only a fist away. Liu frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. He moved his butt to move to the side, but saw a chubby little hand stretched out in front of him. Big brother. My name is Liu Kiki. The kid was quite polite. He relaxed his guard a little, stretched out his hand and gently shook it. Liu. Before he finished speaking, Liu's figure suddenly froze, and he felt that everything in front of him became distorted. A black hole instantly expanded from the palms of the two people, and the space was cut and swallowed, and suddenly shrank and disappeared. Damn it! You little bitch. You actually plotted against me. TSK. Idiot. When Liu's senses recovered from the darkness, he looked around with a vigilant expression and found that he was in a stone chamber. There was no danger for the time being, so he immediately probed his mind into the storage bracelet and found that the nameless stone tablet was still there. He was immediately relieved. Damn it! Who is messing with me? His expression kept changing, and figures appeared in his mind one after another, finally freezing on the stone tablet. It's a crime to possess a treasure. Liu calmed himself down and began to look at the stone chamber carefully. It was a completely sealed space. Square. Without doors or windows. He punched the stone wall with all his strength, but it did not cause any damage at all. Particle overlap? His brows were furrowed. This technology that could completely change the properties of matter was not something that ordinary forces could possess. It seemed that the other party was of no ordinary background. There's no other way. If I want to escape, I can only rely on the system. Liu's expression became serious. Without any hesitation, he took out a metal box, pressed his palm print on it, unlocked it, and opened it. A nameless stone tablet was displayed inside. System. Ding! It begins to devour the breath of time. A hazy light gushed out from between Liu's eyebrows, covering the stone tablet. Waves of mysterious and inexplicable aura were swallowed up, and after a series of complex transformations, they turned into the so-called age value. Kid. Let me borrow your system for a bit. The moment the system started, Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and he accurately locked onto the system's existence. His will followed the hazy light and violently poured into it. All the talents of the citizens of this world, including various systems, come from the source of information. This is the power of the 12 realms. The information editor setting. Bai Donglin's will is pervasive, enveloping the main body of the system and penetrating into the deepest part. In an instant, endless strange symbols appear in perception. A power comparable to a miracle. He was slightly shocked. And then he moved his mind, anchored a stream of information representing storage, and came back to life. The moment Bai Donglin was resurrected, the hundreds of thousands of clones lost in the dark passage all froze in place. Ha. Damn it. I can finally go out. Ba. The worst. It's a draw. I won. With the original body as the resurrection coordinate, the terrifying obstacles and endless distance of the dark passage will no longer be an insurmountable barrier. With just a thought, they will be resurrected in their respective spiritual worlds in an instant. My lord, this is what you want. Memory synchronization. Many clones are just boring content of rushing on the road in the dark. But the information brought by Wu Wei is of extraordinary significance. I see. A hint of realization flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. And the next moment, his gaze became frozen. Endless timelines intertwined into a ring, floating up and down in the depths of his eyes. As the self-consciousness fell into a strange state, all the clones, sitting cross-legged at the core of the world, also fell silent, with mysterious auras emanating from their bodies. This is a breakthrough. 11th realm. The only true self. In fact, Bai Donglin had already met the conditions for a breakthrough. Only because the Mother River controlled the source of time and space, cut off time and space, and prevented all living beings between heaven and earth from summarizing the timeline and connecting the past and the future. When Bai Donglin was able to see Dao Wuzhong, the time paradox ring that belonged to him alone became completely harmonious and unified. This phenomenon is called the observation effect of time. Dao Wuzhong anchored every node of the ring of time. The moment the master met him with the help of Wu Wei, the timeline suddenly collapsed with the present world as the core, and all the nodes merged into one. From then on, he no longer had a weak past. Although he was just a baby when he was born from the mother's womb, he was already synchronized with his worldly power, eliminating the possibility of his past being erased by time and space. You can travel freely in the long river of time and space. Step into the past and the future. If you can withstand the backlash of heaven and earth, you can change history. Furthermore, you can even talk to your future self and use the power of the future. Of course, stepping into an uncertain future will bring unimaginable resistance. If it were an ordinary world, it would be fine. But like the infinite multiverse we are in now, there are countless powerful people, all entrenched in the long river of time and space. Every move we make will have to face their influence. At this time, the backlash from heaven and earth has become less frightening, and the greater obstacle comes from the existence of the same level or even higher. The only one is the only one. All time and space, dimensions, world lines. By Donglin's existence is locked into one. True, not affected by the past, nor restricted by the future. This is true great freedom, great transcendence, and great ease. With one leap, he jumped out of the long river of time. And from this time and space, he was forever solidified. With an endless lifespan, the only one resides above the years, watching the rise and fall of countless calamities without being affected by it. At this moment, in the only true world, ancient, present and future, there are all strange phenomena. The sound of Tao is heard. Heaven and earth congratulate. All living beings kneel down. And there is a great movement. As for the outside world, whereby Donglin was, there was tranquility. The breakthrough was extremely restrained and silent, without causing any ripples. Not because he was hidden deep in the system. In fact, as early as the moment he stepped into the dark passage and Dao Wuzhong returned to the past, the conditions for a breakthrough had been met. Only because of the particularity of the dark channel, and because Dao Wuzhong never met, the time observation effect was achieved, so that the timeline has not collapsed. This is a belated breakthrough. And the vision of the breakthrough is also reasonably reflected in the only true world, which is the fundamental world where the loop of time paradox is closed. Although none of this was done intentionally, it perfectly satisfied by Donglin's idea of low-key development. It was a blessing in disguise, and a stroke of genius. Bai Donglin was silent in the system. I was consciously fell into the realm of mysterious, and the body was undergoing tremendous changes in the body. The moment Bai Donglin was resurrected in the system was affected, twisting and shaking, and even the devouring light that was ejected almost dissipated. Ding ding. Abnormal. Huh? What's wrong with this crappy system again? Liu frowned, and panic flashed in his eyes. Although he had always disliked his system, he was now in danger and the system was his only support. And he must not lose it. Fortunately, the system twitched for a moment, and the devouring light stabilized again. Liu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. System. Check the age value. The aura of time in this stone tablet has not been completely consumed yet. Such a long period of consumption has already made Liu very surprised. He can't wait to open the system log. Year value. 12005400. His. More than 10 million. It's posted. It's really posted this time. Liu was very excited. He clenched his fists tightly, and didn't even realize that his fingertips were digging into his flesh. His mind went blank due to the impact of this long string of numbers. What's even more terrifying is that this number is still growing. And the breadth of time contained in the nameless stone tablet seems endless. Gulu. What is the origin of this stone tablet? How can it be so terrifying? Could it be a personal belonging of some supreme being? The 12th level, the realm of eternal other side, is the supreme existence that transcends all heavens and worlds. You cannot think about its shape. You cannot imagine its meaning. And you cannot recite its name. Incredible. Indescribable. As this crazy idea rose, Liu's figure trembled and his face turned slightly pale. In his eyes, the ordinary stone tablet in front of him suddenly became heavier than the universe and the starry sky. No! This secret must be kept to myself. If it gets out, I'll definitely be dead. Snap! Snap! After slapping himself hard twice, Liu forced himself to calm down and completely cleared his mind. You know, there are too many ways to read thoughts in this world. System. Deduct the time value and strengthen the body and soul. Ding! Host. Please collect the reward for your skills. Well, accept the inheritance. Liu nodded slightly. He had not forgotten this surprise. The martial arts left by his parents were not of high quality. Even if he practiced to the peak, he could only reach the 7th level. With his talent, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything. 10th level treasure book. Scarlet Tiger Devouring Demon Sutra. Transmission begins. Liu's figure flashed, and he suddenly jumped up, lying on the ground in a strange posture. The next moment, scarlet blood gushed out and condensed into a ferocious red tiger, roaring with its head raised. Faintly, you can hear the roar of a tiger. In just a moment, Liu mastered the 10th level skills from scratch. It was not because of his innate talent, but with the help of the system. As long as the time value was sufficient, all kinds of cultivation essences would be directly poured into his mind. The burning of the time value is also constantly strengthening Liu's body and soul. With these two approaches working together, his strength is visibly rising. Although the consumption of time value is huge, the system still continues to absorb the aura on the stone tablet. Not only does it not decrease, but it continues to increase. Liu never noticed. In his system space, there was a naked man lying there with a tall figure. In an elegant and luxurious palace, a young man was lying on a soft couch, with 7 or 8 little maids kneeling beside him, massaging his back and shoulders or feeding him wine and spiritual fruits. He looked very comfortable. Seventh sister, it seems that this boy has really come up with something. Can we pick this fruit now? As he spoke, he swallowed the spiritual fruit that was fed to him in one gulp, and licked her slender jade fingers as well, with a wicked smile on his face. No hurry. Let's wait and see. The woman frowned slightly. Somehow, she suddenly felt a little chest tightness. How is this going? Could it be that he was disgusted by Eleven's extravagant lifestyle? Chapter 705, Shock with One Hand. The source of the information is the most powerful person who has entered the 12th realm and resides on the other side of eternity. Its glory illuminates endless dimensions, and its power is everywhere, not to mention the countless parallel universes and time and space. In the original universe of this world alone, 1/5 of the vast territory is under its rule, and there are no less than tens of millions of cosmic kingdoms distributed among them. The kingdoms of the universe are divided into 4 categories, A, B, C, and D, namely, Immortal Dynasty, Divine Realm, Empire, and Kingdom. Whether in terms of strength or territorial scope, the gap between the two is thousands or tens of thousands of times. They are not in the same league at all. At most, they can only be regarded as a subordinate relationship between superiors and subordinates. The Prison Bird Empire is a Class C country, a very inconspicuous little corner under the boundless power of the source of information. The territory is small, and the radius of the spherical space from its core imperial capital to the border is only nearly 10 billion light-years. In the boundless primordial universe, the Bird Prisoner Empire is as small as a speck of dust. Although it is weak, it also has something to be envied. That is, it is under the illumination of the source of information. In the country where the source of information belongs, countless sentient beings can awaken their talents when they reach the age of 18. I don't know how many beings have, with this great grace, transformed into dragons. The Prison Bird Empire is proud. At least the royal family thinks so, as can be seen from its luxurious and huge imperial capital. The Prison Bird capital has a very beautiful nickname, called Sea of Stars. Whether it is day or night, as long as you look up at the sky of the imperial capital, you can see the twinkling ocean of stars. The reason for this strange sight is that the continental world where the imperial capital is located is too huge, stretching tens of thousands of light years from east to west. In order to make the sun's light shine all over the earth, they had no choice but to capture billions of suns and hang them in the sky. The sky is high and the earth is vast, and the sun seems small, embedded in the dome of the Sea of Stars, twinkling. Under such a gorgeous night sky, darkness still grows and sin spreads. The ugly face of human nature cannot be concealed by any gorgeous decoration. In the capital of the Prison Bird, deep in the earth, there is a space called Sky Prison. It is filled with endless dark fog and is extremely destructive. Even a 7th level strongman who falls into it will be corroded into dry bones in a moment. At a glance, countless square stone chambers were floating in the fog, and desperate wails could be heard from time to time. Snap! Black fog rolled. A portal appeared in space, and several figures stepped out together. Your Highness, that boy is being held in the white stone area. The Sky Prison is divided into 3 layers, black, gray, and white. Prisoners of different strengths are imprisoned in different categories. The black stone area is the strongest, and it is filled with tough guys with strength as high as level 9. Coco, the 7th Emperor's female prisoner Miyakon, spoke in a voice so soft that it was barely audible. I understand. Lu Kik's face was solemn, and she didn't look like a little girl at all. Her small body exuded a cold aura, like a bottomless black hole. Hey. Shiochi raised the corner of his mouth, licked his lips with his tongue, and stared at Lu Kiki with eyes full of desire. 11. Put your thoughts aside. Coco is not someone you can touch. Ha ha. Seventh sister. It's just a joke. Why take it so seriously? Lu Kik's expression trembled slightly, and she shrank her little body backwards, secretly groaning in her heart. She had deliberately maintained her juvenile form. But how could she still be targeted by this pervert? Coco. Yes. Lu Kiki suppressed her thoughts and flicked her finger. A strand of pink hair shot out, passing through layers of dark fog, tightly wrapped around a pale stone chamber deep inside, and suddenly pulled it out. He made a hand gesture and cast a rune, which sank into the stone chamber. Click. The pale stone chamber was like a Rubik's Cube. After a complex rotation, a skylight appeared on the top, revealing the interior. You bastard. Take my punch. Ahoo. The shrill roar of a tiger was deafening. A fist shadow condensed from scarlet light and manifested as a ferocious tiger head shot out from the cave entrance. It was extremely powerful and carried a hint of deterrence. Humph! A mayfly trying to shake a tree. Lu Kik's eyes were cold. She pointed her finger, and a dark spot of light shot into the fist shadow. The space twisted accordingly, like a black hole, swallowing up all the destructive power. It's you, little bitch. Li Yu's expression darkened. The moment the unusual movement appeared in the stone chamber, he was awakened from his practice. He then lay on the ground like a tiger. As the entrance to the cave opened, he threw a powerful punch. Oh no! The time is too short, and my strength has improved to a limited extent. Not enough to escape from danger. Li Yu secretly groaned in his heart. It was obvious that the pink-haired girl in front of him was just a bluffing appearance. Inside, she was an old monster with terrifying cultivation. She could distort the space and turn it into a black hole in the blink of an eye. Such strength was far beyond his. Honestly, do you know where this place is? Li Yu. Chiyo Myokun walked past Lu Kiki, stood on top of the stone chamber, and looked down coldly. His voice was light, but it directly stunned Li Yozhen on the spot. Prisoner. Imprisoned Myokun. Her Highness the Seventh Princess. Li Yu's face turned pale in an instant. It was not surprising that an ordinary commoner like him could recognize the high and mighty imperial princess. The imperial family will show up when they attend some important events. Through the images broadcast by the intelligent brain, they can see the emperor's face instantly even if they are billions of light years away. This is just the basic application of the power of science and technology to the civilian population. Yes, it's me. Hearing the affirmative reply, Li Yu's face became even uglier. He had always thought that he had only encountered star bandits, but he never expected that he would provoke the overlord of the empire. The royal family. Your Highness, I, Li Yu, am an honest and upright person who has never violated the laws of the empire. Why do you want to imprison me here? After seeing the situation clearly, Li Yu, who should have been in despair, calmed down instead, which even surprised himself. At the same time, a raging rage burned in his heart. Can the royal family act lawless? Can we trample on the dignity of others at will? Seventh sister, why are you talking nonsense to this lowly person? A trace of impatience flashed in Qiuqi's eyes. He took a step forward and stared at Li Yu with an evil look, as if he was looking at a stink bug. He said, Tell me the truth. Kid, what exactly is that nameless stone tablet? What did you get from it? Think it over before answering. This prince will only give you one chance. This will determine whether you will have a happy journey or sink forever in endless torment. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's eyes glared with bloodshot. His iron fists creaked, and the rage in his heart was enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. How domineering and vicious. If you answer, you will die. If you don't answer, life will be worse than death. What's that look in your eyes? Qiuqi narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand, and waved it. A sharp spike pierced through the void and flashed past. Li Yu had no time to react. He instantly felt his vision filled with scarlet color, and his two eyeballs were pierced and exploded. Li Yu gritted his teeth and stood still, his bloody eye sockets still staring at Qiuqi. Wow! You're pretty tough. Right? Aren't you afraid of death? Uh-huh. My guards are going to do an exercise recently. Well, let's temporarily set it in the Grizzly Galaxy. The newly developed dimensional compression cannon might miss the target. Li Yu, do you think it will hit the Pluto? The naked threat. The Jiming star where he was born and raised. Has everything that Li Yu is familiar with. Although most of them were people he hated. His lame and blind uncle. You dare. The sound was shrill, like the roar of a trapped beast before its death. My prince? Why wouldn't I dare? A life planet has at least tens of billions of lives on it. But in Qiuqi's mouth, it is almost like stepping on an ant. The laws and regulations are so strict that even the princes dare not act recklessly. However, they cannot act openly. It is difficult to guard against the dirty tricks they use in secret. Liu felt a chill in his heart, and couldn't help but hesitate. Xiao Miukong stood aside with a cold look on his face, and did not stop Qiuqi. With the power of the royal family, it is very easy to read the memory, or control a low-level monk. The reason why so much trouble is because of Liu's talent. System talents are weird and unpredictable. Some are incredibly strong, while others are like chicken ribs. But they often have strong protection for the host's consciousness. At worst, it can also self-destruct along with the host. 11 is a big useless. But he is still suitable to be a villain. Seeing Liu's weakening, Xiao Miukong nodded secretly. She couldn't bring herself to use such a shameless method of coercion. Alright. You win. Liu gave a tragic smile, flipped his hand, and the storage bracelet flashed. And he took out the nameless stone tablet. Want to know what this is? I think you are not qualified to own this stone tablet. No. Even the prison bird empire may be destroyed in the flames of war because of it. What kind of concept is this about something related to a 12th order existence? If the slightest information leaks out, Prison Miukong and Prison Qi will be nothing. The entire prison bird empire will be reduced to ashes. Oh! Qiuqi's eyes lit up. His interest surged, and he stretched out his hand without hesitation to grab the stone tablet. Shichuiwei. Here you go. He pulled hard, but found that the stone tablet didn't move at all. He was stunned, and slowly raised his eyes to look. I saw a slender arm, as if carved from the finest fairy crystal, stretched out from between Liu's eyebrows. And the hand was placed on the stone tablet. Sizzle! The arm was suddenly retracted, carrying the nameless stone tablet with it, and disappeared between Liu's eyebrows. The terrifying pulling force directly shattered Qiuqi's palm. What the H.L. Chapter 706, Can't Look Directly. Retreat! Xiao Miukong's eyes widened with fear, and he made the loudest sound in his life. The divine light shone and turned into a ribbon, tightly wrapping around Qiuqi and Lu Kiki. They suddenly retreated out of the fog at such a violent speed that they even tore the void apart. Seventh sister. What's wrong? Qiuqi was confused. He stared blankly at Xiao Miukong, who had lost all his composure, and even forgot the pain of his shattered palm. Whoosh! Xiao Miukong was breathing heavily, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, his eyes fixed on the fog. His sight seemed to penetrate the void, and he saw Liu in the stone chamber. That arm. Horror. Great terror. Few people know that in addition to the talent that awakened when he reached adulthood, Xiao Miukong also has a unique ability that is born from his bloodline, known as spiritual eyes, which allows him to see things that are difficult for ordinary people to perceive. Blood trickled down from the corners of Xiao Miukong's eyes, and his beautiful eyes, which contained a myriad of emotions, gradually turned lifeless and gray. Seventh sister. His Royal Highness. When Qiuqi and Lu Kiki saw Xiao Miukong's appearance, they immediately realized that something was wrong, and called out to him in panic. Let's go. Let's go. After a long time, Xiao Miukong finally recovered a little and regained some strength. But his voice was still trembling. Let's go. Leave here, Coco, and drive the stone chamber into the deepest part of the sky prison. This matter requires long-term consideration. After saying that, he walked into the exit without looking back. Qiuqi's expression changed, and he hurriedly followed him. Yes, sir. Lu Kiki bowed and accepted the order. Then she made some hand gestures, and a surge of dark fog occurred, along with the sound of a heavy object falling into the air. What's the situation? The blind Liu did not sense the outstretched arm at all. He only knew that after a moment of inexplicable chaos, the stone chamber began to fall madly. System. Recover from injuries. Ding! Minus the year's worth 1,000. A hazy light flashed across Liu's face, and his bloody eyes instantly returned to normal. Looking up and seeing the gap that had not been closed, Liu's expression lit up with joy. Without thinking too much, he jumped and rushed towards the skylight. Sizzle. Ah! With a scream, Liu retreated violently, only to see that his scalp and the entire crown of his head had melted into nothingness, and his snow-white brain covered with fascia was still emitting white steam. System. Restore. Restore. Ding. Deduct 1,000 years of age. Call. Liu breathed a sigh of relief, having saved his life. But a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. The strange black fog almost swallowed his head. What the hell is this place? The stone chamber was still falling at a high speed, and he could do nothing but watch. Xiaoqi didn't seem to have taken the stone tablet away just now. The aura fluctuations of the stone tablet disappeared instantly. Liu calmed down. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. And then he thought about it, and put his thoughts into the system. System. Expand the storage space. The next moment, a small and silver-white space appeared in my mind. What the hell? System. Where did this person come from? Liu was confused. He had guessed correctly. The nameless stone tablet was indeed in the system space, held tightly in the hands of a naked figure sitting cross-legged. Naked? Blinking. Liu tried to recall the memory carefully, but found that he could not remember the appearance of the figure at all, let alone some details. Endless curiosity surged in my heart, and I set my thoughts there, vowing to see it clearly. Ugh, cough, cough. Failed. Before his eyes approached, Liu stared at his eyes, and a chill rushed straight into the heavenly lid. His inexplicable fear couldn't breathe. Could it be shy? His intuition told him that he must not look directly at the naked figure. Otherwise, great terror would befall him. Li Yuling's eyes flashed. He suppressed his fear, and connected the system with his mind. Ahem. System. Exchange for the divine silk robe. Ding. Deduct the annual value of 30,000. A piece of dark silk, sparkling with starlight, appeared out of thin air in the system space, slowly floated down, and covered the human figure. It automatically shrank like a living thing and turned into a luxurious black robe. A look of heartache flashed in Liu's eyes. He had never been so generous as to exchange his years for such fancy stuff. There is no way. The system space can only store items exchanged from the system. Even if he wants to use the clothes in his own storage bracelet, he can't put it in. This was also what surprised him. The nameless stone tablet was very likely related to the 12th level, so it was reasonable for it to be stored in the system space. But what's going on with this figure? He swore that he had never used his precious years to exchange for things like dolls. Those kinds of adult toys could be bought with just a few hundred credit points. Cough, cough. With the cover of clothes, there should be no problem this time. Liu gradually covered the past with his thoughts, and the inexplicable fear just now did not appear again. A heroic face with eyes closed, calm and indifferent, appeared in his mind. Who are you? How did you come to my system space? Hey! Boss! It's dawn. Wake up! After calling for a long time with no response, Liu had no choice but to give up. System. What's going on? Ding! Unknown abnormality. Unknown abnormality. Well, I hope this breaks the system. I think too much. Bang! The stone chamber shook violently, and finally fell to the bottom, creating a deep pit on the dark ground. Li Yushin was solemn, wiped his face, stood up, and stared at the skylight above. Ha ha ha. Is there a new toy? Boom. The sky was shaking, and the earth was trembling. The sound of a huge monster charging came from all directions, and directly poured into Liu's ears. Waves of murderous aura made his consciousness confused. In the deepest part of the sky prison, the most vicious prisoners are held, and their strength is all at the terrifying 9th level. A 9th level strongman, if in the outside world, is capable of serving as a general who can suppress an area of the starry sky. The pitch-black stone chamber could not hold them for long, and it shattered under repeated bombardments. The extremely destructive black fog could not hurt them at all. For them, staying at the bottom of the sky prison is not much different from the outside world except for the endless loneliness and boredom. The long-time detention has made these lunatics more crazy and distorted. Hey, little guy. What are you hiding inside? Are you shy? A huge dark hand slapped lightly, and the indestructible pale stone chamber instantly turned into tofu dregs on the ground. Liu was sitting on the stone dander, and was completely dumbfounded. He could only watch it. Endless black mist, and rushed to him. The stone chamber that he hated so much the moment before turned out to be the best protective SHL. Its sudden departure made Liu feel very reluctant. Suck. A bearded giant face was looming in the dark mist, and a fierce suction. The black mist in the vast area around was swallowed and swallowed. Ha ha ha. Little cub. You are a rare game. It's just dead. Not. 2 fingers. Rough and Tianju. Squeezed by Liu. The void collapsed for it, and the possibility of escape was sealed. The crazy and twisted eyes made Liu feel nauseous. If he fell into the hands of these monsters, It would be difficult to die. Black dog. Don't eat alone. Boom. The earth was humming as figures rushed out at high speed from the depths of the black fog. Damn it. It's really over this time. Big guys. Help. Liu seemed to grab the life-saving straw and moved his mind. He made the action of taking things in the system space. The object was the mysterious figure sitting in the wicked knee. I don't know if it can be achieved. But this is his only hope of survival. The thought sank. And then the brows emerged from the glorious vortex. And a quiet cross-knee figure appeared. Just to block the thick fingers. The black dog was slightly stunned. But he didn't stop moving and his fingers continued to fall. Clang. What? The pupils were shrinking. And then the fingertips broke out of the fine cracks of glowing and heat, which spread to the limbs and spread wildly. No! Click. Like a piece of porcelain. The black dog shattered into pieces, and turned into light particles that flew away. Boom! Bai Donglin fell to the ground. The earth overturned. An endless dust was raised. The calm face. The solemn light. The sacred and inviolable. The crazy prisoners, who rushed over, and Liu were all terrified. Chapter 707, Spacetime Administration. A vast and boundless misty river flows down from an unreachable origin, never stopping. At the forefront of the long river of time and space is the only real point in the world. Every time it moves forward a time scale, the endlessly distorted fog of the future will become clearer. While the long river of time and space is opening up the future, it is also constantly splitting timelines until it is endless. New timelines are born and old timelines are annihilated. Or it was inexplicably shattered, or it was cut off and restarted by a terrifying giant hand that suddenly appeared, or a towering figure stepped out, scanning the long river of time and space with a grim gaze. And then the timeline centered on it suddenly collapsed into a point, and the form of existence instantly jumped out of the event horizon, leaving no trace. Only a vague figure, forever engraved on that time and space node. All of this, the infinite myriad things, are under the observation of one gaze. In the long river of time and space, at a point of reality, stands a towering temple. Its shape cannot be described. Its size cannot be known. The temple always keeps in sync with the point of truth, held up by the long river of time and space. Every time it moves a time node, a blurry afterimage will be left behind it. The afterimage of the temple is endless and continuous. Looking back from afar, the traces of its existence lead to the birthplace of the heavens, the source of time, and the beginning of everything. The existence of the temple is imperceptible. In the absolute distortion, the plaque hanging in front is extremely clear, even eye-catching, so that anyone who sees it cannot ignore it. Inscribed on the plaque are 5 large, ancient characters: Space-Time Administration. Directly above the temple, there is a floating golden vertical pupil called the Eye of Time and Space, which is covered with bright lines, glowing with divine light. With a vast aura and an indifferent gaze, the vertical pupil rotates slowly, scanning the long river of time and space inside and outside without stopping. Except for a few special areas, all timelines cannot escape its gaze. Suddenly, the Eye of Time and Space paused slightly, as if it had sensed something, and suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, along with the endless afterimages, which also shone brightly, illuminating the long river of time and space for a moment. Such a big commotion even attracted the beings in those special areas to cast inquiring glances. Under the oppression of the terrible will, the long river of time and space stopped for a moment. Infinite dimensions, parallel universes, endless creatures, except for existences beyond time, all stagnated along the long river of time and space. And a period of time was stolen from them. After a long time, the golden light of the Eye of Time and Space dissipated. Those terrifying gazes slowly retreated, and the frozen river of time and space resumed flowing. Inside the Spacetime Administration Bureau, in the empty hall, busy figures were shuttling back and forth. The atmosphere was solemn and strict. Looking closely, these figures are only slightly human-like. They seem to be made up of brilliant lines. Each line is repeatedly experiencing the birth and death of a world. All the lines are gathered together and entangled in a golden vertical pupil in a head that is like a nebula vortex. They are the basic spacetime observers of the Spacetime Administration, also known as line people, ghosts wandering in time, maintainers of the time order. Huh? A figure stopped on the spot. A hint of doubt seemed to flash in his indifferent pupils. And then his sight connected with the Eye of Time and Space, scanning the long river of time and space. Strange. Why is there a change in the long river of time and space? It seems that there are unknown changes in the future. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a curtain of light appeared, with terrifying figures flashing across it. At this time point, there are 17 people in the reporting bureau who are trying to converge the timeline and break through the 11th realm. All their traces can be traced back and have been archived. The director has also reviewed it and signed the decree. The unusual movement just now was not caused by them. Moreover, no creatures from the outside world have descended upon this world at this node. And none of the neighboring 13,000 heavens and myriad worlds have submitted cross-border applications. Based on this, it can be judged that there is an existence outside the records that has disturbed the long river of time and space. The possibility that it is a stowaway from the Black Disaster cannot be ruled out. If it is really a Black Disaster, it is very likely caused by that incident. This matter is very serious and needs to be reported to the director immediately. According to a specific procedure, the observer waved away the light curtain, and his figure twisted and collapsed, disappearing in an instant. This scene did not affect the countless time and space observers who were still busy in the boundless hall. They constantly travel back and forth between timelines, correcting the disordered time and directly destroying and restarting the mess timeline, playing a game of cat and mouse with the time criminals. The Bird Prison Empire, the deepest part of the Sky Prison. By Donlin truly appeared in this world. His past did not exist in the long river of time, which means that there was no file of him. This disturbed the long river of time and space, causing unknown changes in the future, which led to the scene in the Spacetime Administration. Liu and the frightened prisoners naturally didn't know any of this, and they didn't even know that time and space had stopped for a moment. Rumble. The trembling earth slowly calmed down. The smoke and dust settled, and the people who had held their breath finally came to their senses. Gurgle. Big boss. No! Master. Master. Please save your poor disciple. Those evil people took advantage of your retreat and arrested your disciple and brought him to this damn place without asking any reason. Not only did you imprison me, but you also let these horrible guys bully your only disciple. If I die, who will inherit your supreme legacy? Liu prostrated himself on the ground, kneeling in front of Bai Donglin, crying heart-wrenchingly, with tears streaming down his face. While crying and shouting, he pointed with his finger at the 9th-level prisoner who was looming in the black fog. Liu's words were false, but his sorrow was real. Who did he offend? He just spent all his savings to buy a stone tablet through formal channels. In a short period of time, he faced life and death crisis several times, and was threatened by that bastard Qiu Qi. It would be strange if he didn't feel aggrieved. Liu had no other choice but to resort to this desperate measure. He naturally knew that there was something wrong with the mysterious man who suddenly appeared in the system space in front of him. And he couldn't even respond to the outside world. But the prisoners didn't know that if they wanted to survive in front of these lunatics, they had to use the tiger's skin and raise the banner. Master, if my disciple dies, it will be because of these guys. When you come out of seclusion, you must avenge me. Whoosh. The many figures standing in the fog all trembled, causing the fog to surge and roll endlessly. They were all genuine 9th-order powerhouses, so they were naturally insightful and could clearly sense the grief and grievances in Liu. In addition, the terrifying existence suddenly appeared from the vortex between Liu's eyebrows, which made them believe these words. After all, no one wants to be like the black dog, dying inexplicably and becoming a dead dog. Boy, stop slandering me. We have no grudge against you. So why would we want to harm you? We rushed over just now because we saw that black dog wanted to kill you. So we wanted to save you. Yes. 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 We have been imprisoned here for endless years and have long since changed our ways. We cannot stand seeing blood. Amitabha. I am devoted to Buddhism and have always been afraid of harming the lives of ants. So how could I call for fighting and killing? Little donor, you misunderstood. A bald man with a rough face, his hands clasped together in an awkward manner, and the skull necklace with a faint glow around his neck made people doubt the truthfulness of his words. Real? Liu blinked, sat up, wiped away the tears that she had forced out, and leaned close to Bai Donglin. Of course it's true. The prisoners nodded solemnly and glanced at the dignified Bai Donglin out of the corner of their eyes. They were even more frightened as the tragic death of the black dog was still vivid in their minds. Damn it. Facing such a terrifying existence, they can only abandon their past evil ways and become vegetarians and pray to Buddha. Chapter 708, Breakthrough and Awakening. 10 days later, Bai Donglin was immersed in the mystery and completely consolidated his own existence. He embedded the origin of time, which was condensed into one, into the long river of time and space in this world. Complete the life leap and break free from the shackles of time. In a broad sense, this kind of life is eternal and immortal, and will never fall. In many vast worlds, they are the end of everything. They are the great saints of the primordial chaos, the immortal emperors, the Taoist lords, and the beginning and end of all things in the world. It's a pity that the universe is so vast and infinite, and the strongest in a broad sense is just the beginning here. Who disturbs my peace? Bai Donglin's ego consciousness slowly woke up. Then he frowned and opened his eyes. Rumble. The earth trembled and roared, as if a huge monster was walking on it. The ground that had been reinforced by spells kept breaking and cracking in the trembling. Hey! 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 Millions of shirtless men, with towering bodies, bulging muscles, and a glowing divine light on their bodies. Regular chains extending from their bodies were entwined and fused with each other. They shouted slogans and lifted up a figure in the center. The horrific mass made everyone breathless and their faces flushed. Everyone, work harder. Bring my master to the Tantian altar. Liu looked excited. He stood on the chains of rules, commanding many prisoners, and staring straight at the huge black pyramid in the distance. This guy just can't be idle. Once he's idle, he'll start to think about all sorts of things. If he thinks too much, Liu's life might be in danger. Therefore, he mobilized all the prisoners in the name of the master and built this altar within 10 days. The excuse he gave to the outside world was that it was to speed up the master's retreat. In addition to the threats, he also made a promise that after the master came out of seclusion, he would lead everyone to break the prison and regain freedom. Liu's tiring the enemy tactic was successful, although not all prisoners chose to believe it. It was enough that most of them believed it, and the rest could only be forced to join. It's not that the 9th-rank strongmen are cowardly, nor are they stupid. It's just that the various signs shown by Bai Donglin are too terrifying. It is absolutely easy to break the sky prison of the bird prison empire, which gives everyone hope of getting out. Work harder. Don't be lazy. My master is watching you. Liu's eyes rolled around, and before Bai Donglin was even lifted onto the altar, he was already thinking about his next plan. In short, he couldn't let these maniacs sit idle, nor could he weaken his own momentum. He had to use every possible means to delay time. Good disciple? The sudden teasing laughter that sounded in his ears made Liu's scalp explode. He turned back and looked into Bai Donglin's deep eyes. Boss. Senior, I was really wrong. I only resorted to this desperate measure to save my life. Impersonating your disciple. I hope you will be magnanimous. Liu's face was covered in cold sweat, and his mind was almost broken by the gaze that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Bai Donglin's awakening made him surprised, happy and scared. He was happy that there was a possibility of salvation, and he didn't have to dance on the edge of a knife and pretend to be nice to these prisoners. What was scary was that this person was too mysterious. He had no idea where he came from or what his personality was like. If he didn't like his behavior, he would definitely be dead. Well, I have some self-awareness. I really don't have such a bad disciple. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and glanced at the ignorant prisoners below. The meaning was self-evident. It was really too bad that he couldn't even deal with millions of 9 realms. Senior. You are right. Senior. You are right. Liu smiled innocently, nodded and bowed. And it was an extraordinary performance for him not to kneel down and kowtow. This was because he had learned from biographical novels that those powerful predecessors were often unruly, had strange tempers, and looked down upon spineless people. In order to save his life, he naturally had to cater to their preferences. With a smile in his eyes, Bai Donglin instantly traced back to Liu's timeline, saw everything that had happened recently, and also saw all the thoughts deep in his heart. Although it offended him, it was an action taken by living creatures based on their instinct for survival, and was an emergency measure to avoid danger. Not only was he not annoyed, but he even had some appreciation for Liu's unscrupulousness. Stop it all, he whispered softly, and every word he uttered seemed to be extremely heavy. The web of rules composed of millions of 9th-level rules collapsed in an instant, and the prisoners were pressed to the ground, with terrified looks on their faces. That existence has actually come out of seclusion. If they had a choice, they would rather deal with Liu, who was relying on the power of others to bully others, rather than face such a supreme being head-on. Bai Donglin slowly stood up, took a step forward, and instantly appeared on the top of the pyramid. He looked down at the many figures below with indifferent eyes. Just a few million prisoners at the level of gods and demons want to move him? When he broke through, all his strength was restrained. The mass of his body that was exposed was just the total weight of particles of half a hair. No more. No less. Which was equivalent to the weight of 1,000 worlds in one side. Even so, he almost crushed these prisoners. If his terrifying infinite spiritual orifice mass energy effect were to leak out, not only this small prison, but the entire bird prisoner capital would be crushed and collapsed, turning into a giant black hole. This Fong Zutian is really interesting. The prisoners of gods and demons were nothing but a speck of dust to him, and he could no longer muster the desire to take a second look at them. His gaze was directed towards the endlessly flowing river of time and space. Space-time administration? Haha. Awesome. I was almost discovered by you guys. This world is not like the caged world I stayed in before, but a complete, boundless world with perfect operating order. As an outsider, he suddenly appeared in the well-functioning universe, just like a stone breaking the calm surface of a lake. It was hard not to expose his whereabouts and be captured and studied thoroughly by those beings sitting above time and space. Before he was resurrected, he had taken all kinds of situations into consideration. So he sneaked deep into Liu Yu's system and used the power of the source of information to avoid the first wave of abnormal impact on the long river of time and space. Unexpectedly, after he successfully broke through, the moment he descended into the outside world, he still caused the long river to stir. Fortunately, the foundation of his breakthrough was far away in the caged world, and the traces of his existence were absolutely blocked by the transcendent war. In this way, his whereabouts could be concealed from the detection of those terrifying eyes. Well, no wonder such a subtle anomaly can be captured. The structure of this world is too precise and strict. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the heaven and earth, the long river of time and space, collected a lot of information, and deduced the model of the heavens in his mind. The universe is infinite and endless. This is the news he knew after seeing the black and white vortex. It is naturally impossible for so many heavens to be exactly the same. There are slight differences in their composition forms, some of which are even completely different. For example, the heaven and earth prison is the most common and conventional form of composition. In an infinite chaotic space, there are countless worlds as numerous as the stars. Each world has an independent system, and can give birth to the only realm of true self that converges the timeline. The heavens where he is at this moment are called the infinite multiverse. It does not have so many independent worlds, but has opened up an extremely large primordial universe in the infinite chaotic space. Then, the original universe split into different dimensions. Parallel universes, layer upon layer, endless. Even so, they all came from the original universe, and were shrouded by the same long river of time and space. With such a stable and tight structure, coupled with the power of a terrorist organization that transcends time and space, any disturbance between heaven and earth can be detected at the first moment. Fortunately, the hardest stage is over. Bai Donglin secretly rejoiced that he was now in the dark, and it would not be easy to find him, even by the space and time administration. Big boss. Liu Yu trembled, looking up at the figure on the pyramid. His throat was dry, and he couldn't help but call out in a low voice. He ignored Liu Yu and looked at the prisoner of gods and demons. You guys, do you want freedom? All the prisoners of gods and demons trembled, suppressed the fear in their hearts, looked up with difficulty, and their minds went blank in an instant, as if their entire mind was sucked into the dark and deep pupil. Although it was just a question, their instinct told them that they absolutely could not refuse. At this moment, they even felt that this prison was not so disgusting after all. At least, compared to facing this gaze, the heavenly prison was as gentle as a spring breeze. Chapter 709, Eradication Across Time and Space. We all depend on your excellency's decision. Looking down from the pitch-black pyramid, millions of god and demon prisoners of varying sizes, some as small as dust and some as tall as the sun and stars, were all kneeling on the ground, stretching to the end of the earth. The respectful and trembling voices responded in unison, roaring up and causing the endless fog to roll endlessly. Very good. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In his special vision, the prisoners below were all shrouded in complex and difficult to observe phenomena. Fate, time, cause and effect, killing sins, resentment, through various means. He knew the details of all the prisoners in an instant, even how many times they had wet the bed as a child, and when, and what time, they had wet the bed. The prison bird empire has a reason for imprisoning you here. But I don't think they can enforce the law impartially. His tone was light. And while he spoke, he glanced at Liu, who was trembling with fear below. So, you who think you are innocent and were framed by the prison bird empire and imprisoned on trumped-up charges, stand on the left. If you feel you deserve it, stand on the right. As soon as these words came out, the prisoners' expressions changed wildly. Their eyes were hesitant and struggling, without knowing what this adult was thinking. If they stood on the wrong side, they might. A quarter of an hour. If you don't choose, then you don't have to choose. Seeing everyone hesitating, Bai Donglin frowned and projected a little aura down. The prisoners suddenly widened their eyes, and the fear in them seemed to be about to overflow. Reporting to the Lord, my name is Zhou Shinkong, and I am the Grand Elder of the Qianghua Sword Sect. The prison bird empire coveted a precious mineral vein of my sect. So they accused me of treason and imprisoned me here for 3 million years. I think I have behaved uprightly and have never done anything that is against the law. After saying that, Zhou Shinkong stood up with a heroic look on his face, saluted respectfully towards the pyramid. Then his figure flashed and stood on the left side. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Zhou Shinkong did not lie. It was reasonable that the one who was framed and imprisoned would be the first to stand up. After all, the trend in this world is on the side of justice. Naturally, good people dominate the trend. They have a clear conscience and are naturally fearless. If it happened in the Black Disaster area, the situation would probably be reversed, with someone taking the lead and a quarter of an hour not being a long time. Millions of prisoners moved quickly. After a while, they were divided into two distinct groups. The left side accounts for more than 90%, and the right side accounts for less than 10%. However, if you look closely, many prisoners on the left side are a little uneasy, and it is obvious that not all of them will behave themselves. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. He had already sentenced these people to death in his heart. They were not pure enough to be a bad guy, and using them for recycling was dirtying his hands. In this world, there is no such thing as good and evil are constant, but extremely evil criminals are pretty much the same. Bai Donglin has his own set of standards for judging good and evil. In his mind, if someone commits atrocities in the cultivation world, such as killing people and stealing treasures, these are nothing, as he has done them many times himself. Cultivation is to go against the will of heaven. If he was killed by others, it was because he was not as skilled as others. If someone else treated him the same way, he would have no complaints. What is a heinous criminal? Bai Donglin shifted his gaze slightly and looked at a three-headed, six-armed god and demon who was kneeling on the ground and was still 1,000,000 kilometers tall. 7 million years ago, the three-headed Rakshasa Emperor devoured 48,000 life stars in the Kellen star region in order to practice the secret art of body refining, causing immeasurable killing disasters. Among them, more than 200 trillion of our human race died in your belly. After their crimes were exposed, they were captured and imprisoned by the prison bird empire. And you, old ghost Juing. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes and looked at an old man who was less than 1 meter tall, skinny, and had scarlet hair. 10 million years ago, the evil infant cult wreaked havoc on several star regions. Its followers used extremely cruel means to sacrifice pregnant women to refine the spirits of the evil infants. According to statistics, more than 78 trillion pregnant women were tortured to death, and their babies were dug out alive. Humph! This evil weapon, the Endless Infant Spirit Banner, is quite useful, right? When the old ghost Juing heard this, his expression changed. He sensed the murderous intent and no longer hesitated. His figure trembled and turned into endless blood light, shooting out in all directions. Bai Donglin revealed the secrets of the two prisoners in succession, and showed obvious displeasure. His meaning was very clear. In an instant, all the prisoners who had committed heinous crimes used various means to escape. As for whether to attack Bai Donglin in a group, they didn't dare to even think about it, because the aura was too terrifying. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged on the top of the pyramid, motionless, allowing the prisoners to escape. In just a moment, less than 30% of the prisoners were left. How stupid. In the crowd on the right, there was a shirtless man who shook his head slightly, obviously disdainful of those guys who were running away. Humph. Kill. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold. He slowly raised his hand and pointed his index finger at the void in front of him, causing some sound of water. 20 million years ago, in the Kras star field, Luchuan star, in a palace residence. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, madam. It's a healthy baby boy. The midwife looked surprised, holding a baby with blood stains and wrinkled skin. The newborn had long scarlet hair and did not cry or make a fuss. But there was a hint of ferocity between the baby's eyebrows. Sudden, a circle of ripples appeared in the void, and a slender finger stretched out from it. Without haste, it inserted directly into the center of the red-haired baby's eyebrows. With a slight shake, the small body instantly turned into nothingness. Ah! The midwife, who saw this scene, was so frightened that she could only scream in fear. 12 million years ago, on the Kuming turbulent star, the 12th Rakshasa prince, who had just been born, was killed by a single finger. 9 million years ago. This is the power of time. Under the one true self, we are all ants. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction and slowly withdrew his hand. At the same time, he crossed more than 2 million time nodes and completely destroyed those extremely evil prisoners from the source of their birth, erasing all traces of their existence. The long river of time has been slightly rippled, and great changes have taken place in the world. The creatures who died at the hands of these prisoners are living well, as if they had never suffered any disaster. There are countless lives whose destinies have been changed. But compared to the vast universe, it is nothing. The ripples in the long river of time and space subside in an instant. Even so, it still attracted the attention of the Space-Time Administration. They had not received any application from a powerful person to make large-scale changes to the timeline. Obviously, this was an illegal operation. The eye of time and space swept across the bird prisoner empire, but could not find any trace of Bai Donglin. The Space-Time Administration will soon be able to locate this place through the time files of these prisoners. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered, and he flicked his fingers lightly, moving the timeline and creating a maze of time and space, isolating the inquiring gaze. That's all. It's just a small matter. I don't think the space-time observer will keep nagging about it. After doing these, Bai Donglin looked at the remaining prisoners, and his eyes flashed in his eyes. The prisoners knelt on the ground with nervous looks, but they had no idea what had just happened. They were not even aware that some of their memories had disappeared. My purpose in coming to the outside world is to step higher and stronger, until the end of everything, and reach the 13th realm of transcendence. The first step is to move towards the eternal shore of the 12th realm. I need knowledge related to this realm. Bai Donglin had just broken through the 11th level, and was still a little confused about the road ahead. The sutra he practiced was tailor-made for himself in the Ring of Paradox. But due to the limitations of heaven and earth, he only reached the 11th realm, and had only a vague idea of the subsequent realms. He now has two paths. One is to practice the scripture of conceiving God and forging demon hard. Devour endless energy. Break all laws with one force. And want to break the absolute suppression of the realm. This is feasible based on the infinitely lofty intention of this scripture. The second way is to move forward at the same time, while absorbing energy to nourish infinite spiritual orifices in the heavens, breaking through at the same time. It's not impossible to simply take the path of infinitely stacking power and become immortal, but the process will probably be very slow. I'd better choose the second path. Although it's difficult to improve my realm, with my strong thinking and comprehension, there is still hope. Strength and realm go hand in hand, and they will naturally become stronger. After organizing his thoughts, Bai Donglin made up his mind, and gave a meaningful smile to the vicious prisoner, who was kneeling obediently on his right. He didn't know much about the 12 realms. He only knew that in order to break through to the other side of eternity, his will must first reach the 8th realm of creating something out of nothing. That is, to achieve the point of one thought arises. The universe comes into being. It is easy to create the universe. Bai Donglin can do it now. He just needs to pinch out an infinitely heavy and infinitely small singularity, and simulate the Big Bang to create the universe. When he broke through to the 10th realm, he had already opened up the original universe in his body. With his current strength, it is even easier. The so-called one thought arises. The universe comes into being are two completely different concepts. It means that in the absolute nothingness, where there is no existence of any things, and even no time and space, just by thinking, you can create out of thin air a vast world that is no less than the one true world. Creating something out of nothing. The will of the 8th realm is only one of the prerequisites for a breakthrough. Another clue about the 12th realm is the ability to edit information. The so-called information editing is extremely powerful. For ease of understanding, the heavens can be regarded as a virtual world existing in the hard disk, and the strong people in the 12 realms can type codes to add settings to it at will. For example, add a setting. The lifespan of all living beings in this world is 1 moment. Then in just a moment, All living beings in this world except the 12 realms will die. And it will become a realm of complete death and silence. Such ability is truly terrifying. The talent system and the light created by the source of information are just gadgets. Merely the basics of information editing. The source of information is the master of this art. Then, I will start with you. Saying that he was having surgery was just to flatter himself. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to steal other people's skills. Sir. The long silence made the prisoners feel uneasy. The feeling of having a knife hanging over their heads was really uncomfortable. Don't worry. Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly, and he looked towards the end of the fog. Chapter 710, Gathering People to Kill Dao. The Bird Prisoner Capital. Deep within the towering imperial city, Xiao Miukong sat cross-legged on the couch, with a dozen or so pill bottles carved from top-grade fairy crystals scattered beneath him. The rich fragrance of the pills wafted out, filling the entire hall. Seventh sister, are you okay? Qiuqi walked back and forth, looking restless. When he saw Xiao Miukong showing signs of waking up, he quickly asked, "Call." After exhaling a deep breath of foul-smelling air, Xiao Miukong slowly opened his eyes. His listless breath finally recovered. But his once lively eyes had lost some color. It's fine for now. But unfortunately, my spiritual pupil talent has been completely ruined. A trace of sadness flashed across her face. She had already used the best panacea in the empire, but still could not save her eyes. What? Qiuqi's heart was shaken, and his throat suddenly felt rough, and his eyes became more panicked. Then, what on earth is that arm? I just took a look at it, and it's so scary. The two were silent for a while, knowing in their hearts that they were in big trouble this time. I thought that Liu was just a useless person with rubbish talent, and they could control him at will. But I didn't expect such a change to happen. Qiuqi relied on the power of the empire to do evil. But to put it bluntly, he was just a guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Fortunately, I still have some self-knowledge, and I know how far this world is. Above the prison bird empire, there are the divine realm and the immortal dynasty, and all these cosmic kingdoms, to put it nicely, are the forces under the command of the source of information. In essence, they are just experimental fields for his cultivation. They are not as important as one might imagine as a source of information. In addition to the source of information, there are many terrifying forces in the world, such as the Life Tribunal, the Space-Time Administration, the Heart of Hongming, the Final Shore, and the Dimensional Swordsman. There are also the ancestral forces that shock Shanghai. And if you just get out of a strong man, you can overcome the prisoner of the prisoner. In short, there is a heavenly outside, and there are people outside. Liu, this time, is estimated to have some horrible background. Hey, 11. This matter is not your fault. It's all my fault. I was the first one to have evil thoughts about Liu. If we had allowed Qiuqi to buy the nameless stone tablet, there wouldn't be all these troubles now. Qiuqi's expression was uncertain. It was too late to say anything now. He had severely humiliated and threatened Liu. Compared with the seventh sister, the hatred he had attracted was definitely off the charts. 11. You don't have to worry too much. Now that things have come to this, we can only deal with it well. The power of the empire is not vulnerable. Liu's background may not be as strong as imagined. The specific situation of the arm is still unknown. I have notified the elder brother them. At this time, it should be coming soon. Brother. Qiuqi was stunned. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and he was very afraid of his brother. Snap! The void in the hall twisted and then shattered. Several figures stepped out together, and a thick murderous aura instantly filled the entire hall. Snapped! Qiuqi was slapped hard on the back of his head, and his whole body was thrown out and embedded directly into the metal wall of the palace, leaving spiderweb cracks. You little bastard! Can't you just be quiet? All day long, you're always messing around and making trouble. If you weren't my biological brother, I would kill you right now. The eldest prince of the empire, Qiu Anqing, was wearing scarlet divine armor with blood, flesh and mud stuck in the seams of the armor. He smelled very fishy, as if he had just walked out of a battlefield. Ahem. Big brother, this matter is not 11's fault. It's all my fault. Miukong, are you okay? Qiu Anqing's anger subsided, and he looked at Qiu Miukong with an extremely gentle expression, with regret in his eyes. Brother, I'm okay. I just bother you. Huh? 11. After solving this, you go to the front line with me. It doesn't matter if you want to be a little king, but I don't allow you to harm the sky. Chiyochi's body trembled, and he slid down from the wall and sat on the ground. He didn't dare to refute his brother's obvious favoritism. He knew that his position in Chiyo Anqing's heart was probably not even as high as that of Seventh Sister's hair. Yes, it's all up to Big Brother to arrange. After glaring at Chiyochi fiercely, Chiyo Anqing suppressed his thoughts and said with a serious expression, "Mukong, tell me the cause and process of the incident. That person's name is Liu, and he works at the Starry Sky auction house." The prisoner was cold, and in a few words, it stated the matter again. "You mean? Just one look at that arm, and your spiritual pupil was completely destroyed?" Chiyo Anqing frowned. His expression changed constantly, and he finally realized the seriousness of the problem. To do this, the owner of that arm is likely to be the 10th level strong. As for the higher level, he dared not think about it. After all, only 2 old ancestors had the entire prisoner a prisoner, and the cultivation reached the 10th level. Liu has not yet come out of the heavenly prison. That place cannot hold a rank 10 warrior. I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. Chiyo Anqing thought for a moment. Then he had an idea and summoned the Imperial Army guarding the Imperial City. There's no point in thinking about this here. Let's go to the heavenly prison to meet Liu. 11. You are mentally prepared. If you really have caused the 10th level strong, you will be self-telled. The corner of Chiyochi's mouth twitched. This meant that he had to take on the responsibility alone and get rid of Chiyo Mukong. Chiyo Anqing led the strong men and the army and headed straight for the heavenly prison. In the empty hall, the light suddenly dimmed and a figure appeared out of nowhere. These little guys are really worrying. After all, it disappeared like a ghost. And behind the troops, he also stepped into sky. The fog rolled, just like the heavenly soldiers. The prisoner led the army and appeared deep in the jail. The figure was looming in the dark mist. His eyes looked down, and he saw an incredible scene. On top of the towering black pyramid, a figure was sitting cross-legged, and on the boundless ground, there were figures of various sizes kneeling. Is this still the unruly evil criminals? Chiyo Anqing was shocked. The reason why the Empire imprisoned these criminals, instead of killing them, was to subdue them, and use them for its own benefit. After all, 9th-rank warriors were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. It was a pity to kill them like this. They were unmoved by the threats and inducements of the Empire, and would rather be imprisoned for millions of years than surrender. But at this moment, they knelt on the ground obediently like a group of dogs. Is this person the master of the arm? Bai Donglin looked up slowly and intersects with the prisoner. The latter's pupils were shrinking, and the consciousness was like a candle in the wind, and it would go out at any time. Buzz! The fog was torn, and a figure stepped out, instantly appearing in front of the prisoner's darkness, blocking Bai Donglin's gaze. Who? Old ancestor. Why are you here? The prisoner was dark and cold sweat stains. May I ask who you are? I am from the Prison Bird Empire. Please forgive me if I have offended you. There is no need to argue with me. The prisoner did not ignore the prisoner, but looked at Bai Donglin solemnly. He even could not see the other person's reality. This was a strong man who was not under him. Prison Dragon is one of the 2 ancestors of the Prison Bird Empire. He has existed for a very long time, and is a 10th level veteran powerhouse. You, stay on the side first. Bai Donglin just glanced at it, and then looked back. It was more important to implement these weak chickens. It was still the first step in implementing his own plan. You? Prisoner Dragon frowned, anger rising in his eyes. They were all at the same level as him, but they ignored him. Moreover, they were on his territory. This was really too much. As soon as he was about to make a lot, the prisoner dragon suddenly stagnated. After looking at Bai Donglin's body, his expression changed for a while, and finally was replaced by the extreme fear. I saw a colorful divine light shining behind Bai Donglin's head. Time and space were distorted, and an extremely vast and terrifying vision, with no visible boundaries, spread madly across the infinite world of gods and demons. Among the unlimited spiritual world of one side, there are towering figures standing slowly, crossing step by step, and coming to this world. Hundreds of thousands of people from the 10 realms gathered together, and the terrifying and complex auras intertwined in rows, making the void a mess. Hey! Uncle Ben finally came out. Suck! Is this the breath of freedom? Really incense. Amitabha. Shiwu. You are right. I bet. This is definitely the place where the gambling saint, rose to prominence. The prisoner dragon's eyes were snow white, and his pupils had shrunk and disappeared. as if a large hand was tightly pinching his neck. And he couldn't utter a complete bite. Why did he have seen such scenes? 10th level. All are 10th level strong. Crazy. Crazy. Am I in a dream? Hearing the dragon's frantic roar, everyone was stunned. Then, their faces turned pale, and their mouths subconsciously opened to the limit. It's over. I will rest. The prisoner was soft. His mind had lost his ability to think. But he flashed his own pictures over and over again. TSK. What a bunch of ignorant fools. This outside world is not as scary as we imagined. There was a flash of disdain in Zai's eyes. And then he looked at Bai Donglin and continued, My lord. According to your plan. Let's start. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. The next moment, hundreds of thousands of clones all had solemn expressions, raised their palms like knives, and slashed fiercely towards their own eyebrows. Cut yourself with a sword. Cut the way. Cut off the magical power. Cut. Chop. Chop. An invisible blade flashed by, and the realm and aura of the avatars suddenly dropped madly. From the 10th realm to the 1st realm, Dao Wuzhong has found out the way forward. And the general direction of the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon has been determined. Naturally, all the clones must be rebuilt to open up the infinite spiritual orifice of one yuan. Because of the immortality, it is not easy to reach the state of self-destruction. The body must always maintain a high intensity of self-destruction to suppress the power of recovery. Once the realm is recultivated, you can slowly release the suppression of recovery. The realm is gone, but the cultivation experience, the heart of Tao, and the will are still there. No matter which clone it is, the speed of cultivation will be faster than that of Bai Donglin at the beginning. When Prisoner Dragon saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. He had worked hard for countless years to cultivate the 10th level power. But someone else just killed it cleanly without even blinking an eye. Moreover, more than 100,000 people gathered to kill Dao. This situation is simply insane and outrageous. Walk. The clone that had just cut through the realm did not stop, but turned into a series of afterimages and shot into the deep sea of the minds of the group of extremely evil prisoners below. If you observe carefully, you will find that these prisoners all have various systems in them. The godly rich system, the killing system, the point adding system, the evolution system, the sword drawing 30 trillion times system. There are many varieties, and they cover various fields. Chapter 711, Compensation with Land. Hee. As expected, it's still hard to escape death. The hundreds of thousands of prisoners that were parasitized by the clones in the Sea of Gods were all burning with blazing golden flames from the inside out. The naked eye could see that the divine light in their eyes slowly returned to silence, and their wills were shaken and turned into nothingness. Before being on the verge of absolute annihilation, the prisoners either laughed miserably or roared madly. What's worse, some even tried to control the last embers of the rules and launched a futile attack on Bai Donglin. A bunch of wretches. Bai Donglin had an indifferent expression. He lightly tapped his fingers and invisible thread shot out, connecting with the prisoner's eyebrows. With extremely delicate means, he severed the timeline, cause and effect line, fate trajectory of the dying prisoners, and grafted them onto his many clones seamlessly. Naturally, he looked down upon these prisoners, who were only in the 9th realm. He went to so much trouble just to get his clone out of the status of a legal household, and to have a verifiable time file in the long river of time and space. This is the most appropriate roundabout method at the moment. The clone is relatively independent, and exists between heaven and earth. It is a complete individual life. Before its timeline is converged, it is impossible to share the only time origin with him. In this harsh world, without a legal identity, it is difficult to move forward. If he makes the slightest noise, he will be targeted by the space-time administration, which will be detrimental to his implementation of his subsequent plans. This devil. He won't let us go. Kill him. This is our only chance to survive. The bizarre and tragic deaths of hundreds of thousands of prisoners caused the psychological defenses of the remaining extremely vicious prisoners to completely collapse. They were going to die anyway, and the ruthlessness in their hearts could not help but burn fiercely. Kill. Some of the prisoners had bloodshot eyes, burning everything into bright beams of light that shot madly towards the pyramid. Seeing this, Bai Donglin did not move at all, but just glanced over. And those light beams containing brutal and destructive power were compressed into an abstract line segment and sucked into his dark pupils. In the deepest part of the eyes, the boundless vortex of chaos turned slightly, and everything about the prisoner was transformed into pure energy, contributing to the spiritual world. Destroy. Boundless despair spreads rampantly in the hearts of the evil prisoners. With nowhere to escape, they can only give it a try and choose self-annihilation. Ah! The prisoner who chose to commit suicide and escape before his body was completely burned had a big prisoner character suddenly flashing between his brows. Then a forbidden force burst out, completely erasing the remaining traces of his will and cutting off his chance of resurrection. The Heavenly Prison Seal is a forbidden spell specially created by the Prison Bird Empire for these 9th level prisoners. It was created by a 10th level ancestor in order to cut off their means of self-destruction and escape. The way of cultivation in this world is almost the same as that in the prison world. Even the division of realms is exactly the same, divided into 13 realms in total. When one reaches the 9th realm, one will still be able to refine the rules and cultivate the divine power particles of spiritual duality. The remnants of will are indestructible, and with the help of a little divine power particles, one can also be perfectly resurrected. The difference is that they have more cultivation systems and powerful innate abilities that can greatly shorten the time of cultivation. It is a means of breeding strong people in batches, and comes from the source of information. After a while, the dust settled and all the prisoners who had committed the most heinous crimes were killed. The remaining honest people who were framed and imprisoned were also terrified. They knelt on the ground trembling with fear, not daring to raise their heads. He was completely shocked by Donglin's terrifying murderous intent. Gulu, this boss is too awesome. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of thousands of 9th level warriors were turned into ashes. Li Yu's expression was shocked. His throat rolled up and down, and he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He stared at the figure on the pyramid with infinite admiration. Not long ago, the great general of the empire that he had caught a glimpse of at the auction house was only of the 9th rank. But such a strong man was as fragile as an ant in front of the big boss. The prisoners, whose everything was taken away by the clone, lost their aura and their divine power dissipated, transforming into balls of light floating in the void. Faintly, figures could be seen emerging from them. Let me give you a helping hand again. Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. He raised his hand and waved it, collecting all the light balls into the spiritual world. In the deep sea of chaos, as his thoughts urged, endless chaotic energy poured into the light balls. Chaos body, doubt body, innate holy body, body of all demons, primordial immortal body, eternal and immortal holy body. Although your physique cannot determine anything, it can speed up your breakthrough in the early stages of cultivation and give birth to a one-element god and demon sooner. After doing all this, Donglin nodded with satisfaction. The chaotic energy can be said to be the source of all things. It was easy for him to personally create these physiques that suit the characteristics of each clone. What are you still doing standing there? He raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the army of prisoner birds that were looming in the fog. It was no wonder that they were so tactless. Even Prisoner Dragon was so shocked by what was happening before his eyes that his mind went blank. Not to mention his younger brothers. Prisoner Anshin. I don't like looking up when talking to people. Before he finished speaking, the heaven and earth responded. A terrifying force that banned the sky suddenly appeared, and the army of prisoner birds suddenly fell uncontrollably. Even the 10th level prisoner dragon was powerless to resist. Boom! The earth trembled, and countless deep pits were created by the dense human figures like meteors. Ahem. Sir, please calm down. Sir, please calm down. The imprisoned dragon came to his senses, crawled out of the deep pit, and kept bowing to Donglin, with cold sweat on his face. By now, he understood that the bird prisoner empire had hit a wall this time. This lord was definitely not just a 10th level warrior. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain the hundreds of thousands of 10th level warriors. You bastard. Why don't you get over here right now? Prison Dragon's eyebrows twitched. The prison bird empire was at a critical moment of life and death, and he had no time to care about protecting his cubs. With a wave of his hand, he took the 3 prisoners, Xiao Anqing, Xiao Miekong and Xiao Qi, directly to the bottom of the pyramid, and used his aura to press them down, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Haha. Interesting. I am not a rude and unreasonable person. It is just that you, the prison bird empire, are too overbearing and have arrested my good disciple Li Yu and imprisoned him in this prison without any reason. If I hadn't broken through the barrier and woke up in time, my poor disciple would have died long ago. Li Yu, who was standing with his head bowed, suddenly raised his head when he heard the words. The surprise in his eyes was shining brightly. Without any hesitation, he knelt down like pushing a mountain and falling jade, banging his head on the ground and howling like crying for his parents. Woo woo woo. Master, You have to help me. I feel wronged. I have no grudges against the bird prison empire. I have been a law-abiding person since I was a child. I have never stepped on an ant to death. But they caught me and tortured me in every way. Especially the 11th prince. He actually said that he would kill all 10 of my clans. Master, the prison bird empire actually wants to kill you. What a vicious heart. Woo woo woo. Liu knocked his head so hard that the earth seemed to be shattered. And he cried so hard that tears streamed down his face. Bai Donglin's face turned dark. But a smile flashed in his eyes. This Liu was quite interesting. He was shameless enough. But also had good sense. Qiulong's expression kept changing. And Qiuqi and others who were kneeling on the ground looked even paler. Their mouths trembling. But they couldn't utter a word. How? How should you? The prison bird empire. Compensate me. Being stared at by Bai Donglin with indifferent eyes. Prisoner Dragon's body trembled, and he couldn't help wailing in his heart. It seemed that if he didn't bleed again, he would really be unable to make it. Sir, we know we are wrong. And we will leave it to you to deal with us. Prisoner Dragon bowed deeply, and hid his dark face in the shadows. Very good. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Then slowly stood up. Put his hands behind his back. And said in a cold tone, the majesty of the strong should not be offended. Since you have a good attitude in admitting your mistakes, I will give up the idea of destroying your country. It just so happens that I am traveling abroad and need a place to stay. I think your empire is not bad. What? When Prisoner Dragon heard this, his figure froze. Was he going to completely take over the Prisoner Bird Empire? Has a problem? The terrifying aura roared down. And the dragon prisoner was stimulated by it. He woke up instantly, and shook his head repeatedly. I dare not. I dare not. I will obey you. Sir. Well, my anger has subsided. But the grievance in my disciple's heart has not yet dissipated. After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed. And 3 complicated scarlet Taoist characters shot out, and were directly imprinted on the brows of the 3 prisoners. Qiu Anqing and others. Don't you like to take advantage of the power of the empire to arrest innocent people at will? I will treat you in your own way. From now on, the 3 of you will be my disciples' slaves. Life and death depend entirely on his whim. Liu, who was still crying, stood up instantly, with a proud look on his face. After a little perception, he found a rune in his mind, which was closely connected with the Taoist runes on the eyebrows of the 3 people. He even knew their current thoughts clearly. Thank you, Master. Liu looked solemn and bowed respectfully. Then he looked up, and his cold gaze met Qiuqi's. Qiuqi was terrified. The shadow of death suddenly appeared in his mind. He was about to beg for mercy. But it was too late. Die! No! As Liu's mind moved, the Dao text between Qiuqi's eyebrows suddenly began to burn fiercely. And endless scarlet flames gushed out, completely burning his body, soul, consciousness, and all traces of his existence into nothingness. Ha ha ha! It feels so good. Liu laughed loudly towards the sky. All the frustration he had been feeling all along disappeared in an instant. He suddenly felt his mind become clear, and his state of mind showed signs of loosening. Bai Donglin nodded secretly. A man should avenge his enemies, and complain about his grievances when he is born into this world. This Qiuqi had committed many evil things. So it was a worthy death for him. The corners of the prisoner's eyes twitched, and he dared not say a word. He could only suppress his agitated emotions, and bury his head. Great kill. Those prisoners who were framed and imprisoned looked very pleased when they saw this. It was obvious that they were extremely resentful towards the prison bird royal family. Come on. Take me to see my palace. Bai Donglin stepped lightly, and a huge crack appeared in the sky prison from bottom to top. From the sea of stars, endless light shines down, illuminating this dark place. Chapter 712, The Tao of the Heavens. Clang. An extremely heavy door, engraved with Taoist patterns and pictures, and surrounded by the sun, moon and stars, was slowly pushed open. Suddenly, endless precious light shot up into the sky, illuminating the dark night sky with a bright white glow. Sir, this is the treasury of the prison bird empire. All the resources and treasures accumulated over countless years are stored here. There was a flash of pain in Prisoner Dragon's eyes. Looking at Bai Donglin's back, he almost cried in his heart. But he still forced a smile. Not bad. Bai Donglin nodded, stepped into the treasury, and looked up. Countless treasures were shining with divine light. Golden elixirs were flying everywhere. Top-grade spiritual stones and immortal crystals were like stars, floating in the void. The winding river of spiritual liquid had no end in sight. I'm new here, and have nothing with me. I'd like to ask you to take some treasures with me. Is that okay with you? Xiaolong? No. No problem. Please take it. Sir! The corners of Prisoner Dragon's mouth twitched, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying, and his fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly. Xiaolong. You're a pretty good person. You're quite open-minded. As he spoke, Bai Donglin slowly spread out his palms, and a chaotic vortex emerged. With a sudden spin, the entire treasure house space was pulled and began to collapse. The prisoner dragon only felt a flash of white light before his eyes, and the extremely vast treasure house space, carrying all the treasures and resources, turned into a ball of light and was sucked into the vortex in his palm. Good. So cruel. The treasury space of the prison bird empire is millions of light years long and wide, and the countless resources piled up in it were actually packed up and taken away. Sir! This? What? You told me to take whatever I wanted, but you changed your mind so soon? Bai Donglin's expression turned cold, which made Prisoner Long's heart tremble, and he hurriedly explained. My lord, please don't misunderstand me. It's just that these treasures and resources do not all belong to the prison bird empire. Every 10,000 years, we pay tribute to our direct superior, the Tianqian divine realm. You took away all the national treasury, which makes it very difficult for us to do anything. Okay, I get it now. Bai Donglin nodded, turned around and walked out. How could he vomit out the food that had gone into his stomach? What the L is the Tianan divine realm to him? Just come find him if you dare. It is indeed a complete universe, with endless years of accumulation, and it is really rich. A mere prison bird empire has plundered such a huge amount of resources, and it has to pay tribute every 10,000 years. These cosmic kingdoms are very interesting. Bai Donglin walked while thinking to himself. He was not worried that what he did would attract the attention of the source of the information. The supreme being who has entered the 12th realm no longer has much interest in these external things. After all, he can create something out of nothing with his will, and the universe with his thoughts. How could he lack these things? Not to mention the 12th realm. Even the 11th realm does not rely too much on these external things. For them, the improvement of realm perception is the most important thing. But he is special, because in order to nurture the spiritual world, his desire for resources is endless. Even if he breaks through to the 13th level. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, glanced at the absent-minded prisoner dragon, and said, Xiaolong, besides you, isn't there another 10th realm master in your prisoner bird empire? Why doesn't he come to see me? The 11th realm can peek into the timeline and easily learn this information, which is considered omniscience to some extent. But this is not an emergency situation, and he does not want to maintain that godly state all the time, which would lose a lot of fun. Reporting to the Lord, my eldest brother is not in the empire at the moment. He is going to the divine realm on behalf of the empire, and together with the adults of Tianqian, he is going to the ancient Hanxian dynasty to attend an important meeting. Qiolong suppressed his tangled thoughts and did not dare to hide anything, and confessed everything. Oh! Bai Donglin's expression moved, and he suddenly thought of something. That was some information he glimpsed when he broke through and looked across the long river of time and space. The important meeting you mentioned, isn't it referring to matters concerning the Daoyan of the heavens? That's right. It's the Tao of the universe that happens once every small period of time. This is the most important event in the world right now. Everything else must give way to it. Yinji is a unified unit of expression for time scale used by all the heavens. 1,000 instants make up 1 breath. 900 breaths make up 1/4 of an hour. 8/4 of an hour make up 1 hour. 12 hours make up 1 day. 365 days make up 1 year. 1 trillion years make up 1 small era. And 10,000 small eras make up 1 large era. This is the unified measurement of time in all the heavens. It is said that there are even larger time units above the Daoyan era. But this kind of thing is no longer something that ordinary beings need to know. Only the strong who jump out of time need to use those units, and use them to measure the endless years they have spent. Time, for beings above the 11th realm, is something dispensable. The Tao of the heavens. A thoughtful look flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. He only took a quick glance at this thing, but he sensed that those supreme beings, the space-time administration, the source of information, etc., all attached great importance to it. Obviously, there must be something extraordinary in this, which attracted the attention of the 12 realms. Xiaolong, tell me everything you know about the Tao of the heavens. Yes. Prisoner Dragon straightened his expression. Although he was puzzled as to why this gentleman would ask about such a well-known matter, he did not dare to think too much. After organizing his words, he continued, as we all know, the heavens are not the only heaven and earth, but are infinite. Each has its own characteristics, but they are all vast and boundless, nurturing endless creatures and hosting many supreme beings. These endless heavens are not static. They converge into an indescribable vortex. The vortex of the heavens as a whole is rotating clockwise, making an eternal rotation. However, the vortex of the heavens to which the black disaster belongs is doing the opposite counterclockwise movement. In this terrifying vortex, the endless heavens are moving irregularly. Although the general direction is being pulled by the vortex, there is no regularity in a small range. Bai Donglin nodded secretly when he heard this, not to mention the information he had observed in the long river of time and space. He had already seen the details of the vortex of the heavens through the scene of the brand in the 8-colored battle monument. One white, one black, an indescribable vast vortex, entangled and strangled each other for endless years. The universe we are in will collide with the neighboring universes every small epoch. The wills of the respective great ways will intersect at that time, causing unspeakable changes. This is the Tao of the heavens. Prisoner Dragon narrowed his eyes slightly. His emotions were agitated, and his tone was a little hot as he continued. It is said that this all heavens Tao Yin involves the mysteries of the 13 realms. So the supreme source of information, they attach so much importance to this matter. If it was during this grand event, as he spoke, Prisoner Dragon's eyes gradually became blurred, and he became absent-minded, falling into some kind of fantasy. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, looking speechless. This guy really has lofty ambitions. He is still a long way from the 11th realm, but he has already started to imagine the realm of transcendence. This guy is really more dreamy than him. Hee hee. My lord. My lord. Prisoner Dragon came back to his senses, wiped the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth, looked around, but there was no sign of Bai Donglin. Shu Tian Dao Yin. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, you will have to wait another trillion years. This is really too long. Bai Donglin returned to the bird prison temple, sat cross-legged on the throne, frowning and thinking. He is not like a caged bird, dreaming of the secret of transcendence. He knows his own weight. Not to mention that he doesn't know what the so-called secret is. Even if he knows it, how can he compete with those beings who have already set foot on the other side of eternity? His eyes saw something behind this matter. The heavens collided, and the will of the Great Way converged. Could he take this opportunity to cross the boundaries of the heavens? His observer will state can break through the absolute blockade of war. Logically speaking, it is not impossible to lurk in the will of the Tao and cross the boundary. Without special channels, with his current strength, he cannot break through the wall of heavens and cross over to other heavens. This ability is probably only possessed by beings above the 12th realm. Scatter the clones into other heavens, leaving behind resurrection anchor points, and I can travel back and forth at will. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly, and his mind frantically deduced the probability of success. If this were successful, it would be of extraordinary significance. More worlds mean more resources, as well as endless knowledge and information, and even the ability to find traces of those transcendent beings. This will be of great help to him in breaking through the realm and nurturing infinite spiritual intelligence. This matter still needs to be carefully considered. We only have one chance, and we must make sure it is foolproof. After making the decision in his heart, Bai Donglin's eyes suddenly became extremely firm. This was his character. He was afraid of not having a goal. Once he had a goal, he would accomplish it even if he had to use all means and overcome thousands of obstacles. Just like how he originally planned to break through the wall. There are still more than 10 million years before the opening of the Tao of the Heavens, which is enough time for me to complete the layout. Bai Donglin tapped the armrest of the throne with his fingers. His eyes were deep, dark and cold, and one could vaguely see a nebula vortex spinning violently deep in his eyes. Liu. The clear whisper was instantly transmitted thousands of miles away. Liu's figure paused, and he immediately controlled the prisoner Anqing next to him and took him to break through the void and leave. Disciple greets master. Liu knelt in the spacious hall, watching the figure on the throne with the corner of his eyes. Kid. Now that I've said it, there's no reason to take it back. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. With his all-seeing eyes, he saw the uneasiness in Liu's heart. From now on, you are my disciple. Remember? Above you, there is a senior sister and a senior brother. Liu's body shook. His fists clenched violently. and hot tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. He banged his head 9 times, hitting the hard ground heavily. Cracks on the skull spread and blood flowed. Disciple Liu. Low to Master. This world is so vast, and yet so cruel. He, who is as small as an ant, finally has a place to settle down. Master, may I ask what is the honorific title of our sect? Bai Donglin slowly stood up and looked at the starry sky with a deep and bright gaze. Bai Yujing. The white jade capital in the sky. The faint words are imprinted on the long river of time and space, and will last forever. Chapter 713 Fulfilling the Promise. The white jade capital in the heaven. Above the heavens? The sect that our master belongs to is just like him. So domineering. Liu muttered secretly in his heart. The light in his eyes became hotter and hotter. The heaven and earth are so vast. And there are so many supreme forces in the world. Those who dare to use such a name must have the power to suppress everything. He had never heard of Bai Yujing. It should be some kind of top hidden force that ordinary people could not reach. There must be many people like his master. Or even stronger than him. In the sect. Right? Glancing at Liu, who was daydreaming. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. This boy really dared to think so. Although there are some errors, there is no need to correct them. It is only a matter of time before Bai Yujing surpasses the heavens. Liu, what kind of skills are you practicing now? Reporting to Master. What I am practicing is the Red Tiger Devouring Demon Sutra, which is a 10th level treasure book obtained from the system. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, and he saw a red tiger with its neck stretched out and roaring behind Liu. It was quite majestic, and it was a treasure book for physical cultivation. Just barely. But it's enough for you now. Liu is pitifully weak. After practicing for 1,000 years, he has just broken through to the 5th level. To some extent, the system has restricted his talent for practice. There is a shortcut in front of him. The system. But he does not have the capital to obtain the antiques. Even his will to give it a try is worn away by his reliance on the system. Neither high nor low. This is exactly what Liu used to be like. In the early stages of cultivation. Below the 9th realm. You haven't even touched upon the power of rules. You are just laying the foundation. I have nothing to teach you. I am too lazy to teach you those little tricks. When you become a god or demon, come and accept my inheritance. Liu felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. But then he realized that the inheritance that his master was interested in, which could only be touched by the 9th level, must be extremely powerful. Why bother about the gains and losses in front of you? What comes later is good. Liu adjusted his mentality instantly and kowtowed respectfully. Disciple obeys your command. I will practice hard and advance to the realm of gods and demons as soon as possible. Bai Donglin was quite satisfied with Liu's performance, as he knew when to advance and when to retreat, and understood gains and losses. Good. Make good use of your innate system. It won't take much time in the early stages of cultivation. The system was created by someone, so there is a lot of potential to be tapped. Having reached the realm of the source of information, calling its name or imagining its shape will all be reflected in his heart. Naturally, Bai Donglin will not make such a low-level mistake. Liu scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. The system was not as powerful as his master said. Without the antique, it would be a vampire ready to take his life at any time. The nameless stone tablet had already been taken away by his master, and he was too embarrassed to ask for it back. Liu, do you know what profession your system is best suited for? Seeing through the other party's thoughts, Bai Donglin stretched out his hand, took out a small white jade tower, threw it into the hall, and it instantly grew to a height of 10,000 feet. You are suitable to be a gatekeeper. From now on, you will guard the treasure house for Bai Yujing. I grant you ownership of the treasures inside. Bai Donglin had once been deeply involved in Liu's system, and was familiar with its operating rules. Naturally, he understood that he needed to own the treasure in order to absorb the time value. Even if it was just a verbal promise. Liu was dumbfounded. His eyes passed through the portal of the Jade Tower, and saw the mountains of treasures in the vast space. The system in his head kept beeping and buzzing. Thank you so much, Master. I love guarding the gate the most in my life. As for the sect's treasure house, just leave it to me without worry. Go ahead. Yes. Liu kowtowed, then crawled into the Jade Tower, where he was dazzled by the glittering treasures. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly. A thoughtful look flashed across his face. The essence of the system is to use information editing to create abnormal rules. Well, it's a bit weird. And it also has the shadow of SCP containment. It's just that it is controllable. and is tightly controlled by the source of information of its creator. Abnormal information and abnormal rules are allowed to grow freely in this huge experimental field. Is this breeding poison? No. It's not that extreme. For the host and the source of information, this is a win-win transaction. One party gains power, and the other party gains experimental data. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, not daring to think too deeply. Only a few thoughts flashed through his virtual personality, but they were never revealed in his conscious thinking, thus preventing him from sympathizing with the source of information. He raised his head to take a look at Li Yu, who was in high spirits, and then paid no more attention to him. The treasures in the Jade Tower were all taken from the prison bird treasury, and the fairy crystals and spiritual liquids were naturally digested by him. He also looked down upon these low-level treasures. Before swallowing them, he let Li Yu make use of them and squeeze out their remaining value. Prisoner of dark life. Right? Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Prisoner Anshin, who was used as a mount by Li Yu, and had been prostrating himself on the ground since he appeared, with his 5 senses closed. My lord, you are wise, but I am the prisoner of darkness. Qiu Anqing heard the voice ringing in his mind, and his heart was relieved. He opened the blockade of his 5 senses and kowtowed respectfully. From being a pampered prince of an empire who controlled the vast star fields, to being a submissive slave, Qiu Anqing adapted to such a huge change in identity very quickly. This shows that he has a clear understanding of the cruelty of this world. Maybe he had once been humble in the immortal dynasty of the divine realm, so he was so skilled. Bai Donglin looked at Qiu Anqing with curiosity in his eyes. He was not curious about Qiu Anqing himself, but where he came from. Qiu Anqing, you just came down from the battlefield? Qiu Anqing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Bai Donglin to ask about this. Then he reached into his arms and took out a black iron token with a number on it. Reporting to the Lord, I have indeed just returned from the battlefield. According to the service rules of the Code of Life, I still have 370,000 years before I can retire. I received a message from my 7th sister this time, so I specially used the home visit leave that is granted once every 10,000 years. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Even though this Qiu Anqing looked so cowardly now, he was actually very strong. His cultivation had reached the 9th level, and he was also a veteran. Which battlefield do you belong to? Who are you serving? Sir, I am serving in a parallel universe numbered Binghai 775. I am currently fighting in the Howling Abyss battlefield, and am affiliated with the Black Prison Army. Howling Abyss battlefield. A terrifying battlefield where the Black Disaster is fought head-on. The corners of Bai Donglin's mouth rose slightly, and excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. Every time he became rich and rose, it was inseparable from lore. It can be said that going to the battlefield was like going home. He loved going to the battlefield very much. How long will your vacation last? Qiuan suddenly raised his head and looked at Bai Donglin in disbelief. A hint of life flashed in his dull eyes. The Code of Life stipulates that no one may interfere with the implementation of the service regulations or prevent living beings from going to the battlefield on time, unless the living being dies accidentally. What Bai Donglin meant was to let him go back to the battlefield, not to kill him. My lord, there are still 3 years left. According to the regulations, as long as I am not dead, I must return to the battlefield after 3 years. 3 years? Bai Donglin nodded slightly. There was still some time left. Just enough time to deal with some things. Very well. Before you return to the battlefield, come and see me. I will go to the Howling Abyss with you. Thank you. Sir. Qiu Anqing forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart, bowed respectfully, and slowly left the hall. I am a prisoner of Mekong, and I would like to see you. Sir. Not long after Qiu Anqing left, Xiao Mekong came to ask for a meeting. Apparently, she had got some information from her brother. Enter. Xiao Mekong was dressed in plain clothes. Her face was pale, and the Taoist text between her eyebrows was as red as blood. She lacked the former grace and coldness, and looked a little sickly and weak. She didn't have different thoughts, but this was the same at this time. And she seduced a supreme strong? Saint Anne. My lord. Xiao Mekong knelt on the ground, bowed his head respectfully, and performed his manners meticulously. What is it? Jumping out at this time was nothing more than the purpose of survival. Bai Donglin asked even though he knew the answer. He wanted to see what method this little guy would use to impress him. Sir, I heard that you are interested in all kinds of rare treasures. I came to see you because I want to present you with my treasures. After saying that, she flipped her jade hand and took out 3 things, placing them in order in the hall. This is the Chinquan Jade Gourd, an innate spiritual treasure. It contains a vast space and an endless sea of 5-colored wine. This wine is extremely good, although it is of no great use to you, sir. It is good for quenching your thirst. Bai Donglin looked down and saw through the jade gourd. This so-called innate spiritual treasure was probably from some low-level prehistoric place. Its grade was only that of a top-grade immortal weapon, not as good as a real ancient weapon. The 5-colored sea of wine, saying it is inexhaustible, is just an illusion. Although it has the effect of cleansing the marrow, it is useless to him, and can only be used to quench his thirst. Seeing that Bai Donglin was unmoved, Xiao Miekong paused and pointed to another treasure. My lord, this egg contains a saint-level Zerg queen, which can be cultivated into a Zerg queen comparable to the 10th level. If there are enough resources, it can provide a continuous supply of low-level cannon fodder. Another useless thing. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. If he had the resources, couldn't he use them himself? He was almost crazy to use them to feed these ants. Xiao Miekong showed a forced smile, her expression somewhat gloomy. Yes, the things she regarded as treasures were probably no different from dirt in the eyes of adults. Forcing himself to cheer up, Xiao Miekong picked up the last treasure, which looked like a crystal ball, with both hands. This thing is a small, primitive universe, with an internal space spanning tens of millions of light years. Most importantly, it gave birth to a unique life form. It is a mechanical creature called silicon-based life. Its civilization has developed to level 9. Although its scientific and technological achievements are far inferior to those of the outside world, they still have some merits. After saying this, Xiao Miekong knelt down again, with his forehead pressed against the ground, as if waiting for the verdict. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and he saw through everything about Xiao Miekong. Everything she had done since her birth was vivid in his mind. To say that this woman is a big villain, she is not really one of them, at least compared with the most vicious prisoners in the Sky Prison. There is no thought of him personally killing her. The evil things she did were nothing more than plotting to steal treasures. Because of her noble birth, there were not many treasures that could make her want to take action. The reason why she took action to capture Li Yu was probably because of her spiritual pupil talent, which enabled her to sense some abnormalities in the nameless stone tablet, which gave her evil intentions. Imprison Miekong. I have handed you over to Li Yu for disposal. Now, I will naturally not interfere. Whether you live or die depends on what my disciple thinks. Hearing Bai Donglin's words, Xiao Miekong's face turned even paler. In her opinion, Li Yu would definitely kill her when he had enough fun with her. But, Bai Donglin paused and continued. As far as I know, Li Yu has a blind and lame uncle on Jiming Star, whom he values very much. If you can find a way to cure his stubborn illness, Li Yu might stop being angry with you. When Xiao Miekong heard this, her dull eyes suddenly brightened up, as if she had grasped a life-saving straw. The most important thing was that this suggestion was made by Bai Donglin. Otherwise, she would not dare to contact Li Yu's uncle without permission. Thank you for your advice, sir. Go ahead. Bai Donglin raised his hand and tore the void, throwing Xiao Miekong out. Then, he took the 3 gadgets on the ground in his hands and looked towards the crystal ball universe. Everything inside came into his mind. Silicon-based life? Isn't this just an enhanced version of the Autobots? Interesting. He scanned the universe, but did not find the blue planet he had imagined. In this small universe, there was only a single intelligent life form. The mechanical creatures. Endless mechanical life forms live in this small universe for various purposes. In their eyes, the universe they live in is everything known and unknown. However, they did not know that they were only living in a crystal ball, which was being held in the palm of the hand and played with by a supreme being. Level 9 civilization is not bad. Once we break through to level 10, we will be able to see through the truth of the universe and begin to explore the outside world. Bai Donglin weighed the crystal ball. The 9th level of technological civilization was actually not low. The blue planet where he lived in his previous life had a very low level of civilization. It had not even mastered nuclear fusion. The large number of political regimes made it impossible to unify the power of civilization. The meaningless internal friction led to extremely slow technological development, which could barely be considered a level 0.7 civilization. At this moment, I am observing a civilization in my palm. Is there any existence that is also observing me? Not too possible. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. The trick of nesting dolls has lost its meaning here. The transcendent ones have transcended everything. Where they exist, who else can surpass them? The development of civilization still needs external stimulation to make rapid progress. As he spoke, Bai Donglin threw the holy level Zerg Queen's egg into the cosmic space inside the crystal ball. The upper limit of the Queen Mother is level 10. But it takes a long time for her to grow and develop. The mechanical creature civilization is not far from advancing to level 10. Both sides are of the type that can produce large numbers of troops. Whoever enters the 10th realm first will survive. Bai Donglin casually threw the crystal ball onto the throne. His expression returned to solemnity. He took out the nameless stone tablet, gently placed it on his legs, and stared intently at the blurry figure. At this moment, there was no foreign object in his body, because he wanted to leave this place temporarily. With his hands clasped together, a strand of hair slowly fell. Destruction. Bai Donglin's figure disappeared in an instant. The nameless stone tablet fell on the empty throne, and his hair fell on it. The only true world is deep in the monument world. Dao Wuzhong, who was in meditation, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the void in front of him, which was rippling for a while. And then a figure suddenly appeared. Then deity, you are here. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. His will spread silently, and in just a moment, it enveloped the entire only true world. Looking at the vast and prosperous world, and the many familiar and friendly figures, Bai Donglin's eyes softened and his mood became much happier. My lord, do you need to use the Ring of Time and Space? The Ring of Time and Space is the only remaining source of time and space in this world. It is obvious that Dao Wuzhong knows what Bai Donglin is going to do when he suddenly comes back. No need. You have never reached my current state, so you will not understand that my true self has sole control over time. Bai Donglin smiled and shook his head to reject Dao Wuzhong's proposal. Your strength. A hint of surprise emerged in Bai Donglin's heart. Even though he had tried his best to overestimate Dao Wuzhong, it seemed that he had miscalculated at this moment. The aura emanating from his body made him feel very difficult. Before I traveled to ancient times, roughly speaking, I have been practicing for nearly 3 trillion years. It is reasonable that the spiritual world is a billion times stronger. That makes sense. Bai Donglin nodded slightly to show his agreement. This is a very good signal, which shows that our idea is correct. The infinitely amplified God-conceiving and demon-forging scripture can indeed break the shackles of realm. Wuxing, you should practice well. I estimate that when my willpower advances to the level of creating something out of nothing, I will be able to carry you. The voice became vague, and before he finished speaking, Bai Donglin's figure disappeared. I'm looking forward to that day. Dao Wuzhong slowly closed his eyes, held the Ring of Time and Space in his hand, and immersed himself in cultivation again. Crash. The invisible and formless Styx River appears and disappears behind him, transporting dimensional power from the outer dimension at every moment. If you perceive carefully, you will find that the outer dimension has shrunk to less than half. The Bai family's ancestral home is at Shalwi Mountain. The void rippled slightly, and Bai Donglin took a step out of it. His sight fell on the lonely grave surrounded by everlasting flowers on the edge of the cliff. Mother! He reached out and gently stroked the stone tablet. His eyes filled with complex emotions. This was the resting place of his biological mother, Qingning, whom he had never met. Is this just the kinship that comes from blood? In Bai Donglin's previous life, he was an orphan who grew up eating in hundreds of homes and had no parents. He was accidentally born into this world, and because of his extremely powerful soul, he exhausted his mother's life source, causing her to die in childbirth. It can be said that Qingning used her life in exchange for Bai Donglin. The old lady once told him that, at the beginning, when all kinds of medicines could not make up for Qingning's essence deficiency, she suggested that Qingning give up the fetus in her belly to save her life, but was rejected without hesitation. He is my child, my flesh and blood. Even if I have to die, I want him to be born safe and healthy. Sister, if I die, please take good care of my child. Sister, please tell my child that I love him. I am not afraid of death. I just regret that I can't watch him grow up. Whenever he recalled these words, Bai Donglin felt his eyes soar. Although his mother was just an ordinary woman, in his heart, she was greater than everything else. Mom, I'm here to take you home. Bai Donglin's expression was solemn, and his eyes were bright and rising. The terrible breath was slightly echoed. The endless creatures of the real world trembled and suddenly looked up. The sound of Tao roared, like the consent of heaven, resounding throughout the universe. Space-time. Reverse. Boom. I saw that in the spherical area with a radius of 10,000 miles centered. Time and space froze instantly. The next moment, The time inside began to flow backwards, and light and shadow moved rapidly. Scenes from the past flashed before Bai Donglin's eyes. In a quiet little building, there are three figures having a cordial conversation beside a stone table. The road ahead is long. I hope we can walk together. Goodbye, little brother. Big sister. Take care. Second brother. This is the light and shadow dialogue he left with his elder sister and others. A young man with an upright figure knelt in front of a lonely grave and carved words deeply on the tombstone with his fingers. This was when he left the Bai mansion and went alone to the wilderness to seek the truth. On the cliff of Shaohui Mountain, a shirtless figure jumped down again and again without hesitation, and kept repeating the cycle of being crushed to pieces. This was the beginning of his long and arduous practice, with the help of immortality and damage reversal. Wow! Mother! I miss you! Under the dark night sky, a small figure lay on a lonely grave and cried loudly. When he was tired of crying, he fell into a deep sleep and was reluctant to leave until dawn. The thin back looking down the mountain looked very lonely. This was him when he was a child. And at that time, he had not yet awakened the memories of his past life. Boom! The backward images were flowing slower and slower. And finally, Bai Donglin saw. Hurry! Madam is not feeling well. Call the doctor. My child. My child. Qingying was lying on the soft sleeper. Her bony body looked as if all the blood and flesh had been sucked out. And her face was extremely pale. The light in his eyes was fading quickly, and he stretched out his hand in vain, trying to touch the chubby baby so close to him. However, the short distance seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Child. Her pupils gradually dilated, and as her palm fell weakly, a big hand suddenly reached out from the void and tightly grasped Qingying's withered palm. The place where the two hands intersect becomes the only reality in the countercurrent of time and space, and the rest are distorted into nothingness like illusions. Qingying's existence was cut off from the past time and space. An invisible giant hand stirred the long river of time and space, and Qingying's time node was embedded in the forefront of the endless river of time and space. This backlash force is. Bai Donglin frowned. A situation he had not expected occurred. His figure disintegrated in an inexplicable distortion, and he died silently. This is not something that this world can achieve. What's more, the will of the great Tao is dead, and the heaven and earth are still under the joint control of Lian Xian and others. One life for another. That's fair and reasonable. The immortality was triggered, and he was resurrected instantly. Bai Donglin didn't care about the backlash of the mutation. He held the dying Qingying in his arms, and fell into the present world. Bai Yuanjun and others were already waiting on the side. In 3 years, the family can have a good reunion. Bai Donglin raised the corner of his mouth and stepped forward to greet him. Chapter 714 Heading to the battlefield. The prison bird empire has been very busy recently. Neutron star warships, millions of kilometers long, constantly leaped out from the void, crossed the sea of stars in the sky of the imperial capital, and hovered above the imperial city. The imperial city was shielded by a strict formation, and citizens outside could not get a glimpse of what was going on with the abnormal behavior of these warships, and could only speculate in private. Some people believed that there had been a coup d'etat within the empire, or that the ruler had died, and the princes were fighting for the throne. Others said that they saw the eldest prince, who was supposed to be serving in the army, and the rumors were very plausible. Some rational people also refuted that, judging from the abnormal collapse of the space around the warships. The mass of each warship was astonishingly large, and its load had reached its limit. If it was carrying troops, it would definitely not be able to reach this level. It should be loaded with some extremely heavy cargo inside. Neutron star warships continued to rise and land continuously, and the waves have not stopped in the past 3 years. According to statistics, over 100 million ships have landed on the imperial city. After much effort, I finally managed to replenish the national treasury to half of what it was before. Well, it can barely cope with the tribute to the Tianqian divine realm. Standing outside the treasury, Qiu Anqing watched the warships in the void constantly spewing treasures and resources into the portal, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The treasury deficit was a serious matter, and the news must not be leaked, so he had to do it himself. After sending off the last warship, Qiu Anqing used some magic to close the heavy door, then frowned as he looked thoughtful. According to the time, there are less than 3 days left before the 3-year period is up. But that lord has not summoned me yet. Has he changed his mind? Thinking of this, my heart couldn't help but tremble. No! I'd better wait outside the palace. If you are delayed by something, I can remind you at the last minute. This was a matter of life and death. So Chio Anshin could no longer sit still. He took a step forward, tearing through the void and rushing towards the towering palace in the center. In the empty and secluded hall, there is a jade tower and a throne. On the majestic throne, there are a stone tablet, a crystal ball, and a white jade gourd. Suddenly, a strand of hair on the stone tablet trembled slightly, and then the void twisted inexplicably, and a figure appeared out of thin air out of nothing. Good times are always short-lived. Bai Donglin had a smile in his eyes, and his expression was softer than ever before. It was obvious that he had been enjoying a very relaxing time with his family during this period. The strong will not linger for the present comfort, but will keep this beauty in their hearts. Only by possessing the power to override everything can they protect this beauty forever. It's time to get down to business. Bai Donglin's expression became solemn, and the gentleness in his eyes disappeared, returning to his deep and indifferent look. Li Yu. His gaze projected downward, penetrating the jade tower. The sound of Tao penetrated deep into his heart, awakening him from his retreat. Disciple greets master. Li Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and in a flash, he knelt respectfully in the hall. Li Yu at this moment was completely different from the one he was 3 years ago. His cultivation was profound, and he had already reached the pinnacle of the 7th realm. His breakthrough speed was truly terrifying. This illegal thing called the system is indeed worthy of its name. Master, I have already devoured all the ancient artifacts in the treasure house, and the aura of time they contain. The system has stored a huge amount of time value, which is enough for my disciple to use for a long time. So, you want to go out for a walk? Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly, seeing through Li Yu's thoughts, thinking for a moment, then nodded and said yes. It is difficult to achieve great things if you work behind closed doors. Your will shows no sign of being ignited. It's time for you to experience the test of life and death. The system is not omnipotent. For example, the most fundamental and important self-consciousness of living beings can only be understood and practiced by oneself. And between life and death, one can grasp the mysterious and eternal true meaning of the will. The path of self-consciousness cannot be helped by external things. Master, please understand. Anyone, I want to go to the battlefield with you. Li Yu suddenly raised his head, with a burning look in his eyes. A few years ago, what he was most worried about was serving in the battlefield. But now, he wanted to choose to serve in advance. It can be seen that a drastic change has taken place in his heart. Oh, you're not afraid of death? Bai Donglin smiled slightly, and stared at Li Yu with scrutiny. Hee. Master, you are here. You will definitely not watch your disciple become cannon fodder. Li Yu had a sly smile on his face, but his eyes were extremely determined. It was obvious that he was mentally prepared. The belief in resurrecting his parents supported him, and he was not afraid of death. Slippery. Well, I'll do as you say. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, then raised his hand and pointed, and a beam of information shot out and penetrated deep into Li Yu's brows. Master, what is this? Li Yu's mind was confused for a moment. He was overwhelmed by the massive amount of information, and his consciousness was in a trance for a moment. This treasure book, called Intention, explains in detail how to cultivate self-awareness from the simple to the complex. If you study it carefully, it can help you ignite the fire of will as soon as possible. E is the treasure book that Bai Donglin values most besides the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon. In his heart, even the 8 parts inheritance from war is slightly inferior to it. At every moment, the mind is deducing and polishing the intention, and it has reached a strange state of perfection. Ding ding ding. An unknown inheritance has been detected, suspected to be a 12th order supreme treasure book, which can be submitted to the system. Value, 7 trillion years. Host, do you choose to sell? Hearing the system prompt sound resounding in his mind, Li Yu's mind went blank and his mouth subconsciously opened as wide as possible. No. No. System, I'm warning you. Don't touch my master's things. Li Yu came back to his senses. His expression froze, and he immediately refused verbally, with a hint of anger in his tone. This was also the first time he knew that the system actually had the function of recycling inheritance. It made sense that the low-level skills he had practiced before would not be accepted by the system. The 12th level treasure book is worth 7 trillion years. Li Yu was so shocked that his scalp went numb and his throat felt dry. A big deal. You are worthy of being the master. If he doesn't take action, it's fine. But when he does, it's a big move. He finally understood that before the master said he was too lazy to teach. What did he mean? This kid is a little conscience. Bai Donglin nodded secretly, not caring much about it. His idea has always been that things like inherited knowledge that can be reused can be shared. As long as they are not enemies. Everyone can learn from him. Only by accommodating more wisdom from living beings can inheritance progress. It is not advisable to stick to the old ways. Therefore, even if the source of information read intention, he would not feel dissatisfied. Anyway, he had already been planning to acquire the knowledge from the other party. There is no such thing as stealing skills between strong people. This is called mutual learning. Ignoring Liu, who was daydreaming and smiling foolishly, Bai Donglin looked outside the palace and said softly, "Prisoner Anqing, come in." Xiao Anqing, who had just arrived, looked serious, straightened his robe, bowed and paced, then walked into the hall. He looked at his toes, not daring to look around, and knelt on the ground, kowtowing respectfully. "Xiao Anqing greets you." "Sir." "Greetings." "Sir." "Well, stand up and talk." Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly. He saw the condensed and lingering precious light around Xiao Anqing's body. His thoughts turned, and he immediately showed an amused look. "Xiao Anqing, are you replenishing goods from the national treasury again?" Xiao Anqing's figure froze, his mouth trembling, unable to speak, and he thought something was wrong. You guys are really thoughtful." As he spoke, Bai Donglin reached his hand into the void and instantly retracted it. His palm was already holding a ball of space bubble, which vaguely revealed countless treasures and resources. "Sir." The prisoner jumped straight, and he looked at the embarrassment. "These emergency resources have scratched the princes of the empire. In a short time, they will not be able to collect these quantities of resources in a short time. If they are taken away, they will never complete the tribute indicators. You don't seem to figure out one thing yet." Bai Dong sneered in his eyes, and he held his hand and threw the space bubbles into the chaotic vortex in his body. "The prisoner's empire. Now it is no longer your prisoner. Everything in the empire is the owner of this seat. What kind of shit and sky them? Dare to let Lao Tzu pay tribute? If they are looking for trouble, let them come directly to the seat." Bai Donglin was calculating in his mind. The small prison bird empire could not satisfy him. He wanted to use the tribute as an excuse to make Tiandon Divine Realm angry. Then, he could legitimately take over Tiandon Divine Realm. Then, he could take over the Immortal Dynasty, and even all the kingdoms in the universe. As the source of information exists, he doesn't care about these things. Right? He Bai Donglin will use it without destroying his experimental field. "Well, Your Excellency is absolutely right. Absolutely right." Xiao Anqing wiped the cold sweat from his face and quickly responded, saying that no one knew where the ancestor Qiulong had died, and it seemed that he didn't want to care about the matter. Why was he still struggling with it? Everything should be done according to the will of this adult. His life was the most important thing right now. "Let's go to the battlefield." Bai Donglin raised his hand and waved, and put the Jade Tower, crystal ball, and other treasures into the newly created infernal world in his body, and then glanced at Liu. Liu nodded seriously. He had arranged everything. His lame uncle's injury had been healed. With Qiu Miukong taking care of him, he had nothing to worry about. "Yes, sir." Xiao Anqing bowed his head and accepted the order. He reached into his arms, took out the black iron token, pinched the magic formula with his hands, and recited silently, "Mori Black Prison. All calamity becomes empty. The prisoner is dark. The service number. Now apply for the background." Buzz. The black iron token trembled for a while, and then the dark light sprayed out of the dark light. "Adults, I have obtained the customs clearance decree, and I can rely on the cross-border passage of the universe to reach the Binghai 77-5 parallel universe. Under normal circumstances, it is not allowed to cross between parallel universes without permission. The Code of Life has clear and strict regulations on this. The long river of time and space radiates to all parallel universe dimensions and time. Bai Donglin actually does not need to go through so much trouble. He can just stroll on the long river of time and space and reach the target universe directly. But after all, it is the first time, so it is not bad to go through the formal channels. "Well, let's go." A divine light shot out from Bai Donglin's body, enveloped Qiu Anqing and the other person, and flew away through the air, passing through space-time channels, quickly escaping to the universe connection hub. Alas, this killer has finally left. The void was rippling, and Prisoner Dragon took a step forward, standing on the empty hall with a worried look on his face. "Oh, Xiaolong, Are you afraid of this seat? Suddenly, the sound of the prisoner was frightened, and looked back at each other, and saw that Bai Donglin's smile was sitting on the seat of God, as if never left. Sir, you, Anshin, heaven, God's divine realm. I will deal with it. Bai Donglin left is just an avatar. With his 99% strength, the clone formed by 99% of the particles, including the spiritual world, was cut off and controlled by a trace of his own consciousness. He has immortality and can restore everything instantly. Theoretically, as long as his self-consciousness can be maintained, he can split infinitely. This is an incredible ability that belongs only to him. Its foundation is built on immortality. Chapter 715 Howling Abyss. The Eternal Tomb Hub is the closest inter-universe passage to the Bird Prisoner Empire, with the two being only 790 trillion light-years apart. The long-distance transmission channel in this world is much better than the Cage world. It integrates the wormhole technology on the technology side, the extraordinary side space transmission method, and the mysterious side of the plane moves. It is a culmination of all its strengths. Each jump can instantly span trillions of light-years, and it is so stable that even ordinary people can withstand the distortion of time and space. It is truly extraordinary. Arrive. Sir, should we go and register Mr. Li's military service information first? Although Qiu Anqing held the customs clearance order, it only recorded his information. Bai Donglin didn't know. But Li Yu was a non-service personnel and didn't even have a military registration number. So naturally he couldn't be brought across the border. Well, let's go. Bai Donglin put his hands behind his back and looked around curiously. Not far behind them was a round sphere spanning trillions of kilometers. The sphere was invisible and transparent as a whole, and only the distorted space and time around it faintly outlined its contours. This is the spatial channel they just passed. Such things, every corner of the universe, is a great set of great passage. Bai Donglin looked ahead and saw the purpose of this trip. The Eternal Tomb Hub. This is a creation that can be called a miracle. I saw a bronze disc with a radius of 20,000 light-years suspended in the dark void of the universe. Its surface was engraved with complicated patterns. In the center, there was a dark mirror that occupied 1/3 of the surface area. It was glowing dimly and sparkling, as if one could reach another universe by jumping into it. Around the huge disc, countless towering spherical fortresses were suspended, all of which were so huge that the sun was just a speck of dust in front of them. Many fortresses were linked to each other by regular chains, forming an endless hollow sphere that tightly wrapped the bronze disc in the center. What an amazing world! Bai Donglin knew that the cross-border hub before him was not the only one, and there were many of them in the vast original universe. They are the bridges that connect the endless universe, creating opportunities for communication between creatures below the 11th realm. While thinking, Bai Donglin took the two of them across the void and landed on the nearest fortress, which was numbered with a long string of numbers. Ding ding ding. A round, silver-gray flying object that was flashing red light sensed the presence of Bai Donglin and the others, crossed the void, and instantly appeared in front of the three of them. Please state your identity and purpose. Qiu Anqing took out the token and after a whisper, the flashing light of the silver ball suddenly turned green. Welcome, Your Excellency Qiu Anqing. Buzz. A ray of light flashed across the sky, and a portal was torn open in the void. The scene behind it could be vaguely seen. It was a huge building in the spherical fortress. This is a short distance space jump to a locked location. The three of them walked through the door and appeared directly in a spacious hall. The sound of noisy voices was audible, and dense crowds of people were moving back and forth, jostling each other. Li Yu, go ahead. Li Yu nodded slightly, walked to the counter beside him, and began to go through the procedures for early military service. The Code of Life stipulates that all living beings with extraordinary powers must serve in accordance with the law when they reach the age of 10,000 and cannot evade service for any reason. Violators will be severely punished by the Life Court. Service cannot be delayed, but it can be advanced. Those who serve in advance can enjoy certain privileges, such as being able to choose the battlefield where they want to serve instead of being randomly assigned. Qiu Anqing stood obediently behind Bai Donglin, watching the figure that made him so afraid out of the corner of his eye. He did not ask Bai Donglin why he did not go to register. According to common sense, such a strong man must have existed for a very long time, and must have made a great name for himself on the battlefield. How could a rookie like Li Yu compare to him? He had never heard of Bai Donglin's name. He just thought that he was narrow-minded, and the world was too vast. How could he know all the powerful people? As expected, Liu quickly completed the process and handed his information to Qiu Anqing, which was engraved on the clearance decree. From then on, he officially joined the Black Prison Army. Just jump in and do it. Liu's face was full of curiosity. He looked around and saw people constantly jumping into the dark mirror, creating a ripple and then disappearing. Yes, our information has been uploaded to the central brain. The cross-border channel is now open to us. Qiu Anqing nodded, then looked at Bai Donglin for advice. Let's go! A faint glow flashed around Bai Donglin's body. While waiting for Liu, he had already thoroughly understood the structure and operation rules of the hub. With some time, he could independently build an identical thing. It would not be easy for him to sneak across. Taking a step into the mirror, Liu and the other person hurriedly followed. A ripple flashed by, and the three of them had left the origin universe. In the parallel universe of Binghai 775, the Black Prison Gate is 10 million light-years away from the battlefield of the Howling Abyss. Bai Donglin took Liu and the other person, and took some time to reach the forefront of the battle line through the cross-border hub. As soon as they set foot in this area, a terrifying sense of murderous aura suddenly filled their hearts. Qiu Anqing, I'm leaving my disciple in your hands. Take good care to help him get familiar with the battlefield. As for life and death, it depends on his own luck. Bai Donglin came to the battlefield. Of course, not to be a babysitter. So he had no time to hang out with these two little guys. Yes, sir. The prisoners secretly bowed their hands in solemnity. Not surprised at all, as a dragon does not live with snakes. The enemy that the adults have to face is not something they can interfere with at all. Master, I will not let you down. The next time we meet, I will definitely ignite the fire of my will. Liu knelt in the void and cowed out heavily. You're quite motivated. Work hard, kid. Before he finished speaking, Bai Donglin's figure twisted and then disappeared. Only an imperceptible strand of hair was left, slowly falling and silently sticking on the back of Liu's head. Guanyin Bodhisattva once gave Sun Wukong 3 life-saving hairs. Although what Bai Donglin gave was small, the quality was high. He could easily defeat 100 or 80 Daluo Jingshuns. Mr. Li, you are so lucky to be able to worship such a supreme being as your master. The prisoner's face was filled with envy. This was fate. It could not be earned by envy. Bai Donglin did not step into the Black Prison Gate, but crossed the blockade barrier, instantly leaving it behind him. And in the blink of an eye, he arrived deep into the battlefield. Woo woo woo. A strange wailing sound came faintly, reaching deep into the heart, ignoring the sensory barriers, and was unstoppable. Is this the Howling Abyss? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something. How similar were the wailing sounds and resentment to the sadness he had felt in the bronze Immortal Palace, and the heroic spirit he had felt in the core of the ancestral realm. In that case, a terrifying being from the 12th realm must have fallen here, and his residual emotions have not dissipated, which has caused the strange howling that lingers in the battlefield of the Howling Abyss. Finally, can we see the black disaster creatures? Kill! Kill! Roar! 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 Bai Donglin was suspended above the Howling Abyss, looking down with his bright eyes. He saw two armies fighting fiercely in the boundless star field. The horrific aftermath of the battle crushed the void into pieces, and all tangible things had long been destroyed in the protracted war. Under the field of vision of will perception, the breath of one army is pure darkness, while the will of the other army is a blazing white flame. There seems to be a natural opposition between the two, like water and fire that cannot get along. And whenever they meet, they have to fight to the death. Black disaster. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, stretched out his hand, grabbed a withered figure in the depths of layers of dimensions, and instantly pulled it in front of him. Hiss! 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 Chiligwa! Wallahuala! The figure whose neck was tightly pinched by Bai Donglin was short and thin, like a dry skeleton, wearing a pitch-black robe with strange and twisted scarlet lines painted on it. Although he looks frail, he is actually a powerful warrior in the 10th realm. The dim light emanating from his dark eyes is extremely eerie. The language of the Black Plague creatures? There was a lot of curiosity in Bai Donglin's eyes. He had come into contact with the Black Disaster a lot in the Cage World, but those were not pure Black Disaster creatures. Even the evil was just some kind of distorted consciousness, born from the broken arm of Azathoth. Interesting. Let me see your background. Snapped. Bai Donglin snapped his fingers, and the surrounding space and time suddenly solidified, forming a distorted space-time bubble. The time outside flowed normally, but the time inside had stopped. A moment later, The bubble of time and space shattered. Bai Donglin frowned, stepped out, and threw a black skull in his hand. What a weird life form. It is fundamentally different from all the life I know so far. But its core is shrouded in a fog. What exactly is this difference? We only know the fact, but not the reason. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, then clenched his hands and crushed the skull into nothingness. The test samples were too few and too weak to meet his exploration needs, and they only lasted for a few hundred years before dying. The only definite gain was that he mastered the language and writing of the Black Disaster. The rest just gave him some imagination. Don't worry. Take your time. The last thing this place lacks is Black Disaster creatures. Bai Donglin sneered. And then his figure fell suddenly, shooting directly into the depths of the howling abyss. The battlefield here is just the periphery, where the little guys play, according to the information we have observed. As long as we cross the dark abyss in front of us, we can reach that void space. And there is the real battlefield. That's where he should be. The Howling Abyss battlefield is just one of the countless cracks in the endless battlefield. This battlefield is located in the great whirlpool of the universe, on the Wanhong Red Extreme Spiral Arm. If I'm right, it should be the remains of the horrific war that lasted for 3 great eras. Bai Donglin's thoughts drifted. His eyes became brighter, and what he saw and heard on the 8-colored stone tablet once again surfaced in his mind. Can you see any traces left by the Transcendent? And those shattered heavens may be of little use to other beings, but he does not despise them. Those are inexhaustible mountains of treasure. Chapter 716, Soar's Secret Lord. 3 great eras ago, a ray of mysterious 7-colored divine light streaked across the realm of absolute nothingness and fell at the intersection of white and black, 2 great whirlpools in the heavens. The 7-colored light has an unknown origin, and its essential form cannot be described. It triggered a terrible war with far-reaching consequences, involving many heavens, and even causing the fall of transcendent beings. The great whirlpool of the white sky and the red spiral arm of Wanhong were just a part of the area affected by the war. Less than a great era has passed since the end of the war, and the aftermath of the war has not yet disappeared. All kinds of terrible relics have evolved into battlefields of black and white confrontations. The heavens where the Howling Abyss battlefield is located are called Taihao. It is the world of infinite multiverse structure, and it is also where Bai Donglin landed. I saw that in the absolute nothingness. A round, huge gray-red sphere was slowly rotating and moving rapidly along a certain trajectory. This object is so huge that it is difficult to measure it with ordinary units. Among the supreme beings above the 11th realm, there is a special unit that belongs only to them, used to describe length, distance, called thought. The unit of light year, which has been unified as 1 light year is 10 trillion kilometers, can cope with general situations. But the universe is too vast, and to a certain extent, the light year is no longer applicable to all things. Therefore, the supreme being above the 11th realm came into being, and the unit of length thought was defined as the distance that can be crossed in a single thought. There are 3 levels of concepts. True thought, based on the 11 true self realms as the standard of measurement. 1 true thought is equal to 1 trillion light years, or 1 trillion light years. Constant thought takes the 12 eternal beyond shore realms as the standard of measurement. 1 constant thought is equal to 10,000 true thoughts. Superthought is measured by the state of 13 transcendent beings. 1 superthought is equal to 10,000 constant thoughts. The Taihao heavens cruising in the realm of nothingness are round like a ball, with an outer radius of 101 constant thoughts. The size of the internal space is unknown. Above this huge thing, there is a vague figure that is visible to the naked eye with a ferocious bird head, 6 pairs of wings, and 8 thick tentacles on the lower body. This corpse was 3 true thoughts tall, a terrifying 30 trillion light years. Although it had been dead for who knows how many years, it still exuded a terrifying aura, and faint cries of resentment could be heard from its open beak. The chest of the corpse was pierced by an invisible sword and nailed firmly to the boundary wall of Taihao heavens. The huge wound was deep and dark, and connected with a gap in the boundary wall, forming the so-called Howling Abyss. Bai Donglin turned into a light and escaped. After a while of running, his brows slowly frowned. How deep is this Howling Abyss? Why hasn't it reached the bottom yet? In his opinion, this abyss should be the wall of the heavens that was torn apart by the Great War. After crossing it, he could reach the realm of absolute nothingness that carried countless heavens. At the same time, he would enter the ruins of the battlefield. But after running for a long time, there was still darkness in front of him, and the wailing in his mind showed no sign of dissipating. This means that he still has not escaped from the Howling Abyss. Moreover, The deeper you go, the wider the abyss becomes, like an upside-down funnel. Bai Donglin's will continue to extend in all directions, and the size of the abyss was completely under his control. Is it the Black Disaster's army again? Bai Donglin's expression changed, and a group of huge warships, which were completely black and shaped like cones, broke into his perception. This was the 7th wave of Black Disaster army he had encountered. Haha. My experimental samples can be replenished again. His expression turned cold. There was no point in communicating. He just stretched out his hand, and the space in front of him suddenly twisted and collapsed wildly. The conical battleship sensed the abnormality, trembled slightly, and ejected endless black light, madly cutting through the collapsed space and time. Moreover, figures stepped out one after another, looking around with grim eyes. Intruder! How dare you come this far? You're seeking death? Kill! Roar! 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 More than a dozen beings comparable to the 10th realm roared in unison. With great pressure, their bodies rose wildly, and numerous terrifying attacks bombarded the surrounding space and time at the same time. A group of ants dared to talk about courage. Bai Donglin had an indifferent expression. His hand that covered the sky did not stop for a moment. He clenched it tightly, and the space and time in his palm was forcibly squeezed into a hot singularity. The warships and the powerful Black Disaster warriors wrapped in it fell from the real dimension one after another, turning into illusory zero-dimensional existences, and were suppressed in the singularity. Bai Donglin lowered his eyebrows and glanced at the singularity in the palm of his hand. Then he flipped his hand and sent it into the Lish world inside his body, handing it to the clones, who were busy in the laboratory. He allocated a lot of his mental power to explore the creatures of the Black Disaster, vowing to deconstruct their existence as soon as possible. Knowing oneself and the enemy, one can win every battle, which is more conducive to his planning for his own interests. After easily getting rid of the Black Disaster army, Bai Donglin continued to escape to the bottom of the abyss without stopping. After traveling for tens of millions of light years again, he suddenly stopped and raised his eyebrows slightly. The smell of same kind. It was an 11th level existence who, like him, had also gathered the timeline. A majestic aura roared from below and locked him tightly. Finally, this is getting interesting. Bai Donglin's mouth corners slightly raised. His eyes flashed with divine light. His figure moved, and his fist carrying tremendous destructive power had already slammed in front of the figure. Human race. A blurry figure that seemed to be formed by dark light suddenly raised his head. Deep in his head, that was like a nebula vortex. There were 2 dark purple suns floating. Those were his eyes. Kill! The same punch was thrown out. Seemingly ordinary, but the surrounding space and time were affected by it, and it directly boiled and burned, evaporating into nothingness. The fist spanned time and space, with its breath as the anchor coordinate, and the fist pointed directly at the figure that existed at every time node in the past. Huh? The figure of the Black Disaster creature paused, and the violent purple light in his eyes flickered. Obviously, he sensed something abnormal about Bai Donglin. The method of erasing across time is extremely useful in killing cultivators below the 11th realm. It can be called a dimensionality reduction attack, and can directly erase the cause of birth. But if both sides in the war are at the 11th realm, this trick will not be of much use. Every time point in the past, including the newly born baby, and even the life factors that are just beginning to grow in the mother's body, are the only true projections of his reality, and have the same power as his present self. What puzzled Heizai was that he did not see the source of Bai Donglin's time, as if it was obscured by some terrifying force. He only captured the time node after Bai Donglin achieved the 11th realm. Strangeness. Although he was puzzled, he did not care too much. After all, they were both beings of the same level, and it was impossible to erase each other's source of time. Therefore, the characteristics of transcending time and space caused by the same realm are offset. If we want to determine the winner, we can only look at the strength of the 2 parties in reality. In a flash, Bai Donglin's fist collided with the Black Disaster warrior. Boom! Everything visible and invisible was shattered as far as the eye could see. The howling abyss trembled violently, and the cracks on the walls of the heavens, which were covered in the deep black fog at its edge, seemed to become larger as a result. Ahem. How? How is this possible? What a terrifying power. The figure of the Black Disaster master froze, his body constantly rotating between reality and illusion, and the purple sun in Nebula's head was directly shaken into nothingness. In the same realm, I am white, and no one can enemy. Golden flames burst out from Bai Donglin's eyes. He had just thrown an ordinary punch without using any magical powers, or various amplifying secret techniques, or forbidden skills. The terrifying power bestowed upon him by the 1 yuan spirit acupoint directly crushes those at the same realm. Putting aside the realm characteristics possessed by both parties, who can defeat him in the face of absolute power? This man is terrifying. No one can defeat him. Escape. Among the black disaster creatures, those who can break through to the 11th realm are not fools. And they can also control the twisted evil and killing desire in their hearts. They are completely different from those black disaster creatures who do not have reason. Knowing clearly that he was invincible and even in danger of falling, the blurred figure staggered for a while, retreated decisively, raised his hand to disrupt time and space into a mess, and then died. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and he slowly retracted his fist. He did not take the opportunity to kill the opponent, but sensed the opponent's breath and followed him. He had already sensed that something was wrong with the Howling Abyss. The previous plan to go directly through the abyss to the realm of nothingness had to be changed. The guy who was scared by his punch, perhaps what he knew, and kept up, he should be able to peek into the details of the abyss. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, one chasing and one fleeing, crossed the thick and sticky black fog and stopped in the void somewhere in the abyss. Humph! How dare you follow me? You are such a fool. The blurry figure suddenly looked back, his dark purple eyes staring straight at Bai Donglin. His eyes, which had just recondensed, flashed with a hint of sarcasm. And then, he opened his palms, and slapped the air in front of him hard. Snap! The void was like crystal, shattered, with scarlet cracks spreading wildly in all directions. At the intersection of the cracks, there was a rapidly spinning scarlet vortex. He glared at Bai Donglin provocatively, then took a step forward and stepped into the scarlet vortex. Bai Donglin's figure flashed and appeared in the void. The scarlet cracks were instantly restored, and the vortex that led to nowhere also dissipated. Interesting. Is this the secret of the Howling Abyss? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze, condensed by endless Taoist texts, scanned back and forth, from the perspective of dimension, time and space, and dimension. He did not find any abnormality in the void here. With a flick of his finger, a beam of light shot out, piercing through the void, revealing a deep, dark hole. It was clearly the same void node, and it was destroyed with violence in the same way, but the results were completely different. The Howling Abyss is extremely strange. If we keep diving down, I'm afraid we will never reach the realm of nothingness. In that case, Bai Donglin's expression became serious. He raised his hand and slashed, creating a crack in time and space. His figure moved and he stepped into it, returning to the moment 3 breaths ago, when the vague creature had just broken through the void. Before the black disaster warrior could react, Bai Donglin, with an indifferent expression, had already stepped into the scarlet vortex. You are a powerful human being. Although you are extremely powerful, it seems that your brain is not working well. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Purple light gushed out of the blurry figure's eyes. He did not stop Bai Donglin, but let him step into the scarlet vortex. A flash of cruelty and coldness appeared in his eyes, and then he followed closely and stepped into the vortex. What the hell is this place? Bai Donglin passed through the vortex channel, and with a clear consciousness, in just a moment, he appeared in a world where black and red light intertwined. He knew in his heart that if he rashly followed the black disaster creature into an unknown place, the chance of encountering danger would be as high as 99%. But he had the protection of immortality, and could self-destruct at any time. So he was naturally fearless. The resurrection using particles, clones, etc. as anchors can ignore all bans and suppressions. Even the isolation of the Transcendence War cannot affect his self-destruction and resurrection. He didn't believe that there was anything in the world that could surpass the isolation barrier that the Transcendent had created with all his might. Bai Donglin suppressed the doubts in his heart, and his will spread rapidly and quietly in all directions. The first thing to be affected was the towering blood-red altar under his feet, which was engraved with strange and twisted lines. Once an ordinary cultivator took a look at these lines, his consciousness would be distorted immediately, and he would degenerate into a deformed and extremely evil creature. On the wide platform of the altar, there are scarlet stairs extending from top to bottom. At this moment, they are all kneeling with black disaster creatures with all kinds of strange appearances and auras. The moment Bai Donglin appeared, the countless black disaster creatures, who were kowtowing devoutly, suddenly raised their heads and stared at his eyes, with extremely gloomy eyes. Human race? Invaders? Kill! Roar! 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 There is no fear of the strong from the weak. The strange structure of the Black Disaster creatures, and their twisted and crazy consciousness helped them break free from the oppressive shackles from the life level. For ordinary creatures, this is simply unbelievable. But Hazai did it easily, as if it was instinct. No matter how strong or weak he was, he pounced on by Donlin frantically. Chaos Maelstrom. By Donlin stood in the center of the altar, facing the charge that could tear the sky and the earth apart. His expression remained calm. His eyes were deep and indifferent, and he threw his hand lightly, and a small vortex of chaos flew upwards. The vortex hovered in the air, spun violently, and expanded rapidly. In an instant, it covered the sky and the sun, and enveloped the area around the altar and billions of miles of space and time, and then suddenly fell down. After the roaring clamor, the scarlet altar and the countless frantic figures disappeared, swallowed up by the vortex of chaos. A moment later, a piece of information emerged in by Donlin's mind. As he digested it, his expression changed slightly. In the world of HL, there are many towering laboratories, where the flow of time has been changed. Faced with different samples of Black Disaster creatures, the flow of time is either accelerated or completely stagnant. Under the control of the Incarnation, countless cruel experiments have been conducted. Although it is difficult to understand the creatures of the Black Disaster, after accumulating experimental data time and time again, we have finally made some progress. One of the achievements is the method of extracting memory information from Black Disaster creatures. Although the success rate is not high and the efficiency is extremely low, only about 1/10,000th of the information can be read from each Black Disaster creature until it dies. It had just devoured a large number of creatures around the altar, and after piecing together the fragmentary memory information it had read, it had obtained a piece of useful information. I see. Is this the truth about the Howling Abyss? By Donlin's eyes flickered slightly, and in his mind, there was a picture floating like a piece of fragments. It was an extremely huge round sphere and a huge corpse with a strange appearance, nailed firmly to the boundary wall of Taihao Heavens. So, I am now inside that corpse? A supreme being at the top of the 12th realm, whose name is Yuan Mizhenju. TSK. It's really scary. Bai Donglin's slightly closed eyes were flashing with a bright white light. If the true lord of Yuanmi was still alive, he would destroy himself and escape without saying a word, regardless of friend or foe. This was the basic respect for the eternal other side. Fortunately, this was just a corpse. Yuan Mizhenju was completely dead. He died in that great battle, and was nailed to death in the Taihao Heavens by a sword from some big boss. All that was left was this huge corpse filled with the three true thoughts, and the everlasting miserable wails. Wrong. Bai Donglin's eyes suddenly lit up. He found a hint of secret from among the many pieces of fragmented information. The things left behind by the source secret master were definitely more than that. Otherwise, how could there be so many powerful people who would go deep into this place again and again? They are looking for something that can attract beings from the 11th realm to flock here. This thing must be something extraordinary. From the information, we learned that in addition to the strong men from the Black Disaster side, there are also many beings from the 11 realms of the Taihao Heavens who stay here and are unwilling to leave for a long time. The two sides were in the same room, and were both looking for the same thing. Over the long years, countless wars had broken out. It was only because the corpse of Yuan Mizhenju was strong enough. Otherwise it would have been shattered long ago. This corpse of the Source Secret Lord is really fresh. Bai Donglin raised the corners of his mouth. A hint of interest flashed in his eyes, and he looked around as if he was looking at delicacies. In the only true world, he met the corpses of the 12 realms. No matter whether it was Alan, Yao Yao, the old man sitting in the stone tablet space, or the big man at the end of the sticks, their bodies were all exhausted, using up everything, like dry bones. Alan did leave behind a broken finger that contained a trace of his origin, which brought him many benefits. But this source is different. The corpse was extremely well preserved, and the real body was so huge. It was obvious that the origin had not been completely wiped out. The big man who slashed it with a sword used a very clever way to wipe out the source of the true master. I want this corpse, and that treasure is mine, too. Having made up his mind, Bai Donglin felt happy. Suddenly, the void around him twisted violently, interrupting his reverie. Humans? Are they rats from Teho again? A crying blood and a long knife. The mouth vomited. The blade pointed at Bai Donglin. Curacao. Be careful. This guy is very strong. A familiar voice. Bai Donglin looked over slowly. Wasn't that the guy whose eyes were blasted out by his punch just now? Powerful? Uh-huh. If we attack together, no matter how strong he is still at the 11th level. How can he turn the tables? Oh, I seem to be underestimated by these guys. Bai Donglin raised the corner of his mouth, and a dangerous light flashed in the depths of his slightly narrowed eyes. Chapter 717, Borrowing Strength from the Past. It's really forest. There are all birds. Bai Donglin's face was full of exploration desire, as he stared at the long sword that was weeping blood. Around the blade, waves of sharp aura were surging and shattering time and space. But they could not block his bright gaze. The human race is just one of the endless races. He has seen many alien life forms in the Taihao heavens. Not to mention the black disaster creatures. There are countless strange and bizarre life forms. This blood-crying long sword named Curacao is not a treasure with intelligence. It itself is a unique life form. And its people are all kinds of sharp weapons. The reproduction method of their tribe is even more incredible. The heavens where they live will give birth to a magical furnace of heaven and earth, in which two sharp creatures will be put into smelting, splitting out a part of their body from each. And after fusion, new life will be born. Due to the uniqueness of this method, there is only a minimum limit, but no upper limit to the number of weapons that can be put into the furnace. So-called ethics and morals do not exist among the people of Curacao. All I can say is that we should respect each other's customs. In the endless universe, no matter what kind of strange and bizarre things happen, they all exist objectively. I just need a weapon that suits my needs. You are great. Bai Donglin had a friendly look on his face as he looked up and down at the bloodthirsty long sword. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, as if he saw the shadow of a deadly omen on Curacao. Because of the absolute barrier laid by war, he escaped alone, with nothing on his body, and he looked down upon ordinary magical weapons. However, this Curacao, as a member of the 11th realm, had essentially surpassed the ancient weapons, so he was qualified. You want to die? Upon hearing this, Curacao became furious. Bai Donglin's words violated his taboo, because of the special nature of their ethnic group. Since ancient times, countless beings have been eyeing them and wanted to capture them for their own use. Kill. Curacao took the first step, and with a faint glow of light from his blade, the sky filled with black and red light, and the boundless earth were instantly split into two. Causality slash? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and before he could think, the blood-crying long sword had already cut through his scalp, and the blade was stuck in his skull. The blood stains on the blade twisted and squirmed like a living thing, trying to drill into his brain. It's a really nice, sharp sword. It's mine. Bai Donglin's long black hair danced wildly in the wind, and every strand of hair shone with divine light. With a mysterious trajectory, it blocked the past and the future and wrapped around the blade. Arrogant! Hearing that Bai Dong was still talking nonsense even though he was in such a situation, Curacao was furious. The blade of his sword trembled, and terrifying murderous intent gushed out. At this time, the other 5 Black Disaster Masters also launched an offensive. The terrifying aura that escaped from them turned everything around them into nothingness, forming a gray spherical space with a radius of hundreds of millions of light years. Beings in the 11th realm all had extremely condensed attacks. Such horrifying movements were merely caused by the agitation of breath, and the amount of destructive power contained in it was less than 1/1000th of the attacks. There are so many people. It's amazing. Right? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. His figure flashed. The will in his body boiled and roared. All tangible matter and intangible thoughts were burning fiercely. Not enough. Bai Donglin's eyes suddenly widened, and red gold flames gushed out, burning the spacetime and making a big hole. The spacetime, which was originally a concept of nothingness, was actually melted by the heat and flowed like golden water. Through the cave entrance, one can vaguely see figures standing at pastime nodes, all burning wildly. Infinite. The ultimate sublime. Waves of power from the past surged in, although they had become extremely weak after being eroded by the long river of time and space. They were numerous enough to still double Bai Donglin's full-strength power. This guy. The terrifying aura that erupted from Bai Donglin made Curacao and others stunned and shocked. With such obvious fluctuations in time and space, how could they not see what Bai Donglin had done? You? Aren't you afraid of backlash? Anyone who breaks through the 11 realms and converges the timeline can travel through the long river of time and space and step into the past. But if they interfere, they will suffer backlash depending on the severity of the disturbance to the timeline. They could also do it with the help of past strength. But it is totally unnecessary, as it would put too much of a burden on themselves, and the increased strength would not achieve an essential breakthrough in combat power, let alone sustain it. Unless they are facing a crisis of certain death, they could barely give it a try. But Bai Donglin was now facing the siege of 6 people of the same realm. And now, he had to endure the terrifying backlash. How long could he last? It would be better to choose to escape, as his chances of survival would be greater. It was indeed a terrible backlash. I almost died of pain. Bai Donglin grinned. The violent flames in his eyes seemed substantial. His existence, looming under the combined effects of spontaneous combustion and backlash, formed a delicate balance with the frequency of his immortal recovery. Fortunately, he was only borrowing the power of the past. If he tried to interfere with the future time and space, the horrible backlash force would take his life in an instant. Super God Realm. Expand. Boom. The ripples of will that were as condensed as substance spread out in all directions. In just a moment, the area within billions of light years was infected with a hint of strange color. It's a long story, but in the blink of an eye, Bai Donglin was overwhelmed by the terrible and strange attack. The twisted and corrupted quagmire of time and space enveloped him. Extremely bright scarlet sword beams shot out in all directions without any pattern. Snort. Bai Donglin looked stern as he stood in the center of the storm. His whole body was licked by the surging misty flames. With a slight curl, he destroyed the attack on his body. He opened his big hands and clenched them fiercely, directly grasping the weeping blood-long sword hidden in the endless sword light. You. Curacao was so horrified that he couldn't avoid the grip of the hand. Do you think you are the only one who understands cause and effect? Bai Donglin showed disdain. The law of cause and effect was one of the 10 rules he majored in. The level of his skill was no less than that of Curacao, coupled with the explosive growth of power at this time. It was easy for him to crush Curaçao's cause and effect attack. You don't want to be controlled by others, but you still have the knife handle. Tell me, are you cheap? And you're pretending to be noble. Weapons are meant to be used. Bai Donglin clenched his hands. An endless power poured down, completely suppressing Curaçao and even severing its connection with time and space. The power of the 10 gods. The return of the ruins with one sword. A low whisper contained endless murderous intent. A halo with no beginning or end. Boundless and infinite. Formed by connecting 10 colored universes. Quietly emerged behind Bai Donglin's mind. Flashing with endless brilliance. In every grain of light, there was a universe in the cycle of birth and death. The figure became illusory for a moment. And the next moment, 5 identical Bai Donglin appeared in front of the Black Disaster Warrior at the same time. With indifferent eyes, and the bloodshedding long sword in their hands slashed down diagonally, aiming directly at the center of the eyebrows of the head. Damn it! Damn bastard! Curaçao roared madly. Dense patterns appeared on the blade, and it trembled violently, causing Bai Donglin's attack to pause for a moment. The 5 Black Disaster Warriors took the opportunity to open their aura blockade and flashed out from under the blade. Snap! The fleeing figure suddenly stopped. And then a dazzling crack appeared from the center of its eyebrows, running through its entire body. And its body was split into 2. Time and space rippled. And above the remaining corpse, an intact figure was cut out from the time node of the past. And the severely injured body that was replaced dissipated like a bubble. Snap! The brand new body still had a crack between its eyebrows. And another figure walked over from the past. In an instant, it went back and forth hundreds of times. And only then did the sharp intent disappear. What a terrifying slash! Although it was no longer a problem, the minds of the Black Disaster Warriors were completely shocked by this sword. You know, they had avoided the frontal attack and were only affected by the blade. Who are you? Curaçao roared and shouted angrily. This was definitely not a power that an ordinary 11th realm could possess. There was also no information about Bai Donglin in their intelligence. When did such a terrifying existence appear among the human race? My name. The dead don't need to know. Bai Donglin looked down indifferently, snapped his fingers, and the blade of the bloodshed blade vibrated violently. The bright and shining patterns on it suddenly became dim. Since I was born as a knife, I must be prepared to be a knife. If you don't behave, I will crush you to pieces. Curaçao, you don't want to be retrained, do you? Chapter 718, Kill the Enemy in 10 Breaths. There was dead silence in the corrupt gray space and time. 5 figures formed a 5-pointed star, surrounding Bai Donglin in the center. The Black Disaster Warriors felt a little bitter in their hearts. It seemed that they surrounded Bai Donglin, but somehow, they felt that the other party surrounded them. Wake up! Humph! He is relying on the power of the past. But he is constantly enduring the terrible backlash. He definitely can't last long. It's just a facade. He must be at the end of his rope. Although Kuroso's body was suppressed, his mouth was still free. Sensing the hesitation of several people, he couldn't help but shout loudly, "If we delay the time and wait for him to fall from this state, we will win." Kuroso's words were convincing. Although they were just speculations, they were also reasonable. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little relieved. It was just that the power displayed by Donglin at this time was too terrifying and really shocked them. Stupid. Donglin had no habit of explaining to the enemy. Having taken advantage of the information gap, he naturally had to pursue the victory. Fortunately, he was afraid that these guys would turn around and run away. As soon as the mind moved, chains of rules and brilliant Taoist patterns began to appear out of thin air in the void, completely blocking the space and time here. This was the power from the super divine realm. These powerful Black Disaster Masters also have domains, but they are far inferior to him in terms of strength and coverage. Although they cannot suppress the 11th realm with their domains alone, they can still prevent them from escaping in a short period of time. War. Donglin's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In his mind, these guys were not troublesome black disasters, but walking aggregations of resources. Their bodies and the treasures they possess were all considered as something that could be swallowed up. Boom! Fighting 1 against 6. Donglin still took the initiative and launched various terrifying attacks one after another. However, these black disaster creatures were also in the 11th realm, possessing various magical powers, and were not powerless to resist. Moreover, because they came from the black disaster world, many of their methods were not something Donglin had seen before, which slightly delayed his efficiency in killing the enemy. The space inside the body of Yuan Mijinju is boundless, comparable to an infinite universe. The area ravaged by Donglin and others, spanning trillions of light years, is just a corner of it. Such a fierce confrontation and the wanton and terrifying atmosphere attracted the attention of many beings. Dao's fellow Qiming, do you know who is fighting the black disaster ahead? On a dark continent, two figures were walking side by side. Suddenly they stopped and looked up. In the depths of the dark void, they saw a bright ball of light slowly emerging. They were all supreme beings in the 11th realm with keen perception. In the ball of light condensed by destruction, they sent 6 auras of the same kind. The heroic man named Qi Ming was dressed in a black robe with a small golden sword seal embroidered on the sleeve. The seal was glowing with divine light and was extremely agile. It exuded a mysterious aura and was inexplicably majestic. I don't know. Hearing the question from the old man beside him, Qi Ming frowned slightly and shook his head. This aura is very strange. I have never seen it before. The old man who asked the question had a very strange appearance. His hair and beard were emerald green. When his hair moved, leaf-shaped particles of light fell faintly. His skin was covered with cracks, like the bark of a white jade tree. Oh! The old man was stunned when he heard the unexpected answer, and then continued, "Fellow Taoist Qi Ming, you, the Dimension Sword Masters, are in control of all the secrets within Taihao. You are also on good terms with the Space-Time Administration and often exchange information with them. In Taihao, are there 11 realms that you don't know about? Fellow Taoist Yusong, you are too kind." Qi Ming looked indifferent, shook his head, and a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes as he looked into the void. We have indeed recorded the strongmen in Taihao. The process of the 11th realm breaking through the convergent timeline cannot be hidden from us and the Space-Time Administration Bureau. However, the owner of this aura is indeed unfamiliar and is not in the records. Okay. Yusong raised his hand to brush his beard, paused, and said, "Besides us, there is black disaster here. I sense the aura of those guys from Kuroso. It's obvious that the two sides fighting at this moment are really angry. It doesn't seem like an internal fight among black disaster. If that strange aura is not from a black disaster creature or a Taihao creature, it cannot be ruled out that it came from other heavens. Well, but this possibility is very small. The heavens are too far apart, and it will take some time before the Tao of the heavens emerges. It is hard to believe that there is a being that would cross over to this place and act in the realm of nothingness. Crossing such a long distance is extremely difficult even for the 11th realm. There's no point in us guessing here. Since you're curious, why don't you just go and ask in person?" Yusong shook his head and laughed, his eyes flickering slightly. He was not curious about this man's identity, but was concerned about the cause of this war. In the inner space of the Source Secret True Body, Battles between strong men can often be seen. But scenes like this one where real fire is shed are extremely rare. Being able to do this to such an extent that both sides risked their lives meant that both sides had reasons to do so. Perhaps they were fighting for some treasure, like the thing they were all looking for. Black Disaster's enemy is our friend. We cannot turn a blind eye when he is under siege. Qi Ming glanced at Yusong and understood what was in his mind clearly. Haha. That makes sense. Yusong smiled slightly, not caring about his thoughts being exposed. Qi Ming was the dimensional sword wielder, an absolute lawful and just person, so his sentiments were naturally nobler than his. The communication between strong people is just a matter of a moment. If necessary, they will even choose to freeze time and have a detailed conversation. After Qi Ming and the other man sensed the aftermath of the fierce battle, in just a moment, their stagnant figures shook slightly and disappeared in an instant, rushing towards the scene of the battle at a high speed. Not just the two of them, but all the strong ones, who sensed the terrifying aura deep in the void, showed a look of doubt and uncertainty. After a moment of hesitation, most of the beings chose to go and see what was going on. And the same was true for the Black Disaster creatures. Qi Ming looked surprised as he looked ahead at the huge sphere standing in the black and red void. He was shocked by the chains of rules and the terrifying Tao patterns flowing on its surface. What a terrifying supergod realm! Moreover, there are too many supreme rules. Right? They are all equally powerful, extremely balanced. When a cultivator breaks through the 10 realms, he will transform at least one rule into the original rule. Those with extraordinary talents may be able to condense 2 or 3. After breaking through the 11th realm, although you can start to practice the power of other rules, the original rules achieved in the 10th realm are still the most core, and the rest are slightly inferior. Could it be that this person condensed 10 kinds of origin rules when he broke through the 10th realm? How is this possible? Yusong frowned, and the wrinkles on his forehead became deeper and more obvious, showing how turbulent his emotions were and how surprised he was in his heart. The stronger and more numerous the original rules of smelting are, the stronger the potential and strength of the cultivator will naturally be. This is a truth known to everyone. But knowing is one thing, and being able to do it is the key. Human power has its limits. Before breaking through the 10 realms, they are all equally weak, and even their lifespans are at risk of running out. How much time and energy do they have to refine the rules? It is already very difficult to achieve one original rule. To have 2 or 3 is extremely rare, and each one is a terrifying existence that can control the world. But at this moment, they actually saw an existence that was suspected to have melted 10 kinds of original rules. How could they not be shocked? This was an emotion that could not be suppressed even after years of cultivation. Chant. Boom. A terrifying sound of a sword resounded through the endless void. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably broad river of sword light, like a sea of scarlet blood, rushed past with extreme power, tearing a huge crack on the blockade barrier formed by the regular Tao patterns. Roar. 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 A terrifying roar was accompanied by eerie wailing. The void that was a mixture of black and red suddenly trembled. The black color faded away, and everything within sight was replaced by scarlet blood. The sky changes. An existence that has achieved the realm of true self has fallen. Qi Ming's pupil shrank suddenly, and he and Yusong looked at each other in astonishment. Fast. Too fast. How long had it been since they sensed this battle? At most, it was less than 10 breaths of time. This was the 11th realm. A fight between people of the same level. Walk. Without time to think, Qi Ming and the others, as well as those who were just watching the fun or trying to take advantage of the situation, all accelerated and fled towards the crack in the barrier. Some even stretched out their hands to tear the barrier apart and rushed in, fearing that they would waste even a little time. Damn it! Kuroso's extremely angry roar had become distorted. Just now, in his clear perception, his body repeatedly passed through the flesh and will of his companions, destroying all existing figures in the present and the past. Of course, there will be no future. Turlin! Use that thing. Do it. Well, Turlin felt a chill in his heart, and was shocked by the sudden death of his companion. Nebula's head stopped spinning, and his bright purple eyes flashed violently. The figure holding the blood-stained long knife at an angle was like a nightmare, deeply engraved in his mind. When Bai Dong'an cast his indifferent gaze over, Turlin flipped his dark palm and took out a strange object that looked like a blood diamond. Soar, secret god, lend me your power. The blood diamond was crushed violently. A red light flashed, and imperceptible mysterious changes appeared in the void. Bai Donglin frowned and looked up. Suddenly, a huge blood-red hand spanning 1,000,000,000 light-years appeared and slapped him fiercely. The spherical space condensed by the super-divine realm is like dust in front of the terrifying giant palm. Oops. Those who had just arrived at the battlefield all had changed expressions. And they were also covered by the bloody hand. It's too late to run now. Chapter 719 Blooming in Destruction. Blood Palm of the True Lord. Fake those who are locked by this attack cannot dodge by any means. Under the palm. All time and space. Fate. Cause and effect are sealed. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. And a piece of information inexplicably appeared in his mind. As if he had known it innately. Or as if it had been firmly engraved deep in his memory eternity ago. And only automatically emerged when he saw the bloody hand. This power is information setting? You can't dodge. You can only take it head on. While thinking, Bai Donglin clearly felt that many of the rules around him began to dissipate, including the 10 original rules belonging to himself condensed by his super divine domain. If this attack was personally launched by the true Lord Yuanmi when he was alive, all the 11 realms present would have been killed. Fortunately, Bloodhand only borrowed the remaining power from the true Lord Yuanmi's corpse. It has the form, but not the intention. The mind instantly assessed the attack strength of the blood palm by sensing the fluctuations in breath. Although it was strange and unpredictable, it was not enough to erase the existence of the 11th realm. Bai Donglin was quick-witted and understood what Curacao and the others were thinking at a glance. They wanted to use the power of Bloody Hand to break his suppression and take the opportunity to escape. TSK, other than being unable to evade it. It's not a big deal. It's just that its form is a bit large and intimidating. The so-called information setting seemed to completely crush the existence below the 12th realm. But Bai Donglin was very confident. Not to mention this superficial attack. Even if Jinmi Zhenju was still alive, he would have a way to get rid of the settings that were forcibly given to him. He only needs to destroy himself once. The state of an observer is so mysterious that nothing can be imposed on him. You can do this, but it's not necessary. In an instant, the time rules that Bai Donglin had forcibly gathered to freeze the quantum cloud of thought also mysteriously dissipated under the influence of the information setting. But it didn't matter. He had already finished thinking in static time. Since you can't avoid it, you will do it. Bai Donglin looked stern as he used his trump card killer move. His figure disappeared, and an invisible blade light slashed out from the depths of his heart and hit himself. 99% of his body was cut off and turned into an eagleless clone. The remaining body was instantly revived with full blood under the effect of immortality. Then an invisible sword light flashed in his heart and chopped off the selfless clone again. It's a long story, but in an instant, 101 figures have formed a straight line. Whoosh! As Bai Donglin clenched his right fist suddenly, the 100 clones in front of him without self-consciousness, all containing the endless material energy of the one Yuan Lingxia world, burned out in an instant and turned into bright halos, entwining around his fist. Bai Donglin's expression changed. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes, and his extremely hard body instantly became like a broken porcelain doll, covered with glittering cracks. The power of blessing 100 clones is already his current limit. At this moment, the boundless bloody palm had already fallen. Ha! Ha! Bai Donglin shouted angrily, his voice resounding through the void. The extremely suppressed tyrannical aura instantly attracted the attention of many powerful men, and they all involuntarily looked at the terrifying fist surrounded by the dazzling halo. What's this? Qi Ming's pupil shrank sharply, and he was so shocked that he even forgot about the bloody hand attacking him. He saw that in those rays of light, there were many vast and boundless worlds that were sinking, burning, and destroying. Self-annihilation, self-abandonment, fist slash, 100 rounds. Boom! An extremely tiny fist shadow cut through the void and slammed heavily on the bloody hand. What followed was absolute silence and extreme depression. The next moment, endless platinum fist blades, with a point of collision as the core, spread wildly in all directions. In just a moment, the blood-red hand that spanned 1 trillion light-years was submerged in the scorching platinum light. Under extreme destruction, it was eroded, shattered, and turned into complete nothingness. Snap! WTF. The Curacao held in Bai Donglin's left hand was closest to the core of the attack. Hit by the aftermath so close, the blade suddenly cracked, and a crack ran through the entire body. All the strange blood on it was burned away. The light of the blood-crying blade dimmed, and it was badly damaged. Curacao only had time to let out a terrified and frantic roar before his consciousness fell into a self-protective slumber. When the destructive light disappeared, All beings opened their eyes with dull expressions, and their senses were whistling away. The huge bloody hand had been completely wiped out, and the ban set by the bloody hand information also automatically dissipated. The figure that had launched a terrifying blow also disappeared. What are you looking for? Turlin's figure paused, and he wanted to escape, but it was too late. A fist surrounded by golden flames pierced through his nebula head, and his purple eyes were completely extinguished. So terrible human race. As the last thought came to his mind, two fingers that penetrated time and space directly crushed the source of Turlin's existence. Escape. Many powerful black disaster warriors were horrified. They stepped into the long river of time and space without hesitation and escaped in seclusion. Bai Donglin frowned. It was too late to pursue him now. The blockade of the super god realm had been broken by the collision with the bloody hand just now. It would take a moment to reopen the blockade of time and space. In this time, with the ability of the 11th realm, he would have escaped long ago. The first battle was a victory. Fighting 1 against 6. Killing 2 and capturing 1 alive. This is already an extremely proud record. A great victory. Worthy of it. It was very difficult for casualties to occur in a battle between the 11 realms, unless one side had absolute suppression power. Bai Donglin knew this very well. So he went all out at the beginning, and used the forbidden technique ultimate sublimation to kill the Black Disaster strongmen with overwhelming force. The Black Disaster creatures fled away in an instant, and the strong men from the Taihao heavens were still standing there in a daze, staring at Bai Donglin with shocked and weird eyes. Bai Donglin looked around with a calm expression, knowing that his punch just now was indeed somewhat horrifying, surpassing the normal strength of the 11th realm. It was understandable that everyone was incredulous. This is just one of my trump cards. If you want to live long, you must always have trump cards. Many things cannot be announced to the public. They must be kept mysterious at all times. There must be something hidden in the bottom of the box to keep the advantage of information gap in mind. For example, all those who have reached the state of the only true self that has converged the timeline dare not seek help from the power of the future, because they are almost certain to die under the bizarre and unpredictable backlash. And how could he be afraid of death? He dare not say that he can go too far into the future. But as a person in the 12th realm, he can still use it temporarily to attack. This is his ultimate trump card. And it is the reason why he dares to smile in front of the source of information. In the battle, Bai Dong's withdrawal was extremely sublimated. And Jin Yen, who was moving, slowly dissipated. Bai Donglin was suddenly stunned, with surprise flashing in his eyes. He cast his gaze towards a golden flame particle in front of him that was on the verge of disintegration. He stretched out his arm and probed into the small universe that was born from the collision of particles, and was about to dissipate like a flash in the pan. The golden flame particles are strange particles formed by the aura, and the 3 lights that escaped from Bai Donglin's body when he burst out with all his strength. They are extremely heavy, extremely small, and endless. They gather into a golden flame robe that covers his entire body. To the outside world, it appears as a blazing golden flame. In the microscopic world, it is essentially extremely heavy particles moving at extremely high speeds. The particles may violently collide with each other or impact with external invading attacks. Such a terrifying collision of extremely heavy particles will form a singularity explosion effect, expanding a fleeting microcosm. Although it is only a small universe with a depth of only millions to 100 million light-years, it will still erupt with terrifying hot and destructive force. The golden clothes that are made from countless miniature universe are the natural defense barrier. It does not reach the existence of the 11 specifications, and it will die. These small universes formed by particle collisions are nothing more than that. They are born and die in an instant. And even the high temperature of the Big Bang has not cooled down. There is no possibility of the formation of material celestial bodies. They are the failures of the creation of the universe. But even in this extreme universe, Bai Donglin sensed a faint breath of life. This was simply a miracle that could never happen. Before the golden flame particle dissipated, Bai Donglin retracted his clenched hand and spread out his palm, where a small figure curled up. Naked, body was trembling slightly, as if waiting for death to come. His body was shining with divine light, and there were bright spots of light dancing around. They were miniature celestial bodies emitting a scorching breath, including the sun, neutron stars, pulsars, black holes. Well, the little guy's eyebrows trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his clear and bright big eyes. He looked around with curiosity and fear, and then stared straight at Bai Donglin, revealing a trace of admiration. Ah! It's Father God. Hug me. Chapter 720, Tomb of Transcendence. What a lucky little guy. Bai Donglin's eyes were soft, and she stretched out her fingers and touched the little guy's head. But she was hugged tightly by her backhand. As soon as her face was sticked, her eyes began to rush. An unconscious ya sound came out of his mouth. Ha. Interesting. Little guy. I will grant you a real name miracle. Your nickname will be Ye. Bai Donglin was amused by this little thing, and he gave her a real name on the spur of the moment. It was no exaggeration to call it a miracle that life was born in that fleeting universe of golden flame particles. I have a name. Thank you, Father God. Aya. The golden flame particles are formed by the fusion of the three lights in Bai Donglin's body. It can be said that his essence, energy and spirit are all in it. Ya was born from this. The first time she saw Bai Donglin, she recognized that this was the Father God who gave birth to her. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and with a flick of his finger, he took Ya into the world of HL. He mobilized the energy of chaos, and began to regulate his physique and blood. He discovered that, perhaps because Ya was born by chance, his background was not simple, and he had great potential. He had the possibility of reaching the 12th realm. Therefore, it was worth his effort to cultivate him. During the short moment that Bai Donglin delayed, the people around him, who had not yet left, came back to their senses from their shock, and all showed expressions of fear and solemnity. Most people, after a brief moment of contemplation, left decisively and disappeared without a sound. The power displayed by Bai Donglin gave them too much oppression. In addition, they felt very unfamiliar with Bai Donglin. It seemed that he was not a being from the same universe. The unfamiliarity meant that there might be danger. As cautious as they were, they immediately made the safest choice. There are cautious people, and naturally there are also those who are calm and fearless. Qi Ming is one of those people. Not only did he not retreat, but he moved and walked towards Bai Donglin. Dao Yu Qi Ming. You, be careful. Seeing this, Yu Song, who was standing by, hesitated and did not choose to go with Qi Ming, but just gave a reminder. Fellow Taoist Yu Song is overthinking. My swordsmanship does not sense any evil thoughts from him. He may not be a good person, but he is definitely not a bad person either. In any case, he just killed the dark disaster. How can he avoid it? After saying that, Qi Ming did not hesitate, stepped on the void, and appeared not far in front of Bai Donglin in an instant. Yu Song sighed in his heart and did not follow. His purpose of coming here was to be the fisherman and see if there was any chance to make a fortune. He could not compare with Qi Ming's pure intention. If he went forward rashly and was discovered by others, it would be very embarrassing. My name is Qi Ming. Nice to meet you, fellow Taoist. I came here rashly, hoping to lend a helping hand to you, but I didn't expect that I underestimated your magical power. I am really ashamed. Chima raised his hand slightly, with great courtesy and a frank look, and expressed his thoughts without any hesitation. Dimensional swordsman? Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, as he saw the small sword mark on the other party's sleeve. This organization had a very powerful background, and was no less powerful than the space-time administration. The Dimension Swordsman is the sharpest knife in Taihao. The original intention of its establishment was to protect Taihao, and the sword is pointed directly at the top powerhouses of the Black Disaster. If there was a major battle with Black Disaster, and you suddenly found that the leader of the opposing army had been beheaded, then there was no need to think too much, as it must have been the Dimensional Swordsman who took action. So it's fellow Taoist Qi Ming. My name is Bai Donglin. Thank you for your help. Don't hit a smiling person. Bai Donglin had a gentle expression and offered his hand to return the greeting. He still had to survive in the Taihao universe, so it would be beneficial for him to have a good relationship with the sword wielder of the dimension. Bai Donglin. Qi Ming muttered to himself in his heart, his thoughts running, and he confirmed again and again that he had really never heard of this person. Friend Bai, I dare to ask if you are from another heaven? Qi Ming is a straightforward person. He says whatever he thinks without any intention of concealing anything. Fellow Taoist, you've figured it out. That's right. I'm indeed not a living being in the Taihao heavens. I just ended up here by chance. Bai Donglin did not lie. He came from the cage of heaven and earth, belonged to the war clan, and had nothing to do with Taihao. I see. Qi Ming nodded in understanding. His sword heart was calm. He sensed the true sincerity in Bai Donglin's words, and compared it with the information he had. He believed what he said. Friend Bai, to be honest, we hit it off right away. Why don't we find a place to sit down and talk about philosophy, and have a few drinks? Ha ha ha. I couldn't ask for more. Bai Donglin readily agreed, looked around, glanced at the existences hidden in the depths of the void, then walked side by side with Qi Ming and left this corrupt battlefield. Alas, what a pity. Yusong shook his head and sighed. Such a terrifying existence might have the possibility of entering the 12th realm in the future. If he could make friends with it, he would benefit a lot. Unfortunately, he lost this opportunity at the very beginning. Bai Donglin and Qi Ming found a quiet place, had a lively conversation, drank fine wine, and got along very harmoniously. Qi Ming is a master swordsman, with a pure sword heart and an open mind. Bai Donglin saw the shadow of his second brother in him, which is why he became friends with him in such a short time. He considered himself to be a thoughtful person, so it was unusual for him to show kindness to people like Qi Ming. Qi Ming, how long have you been here? Bai Donglin put down the wine glass and remembered the strangeness of the place, and then spoke the topic. Soon. Less than 10 million years. Qi Ming's eyes were clear. He shook the wine glass slightly, and the space inside was like the wine in the river or sea, causing huge waves. For the 11th realm, there is no strong liquor in the world that can make them drunk. Even if a glass of wine contains 1 trillion cubic meters of liquor, and they drink hundreds of glasses in succession, it will still be the same. Drinking is just a form. Talk to quench thirst. Brother Bai, did you enter the body of the source secret true body for that thing as well? Qi Ming couldn't help but make this guess. At this moment, in this inner world, except for him, the purpose of all other existences was probably the same. To be honest, Qi Ming, I came here by accident. I originally wanted to pass through the howling abyss and enter the realm of nothingness. As for what you are looking for, I have no idea. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. After all, he was a newcomer and knew too little information. The little information he had glimpsed in the long river of time and space was only superficial. He knew nothing about the secrets deep inside. He originally thought that the howling abyss was just the aftermath of that great war, a crack torn in the wall of the Taihao heavens, through which one could reach the realm of nothingness. But this was obviously not the case. Is that so? Qi Ming nodded and said, Brother Bai, you are mistaken. The essence of the howling abyss is that an invisible sword pierced through the chest of the true Lord of Source Secret, which then cut a hole in the wall of the heavens that is difficult to heal. You passed through the howling abyss, and the only place you arrived was deep inside the chest of the Source Secret Master. The exit on the other side was disturbed by the breath of the Source Secret Master, and time and space have been completely distorted, making it difficult to enter. But the creatures of the Black Disaster can move in and out freely with the help of that wound. After all, the true Lord of Source Secret is the strongest person on the side of the Black Disaster. It is reasonable for them to master some things. The bloody hand before is one of the manifestations. When Bai Donglin heard this, a flash of realization crossed his mind. Although he could kill the 11th realm, he still had a long way to go before he could read the other party's memory. As for those low-level Black Disaster creatures, they are just cannon fodder living in the inner world of the 11th realm. They don't know much, and the incomplete memories extracted do not contain these secrets. Qi Ming, what exactly are you looking for? It actually attracts so many people, and they spend so much time on it. Bai Donglin looked puzzled. Ordinary external objects probably wouldn't make the 11th realm pay so much attention to them. Brother Bai, you don't know? That thing is very extraordinary. Qi Ming's expression changed. He raised his glass and drank it all. Faintly, the roar of the sea backflowing could be heard. Actually, the main reason I'm here is not for that thing, but to complete the organization's mission. So many Black Disaster Masters gathered here, which is always a big hidden danger and may pose a threat to Taihao. Therefore, the organization sent me to monitor this place to prevent the Black Disaster Masters from entering Taihao. In addition, we must stop the Black Disaster and obtain that thing. Any other being can take it away, except Black Disaster. Qi Ming's eyes were sharp, and swords whistled and buzzed all around him. The traces of sword intent cut time and space into pieces. What on earth is that thing? Bai Donglin's face showed even more curiosity, and he secretly complained in his heart. Qi Ming, you shoulder the important task of guarding this place, which is indeed worthy of admiration. But there is no need to keep us in suspense. The Book of Yen Su, one of the 12 keys to open the Tomb of the Transcendent. Chapter 721 Understanding the Cause and Effect. The Book of Yen Su. Is it the old trick of collecting cards again? Bai Donglin secretly complained in his heart. He had experience in searching for 5-colored divine stones and war monuments. He also once obtained a Dinghai divine pearl from a little dragon. He had no intention of looking for other pearls. It can be seen that he was really not interested in the game of collecting objects. However, the Tomb of the Transcendent, which is something related to the Transcendent, it is impossible to say that he is not tempted at all. But this matter may not be as simple as it seems. Bai Donglin has many doubts in his mind. Qi Ming, this kind of thing doesn't seem like something we are qualified to participate in. Right? Isn't it a little lacking to have only the 11th realm? Anything that can be labeled as transcendence will have an infinitely elevated meaning. Those living transcendents may not care. But what about those who have attained the 12 realms of eternal transcendence? They will probably come in droves regardless of everything. And the 11th realm will not even be qualified to follow behind and drink the soup. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with thoughts. Before Qi Ming could answer, he continued to ask, "There is one thing I am very confused about. Why did Tai Hao Zutian just let the corpse of Yuan Mizhenju hang on the boundary wall? Why didn't those beings on it take action to deal with it? This way, we can also obtain the Book of Yansu." Qi Ming nodded slightly when he heard that. It seemed that this brother Bai had seen the world and was rational and calm. He was not overwhelmed by the Tomb of Transcendence. "Brother Bai, you've hit the nail on the head. There are indeed many things involved here. The root of all this is still because of the Supreme Being who killed the Source Secret Lord." At this point, a look of awe flashed in Qi Ming's eyes. And then he suddenly stood up, looked up at the sky, and saluted with a sword. His expression extremely respectful. Bai Donglin suddenly felt something in his heart, and felt a chill flash through his heart, as if a sharp sword quietly passed through his eyebrows, and disappeared in an instant, as if it were an illusion. Just now, was there a transcendent person who looked at them? Bai Donglin's eyes trembled slightly, and he had confirmed his guess. He could not understand the existence of the transcendents, nor could he imagine how powerful they were. He did not mention his name directly, nor did he think about his appearance. He just talked about things related to him, which attracted the other party's attention. Is everything going to be alright? Bai Donglin looked solemn. Although he behaved properly, he was hiding a big secret. It would not be good if it attracted the prying eyes of transcendence, even if the possibility was only very low. He has already determined that the 7-color divine light that caused the Great War 3 great eras ago was the one that caused him to travel through time and space and merged into his own consciousness, giving birth to the mysterious light of immortality and reversal of damage. If it is exposed and sliced and studied, it would be the best outcome. No problem. Qi Ming put away his sword, brushed his robes lightly, sat down slowly, and his expression had returned to normal. This lord is in the same camp as us. The look he gave just now was not his original intention. It was just a response to the law of existence. His thoughts would not fall on beings of our level. As long as you don't have any thoughts that are unfavorable to him and don't offend him, the law of nature will naturally dissipate. Upon hearing this, Bai Donglin felt relieved and understood Qi Ming's meaning. In the eyes of the transcendents, they were as small as dust. Unless it was necessary or related to their interests, their thoughts would not be disturbed. This lord killed the true lord of Source Secret, and his corpse is naturally his trophy. The invisible sword blade inserted into the boundary wall will never dissipate, even if it is a strong man from the other side. How can he dare to act rashly without being able to see through his mind? If the invisible swords riot, not to mention us, even the 12th realm may not be able to bear it. Therefore, the corpse of the Source Secret Master cannot be moved. If it were not for the Book of Yansu, no one would dare to set foot in this place. The risk is too great. Bai Donglin secretly clicked his tongue. He had a more intuitive understanding of the terror of the transcendents. Without saying a word, they could shock so many supreme beings. Alas, the time for the Tomb of Transcendence to appear in the world is less than a small era. The other 11 keys have appeared and are in the hands of 11 eternal beyonds. The only missing one is the Book of Yansu. It turns out that the only thing missing is Yansu's book. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. He was just thinking about whether he should try to collect them. But now it seems that it is unnecessary. That's why those big shots are a little anxious and have made a promise that whoever finds the Book of Yansu can enter the Tomb of Transcendence with them and share the opportunity in the tomb this time. This time? Bai Donglin's heart moved, and he keenly perceived the hidden meaning in Qi Ming's words. That's right. The Tomb of Transcendence has been opened 8 times. If it succeeds this time, it will be the 9th time. Every great era, the Tomb of Transcendence will appear in the world. Every time it is opened, the 12 keys will suddenly disappear. waiting to be collected again. Bai Donglin nodded in understanding. He had previously wondered whether this tomb of transcendence was related to the transcendents who died in that war. But now it seems obvious that it is not, as the time does not match. One small era is equal to 1 trillion years. One great era is equal to 10,000 small eras. One infinite era is equal to 10,000 great eras. Beings above the 11th realm with eternal lifespans will all span a long time scale. Yinji is the unit of time scale they use, which is based on the same concept as the spatial distance unit yin. In this case, the Tomb of Transcendence has existed for at least 9 Dian eras, which is a very long period of time. Qi Ming, thank you very much. You have solved many of my doubts. With these pieces of information as puzzle pieces, Bai Donglin already has a clear idea of the various events surrounding Yuan Mizhenju. Ha ha ha. Brother Bai. You are too polite. It's just a small matter. Not worth mentioning. Qi Ming waved his hand slightly. The joy in his eyes was even greater than Bai Donglin's, because while he was telling the story, he also learned a piece of information from the side. That is Bai Donglin. Not only is he not a creature of the Taihao heavens, he does not even belong to the Wanhong Qiji spiral arm group of the heavens. He should be from other distant areas of the vortex of the heavens. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to know nothing about the information of the Tomb of Transcendence. Qi Ming mourned for a moment. Although he didn't know how Bai Donglin ended up here, he might not be able to go back in his lifetime, unless he broke through to the realm of transcendence. He could cross such an exaggerated distance in the realm of nothingness. When Bai Donglin became a wanderer, Qi Ming had other ideas and wanted to pull him into the organization. He had already seen Bai Donglin's strength, and he was the talent that the Dimension Sword Master longed for. Bai Donglin knew nothing about Qi Ming's little thoughts. Otherwise he would have laughed 3 times and shouted, "That's exactly what I want." He played with the wine glass in his hand, thinking about something else. Qi Ming, if I'm not guessing correctly, then the 11 keys whose whereabouts have been confirmed are all in our hands. Right? Black Disaster is an absolute enemy, and there is no possibility of cooperation between the two, even if it involves such huge interests as the Tomb of Transcendence. If they really join forces with Black Disaster, those Supreme Transcendents will probably slap those Eternal Beyond Shores to death. Yes, the Tomb of Transcendence exists in the Wanhong Qiji spiral arm. Its owner once walked out of this area. Black Disaster is naturally not qualified to set foot in it. Humph. They just want to cause trouble. The Book of Words in the hands of the true Lord Yuanmi has been lost for 19 great eras and hidden by the Black Disaster creatures, causing the Tomb of Transcendence to not be opened for 19 times. This is a great loss to the many gods in the Wanhong Qiji spiral arm. During this period of time, the opportunities in the tomb could not be revealed to the world, and I don't know how many strong people were not born. This is also the purpose of the Black Disaster. In this way, we can reduce the chances of strong men being born on our side. I see. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and drank the wine in his hand. At the same time, he had made up his mind that he wanted Yen Su's book. If he had to go to great lengths to collect the 12 keys, he would probably hesitate. But now that he was just one step away, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity. Bai Donglin frowned and stood up suddenly. Qi Ming was a little slower and also stood up suddenly. Staring into the depths of the void, they sensed an unusually powerful aura fluctuation. Could it be? Walk. The two looked at each other, took a step forward at the same time, and their figures disappeared in an instant. Chapter 722, The Horrifying Book of Yen Su. The true Lord Yuanmi is the strongest person in the 12th realm. He has entered the other side of eternity for a long time and has lived for hundreds of Dian eras. 100 trillion years. He had traveled very far to the realm of eternity, and his power was unfathomable. Although he had been nailed to death by a sword, the corpse he left behind was still extremely terrifying. The manifested true body alone is as high as 3 true thoughts, and the space inside the body is even more terrifying. The true body contains endless eternal particles, many of which have opened up a vast world that is 100 trillion light years long and wide. A diameter of 100 trillion light years is the minimum specification of the vast world. When Yuan Mizhenju was alive, there were countless Black Disaster creatures living in these particle worlds. When they were struck, none of these creatures were spared and were all annihilated. 99% of the eternal particles were shattered. Only in the upper, middle and lower parts, near the core acupoints of heaven, earth and man, are the eternal particles still relatively intact. The Book of Su is most likely to exist in the universe in these areas. In the depths of the core of Tianqiao, Several figures suddenly emerged, staring with dark eyes at an eternal particle with dim divine light not far away. It can't be wrong. Yensu's book is in here. The leading black-robed figure slowly stretched out his hand, holding up a scarlet disc. In the center of the disc, engraved with strange patterns, a spike made of dim light was suspended, vibrating violently, pointing directly at the eternal particles in front. Humph! Curacao, Turlin and other guys died with some value. Although they wasted a drop of precious eternal blood, they accidentally led to the eternal particles that carry the book of words. I don't know if they are just so far away or just unlucky. Ha ha ha. He's already dead. It must be bad luck. The void was turbulent, and several twisted black shadows stepped out together, staring at the scarlet disc and laughing eerily. We have to speed up and take the book of Yensu as soon as possible. You all saw the battle. That guy was very scary. This is a very bad sign. Perhaps there are beings from the other shore in the Taihao universe who can't help but want to intervene. After all, we are less than a small era away from the appearance of the Tomb of Transcendence. Well, let's do it. The leading black shadow flashed, instantly crossed the endless void, and appeared on the eternal particle. Just now, from a distance, this particle looked like a speck of dust. Now, standing on top of the particle, I could clearly sense how huge it is. It is indeed the eternal particle that opened up the universe. Cut! Snap! The arm covered with purple gold scales raised the palm knife and slashed fiercely on the particle boundary wall. The sharp destructive force spread wildly, instantly creating a thick crack. The source of the secret master is completely dead, and these eternal particles have become isolated, without will control, and have become fragile. If not for this, it would be difficult to harm the eternal particles with the power of the 11th realm. In the short time it took to break the wall, several figures came through the air. They were all at the 11th level of the Black Disaster realm, and they hurried over after receiving the message. The credit of bringing back Yensu's book is enough to benefit all of them. It's not that they don't want to take all the credit. It's just that their strength doesn't allow it. The book of Yensu is not so easy to take away. Following the guidance of the spikes on the disc, a group of more than a dozen twisted figures stepped forward one after another, and soon appeared in the depths of the core of the world here. In the pitch-black void, there is a continent that spans tens of thousands of light years. In the pitch-black darkness without any light, the surface of the continent still emits a hazy light. The texture is extremely hard. Looking into its origin, the entire continent is made up of the top-grade immortal material, 9 nether black-veined gold. Snap! The scarlet disc trembled violently, and then shattered completely. The spike shot out violently and penetrated deeply into the continent below. Humph! Broken! Sharp claws slowly stretched out, and the purple gold scales that were shining with divine light seemed transparent, with endless strange patterns swirling and entwined in it, condensing into countless indifferent vertical pupils. The purple gold palm that covered the sky and the sun grasped the continent in its palm and clenched it tightly. An extremely terrifying force exploded. The 9 nether black-veined gold, which could be used to make the main material for immortal weapons, was as fragile as soil and was shattered, revealing the things wrapped deep inside. This is an altar with 4 sides that is completely black. From the top, many thick chains extend out, entwined in the void, forming an airtight sphere. The purple gold claws slowly closed and tightly grasped the black altar. They pulled violently, stretching the chain straight. The great power dissipated, and the surrounding space and time were instantly shattered. Even so, it was difficult to move at all. The chain ball seemed to be fixed in the void, not moving at all. Seeing this, the owner of the claws could only give up, retracted his palm, looked at the thin figure beside him, and said in a serious voice, "Abruk." Clear. Abruk nodded slightly, took a step forward, and instantly appeared on the altar. He stretched out his silver-white little hand, pinched complicated spells, and chanted strange incantations. Crash! The dense chains vibrated with a humming sound, and the patterns engraved on their surface kept flashing with strange light. The tightly wrapped sphere began to loosen slowly, revealing gaps, and soft white light emanated from them. The Book of Yensu. His tone was filled with strong desire and longing, as if he wanted to take it for himself immediately. Through the gaps in the chains, they all saw that in the hazy white light, there was an ancient book floating quietly. It was snow-white all over, as if it was carved out of white jade. On the front, there were 2 mysterious Taoist characters engraved. Careful! Abruk raised his head suddenly. A trace of fear flashed in the red eyes under the hood. His will spread, and he shouted a warning. Everyone's expressions froze, as if they were poured with a basin of cold water. The desire in their eyes vanished, and a chill ran down their spines. Without time to think, they each used their own methods to disperse and hide in all directions. The Book of Yensu is more than just a key. How could a creation of a transcendent being be so simple? Crash! The jade-like book trembled slightly and automatically turned a page. There was nothing inside. It was actually a wordless book. On the blank pages of the book, very abruptly, lines slowly emerged, as if there was an invisible being writing quickly. In less than a moment, a vivid painting appeared in the book. So, is that me? A powerful black disaster master escaped and hid in a causal line that he had cut off, and temporarily removed his existence from the world. It was an extremely clever means of concealment. At this moment, he was looking at Yensu's book with horror. The painting on the book showed an 8-armed, green-faced ghost ape covered with red hair, with dull eyes and a shattered body. It was being crushed to death by a huge pure white hand that extended beyond the pages of the book. No! A chill surged in my heart, and a great fear of impending death completely overwhelmed my mind. Roar! 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 The 8-armed, green-faced ghost ape roared in fear and stepped out of the causal line, revealing its true form. Its huge body even broke through the void, and half of its ferocious head stretched out of the boundary wall with a terrified look on its face, ready to break through the air and leave. Snap! Yensuji's book suddenly closed, as if it was the final word, and the sound echoed heavily in everyone's heart. The 8-armed, green-faced ghost ape had a ferocious look on its face, and the divine light in its eyes gradually faded. The universe was shattered, and an infinitely large, pure white hand appeared from nowhere and at some unknown time, and tightly grasped the ghost ape's majestic body, just as it was depicted in the painting in the book. Without any difference, an 11th realm being who had concluded the timeline died in such a strange way, just like an ant, without any power to resist. Gurgle. All the black disaster warriors who saw this scene felt their throats dry and astringent. The strange attack from Yensu's book was beyond their understanding. It was a power of a higher level. What are you still standing there for? The adults above have said that the Book of Yensu is ownerless at this moment. It will attack only because of its instinctive hostility towards us. It will not continue to attack in the short term. Ghost Ape is such an idiot. He made such a big noise. It will probably attract Taihao's rats soon. We have to hurry. The void twisted, and more than a dozen figures stepped out together, each holding a stone slab with a tangled and twisted pattern painted on it. He made a hand gesture and threw out the stone slab. Countless lines wriggled and extended out, connecting and entangled with each other. The stone slab instantly combined into a multi-sided irregular box with a strange aura, and the opening was facing Yensu's book. In the name of Allah, the Fool. Seal. Chapter 723, The Great Explosion of the Furnace of the Heavens. The eternal particles that carry the Book of Words are located in the core of the celestial cavity, deep in the head of the Source Secret Lord. The fierce struggle of the 8-armed green-faced ghost ape before its death, and the strange fluctuations emitted by the terrifying pure white giant hand swept across many particles in an instant, alarming the Taihao strongmen who were roaming around in search. In an instant, the boundaries of the vast world were violently torn apart. Violent auras whistled past, and the void was crushed to the point of being annihilated inch by inch. Bai Donglin and Qi Ming were the first to arrive at the core of Tianxiao. The void around them was turbulent, and more than a dozen tall figures followed one after another. The group was not far from each other, only hundreds of millions of light years apart, which was equivalent to being face to face. It was not that they did not want to stay away from Bai Donglin, this ruthless man, but because the sudden fluctuation of aura appeared near this area. Huh? That's weird. Qi Ming frowned and looked around the void with a sharp gaze. The source of the breath that he had just locked onto was now strangely split into dozens of locations. It was impossible to tell the real from the fake, as if they were all real. This is also the reason why all the strong men are stranded here. They don't know which direction to choose. The space inside the body of Yuanmi Jinju is too huge. If they go the wrong way, I'm afraid everything will be too late. It's a little trick played by Black Disaster. They are trying to delay time. Qi Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and brilliant sword light gushed out, cutting through the void and darkness, and penetrating through the illusory maze. No, the time and space here have been distorted, and the source of that aura is beyond the reach of my magical powers. Qi Ming returned empty-handed, and the other Genie warriors were also helpless. After hesitating for a moment, they each chose a direction and rushed away. They didn't have much time to waste. Brother Bai? Looking at Bai Donglin, who was calm and composed. Qi Ming was slightly stunned. Qi Ming. Just leave this kind of small matter to me. After saying that, Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly, raised his sword finger, and lightly tapped his eyebrows. Boom! It was like real bright ripples, surrounded by scorching golden flames, surging out from between Bai Donglin's eyebrows, rippling out, and in an instant, expanding to an extremely distant area. This is... Qi Ming's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Under the swaying of the bright waves, he felt like a small boat in the raging sea and suddenly felt his own insignificance. How is this possible? How can an 11th realm person have such a strong will? What is Brother Bai's origin? If we use the range of will's perception to roughly measure its strength, the ordinary 11 realms, from the most initial one thought, one true thought, which is 1 trillion light years, to the ultimate infinitely close to one thought, 10,000 true thoughts. The will's perception range in the 11th realm will never reach the level of constant thought, which is already the level of the 12th realm. But in Qi Ming's perception, Bai Donglin's will seem to have broken this limit. This kind of thing was completely contrary to common sense. Oh! What a cunning bunch of guys. Bai Donglin suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of coldness flashed across them. The time and space of this domain were infinitely twisted and stretched, and the spatial scale reached a very terrifying level. The left and right directions had exceeded the number of constant thoughts, and it was impossible to cover it all without the will of the 12th realm. Another point is that the breath coordinates they sensed are all false, and the only real eternal particles have been hidden. It has to be said that those powerful men of the Black Disaster reacted very quickly. They took advantage of the situation, and used the leaked breath as bait to completely mislead everyone to the wrong location. Break. The will can cover the distorted time and space in this domain, and naturally it can also see through its operating nodes. Bai Donglin's eyes were bright, and he raised his hand and slashed repeatedly, slashing dozens of time and space into nothingness. The distorted time and space suddenly collapsed madly, turning into an illusory light spot and disappeared. The infinitely stretched space scale immediately returned to normal. Brother Bai. You? Qi Ming wanted to say something but stopped himself. He was really curious, even though they were in the same realm. Why were their wills so different? Business is more important. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, then tore through the void and stepped away. Seeing this, Qi Ming had no choice but to give up and hurriedly followed. The secret of his strong will lies in the transformation and sublimation of his self-consciousness by the 7-color divine light. This has always been hidden and not as obvious as the 2 major talents. Bugs, I found you. After taking a few steps, Bai Donglin arrived at the source of the aura explosion. What came into his sight was the corpse of a giant ape that had shattered the universe. Its body was extremely distorted, as if it had been crushed into mud by a big hand. Isn't this the ghost ape? It seems that I am right. Black Disaster has found the Book of Yin Su. Qi Ming's eyes flickered. Based on the way the ghost ape died, he immediately thought of the legend about the Book of Yin Su. Don't waste this tonic. Under Qi Ming's strange gaze, Bai Donglin paced slowly. An extremely huge chaotic vortex extended behind his head. The terrifying swallowing force roared down, and the rotten corpse of the ghost ape twisted and stretched like lines, sinking into the vortex and disappearing. This Brother Bai is really a weirdo. Qi Ming was a little confused. Although the corpse of the 11th realm was very valuable, there was no need to be so impatient. Right? Damn it! Why so fast? The expressions of the powerful Black Disaster warriors, who were activating the strange box, suddenly changed. They turned around and looked at Bai Donglin, who was walking towards them. The corners of their mouths twitched, looking as ugly as if they had eaten shit. Almost there. Just a little bit. The pure white book, wrapped in a group of twisted and wriggling black lines, had been half pulled into the box. Abruk. Wan Si. Chief. Stop them. The leader of the Black Disaster is named Yi, the strongest among all the beings. He is in charge of the operation to find the Book of Yin Su. Yes. Damn it. Why me? Hey. Go ahead. There were 3 twisted figures. Some were obedient and some were reluctant, but they eventually stopped their actions immediately. The figures flashed and instantly appeared in front of Bai Donglin, their eyes full of fear. Not long ago, there were 3 powerful people in their group, but they were defeated by the person in front of them. They had no choice but to be cautious. Otherwise they might die here today. Whether they are willing or not, they have no choice. Otherwise, they will not be able to escape death. The horror of the foolish lord makes them even more frightened. Qi Ming, stay away from me. Qi Ming, who had just arrived, was slightly stunned when he heard the words, but from Bai Donglin's serious tone, he keenly realized the seriousness of the matter, and without hesitation, his figure disappeared. When Bai Donglin stepped into this world, extremely drastic changes began to take place in his body. The original universe, which had no beginning or end, instantly collapsed and condensed into a furnace of golden light. The one spiritual world was constantly cut apart, and then continued to be cut apart after recovery. All the spiritual worlds poured into the furnace, and under the catalysis of will, they gradually merged and superimposed on each other. Qi Ming had just left when the three powerful black disaster warriors arrived in front of him. Bai Donglin's mouth curled up slightly, and an irrepressible aura of annihilation emanated from his body, which was extremely terrifying. This is... Abruk and Bai Donglin looked at each other, and their expressions froze for a moment. Their deep eyes suddenly became golden. In the endless brilliant light, he seemed to see a furnace larger than the universe. The space-time around the furnace was corrupted and vibrating violently. Its textured surface began to show large cracks, and hazy light was emitting. No! Run! Abruk's small face was instantly twisted to the limit. He stretched out his little hands and pulled out a long river of time. Late! Bai Donglin clasped his hands together suddenly, and golden lines spread from his eyebrows to his entire body, converging on his chest to form a lifelike furnace totem. The furnace of the heavens. 10,000 paths send us to the funeral. Destroy Bai Donglin's body, will, consciousness, and all traces of existence instantly collapsed into the furnace in his chest and returned to silence. Snap! A strange cracking sound came from nowhere. The next moment, the black disaster warriors present were immersed in a hazy light. Their bodies were annihilated. Their wills were dissolving, and time and space were shattered. What exactly is this? Ear's consciousness went blank, and he only felt a tremor in his hand. The box that was closely connected to him was disconnected under the terrible impact. No! Yen Su's book. Ear's eyes were filled with fear, and he struggled hard. But the destructive power contained in this horrific explosion was so terrifying that he could not even maintain his most basic existence, and had no way of chasing the disappearing box. The dead Bai Donglin was in observer mode. After locking onto the trace of Yen Su's book, he instantly resurrected on one side of it, because of the impact of the explosion. The pure white book was about to break free from the entanglement of the black lines extending from the box. I gladly accept Yen Su's book. Bai Donglin was also caught in the impact of the explosion. His flesh and skin were blown away, revealing his skeletal palms. He tightly grasped the book of Yen Su, with blood staining it. He swept his eyes over and slashed down, cutting the only remaining black line. Human, I will remember your breath. Roar, roar, roar. A strange roar was heard from the irregular black box, but it was immediately drowned out by the afterglow of the explosion and disappeared without a trace. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, sensing extreme malice in the voice, and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Meaningless threats are like the howling of a defeated dog. In order to prevent any changes, Bai Donglin stuffed Yen Su's book into the world of Wujian, and then he thought about it and destroyed himself again. Brother Bai, will he be okay? Worry flashed in Qi Ming's eyes. Standing in the void far away from the eternal particle, even though it was hundreds of trillions of light years away, the horrifying waves extending in front of him from the hazy ball of light that suddenly engulfed the particle world still made him tremble with fear. Qi Ming, I'm fine. With the help of the particles attached to and hidden in Qi Ming's body, Bai Donglin was resurrected with a comfortable smile on his face. Well? Qi Ming turned around in shock and looked at Bai Donglin, who was unharmed in front of him. There was not even a wrinkle on his robe, and he didn't look like he had been through a battle at all. After opening his mouth, Qi Ming's wise choice didn't ask much. Through Bai Donglin's confident expression, he had guessed what. And Yen Su's book is estimated to have settled. What happened? Who is fierce fighting? What about the book of Yen Su? Those Taihao warriors who were tricked finally arrived late under the guidance of this exaggerated explosion, and looked around in confusion. Qi Ming shook his head slightly and chose to remain silent. Roar, roar, roar. Human race, hand over Yen Su's book. A terrifying roar surged out from the misty ball of light, and more than a dozen distorted figures revealed their true forms, stomping out with fangs and claws bared. Kill. Chapter 724, I really can't eat anymore. Bai Donglin gently flipped over a trump card and decisively took away Yen Su's book in a way that no one had expected. The Furnace of Heaven's move was a large-scale indiscriminate killing move that emphasized breaking all laws with one force. If one wanted to completely wipe out an existence with tenacious vitality like the 11th realm, it was still a little far from enough. But his ability to stir up trouble was unique, and that was enough to buy him a fleeting opportunity. Bai Donglin knew that he was changing late, and Yen Su's book was of great significance. Many 12 realms put attention here. If you don't want to procrastinate a moment, there will be a moment of existence. Now there is no need to worry about these things at all. Just now, he has returned to the Taihao heavens and handed the book of Yen Su to his clone for safekeeping. No matter how unwilling the creatures of the Black Disaster are, can they still directly kill their way into Taihao? Kill. Looking at the powerful Black Disaster genie who suddenly rushed in front of them and went crazy. The people of Taihao were at a loss and had not figured out the situation at all. Aren't they here to snatch Yen Su's book? What's wrong with these guys? But the enemy was already in front of him, so there was no time to think. He could only meet the enemy head-on and engage in a brutal fight. Brother Bai. And wait for me to cut them. Shi Ming clenched his hand, and a red sword appeared. The sharp sword light surged wildly, cutting the void into pieces. Let's go together. Let's go together. Bai Donglin was naturally the most hated one. Several twisted figures rushed towards him regardless of anything. There was distortion and madness in their eyes, and they were furious. Well done. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and instead of moving forward, he stepped back and entered the particle world not far away. Thief! Don't run away. The twisted figure followed closely, and the violent aura impacted the boundary wall with thick cracks. Bai Donglin fought 1 against 4, killing them in the particle universe. In just 10 breaths, the universe spanning 1 trillion light years was on the verge of breaking. Hee hee. That's great. Let's fight again. Bai Donglin looked excited. The vortex of chaos that extended infinitely behind him was spinning madly, swallowing up all the broken fragments of matter and transforming them into pure energy to nourish his spiritual orifice. He did not forget one of the purposes of his coming here. He planned to devour the corpse of Yuan Mizhenju at the beginning. But after talking with Qi Ming, he was worried that doing so would attract the attention of that existence. But he was unwilling to return empty-handed. In desperation, he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. The eternal particles were not swallowed by him, but were annihilated in the fierce battle with the Black Disaster. He did not dare to express his thoughts directly, and could only think about them indirectly in his subconscious virtual personality, trying his best to avoid attracting the attention of the rules above the concepts. These are all just in case. In fact, he has already undergone a rigorous evaluation. Would a transcendent really care about the corpse of a 12th level person? If compared on an equal basis, a transcendent killing a 12 realm being is probably only equivalent to an ant being affected when he destroys the universe. Just like he wouldn't care about a tiny ant, it is very likely that a transcendent would not pay attention to the corpse of the 12 realms. Having already come this far, if he is still targeted by the transcendents, he will accept it. Otherwise, he would be timid and do nothing. Damn! If you want to survive, you must take back the book of Yen Su. Otherwise, we will all die. Ye's eyes were grim. He had messed up things. If he went back in disgrace, what would be waiting for him would be the wrath of the foolish child god. Thinking of this, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yai. This person seems to be in a bad state, and his combat power seems to be much weaker. While chasing, Abrock's eyes flashed with doubts. This man was very fierce before. Why did you only know that he had escaped at this time? Could it be that the huge explosion just now caused a serious damage to his origin? With a change of expression, Abrock's figure twisted, and he stepped into the long river of time. Looking into the past, he only saw a scene of decay. All the time nodes they had passed through were crushed and wiped out, and there was no way to go back to the past and change the reality. What a pity! He still has considerable strength in him, and has enough energy to crush the time nodes. Snort! Ye's expression was cold. He had tried it before, and there was no need to remind him again. His figure flashed, and he caught up with Bai Donglin in the vast world of particles. Ahem. Damn black plague bugs. Do you really want to kill them all? Bai Donglin's face was pale, and his breath was weak, as if he would collapse at any moment. Die! Yi didn't have time to waste words. He spread out his purple gold claws, covering tens of millions of light years of void, crushing everything, and slapped Bai Donglin hard. Oh! Forget it. If I don't go to HL, who will? Today, I will fight you to the death. Kill. Boom. Another universe of particles completely collapsed. And all visible and invisible things were annihilated and dissipated under the impact of the terrifying aftermath. The battle between beings of the 11 realms could be a crushing defeat and could end in an instant. If the two sides are evenly matched, it is hard to say. It may take thousands or tens of thousands of years at the shortest. If the two sides really have that much free time and are determined to fight to the death, then it is possible that the fight may last hundreds of millions of years. Lifespan, physical fitness, vitality. These are no longer problems for them who can manipulate the timeline. They can exchange existence nodes with their past selves with just a thought and stay in peak condition at all times. Unless their origin is damaged and every time node in the past is affected. But how can two evenly matched parties possibly harm each other's existence nodes? At this time, Donlin deliberately created this kind of situation and maintained the power at the level of equally matched. Particles of the universe disappeared under the battle between the two sides. 1,000 years later, Donlin's dog walking had circled around the corpse of Yuan Mizhenju and arrived at the last place. An area that he had deliberately avoided before. The chest of Yuan Mizhenju, the core area of the Earth's orifice, was pierced by the invisible sword light. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! You can't kill me like this! Asshole! Asshole! He was so angry that he was shaking all over. And his eyes were full of stars. It had been a whole 1,000 years. And they were not fools. So how could they not see that Donlin was playing tricks on them? But again, they had no choice. They just didn't want to die. I swallow. Donlin has become a little unscrupulous. For such a long time, his vision of regularity has never fallen away. It seems that the Transcendent One really doesn't care about this corpse. Buzz! A clear sword chant suddenly sounded and spread throughout the space within the body. All those involved in the fierce battle felt their scalps go numb and their figures froze. This is... Donlin frowned and gazed intently. In the depths of the void, it seemed that a hazy sword light was slowly emerging. If you raise the viewing angle infinitely and pull it outside the corpse space, you can clearly see that the huge corpse nailed to the wall has become very illusory. Like a bubble that will shatter at the slightest touch. The corpse of the source is made of eternal particles. With the madness of Donlin for 1,000 consecutive years, the particles are about to disappear. How could a corpse that seemed like a bubble carry the invisible sword light that never faded? It was already very difficult to hold on until now. Oh no! Yi's pupil shrank sharply. An unprecedented look of fear appeared on his face. His mind trembled. And a sharp aura, which was almost invisible, had already locked onto his brows. Escape. Can't escape. Groan. The sword light appeared, shattered, and shot out. Yi and other black disaster creatures had no intention of resisting at all. They were all instantly cut across the center of their eyebrows by an illusory sword shadow. And their eyes were extinguished. Hiss. It's so terrifying. Donlin was shocked. These sword shadows were only aimed at Heizai. They just passed by him. But the terrifying sharpness made him feel cold all over. Is this the Transcendent? The sword that was casually stabbed countless years ago was still so terrifying. Killing the 11th realm was like killing an ant. Perhaps this was not the limit of the sword shadow. And the result would be the same if the 12th realm was hit by this sword. The death of Yi and the others was exactly the same as that of Yuan Mizhenju. Their lives were wiped out. But their bodies were preserved intact. Donlin naturally would not waste them. After coming to his senses, he swallowed them one by one. I can't eat it anymore. I really can't eat it anymore. Donlin stroked his belly with a look of satisfaction on his face. Qi Ming and others who were stunned by the sword shadow slowly came to their senses and looked at Donlin in confusion. Does this guy have any special hobbies? Necrophilia. The movements were so fast, as if someone wanted to snatch it from him. Ahem. Actually, someone did want to take the corpse away. After all, it was the real body of the 11th realm, plus the magic weapon and treasure, and the things in the storage space. It is all fake. But Donlin's action is too fast, and his strength is scary. Although everyone's heart is a little dissatisfied, he dare not say anything. Everyone, have you seen where Yensu's book goes? Yes. These dark disaster bugs have died and died. What about the book? And why did these guys suddenly become crazy and crazy? Staring at us. It seemed like we took the book of Yensu. As soon as these words were spoken, the void suddenly became silent. The Taihao warriors frowned and looked at Bai Donglin at the same time, with suspicion on their faces becoming more and more intense. Hee, fellow Taoists. Why are you all looking at me? No way. No way. You don't suspect that I took Yin Su's book away, do you? How can you defame someone's innocence without any evidence? Hey! Hey! That's you. What kind of eyes are you? Suspect me? Very good. Bai is standing here. You can come up to search in person and find Yin Su's book on your hands. If you can't find it, Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. He raised his fist as big as a casserole, and the threat was self-evident. Brother Bai. Don't be upset. I don't think they have that intention. Put down your fist quickly. If you punch us, the Great Tao will be wiped out. Who can withstand it? Seeing that the situation was wrong, he quickly persuaded. That is, he had the intention of helping Bai Donglin to get rid of, and was a little worried. The strong men who were too easy to be born would come up to death. Ahem. Tao, you forgive me. It is me waiting for Meng Lang. Everyone's expression changed slightly, remembering the scene of Bai Donglin's punch and covering the bloody hand, and quickly moved away, arresting his hands. This attitude is pretty good. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and after Qi Ming's repeated comforting, he reluctantly unclenched his fist. Chapter 725 Sword of Justice. Fellow Taoist has immeasurable magical power. We are convinced of it, and do not dare to speculate on our own. But the Book of Yin Su is of great importance. According to regulations, we will truthfully inform you all of what happened here. I hope you will think about it more. Farewell. Having said that, all the strong men from Taihao bowed solemnly, without giving Bai Donglin a chance to respond. With a flash of his figure, he stepped into the long river of time and space and disappeared, returning to the heavens of Taihao. Dao Zun is one of the honorific titles for those who have achieved the eternal destination of the 12 realms. It is also called the Lord of the Great Tao of the Heavens, the Controller of Order, and the Source Lord. Many titles are slightly different depending on the practice system or the understanding of the living beings, but the core meaning is the same. The owners of these names are all the top supreme beings in the heavens. When Bai Donglin heard this, he raised his eyebrows indifferently. The 11th realm is not so easy to fool. They are all existences with brains on their heels. It is not difficult to guess that the Book of Yin Su is in his hand. This matter cannot be hidden, even if everyone present is killed. At this moment, the big guys on the other side probably know everything. Seeing Bai Donglin's silence, Qi Ming's mind suddenly moved. He took 2 steps forward and said, Brother Bai, please don't worry. This matter, I'm not worried. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, with a calm expression. Since he dared to take the Book of Words in Seuss, he was naturally prepared to deal with everything. The worst result would be to reveal another whole card. Since those beings have made a promise, they will not break their promises. Right? If they are teasing us little guys, that would be unreasonable. It was hard for him to figure out the thoughts of the 12 realms. But with the great enemy Black Calamity eyeing him, there should be a bottom line for the overt and covert struggles within the heavens. If the leaders at the top couldn't keep their word, then what's the point of playing? Who dares to serve you? This is a conjecture based on logic. Whether this is the case remains to be seen. You are indeed Brother Bai. Your strength and character are both impressive to me. Qi Ming secretly admired in his heart. If he were put in Bai Donglin's position, he would never be able to be so calm and calm. After all, he came to this strange world alone, with no support behind him, and no need for all kinds of forces and existences. I don't know much about it either. Brother Bai. Qi Ming's expression suddenly became solemn, his eyes glaring, looking directly into Bai Donglin's eyes. Qi Ming, now use the will of the dimensional sword holder to invite you to join the organization. Buzzing. As Qi Ming's words fell, time and space were violently distorted. An endless bright brilliance surged out from an unknown place, swirled and danced, and condensed into a huge thing that towered over the world. This is a long dark gold sword engraved with Tao patterns, with colorful divine light lingering all over the body. The sword tip points downward, suspended behind Qi Ming and above the long river of time and space. The long sword hilt guard is in the shape of a scale, with justice written on the left side and guardian written on the right side. A disc like the universe hangs on each end. Both sides of the sword are engraved with endless pictures of all living beings, and the stem of the sword is hollowed with many majestic figures. Where the hilt meets the sword's jaw, there is a red vertical pupil inlaid with it. The radiance keeps shining, as if it can see through everything. This is... Bai Donglin was stunned, and the hot will escaping from the long sword stirred up some ripples in his heart. He seemed to see terrifying existences, turning their backs on all living beings, facing the black disaster. Chiming. Is this a little too sudden? Is it so easy for the dimensional sword holder to join? No need to conduct an assessment on me. Bai Donglin is naturally willing to join the dimensional sword holder. No matter how you think about it, it is a beneficial and harmless good thing. But Qi Ming is so direct that he really can't be fooled. Brother Bai, my Kenshin tells me that you are a trustworthy person. Furthermore, dimensional sword holders do not have so many terms and conditions and are free. They only need to make one thing clear. That is, when facing the black disaster, they have the will to fight against it at all costs. This alone is enough. Enough. The black disaster is a nightmare that lingers in the sky. No existence dares to ignore it. It seems to be a very simple request, but it is also very demanding. After all, not everyone has the absolute fearlessness. In this case, Bai will be disrespectful. I am willing to join the dimensional sword holder. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark gold sword suddenly shone brightly. Endless brilliance gathered in the red vertical pupils, and a river of light poured out, covering Bai Donglin. Is this to determine if I am a black disaster creature? Bai Donglin keenly sensed the intention of peeping, but his gaze was very clear. He only confirmed his identity and immediately retreated, without taking the opportunity to pry into his secrets. The river of light came and went quickly, shrinking and condensing together in an instant, turning into a shining golden sword seal, slowly falling down, and being printed on Bai Donglin's sleeve. What a powerful method! A trace of surprise flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. The sword mark was not simply printed on his robe. Looking across the past, at every point in time, he had sword marks printed on his sleeves. This was a direct imprint. Above his existence. Groan. The long sword buzzed, and it was pulled out fiercely, slashing diagonally towards Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin remained motionless as a long sword that was bigger than the entire world was slashed down with a crash. Although this huge scene was terrifying, he did not feel any danger. The dark gold sword cut through time and space. When it approached, it quickly shrank. He held it gently and slowly placed it on Bai Donglin's shoulder. He paused for a moment and then suddenly disappeared. This should be some kind of ceremony, just like when Lu Dongchuan drew his sword to pay tribute. This is the romance and etiquette of sword cultivators. Could it be that the existence that established the Dimensional Sword Bearer organization also uses swords? From all indications, it seems very possible. Brother Bai, we will be a family from now on. Ha ha ha. Qi Ming laughed heartily, reached out and patted Bai Donglin on the shoulder, his eyes very friendly. Ha. Qi Ming, you are the senior. Please take good care of me as a newcomer from now on. Qi Ming's eyes widened when he heard Bai Donglin's joke. No, Brother Bai. You are far stronger than me, so you should take care of me. Perhaps one day, they will fight side by side again. This care is not a joke, but a fact that has a high probability of happening. Brother Bai, now that you have the identity of a dimensional sword holder, you don't have to worry about the book of words and elements. The power of our organization is extraordinary. No one in Taihao dares not to give face. This is, you will know later. Qi Ming looked mysterious and his tone showed pride. Bai Donglin was thoughtful. It seemed that he had taken the right step. Since Qi Ming dared to say such things, the organization must not be just based in Taihao. Has this little guy completed his transformation? Bai Donglin sensed a strange movement in the world of Wujian. His eyes signaled Qi Ming to wait a moment. He raised his hand, and an egg of chaos covered with mysterious patterns appeared in his palm. Click! The egg of chaos trembled slightly, and then it shattered into dense cracks. Two small white hands suddenly reached out and tore the extremely hard edge, L directly. Yay! A force of swallowing came, and the edge, LS condensed by the chaos energy were all swallowed into a small mouth, chewed slightly, and swallowed into the abdomen. Hey, Father God, I miss you so much. The miracle that was originally the size of a little finger has become the size of a fist after 1,000 years of gestation. The rays of light lingered all over her body, and the most eye-catching thing was that on her little head, she wore a crown that shone with bright divine light. It was a crown made of countless sun, moon, stars, and terrifying celestial bodies. The fist-sized Ea stepped out with one step, crushing the void, and instantly lay on Bai Donglin's face, squinting his eyes and rubbing against it, his little face full of attachment and admiration. This is such a powerful innate creature. Qi Ming looked surprised and looked at Iya up and down. He could confirm that the power contained in this small body of this creature, who had just been born, and had not yet begun to practice, had reached the 10th level. It is very rare to be born in the 10th realm. As we all know, the innate gods and demons born in the chaos only have the strength of the 9th realm at the beginning. All the great powers in the later period are only obtained through arduous practice. Her name is Miracle. Bai Donglin looked calm and pulled Ya off his face. He had evaluated Ya's talent from the beginning. Under the gestation of his endless chaotic energy, it was expected that he could reach the 10 innate realms. This is Uncle Chiming. Please say H, Lo. Although Iya has great power, he is still a blank white paper and understands nothing. Hello, Uncle Chiming. I am a miracle. If you call me babbling, that's fine. He raised his little face and made a milky sound. He was very well behaved. From time to time, he turned around to peek at Bai Donglin, looking ready to make a move. You're so fussy. Qi Ming's eyes sparkled, but he still couldn't see through Ya's heels. They didn't match any of the creatures he knew. Hey, I'm going to teach you the basic etiquette of being a human being. The first point is that all intelligent beings need to wear clothes. They are not allowed to show their naked bodies to others at any time. At this time, Iya was shrouded in the glow. Although it could cover her body, it was not considered clothing. After Bai Donglin said that, he stretched out his hand and plunged into the particle system not far away. He instantly retracted it and captured a sea of stars spanning billions of light years in the space of his palm. A few strands of hair fell down and shot into the sea of stars in the palm of his hand. They shuttled back and forth, connecting countless stars and celestial bodies. Smelting, compressing, the outside world passed for a moment. And tens of thousands of years had passed since the time and space was frozen in the palm of the hand. A small skirt condensed with endless stars slowly floated out and was automatically put on Iya. Hey, so beautiful. Thank you, Father God. Iya looked up and down at the sparkling skirt, loving it so much. At a young age, the female instinct had already awakened. I didn't expect that Brother Bai is not only powerful, but also good at needlework. Qi Ming joked, assessing the defense of the skirt in his mind, and found that he had to use 3 swords to break it open. He once again saw how powerful Bai Donglin was, and how powerful it was with just a few hairs. Hey, it's our first time meeting you. Uncle Chiming also gives you a small gift. Qi Ming turned his hand and took out a blue long sword, shrunk it to the size of a matchstick, and placed it in Ya's little hand. Thank you, Uncle Chiming. Iya drew his sword and slashed, and the long river of sword light roared past, tearing open a huge ravine in the distant particles. An ancient artifact with complete origins. Qi Ming is really generous. Chiming, please do me a favor. I want to explore the realm of nothingness. It's not convenient for Iya to be with me. Please take care of me. There is no doubt that the realm of nothingness is very dangerous. Bai Donglin is not sure whether the once invincible world of eternity can withstand all kinds of dangers. He is immortal, which is not possible. Father God. Iya was pitiful. His eyes were full of regret. But he was extremely well behaved and didn't say anything. Such a small matter. Of course there is no problem. But Brother Bai, are you sure you want to go to the realm of nothingness alone? Qi Ming frowned. The realm of nothingness was no better than the interior of the heavens. Even in the 11th realm, the chance of falling was very high. I've made up my mind. Bai Donglin's eyes were firm, and his will was unshakable. I understand. Brother Bai, you'd better not leave Taihao Heavens too far. If you encounter danger, you have a way out. Every strong man has his own way to go. He has no reason to interfere with Bai Donglin's choice. At most, he can only make some suggestions. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Take care of yourself. Qi Ming stretched out his hand to hold his eyes with tears in his eyes. Reluctantly babbling, his figure moved, stepped into the long river of time and space and disappeared. I'm the only one left again. Bai Donglin looked around. Only endless darkness and silence accompanied him. Chapter 726 Eternal Stupidity. Meaningless threats are like the howling of a defeated dog. Loser? In the realm of nothingness, in the absolute void, an extremely huge twisted shadow is fleeing at a terrifying speed. Every flash can cross an infinite distance of thousands of eternities. Bai Donglin didn't know that his casual words had irritated the foolish child master. Taihao heavens. Above the long river of time and space. Enong. The space-time administration. The eternally shining eye of space-time suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light, scanning the long river of past and future. Ding ding. A parallel universe, numbered Binghai 775, will experience abnormal fluctuations in the future. According to observations, in 3 days, this universe will return to extinction. Capture the source of the mutation. Black disaster. Allah. Humph. Arrogant. One after another, extremely ancient beings were awakened, and their terrifying gazes were cast down, gazing at the parallel universe of Binghai 775. That terrifying sword shadow has become silent again. It should not have dissipated. It just killed a dozen black disaster creatures. It didn't cost anything. Bai Donglin looked around and made sure that the sword shadow would not suddenly run out and cause trouble. Then he looked at the remaining particles. Naturally, he would not let go of these eternal particles. The most important thing was that only by completely devouring the corpse of the Soar's secret lord could the entrance to the realm of nothingness be opened. Swallow. The invisible sword light was in chaos, but it did not attract the attention of the law. Moreover, there were not many eternal particles left. He was too lazy to hide it, and directly opened the chaotic vortex, and swallowed it violently. Without the need to be sneaky. The swallowing speed was extremely fast. In a short time, the last particle of eternity disappeared in the vortex. Although these particles are in tatters, they contain a lot of material energy. In addition, their quantity is huge. Once they are completely digested, my spiritual world will probably be strengthened 5 times. 80% of Bai Donglin's current strength comes from the increase in the spiritual world. If it is increased 5 times, he will be able to crush the existence of the same realm with one hand without having to use the ultimate sublimation. The true scripture of conceiving God and forging demon is so powerful, so unreasonable and illogical. Realm will never be a hindrance to his power growth. Snap. As the last eternal particle was swallowed up, the space in the body could no longer be maintained, and it suddenly shattered, tearing into endless cracks. The corpse of Yuanmi Jinju dissipated into nothingness like a bubble. Is that the exit? After Bai Donglin sensed a moment of confusion, his vision returned, and he found himself back in the howling abyss. The most obvious change was that the eternal howling had completely disappeared. His will spread, and this time he finally saw the end of the howling abyss, which was a wide and smooth incision in the boundary wall. The wall of the heavens still showed no signs of healing. After a little thought, Bai Donglin guessed a possibility. The invisible sword light should still be stuck in the howling abyss. This sword light is only aimed at the black disaster strongman, and has no effect on me. Walk. Bai Donglin's expression became serious, and he broke through the air without hesitation. After a few flashes, he reached the bottom of the howling abyss. At such a close distance, he could already sense the absolute nothingness outside the incision. There is no domain. Battlefield relics. Wreckage of the heavens. I'm here. Looking forward to it. I was ready to eat a meal in my heart. Well, what the h-l? Bai Donglin's eyebrows twitched. In the nothingness that should have been empty, he saw a huge monster that shouldn't exist. The twisted and crazy aura made his scalp tingle. Black disaster. The place where the huge monster was located was so large that even his will could not get close to it. The distance was blurred so that he could not measure its size at all. Even so, I do not know why, Bai Donglin can clearly see the shape of the behemoth. It was a scarlet continent piled up in a corpse. There was an idol without face, and under the idol, it was piously kneeling. This figure seemed to kneel eternally, and never moved. Bai Donglin could only see the back of the person kneeling on the ground, and could not see his specific appearance. But all his senses clearly told him that the twisted and crazy aura came from him. Such a breath is definitely the 12th realm. A black disaster Allah with an eternal kneeling. Bai Donglin's pupils shrank sharply, and he looked at the faceless statue with extremely shocked eyes. What else could be able to make the 12 realms kneel down willingly? Meaningless threats are like the howling of a defeated dog. Human race. My defeat, dog. Crossing endless time and space. Come to you. The kneeling figure slowly turned his head, and a pair of strange pupils covered with spiral patterns instantly filled Bai Donglin's vision. Boom. There was a loud explosion in the mind. Endless whispers. Crazy wails. And gradually they converged into one clear sentence. Eternal fool. Foolish servant of God. Tong. Referring to slaves. The corner of Bai Donglin's mouth twitched slightly. Could this guy be the servant of some transcendent being? If it was just one of the 12th realms, he would not be afraid. But when it came to transcendence, things would become a little troublesome. Do you want to hear the howling of a defeated dog? Damn it. This is a pervert. Bai Donglin complained in his heart. It is true that you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. For a moment, he was overwhelmed. He didn't know whether this idiot boy came all the way here just for Yen Su's book. He really couldn't swallow the ridicule in his heart. Coming! Bai Donglin's expression froze. The corpse continent, carrying the foolish boy lord, moved slightly, and was about to rush towards the Taihao heavens. Chant. The earth-shattering sword chant suddenly sounded. The action of the foolish child master crossed a certain limit, and instantly detonated an invisible sword light. A sword shadow, that was shallowly inserted into the howling abyss suddenly appeared from nothing. Bai Donglin was wrapped in it. But he could not perceive the slightest. But the corpse continent stagnated sharply. It's that person's sword. Once the sword light was activated, the foolish child lord had no chance to resist. It was pulled out of the abyss directly, across the long void of time and space, and slashed down fiercely. The foolish boy master slowly closed his eyes, neither dodging nor evading, allowing the sword shadow to chop towards his head between the eyebrows. Bai Donglin's mind relaxed, and he was full of anticipation for the power of this sword. Suddenly, an extremely strange scene appeared. The sword that fell straight, after passing the faceless statue, was stagnant, involuntary, transferred the trajectory, cut on the statue's chest. Silently, all visions were erased. Bai Donglin's eyes widened as he saw a crack suddenly appear on the statue that went through the chest. And the sword shadow with unpredictable power also disappeared completely, as if it had been completely offset. It is indeed the statue of the Transcendent One. It is self-evident to change the goal of the sword shadow and resist. My lord, forgive me. Bang! 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 The foolish boy lord knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily again and again. His vast power made the corpse continent tremble continuously. Human boy, you can go now. Be more careful with your mouth in your next life. I gladly accept Yen Su's book. Sure enough, the unhappiness of being ridiculed in his heart outweighed the importance of Yen Su's book. The thoughts of the 12 realms are really weird and unpredictable. Set up, as far as I can see, all particles of existence are annihilated in the process of extremely high-speed collisions. What? Bai Donglin's expression suddenly changed. He had been ready to die and wanted to experience the power of the 12th realm firsthand. But the foolish boy master once again surprised him. Not only his life will be taken, but countless living beings in this parallel universe, and time will also be buried with him. Boom! The sky and earth roared. Rays of light appeared, and an emotionless gaze slowly came over. The will of the Tao has awakened. Anyone who wants to tamper with the information of heaven and earth, and add settings beyond the source of the Great Tao must first pass the test of the Great Tao's will. Bai Donglin is not so good. He is located in the cracks of the boundary wall, close to the incision, and is not under the coverage of the avenue. Suddenly, the control of the body was lost. All of the shape particles, including the $1 spirit, each particle, instantly accelerated to 10 trillion times the speed of light in a very strange state, and hit together. Not only this world, the existence of the past time nodes was also crushed. Huh? I'm not dead? Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. In a short period of time, he couldn't figure out the reason. It might be because the source of his existence was in the cage of heaven and earth, and the isolation of war made it impossible for the power of information editing to reach it. Presumptuous. My fool. Do you want to die? The big boss of Taihao Tiantian has come to an end. Chapter 727 Ghost Face Mask. Taihao Heavens. Jiaosi 009 Parallel Universe and Time. At the forefront of the confrontation with the Black Disaster, the Agra battlefield. A brutal battle involving a galaxy spanning trillions of light years has been going on for hundreds of years. Drop. Right will and absolute spirit. The highest instruction is as follows. Releasing the permission to use the level 11. Endless Thrill secondary weapon. Instructions received. Permissions enabled. Ding. Start to produce extremely heavy particles. Reconstruct and compress matter. And superimpose dimensions. In the cold void, huge black warships were silently suspended. As the cold main brain's commands were transmitted, dense cracks slowly appeared on the surface of the warships, and thick gun barrels covered with inscriptions stretched out instantly. Many warships instantly turned into hideous appearances like hedgehogs, flashing eerie light. The space suddenly twisted and collapsed. A neutron star with extremely high mass was moved from the ammunition depot into the gun barrel. A strange force field lingered on it. With a tremor, The neutron star was compressed into an extremely small size. Like a particle, the dimension rippled, and the neutron star particles, which already had terrifying mass, were superimposed thousands of times from the dimensional level. The kinetic energy of the particles accelerates 10,000 times the speed of light. Target locked. Particle strike. Salvo. Sizzle. Countless brilliant rays of light shot out, and the void was instantly torn apart by the terrifying destructive force. Neutron star particles escaped into the subspace layer, and while constantly leaping, their speed rose wildly, infinitely approaching 10 million times the speed of light. Enemies! Royal! The Black Disaster Army reacted extremely quickly and instantly sensed the incoming particle attack. Under the command of many commanders, the battle formation suddenly reversed and linked up with each other. A pitch-black light shield covered with distorted Taoist patterns slowly rose up. Boom! A large area of void suddenly disappeared, and neutron star particles carrying extremely pure destructive power gushed out like a river of light, hitting the black light shield hard. Each particle broke out of the destruction of the universe bang. The perception was abrasion. The time and space were distorted. The rules of the rules were boiling, and the defense barrier supported by the Black Disaster Army insisted only for a few moments. Countless Black Disaster creatures, silently, turned into particle ashes under the shining light of destruction. Those 10 realm commanders, whose true bodies were extremely huge, were the primary targets of the particles. Although their magical powers were vast, they could not withstand such a high-frequency bombardment. Their bodies were worn out again and again, while they were constantly recovering, and their origins were madly eliminated. Ding ding! The absolutely rational mastermind would not miss the opportunity to beat the man when he was down. After analysis and evaluation, he continued to issue cold orders. Dimension is annihilated. Shooting together. Ultimate black hole. Cast. Activate mimetic weapons to reduce intelligence. Start the Universe Devourer mech. Under the successive attacks, the rear of the Black Disaster Army was cleansed back and forth several times, leaving almost no living creature. Countless Black Disaster Army units turned into ashes, resulting in no troops being able to join the front line, and the army was defeated one after another. TSK, as expected of a universe dominated by science and technology. No matter how many armies there are, they cannot withstand the baptism of the truth of artillery fire. Without the intervention of the 11th realm, it will be difficult for the Black Disaster to cross the blockade of the battle line. But, am I in the wrong battlefield? There was a hint of depression on GS' face. In his eyes, these Black Disasters were all experienced treasures that could enhance his own strength. However, 80% of them were destroyed by the battleship salvos in a few moments. Naturally, the number he could kill and devour also decreased. Not long after Bai Donglan left the prison bird empire, Ji and other clones also completed their gestation, stepped out from the clones left behind, and dispersed to various corners of the Taihao heavens according to their own practice routes and system characteristics to practice and gain experience. The system in the body of evil is called the killing system. The host's growth is completely dependent on killing. Naturally, he chose to enter the battlefield, but his luck seemed not to be very good, and he was assigned to this parallel universe with a technology that has reached the terrifying 12 level. Kill. The evil man's eyes were indifferent. His true body was surrounded by demonic flames, and his huge hands covered with regular Taoist patterns swept and slapped fiercely. And the group of 9 realm Black Disaster creatures in front of him were completely wiped out. Ding ding, congratulations to the host. Get 1.9 million killers. The silver lottery chance twice. Please make persistent efforts and create a brilliant roar, roar, roar. Human race, die. The evils once in killing attracted the attention of a commander of the 10 realms of Black Disaster, who roared and came through the air. Well done. GS' expression became stern and his eyes became much more serious. He had been killing on the battlefield for a whole 1,000 years, and had just returned to the 10th realm not long ago. It would take some effort to kill a powerful Black Disaster from the same realm. Huh? Shi was suddenly stunned. His eyes shifted slightly, and he looked towards his left wrist. A small golden sword seal appeared on his sleeve out of nothing. Very strangely. What? Dimensional sword wielder. Withdraw? The expression of the Black Disaster master changed drastically. Without any hesitation, the moment he saw the sword mark, he immediately disappeared into the void, even abandoning many of his subordinates. Ahem. Sai was bewildered, watching the experienced baby he had in his hands run away, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. My lord, what the H hell are you doing? Pay me the killing points and the 10 realms corpses. Destruction. The fool god didn't kill him. Bai Donglin decided to lend him a helping hand, chose to annihilate himself, and took the initiative to enter the observer state. If he does not die, it is useless to stay here. It is better to destroy himself. Between the deity and the avatar is a form of existence that is unified and independent. The deity is dead. It can be resurrected with the help of the avatar. This is the characteristics of the existence of the avatar in almost all the practice system. It is already a basic common sense. After Bai Donglin committed suicide, the mark of the dimensional swordsman was immediately transferred to his clones. The mark imposed by the Sword of Justice was not simple, so it was reasonable that he could achieve this. This guy Jiwu talks too much nonsense. Taihao Heavens has countless parallel universes and time and space, which are isolated from each other. But the long river of time and space can run through all universes and time and space, and it is the most convenient way to travel across the universe. Therefore, Bai Donglin can use the long river of time and space to sense his clones in different universes and time and space, and he has control over their thoughts and ideas. The transfer of the sword seal also made him secretly relieved. This way of operation inadvertently concealed the secret of his immortality. As long as he had an incarnation, he could destroy himself without restraint. How come? Where is Yen Su's book? The expression of the foolish child master froze, and doubt flashed in his eyes covered with spiral patterns. He was sure that Bai Donglin could not have survived the attack just now, and was completely dead. Even if there are clones and many resurrection particles, the result will be the same. From the source of the time node of birth, all existing figures will be directly erased. The power of information is not only aimed at the target in front of you, but will trace the source like a meme infection and erase everything. The foolish child master was right. But Bai Donglin was in an observer state, and no force could exert any influence on him. The moment he destroyed himself, the information setting had been eliminated. Snap! The void shattered, and a strange shaped box suddenly emerged, turned into a black light, and fell into the hands of the foolish child lord. That's strange. What went wrong? This box used to seal the book of Yen Su has been following Bai Donglin silently, recording all his actions over the past 1,000 years. It can clearly see whether he has left this universe and time, and sent away the book of Yen Su. No! The moment the book of Yen Su escaped from the seal, the human boy disappeared for a split second. He was missing a split second at the time node of this universe and time. How? The patterns in the eyes of the foolish child master slowly turned. He observed the recorded information over and over again, and finally found some abnormalities at the very beginning. Even if I knew, it would be meaningless because Yen Su's book had been completely lost. The foolish boy master only felt a little regretful. Fortunately, he killed the hateful boy who spoke so arrogantly, so he felt relieved. The Tomb of Over-Disconnection says that it is important, and can affect the number of strong men who have a small corner of Luan Hongqi's rotary arm. After all, the Tomb of Transcendence has been opened 8 times, and no being has taken advantage of this opportunity to achieve transcendence. As long as no new transcendents are born, the impact on the overall situation will be minimal. Snap! The foolish boy lord clenched his hands lightly, and the strange box was crushed into nothingness. He shifted his gaze slightly, and looked at several figures that were slowly appearing in the Taihao heavens. His attack, at the moment of thinking, had already collided violently with the will of the Tao. Cut! A hazy sword light flashed across, destroying the strange power set by the information, and its momentum continued to move forward, crossing the incision in the wall of the heavens, and shooting towards the corpse continent. Snort! The eyes of the foolish boy master were slightly cold, and the spiral pupil patterns turned slightly. The unpredictable sword light suddenly twisted and disappeared, as if it had been swallowed alive by an invisible big mouth. Sharp! Bai Donglin's strange will stretched to the extreme, covering a boundless area of nearly 1,000 hengyan. Taking in the entirety of this brief confrontation, the sword light was extremely terrifying, and the slightly dissipated aura directly cut off the long river of time and space, and the surrounding avenue sources were affected and turned into nothingness. He could not understand it, nor could he measure it. He just caught a glimpse of the horror of the sword light through clues. As for the foolish boy master, he was able to wipe out the sword light with just a glance, so he should obviously not be underestimated. The heavenly swords. There was a hint of hesitation in the eyes of the foolish boy true lord. After thinking for a moment, he gave up the idea of continuing to attack. The corpse continent trembled slightly, and was about to break through the air and leave. Come when you want. Leave when you want. A blurry figure holding a long sword had an extremely indifferent look in his eyes. He moved and was about to chase after him, but was stopped by a figure beside him. Forget it. Now is not the time to start a war. If a battle is fought near the Taihao heavens, no matter who wins or loses, Taihao will inevitably be shattered in the aftermath of the fierce battle, and countless lives will be annihilated. And, vague figure. His eyes moved slightly, looking at the faceless statue standing in the center of the corpse continent. He was inexplicable. Tong Tonggu dares to shot a single horse, and he came to Taihao's heavenly and martial arts alone. Naturally, if he really fights, maybe it will involve the super away, and the consequences are unimaginable. Hey, all beings are innocent, all suffering. Clang. The longsword hummed, and several figures slowly turned into light and disintegrated, revealing a strand of hair at the core, which trembled slightly and broke through the air. Combine. Between heaven and earth, an indifferent voice suddenly resounded. The enormous wailing abyss suddenly closed, and the walls of the heavens healed as before. Anticlimactic. Bai Donglin's thoughts flowed, and he also understood the thoughts of Taihao's Dao Zun. Seeing that the existences left, they shifted their attention and put them on the corpse continent. Faceless idol. Idiot Tongzu. Let me see your bottom details. As soon as the mind moved, it penetrated everything, ignoring all prying perceptions. The strange will surged down, covering the entire corpse continent. With the will being the first to be hit, it directly penetrated into the faceless statue. The material is ordinary, like dirty rocks. Huh? Is this a drop of blood? Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. He thought the statue looked so impressive and was some kind of extraordinary treasure, but he didn't expect it to be so ordinary in essence. It was not until he saw the drop of bright red blood deep inside the statue's head that he suddenly understood something. The blood of the super. There is no mistake. Only the blood of such an existence can give an ordinary statue such terrifying power. Can't wait to explore the will deep into the blood. But Bai Donglin feels his mind, and his eyes are hazy, unable to understand, unable to describe, and even the form of existence. Bai Donglin was somewhat unwilling. It was his first time to come into such close contact with the traces of a transcendent, and he didn't want to return empty-handed. This drop of blood is different from the 9 traces of infinite suppression by war. It is the full and complete blood of the transcendent. The will contracted, and all flowed into the blood, spraying out with all its might. The will spanned 1,000 constant thoughts, but it still could not touch the edge of the hazy space. He couldn't help but feel a little powerless in his heart. It's just a drop of blood. As expected of a transcendent, it's truly terrifying. Huh? Bai Donglin, who was about to retreat, was suddenly stunned. His mind caught a glittering rune in the endless haze. It should be a word. Although he could not understand its meaning, his mind subconsciously began to imprint it. Hiss. In just a moment, Bai Donglin felt his head swelling, and his thinking reached its limit. The last time he had this experience was when he was studying the unrestrained branding knowledge in the Jidao Holy Sect's mountain of books. Naturally, he understood what was going on. It's just a piece of text, but it's incredible that the super-thinking quantum cloud can't carry it. In the observer state, nothing can be added, unless he actively engraves the information. Such anomalies will occur unexpectedly. After a moment, the words that were forcibly engraved in his memory suddenly became much more blurred. Bai Donglin's mind suddenly became clear. When he looked around again, the words had disappeared. With the will, the text is no longer trace. And even if it is found, it cannot be completely imprinted, which is meaningless. Bai Donglin thought for a moment, and sensed that the corpse continent outside was accelerating away. So he gave up decisively and exited the blood space. Under the observation of his will, the foolish boy lord closed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something. It was unknown what he was thinking about. He just let the corpse continent fly forward at a slow speed so that it had not escaped the coverage of his will. Bai Donglin moved his mind, and first moved the resurrection base point to the corpse continent to prevent himself from being left behind. Then he directed his will towards the foolish boy lord and the corpse continent. This should be the most attached importance to Tongzhua, who was ignored by Bai Donglin. His eyes were attracted by a figure deep in the body of the corpse continent. He stared at him and couldn't move. Doubt, thought, sudden realization, followed by shock and disbelief, and finally silence. The faceless statue was buried very deep, reaching the deepest part of the corpse continent. There was a dark and strange space with no concept of size. In the absolute nothingness, a colorful ball of light was suspended in it. and the base of the statue was heavily pressing on the ball of light. A slim figure, sitting in the light of the light. The black hair was naturally scattered on the chest and behind, wearing a white dress, swaying lightly, and being shrouded in the chaos and fog. The body was silent. The aura is extremely strange, extraordinary, not immortal, and unfathomable. These are all minor details. What surprised by Donglin was the strange-looking mask that this person wore on his face. The bronze ghost face mask looks like it is neither crying nor laughing. It's that woman. Call out. The foolish boy lord suppressed his thoughts. And with a thought, the speed of the corpse continent increased dramatically, instantly crossing the boundless distance of thousands of eternities. Throw by Donglin's will behind him. Chapter 728. Not good. Very bad. Bai Donglin was resurrected in absolute nothingness, looking at the direction of the disappearance of the body of the corpse's continent, thinking carefully, and the chills could not help but appear in his heart. Why did that woman suppress? All complex phenomena can be found through underlying logical reasoning. Black Disaster did not kill her directly, but took great pains to use the blood of the Transcendent to bless the statue to suppress her, and also let the foolish child lord to keep a close watch on her. This shows that for Black Disaster, her value in life is greater than death. Holding the Emperor hostage to control the other lords, she has become a hostage. If that's the case, Fang Jutian's current situation is very bad. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin couldn't help but fall silent. After all, he had just set foot in the outside world and hadn't even figured out where he would settle down. Taihao Zutian. Let alone the situation in other areas. Even if he discovered this secret, he didn't know what to do with it. From the 9 secrets of Jiang Wu Dao's pulse, and the source of Jiangshen, the source of Jiangshen, I have already confirmed that the world of the world is real. And now there are facial masks as proof. In that case, let's give it a try. Bai Donglin's expression became serious. His will was surging, and he was ready to destroy himself at any time. As soon as he thought about it, he called out the man's name, deeds and traces in his mind. No! After waiting for a while, Bai Donglin frowned as if facing a great enemy. The imagined existence did not come, and there was still nothing in front of him. Absolute nothingness. Logically speaking, he is the only one who can achieve the state of a transcendent in that world and be threatened in this way. It seems that things are more complicated than I thought. Or, the information I know is wrong. After all, is it just the world it knows from the book? Illusory? Or real? Well, the collision of reality and fantasy is really difficult to understand. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly. The most direct method didn't work, and he had no better solution for the time being. He could only take one step at a time. At least, the woman was safe for the time being, and Heizai would not let her die easily. It's still not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he could rescue the people. But now, let alone the faceless statue. Even the idiot lord was not something he could deal with. Even if he used his ultimate trump card, he could only remain invincible at best. And he had no spare energy to rescue people at the same time. Putting aside his meaningless thoughts, Bai Donglin concentrated for a moment, chose a direction, and escaped. I made up my mind that if I meet that man in the future, I can tell him this information. The realm of nothingness carries the vortex of black and white heavens. The endless heavens are all suspended in it. The area reached by stepping out of the heavens is called the realm of nothingness, the place of absolute nothingness. In this area, the basic elements and energies that constitute all things do not exist. There are no laws, rules, or principles of the Great Way. There is no information, and so on. Only the conceptual narrative logic will last forever, as well as the absolute time and space interwoven by the long river of time radiating from the various heavens. Each of the heavens is an independent individual with its own complete operating system. Their long rivers of time and space are like gurgling streams, converging and interweaving in the realm of nothingness, forming the supreme absolute time and space. An 11th level being like Bai Donglin, if in the long river of time and space within the heavens, can manipulate the timeline at will and do many incredible things, such as resurrecting the dead and changing history. But these methods are powerless in absolute time and space. It is equivalent to fighting against the backlash of one side of the heavens to fighting against the terrible backlash of the endless heavens combined, let alone the 11th realm. Even if the 12th realm came, it would be useless. It is estimated that only the transcendent ones can stir up ripples in absolute time and space. 100,000 super thoughts. This is the boundary of the radiation of the long river of time and space in the Taihao universe. Crossing this line, you will enter the absolute time and space. Bai Donglin was galloping in the void, sensing the subtle changes in time and space. If he left this area, the long river of time and space would become unshakable. He might even lose contact with his clones in the Taihao heavens, and would no longer be able to exchange memories with them through the long river of time and space. Fortunately, his goal, a quarter of the battlefield ruins, was not far from Taihao heavens. He planned to train in this area for the time being and had no intention of stepping into absolute time and space, because that was a very stupid behavior. The realm of nothingness was too vast. If he ran around aimlessly, he would most likely get lost. He could return by himself, so he wasn't afraid of getting lost. But he was worried about not finding what he wanted. He had once, in the images preserved on the war monument, witnessed the intertwined black and white whirlpools of the heavens from an infinitely high perspective. In that picture, the skies appeared to be as numerous as stars, densely packed together, as if they were pressed together. But in fact this is not the case. It is just an illusion. The actual situation is that the distance between the heavens is very far. That is a terrifying distance of countless super thoughts. In addition, the heavens are constantly moving. If there is no special positioning method, even if it takes an infinite amount of time, it is impossible to reach the adjacent heavens. This is easy to understand. It is like in the previous life. When you look at the conceptual map of the galaxy, you will feel that the planets are very close to each other. But when projected into reality, the distance between the stars is a chasm that ordinary creatures cannot cross in their lifetime. Magnifying this phenomenon countless times will reveal the actual situation of the various heavens within the vortex of the heavens. We're here. This aura is definitely the remains of a battlefield. Bai Donglin hurried as fast as he could, using the self-destruction escape technique from time to time. After spending a lot of time, he finally arrived at his destination. In the realm of nothingness, besides countless heavens, there are all kinds of terrible ruins. These ruins are almost all traces left over from various wars. Most of them are the remains of the shattered heavens, or the corpses of some supreme beings, or the aftermath of some existence's horrific attacks, or the remnants of killing arrays. All kinds of situations may be encountered in the ruins. It is an extremely dangerous place. The creatures who dare to step into it must be at least in the 11th realm, because only in the 11th realm can they walk freely in the realm of nothingness, regardless of the strength. Let's just talk about a very realistic fact. In the absolute nothingness of the realm of nothingness, nothing exists. Even if a person in the 10th realm can survive, how much strength can he exert? Super God realm. Expand? Bai Donglin had a stern look on his face. As he stepped into the ruins, he expanded his domain in absolute nothingness. With a thought, all kinds of laws and rules came into being. With himself as the center, he created an environment comparable to the interior of the heavens. All kinds of magical powers and secret techniques could be performed without any damage. This is the reason why the 10th realm can never compare to the 11th realm in the realm of nothingness. The realm of the only true self is also called the walking miniature heavens. The advantage of the 12th realm is even greater. The will of the 8th realm can create something out of nothing, and the universe can be born and destroyed with a thought. Compared with the 11th realm, there is no hidden danger of energy depletion. In this regard, Bai Donglin has no disadvantage. He is immortal and does not worry about consumption. This is the largest battlefield ruins around Taihao Zhutian. It can satisfy my need for energy. They will spread wantonly, and in an instant, several huge shadows appeared in the mind, which were the wreckage of the heavens. After the heavens were shattered, they lost their vitality and would no longer move irregularly, but would only stand still. When the heavens passed by, they would be pulled by the long river of time and space, like a tail, moving slowly behind them. This is also the reason why the debris of the heavens is so dense in the battlefield ruins. This is very convenient for Bai Donglin, as he doesn't have to worry about staying too long and being abandoned by Taihao Zhutian. Then I won't be polite. Began to eat. Bai Donglin couldn't wait. His eyes flashed green, like a hungry ghost, starving at the nearest wreckage of the heavens. His figure flashed, and he stood on the wall. This is a group of emerald green heavens, much smaller than the Taihao heavens with a radius of 101 eons. Its radius is only about 89 eons. Of course, this is only the external size. Just like a storage ring, you cannot determine the size of its internal space by looking at the appearance. To know the actual situation and what kind of structure it has, you have to go inside and take a look. So horrible stabbing attack. Bai Donglin looked shocked. Under the control of his will, The fatal wound of the heavens was a pitch-black hole that went through the entire body. The diameter of this hole reached an astonishing 10 trillion light-years, or 100 trillion light-years. What kind of magical weapon or magical power could create such a huge scar? It's simply outrageous. There are fluctuations of living creatures' activities inside this world. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect to meet someone like him before he even started eating. The figure moved, withdrew the domain, concealed his breath, and sneaked in silently along the dark hole. Naturally, he would not allow anyone to share the things he liked. Chapter 729 A lot of energy crystals. The spiral arm refers to the outermost area of the vortex of the heavens. The Luanhong Qiji spiral arm, where the Taihao heavens are located, is one of them. Since it is the outermost area, it is naturally closely connected with the Black Heaven vortex to which the Black Disaster belongs. The two are entangled and intertwined with each other. This is the area where wars break out most frequently between the two sides. The battlefield ruins where Bai Donglin is at this moment are actually not only being pulled by the Taihao heavens. At the other end, at the end of the long river of time and space, there is also a completely dark heaven that belongs to the Black Disaster. The explorers who wander in these ruins and seek benefits include strong men from Taihao and creatures from the Black Disaster. Bai Donglin concealed his body and sneaked into the wreckage of the heavens. His willpower was far beyond that of ordinary people, and the distance he could perceive was comparable to the 12th realm. So he was very sure that his whereabouts had not been exposed. The will slowly unfolds and stretches to its limit. All the scenes in the spherical space with a radius of 1,000 constant thoughts appear in the mind. Well, the structure of this world belongs to the crystal wall god realm, and the cultivation system is dominated by the god system. Through various traces, Bai Donglin determined the heavens' feet in an instant. But these are no longer important. All the creatures in this world have been wiped out with the heavens. How brilliant in the past is meaningless. His attention was instantly diverted, attracted by the towering buildings standing in every corner. Pitch-black pyramids as high as 1,000,000 light-years can be seen everywhere in the perception of the will. They stand in the void, and there is a slowly rotating scarlet vortex on the top of the pyramid. The vortex was like a bloody mouth, erupting with a terrifying sucking force. Within the area of trillions of light-years, all tangible objects, whether it was the sun, moon, stars, the continental world, or various small worlds, were all swallowed up by the vortex equally, and even light could not escape. After devouring all the matter within trillions of light-years, the pyramid suddenly twisted and collapsed, and with a flash, it appeared in the void on the other side, and continued to repeat the previous steps. There were countless pitch-black pyramids, spaced at regular intervals from each other, like chess pieces on a chessboard. Bai Donglin estimated that, beyond his perception, the scenes were mostly the same, and this broken world was being devoured by these pyramids at a terrifying speed. Hey! Snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Huh? Bai Donglin was so angry that he laughed. He ran here from a long distance and didn't even have time to catch his breath. But he found that the remains of the heavens, which he thought were in his pocket, were being plundered unscrupulously by a group of bandits. This is really too much. Can't bear it. No one is here today. Bai Donglin's eyes were indifferent, and stepped out of it. The hard L of the dark pyramid was like nothing, and it was instantly crossed and directly entering the wide internal space. All you see is pitch black, so dark that you can't see your hand in front of you. Only in the distance, you can see a stretch of undulating mountains, sparkling with bright light. The extremely pure energy fluctuations are rippling like a substance, and can be clearly seen with the naked eye. Bai Donglin landed on the mountain range and looked down at his feet. He saw neatly stacked blocks of transparent crystal, each 1 cubic meter in size. Yes, very pure, comparable to mid-grade immortal crystal. His eyes flickered slightly. Under the influence of his will, he could see the pyramid thoroughly inside and out, and knew its operating mechanism like the back of his hand. This dark pyramid's role is very single and powerful. It will run itself, devour all of the tangible objects within the site, compress and purify, and turn into an energy crystal. Don't underestimate these blocks. The energy contained in each of them is equivalent to the particles of a whole sun superimposed on each other, and is extremely valuable. Black Disaster. Bai Donglin raised the corner of his mouth. He saw traces of the Black Disaster system in the pyramid's refining process. There was no doubt that the miners in this world came from the Black Disaster. In the dark space, whirlpools kept emerging, and then energy crystals fell like raindrops, piling up to form mountain ranges. When the entire space was almost full, A faint light flashed, and all the energy crystals disappeared, moved to an unknown place. Bai Donglin saw all this, and did not touch even a piece of energy crystal. He did not care about this little thing. If he wanted to play, he would play big. It was not worth alerting the enemy for the sake of the current petty profits. If you directly devour this pure energy crystal, it can avoid the time of deconversion, and efficiency can increase tens of thousands of times. These pyramids are very hard-working bees. Why not use it? Hey, your old nest warehouse should also be in this world. Right? A smile flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. His guess should not be wrong. It is almost impossible to set up a transmission channel in the void, especially when the battlefield ruins are moving all the time. There is no doubt that these energy crystals that were moved away are still in this world and have been collected together. Destruction. For energy, Bai Donglin can do everything. As soon as he moves, he will destroy himself directly. The strange will stretched out, but did not find its target. It then chose a nearly full pyramid, embedded the resurrection base point in an energy crystal, and kept it in a mobile lock state at all times. After waiting for only a moment, as he expected, the energy crystal was instantly transmitted away in a strange way, and his will was mixed into it. The heavens, wreckage, the most central area, the mountains of the original gods have been turned into ashes, and replaced by a quiet blue flower. The strange flower was extremely large, floating silently, covering hundreds of millions of light-years of void. It had no stems or leaves, only 9 petals growing alone. At its lower end were countless transparent roots that were deeply inserted into the void, twisting and wriggling, extending in all directions. In the heart of the flower stands a scarlet pyramid, majestic in shape, tens of millions of light-years high, engraved with strange patterns all over its body, flickering with faint light, distorting the surrounding space and time, and giving off an extremely powerful aura. Take profit. How's the progress? The empty void, sounding evil sounds, deep in the dimension at the top of the pyramid. And it is difficult to peek at the place where there are 3 vague figures. Close to 90%. It is estimated that in another 700,000 years, it will be able to completely devour the Yaluo heavens. It's a bit slow. There is no way. There are only so many Impton Tower assigned to us, and it has been operating at all. Huh? Don't call me this boring thing next time. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. At their level, they didn't have much desire for energy. The energy they collected was mainly for giving back to the heavens and exchanging it for what they needed from the adults above. What they seek is a breakthrough in their realm. Only things at a higher level are useful to them. Obviously, the good treasures of the wreckage of the heavens had been taken away long ago after being plundered many times. Devouring the matter of the heavens and converting it into energy was already the last resort to deal with the wreckage of the heavens in order to squeeze out its surplus value. This process is the most boring, time-consuming and least efficient, although it is relatively safe and stable. However, at the beginning, they did not play this idea. They still had expectations in their hearts, hoping that while squeezing the value of the sky, they could find some of the hidden and deep opportunities. Unfortunately, it was not as expected. The devouring progress was almost 90%. But let alone the opportunity, not even a hair was seen. Haha. Those guys really looted everything thoroughly, leaving nothing behind. In the dark void, there is a ball of light swaying. It is the roots of the dark blue flowers. It has never stopped flashing over the long years. This means that at all times, a steady stream of energy crystals are being transmitted from the depths of the distant starry sky and gathered in the scarlet pyramid. The existence hidden in the depths of the dimension, although chatting, has been staring at the roots of the blue flowers. The perception spreads, and eliminating all accidents. For example, the possibility of being sneaked into the thief. Although this possibility is very small. After all, there is no fool to offend their 311 realms for energy crystals. Bai Donglin attached himself to the energy crystal and, through the transmission of roots, entered the interior of the scarlet pyramid, an extremely vast space that spanned billions of light years. Glory. The energy crystals of the energy are stacked into an endless mountain, and you can't look at it at a glance. It's a gift. It's a gift. So many energy crystals. Ha ha. They're all mine. Swallow. Chapter 730. No martial ethics. The space inside the scarlet pyramid is vast, and the total amount of energy crystals is extremely appalling and cannot be counted. These unprepossessing little cubes were made by the black disaster creatures, who spent more than 7 million years using many sky-devouring towers to constantly devour the Yarrow heavens. refining and purifying 90% of their matter. But even if it was an extremely pure block of energy, Bai Donglin knew very well that it would take a long time to devour it all. And the moment he showed up, the 3 guards outside would definitely notice it immediately. So, Super God Realm. Expand. Time and space are frozen. During the completely stagnant time, Bai Donglin's eyes rushed into the green light, and he opened his hands and fluttered into the endless energy crystal mountains. Ultimate Chaos Super Vortex. Swallow. On the one hand, the chaotic vortex showed a 3-dimensional form, rotating fiercely, blooming from Bai Donglin's chest, and instantly expanded to several hundred million light years, and continued to extend. The energy crystal collapsed, melted, and turned into a liquid energy column with tens of thousands of light years under the effect of terror swallowing. And it was transformed into a liquid energy column with tens of thousands of light years. Ha ha! Cool! Bai Donglin grinned widely. His Yuan Lingqiao world was already at full power. He was using all his strength to devour energy madly, but he still couldn't stop the energy in his body from overflowing. In an instant, bright beams of golden light gushed out from his 7 orifices. Not good. There's an intruder. At the moment Bai Donglin was resurrected, the 3 black disasters, who were still chatting, were still in the same strong eyes. How come? Under their simultaneous surveillance? How was it possible that someone could bypass perception and sneak into the pyramid silently? How did they do it? Court death. While he was in shock and thinking, he moved quickly, almost instinctively, and instantly entered the pyramid space. At the same time, he activated many formations to completely seal off the surrounding space and time. In the outside world, Bai Donglin had spent hundreds of years in frozen time and space. Be full. Are you here? As soon as the Black Disaster warriors entered the pyramid, they saw a heartbreaking scene. Everything was gone. All gone. The energy crystals that they had painstakingly collected for more than 7 million years. Not even a trace of them was left. Only in the vast empty space, they saw a black-robed figure stroking his belly and looking at them with a contented look. The most annoying thing was that this guy was still burping, and extremely rich energy airflow kept coming out of his mouth. Combined with the residual fluctuations of time rules around him, everything became clear. Human, you are looking for death. Kill. Xiangqi was anxious. He had suffered such a dullness, and he had a backlog of millions of years of depression. He was completely detonated. The field of expanded was to kill the magical power and directly rush towards Bai Donglin. Humph! Arrogant human. Oliva, you go too. Kill him and take back the energy crystal. Cullen had a grim look on his face, and he found the human's suicidal behavior in front of him ridiculous. In his opinion, the energy crystal was just a temporary change of ownership and could be taken back at any time. After all, according to the common sense of all practitioners, the 11th realm does not need so much energy and cannot digest it. If anyone else came, they would only think that Bai Donglin took the energy crystal into the original universe instead of swallowing it all. Well, leave it to me. Compared to Jiying's rage, Aliva's temperament was much calmer and more insidious. He slowly hid his figure and approached silently. 1 against 3? Who do you think you are? With a sneer in his eyes, Cullen did not stand there to watch the show. Instead, he raised his hand to tear open the long river of time and space, stepped into it, and returned to 10 breaths ago. The remains of this battlefield are located in the radiation of the long river of time and space of the Taihao heavens. It is a buffer zone between the heavens and absolute time and space. Therefore, the 11th realm can still disturb time and space. But the burden is relatively greater. You bastard. Take my punch. Kur Greedy just stepped into the past time and space. And before he stabilized, he saw the fog in time. A dot of light was bright, and Jin Yan's lingering fists broke the air, and his breath was extremely terrible. You? His pupil shrank suddenly, and Cullen had no time to dodge. He could only raise a black shield to block in front of him. Ding! Snap! What? Cullen was shocked. His Jinni ancient weapon was completely biased towards defense. With just 1 punch, a huge crack appeared on it, and its origin was severely damaged. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? Seeing another punch coming, Cullen retreated decisively and escaped further upstream in time. You bastard! Take my punch. He leaped back to 10,000 years ago in 1 breath. And what greeted Cullen was still an extremely terrifying fist. The black shield withstood another blow and was on the verge of breaking. Kur's greedy gaze looking at the long river of the past. Until 7 million years ago. Each time node had a bright look. Entangled on the Scarlet Pyramid. Where did this guy come out of? In such a short time. It has been based on the current point of this world. And the entire timeline of the pyramid is infected. This way to reverse time can't go. Cullen was silent for a moment. Then he moved. Stepped out of the long river of time. And returned to the present world. Now there was only one way. Which was to combine the three of them to destroy the origin of the human race, and bury it completely in the present world. Time and space twisted. And Cullen returned to the moment before he left. It seemed as if his figure was only illusory for a moment. Only he knew that one of his ancient artifacts had been blown up in the past time and space. Kill. At this time, Jing just walked in front of Bai Donglin. And the old Imbi Alaba also came into Bai Donglin's shadow. Hey! Good come. Bai Donglin looked grimly as he glanced at Cullen, who had an ugly expression on his face. The scene that happened in the past had already been reflected in his mind. How could these guys in front of him measure his current strength? Infecting the timeline with a thought was just a piece of cake. Clang. Jing's expression froze. And the brutality in his eyes dissipated a little. He looked at the bright spear in his hand in disbelief. He attacked with all his fury. And even used an ancient weapon to pierce the man's forehead. But it didn't break his defense. Sizzle. A harsh tearing sound came from behind Bai Donglin. The next moment, Oliva staggered backward with a look of horror on his face. His left arm was broken at the shoulder, and the wound was jagged, as if it had been torn off roughly. He. Bai Donglin's shadow twisted and squirmed as if it were a living thing. He held a living arm in his hand. He raised his hand, opened his mouth, and impatiently stuffed it in. Baji. Baji. Monster. This guy is a monster. Kulan. Jing turned around in panic, but only saw Cullen's back. Just as he was about to curse, a fist surrounded by golden flame stretched out from his mouth and pierced his entire head from the back. Die! A terrifying punch pierced through the present world, spanning endless time, in the misty river of time and space. It locked onto the source of time where profit-taking and fusion were integrated, and violently shattered it. Jing's eyes turned dim in an instant, and the corpse hung limply on Bai Donglin's arm. A vortex of chaos flashed by and swallowed up the corpse. The corpse of the 11th realm is a great supplement. And regardless of the true self, regardless of the high nature of the real body, is the vast world of origin, which is enough for Bai Donglin to be full. As Jing fell, all the original rules in the body disappeared instantly. Without the support of the basic bones and muscles of rules, the original universe began to collapse. This is an original universe that spans hundreds of trillions of light years, which is not much different from the only true world. It can be seen that Jing's strength is not weak. It is not the kind of universe that has just broken through the 11th realm. The original universe is still the most basic specification of the universe, 100 trillion light years in diameter. This is the collapse of the universe. The immeasurable black disaster living in it was completely enlarged, and only those who cultivated the existence of 10 realms. I realized what was pale and desperate. My lord, he has fallen. Roar, roar, roar. Woo, woo, woo. Crying, wailing, and yelling are all of no use. As for those black disaster creatures below the 10th realm, who have no reason and only know how to kill and destroy, they do not have so many complex emotions. Not even fear. As the universe returns to zero, they completely turn into ashes. Well, it's still a little short. Only 10% of the original universe can be saved. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly. He had tried his best, and he was only able to do it after his strength had greatly improved. The collapse of the original universe is extremely fast and almost unstoppable. In just an instant, everything will turn into nothingness, and not a single particle will be left. The origin of the universe is extremely special. It is the manifestation of the monk's road. It will disappear with the death of the monks. This is completely different from the 1,000 worlds opened by the 12 realms with the eternal particles. This is the fact. The original universe of Yuanmi Jinju also dissipated at the time of death. In his corpse of the source, he killed 2 11 realms, let alone curb the collapse of the origin of the origin. His will has not yet been explored, and everything has ended. At this time, after the strength entered, he barely and could forcibly intercepted the cause source of the universe. Bai Donglin was still more satisfied. This is the sources of energy. Do you want to escape? At the moment when he was trying to stop the collapse of the original universe, Cullen and the other men had already disappeared. But it was meaningless in the face of absolute suppression of strength. Donlin looked over and found that these two guys were quite smart. In addition to escaping, they also knew how to erase all traces of their existence on the past timeline. As soon as the idea moves, the wide range of fields instantly expand the hard wall barrier, and the time and space are completely blocked. Hey, be surprised? Unexpectedly, my will be so powerful. In the domain, one can step into any corner in an instant. Donlin moved and appeared outside hundreds of true thoughts. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed Oliva, who was fleeing in panic, in his hand. No! Oliva lost his composure, and with a roar of unwillingness, he fell into silence. Next, Cullen stood in front of the extremely hard domain barrier with an expressionless face. He did not try to break the seal, even for just a moment. It was too late. The absolute suppression of the domain prevented him from even extending the original rules, so that he could not freeze time and space to buy time. Why don't you run away? Escape? Cullen shook his head, his expression silent, looking at Donlin with a deep gaze in front of him. He showed a hint of self-mockery. You, as an eternal shore. Is it fun to play me and wait? Is it interesting? How could the 11th realm have such terrifying power, when the eternity has also fallen, and it is broken in the battlefield ruins? After seeing Ji-Ying was killed by a shot, he realized that it was a 12th realm of playing pigs and eating tigers. Although Cullen knew that he was going to die, he couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. There were many things that a person in the 12th realm could do, and there was really no need to hang out in this small battlefield. Let's do it. It's worth it to die at the hands of the eternal beyond. Cullen slowly closed his eyes, said no more words, and waited for death peacefully. You are an interesting person, but unfortunately, you are a black disaster. Donlin shook his head and laughed, and he was too lazy to talk to the dead. Chapter 731 Chaos Gods and Demons 9 Glory. May I have your name? In the dark void, Donlin's voice ended endlessly, but it was a silent in response to him. The blue flowers covering hundreds of millions of light years. The root must be twisted, and the petals are swaying, as if it is a dead thing that only knows that it is operating in accordance with the established rules. Donlin would not be fooled by this appearance. He sensed clear fluctuations of consciousness in the deep origin space. Submit to me, work for me, and I will spare your life. After trying the sweetness of energy crystal, Donlin valued this flower very much. He wanted to conquer and transform it to help him devour the wreckage of the heavens. Whoosh! Whoosh! There are countless transparent roots, drawing out of the void, stabbing Donlin. An extraordinary power. Each one contains the power that is comparable to the 10 strong. Boom! These attacks are too weak. Dong does not flash, and let him attack, but he cannot even break through his breath. You murderer! Cullen is dead. You still want me to submit to you? Dream on. Go to H.L. A clear and crisp rebuke escaped from the depths of the flower. The next moment, the 9 petals suddenly closed together, wrapping Donlin inside. The destructive waves slowly dissipated. You blue flower is going to explode. Oh! Good. Pretty loyalty. Boom. The violent explosion engulfed Donlin, and the endless destructive force still could not reach his body's surface. If you weren't of some use, I wouldn't bother with you. Shaking his head helplessly, Donlin stepped into the long river of time and space and returned to the moment before the explosion. Submit to me. Boom. Hey. It's pretty good. After millions of self-explosions, the blue flower finally stopped its meaningless behavior. It was a little scared, and it didn't know how this weirdo did it. Every memory of self-explosion and death was deeply engraved in its memory. You? What do you want? Submit to me. I will be a better master than Cullen. Don't be ungrateful. There are countless beings in the world crying and shouting to submit to me and become the flute-playing boy. But I don't care. You? Make a big hair. The blue flower was silent for a while. Indeed, this weirdo was much stronger than Cullen, so it was reasonable that he had countless followers. Sensing the other party's will was loosening, Donlin raised his lips and continued. I have seen through your roots. You are an innate god and devil born in chaos, and you were accidentally subdued by Cullen. Are your feelings really that deep? Oh, you are not a black disaster. Fortunately here. Otherwise, I will have pinched you long ago. The blue flower is a kind of plant chaotic god named Jiuyu. It was born in chaos, It has the strength of 9 realms, and has 9 kinds of origin magical powers. Its roots can extend infinitely, spanning dimensions, space, and even world lines. These are just 3 of its characteristics. In Bai Donglin's opinion, Jiuya's role is somewhat similar to that of Xiaolu, the heart of dimension. But its foothold is stronger, and its strength and potential are greater. Jiuya, have you ever heard that in front of the strong, the weak does not even have the right to die? If you want to play, I can accompany you. 100 million times. 1 trillion times. It doesn't matter. You can explode yourself. Anyway, I will resurrect you. Until you completely surrender to me. Bai Donglin's face was cozy, lying directly in Jiuya's heart. This is the self-explosive destruction center. The flower seemed to be a plant's reproductive organs? You are shameless. There is no atmosphere of being a strong. A ball of light shining with 9 colors slowly floated out and stuck to Bai Donglin's forehead. A strange wave flashed by and the contract was signed. What was signed by both parties was an equal contract. And the only restriction was that neither party could harm the other. Jiuya also signed the same type with Ker Coriander before. So Ker's greedy death did not affect Jiuya. Bai Donglin's mouth rose slightly. It was not surprising that he signed an equal contract at all. He didn't ask for more. Just now, he just had a mouthful. The chaos and demon. The spleen is very weird. Advocating absolute freedom. It has reached the point of paranoia. It is impossible to ask them for slaves and servants. Even if they are dead. Even the equal contract was not willing to sign. After Kurok's greedy death, Jiuya is restored to freedom. But he would rather explode. And did not succumb to Bai Donglin. That's right. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll have a good time. The consciousness of the chaos gods and demons is very special, and cannot be forcibly tampered with by brutal means. Moreover, the sky-devouring tower created by those black disaster creatures can only be controlled by Jiuya, who is willing. This is why Bai Donglin remained calm, and used gentle means. Jiuya, your future work is to devour the wreckage of the heavens, and transform into energy crystals. Well, this is your remuneration. Bai Donglin turned his palm and took out a shiny diamond crystal. And he dispersed a strange atmosphere. Any creature seemed to see the desire of swallowing in his heart. Call out. A 9-colored ball of light flashed by and instantly swallowed the crystal in Bai Donglin's hand. The light trembled. And Jiuya was so comfortable that he groaned. This? What is this? Jiuya was no longer as calm as before. His tone was full of disbelief. And it was obvious that he had benefited from the crystal. You don't need to know. You just need to understand that for every time I devour a piece of the debris of the universe, you can obtain 10,000 crystals like the one just now. Well, let's consider this Yaluo heaven that is about to be devoured as a benefit for you to join the group. Make a deal. Jiuya agreed decisively, and was completely different from the fearless attitude he had shown not long ago. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. This crystal was condensed from enhanced energy. Damage reversal was a talent that had the same origin as immortality. The enhanced energy converted from it was naturally not that simple, and was of great benefit to living beings. You can still control those sky-devouring towers. Right? After all, these things are Black Disaster's creations. And the number is extremely large. Although he can also make the same thing by copying them. The time and resources required are too high. It would be best to take over and use them directly. Well, I have control over all the sky-devouring towers. The death of Cullen and the others has no impact on them. Very good. But before starting the work, you have to renovate the empty tower. Otherwise, even if it is smooth, it takes at least 10 million years to devour the wreckage of the heavenly wreckage. Which is too slow. How big the heavens are. This speed is actually very fast. But the reason for the improvement of energy and strength is naturally as fast as possible. Moreover, after 10 million years, the Dao Yin of the heavens will be opened. Wouldn't it be possible to swallow up the remains of the heavens? He wanted to improve his strength as much as possible before returning to Taihao. And it would be best if he could cross the border to fight against the 12th realm. This is the fastest speed at full operation without considering the wear and tear of the sky-devouring tower. Plus, the sky-devouring tower needs to be maintained from time to time. So 10 million years is the ideal result. Jiuya did not comment. It had lived for a long time, and its concept of time had become vague. In its eyes, 10 million years was not a long time. Naturally, its concepts were different from those of Bai Donglin, the young man. As for the transformation, forget it. The sky-devouring tower is a treasure that Black Disaster spent a lot of effort to refine. Its essence has reached its limit, and it is difficult to improve it any further. Black Disaster is not the authority on everything. Bai Dongling glanced at Jiuyu. This guy estimated that he had lived with the Black Disaster for a long time, and had a subtle way. He admired the Black Disaster. If the essence cannot be improved, wouldn't it be okay to give them an external auxiliary? Between speaking, Bai Dongling spread out his palm. A spiritual world that was flashing purple light, slowly emerging. That's right. This is the thing he created in the only true world that devours dimensional power, because it inherited the characteristics of Hongming Purple Qi. He called it the Hongming Spirit Pearl. As his strength increased, he made many improvements and enhancements to the Hongming Spirit Pearl. In addition, the Lingxia world, which served as the raw material for its manufacture, also became much stronger than before, and its power of devouring and transforming was extremely amazing. What is this? Are you a curious baby? Why? You don't need to know the principle. I have already understood the operating rules of the Sky Devouring Tower. This bead is a plugin I made specifically for them. You just need to place it in the center of the Sky Devouring Tower's devouring vortex, and it will automatically activate and operate. Bai Dongling glanced at Jiuyu. But just signed an equal contract. Do you want to know his secrets? I know. Don't say it. What a fierce. Watching Jiuyu return to the original space, its huge body began to move. Bai Dongling turned his palm upside down, and countless humming spirit beads gushed out, sank into the heart of the flower, and were instantly transmitted to the devouring vortex of every sky-devouring tower through the transparent roots. Boom! With the addition of the Hongming Spirit Pearl, the devouring vortex seemed to be injected with chicken blood. The rotation speed suddenly increased, and the coverage area continued to expand and extend. Its devouring and transforming power skyrocketed, and its efficiency increased by more than 1,000 times. Yes, in this way, it will only take 10,000 years to devour the remains of the universe. Bai Dongling nodded with satisfaction. The reason why things became so troublesome was because he was not strong enough. If the Super God Realm can cover the entire heavens and directly freeze time and space, why would we need to worry about taking too long? Or maybe his vortex of chaos could swallow up the heavens in one gulp. In short, Jiuyu's devouring system is only a temporary transition. Once the strength is improved, it will naturally be eliminated. Everything was arranged properly. Bai Dongling sat cross-legged in Jiuyu's soft flower heart and closed his eyes to practice. His power is soaring too fast, and he needs to integrate well to be perfectly used. At the same time, the 3 corpses that had just been obtained, as well as the broken original universe, were also being quickly digested in the vortex of chaos. And the spiritual world continued to grow stronger without stopping. Well, the blade of crying blood, Kuvo, should wake up from self-sleep. This sword is much stronger than ordinary ancient weapons, even those with complete origins. His fists were so hard that they could even shatter ancient artifacts. Ordinary magical weapons were a little lacking in value to him. Curacao is still interesting. Not only can it kill people, but it can also give birth to cubs. Chapter 732. This is where. What's wrong with me? Monster. That humanoid monster severely damaged my real body. Curacao woke up from his deep sleep. His consciousness suddenly stirred, and he instantly realized his dire situation. His weakles spread out, trying to find out where he was. Curacao. Welcome to my world. Clang. Crash. This malicious voice, and the indifferent face so close to him, made Curaçao's heart tremble. He was about to draw his sword and kill, but he found that his body was tightly bound by 10-colored chains extending from nothingness, and he could not move. What do you want? Curacao calmed down instantly, and gave up the futile struggle. He had made it clear that this was the original universe that was completely isolated from the outside world. It was also an extremely strange and powerful universe that blocked everything, and even the fluctuations of the long river of time and space could not be sensed. Huh? Do you also imagine those madmen and want to conquer me? Do your hand in your hand? Ha ha ha. How ridiculous. Don't even mention that you are a human. In this world, no one can make the Daobing clan surrender. Carrizo laughed wildly, and his towel was full of mocking. This is the situation of their ethnic groups. It has almost become a convention. Every time they defeat the capture, they will go this process of this old tooth loss. Hands down. Kill me. Bai Dong heard his words, and shook his head and laughed. This Carrizo was a bit self-righteous. He had never thought about giving his life. And a blackened murderer who did nothing evil, and was very sad. Kill you? No. No. You can't die now. I won't kill you. nor will you allow you to commit suicide. If you die, this valuable weeping blood blade will not become a waste copper iron. The Tao Soldier's clan is very unique. They are the magical weapons that many cultivators dream of. They can cultivate and grow on their own and have unlimited potential. Theoretically, Tao Soldiers can also achieve a state of transcendence. Although no one has heard of such an existence so far, their value cannot be denied. If Curacao died, the blade that could be infinitely upgraded would completely solidify and become just an ordinary ancient artifact, but one without its origin. Sensing by Donglin's confidence, Curacao became a little anxious. He expanded his will perception to the limit, trying to find a flaw in this strange original universe. Even a tiny flaw. As long as he could step into the long river of time and space, he could destroy the source of his existence. What kind of original universe is this? Curacao not only found the flaws of escape, but was shocked by everything I perceived. The strangest thing is that in such a vast original universe, he did not sense any signs of life, or even traces of its existence. For an 11th realm, this is very unreasonable. If the monk breaks through the 10th realm, it can open up the origin of the origin world in the body, but because of the disability of the rules, this universe cannot breed life. But it is just a world of dead silence. But when it comes to the 11th realm, cultivators can already generate other rules in addition to the original rules they have been practicing. Although they are weak, they can support a complete world system. At this time, endless creatures will naturally emerge. The monks will not hinder this process, but will even vigorously promote it, assisting the birth of living beings and the development of civilization, because this will bring many benefits to themselves. Being able to explode soldiers and have completely controllable cannon fodder subordinates are just the most basic uses of the original creatures. The beliefs, thoughts, wisdom, understanding, and strength of the endless original creatures, everything, will be bestowed upon the cultivators through the original universe. The tremendous benefits can be imagined, and no one in the 11th realm can refuse. Kavo has such doubts, but he does not know that Bai Donglin does not want to breed the origin of the origin. But he has no way. He has his own difficulties. Those innocent creatures are not unjust. Following Bai Donglin, from time to time, a self-annihilation is annihilated. 3 days of the two ends of the origin of the universe collapsed into nothingness. Who can carry it? One can only choose one between immortality and the original life form. Bai Donglin has not figured out how to solve this difficulty yet. But he didn't care much. Others had the blessing of the original creatures. In terms of wisdom and comprehension, he had the super-thinking quantum cloud and endless virtual personalities. In terms of power, he had the one yuan infinite spiritual world. Any one of them was not comparable to the original creatures. The problem is not big, and you can still hang the same situation with one hand. Even the explosion of the crowd. What are you thinking about? Do you want to escape? Don't be strenuous. Bai Donglin, which was condensed by the rules, raised his hand to pat the Curacao, and shocked the 10-color chain to bite. You are amazing. You can create such a powerful origin universe. It is rare in the world, but it is absolutely impossible to conquer me. So you die? After that, Curacao recovered his will, fell into silence, and it didn't matter anything. The dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. Curacao, is this your last words? Indeed. The will of the 11th realm is tenacious. And how powerful my consciousness is. If you want to tamper with it, you can't do it. Bai Donglin spoke in a gloomy tone, talking to himself, not caring whether Curacao was listening or not. The way of will is very mysterious. It is an extension of the superego of the ego consciousness. Once a cultivator ignites the fire of will, it will be extremely difficult for external objects to invade him. Illusions, memory tampering, personality modification, thought stamping, and other means will be greatly weakened. This characteristic will be infinitely elevated as the realm of will improves until it becomes unshakable and eternal. How to eliminate the will of the strong and modify the consciousness? It has always been one of the most difficult problems in Bai Donglin's many exploration areas. Fortunately, under the long years of efforts, he did not find nothing. Today, this Curacao trials to try the results. Whether successful or not, it is good experimental data. Divine power, time and space, world, dimension, destruction, chaos, cause and effect. While muttering softly, Bai Donglin stretched out his sword finger and lightly tapped the blood-weeping blade. The next moment, 10 huge chains extending from the depths of the 10-direction universe seemed to come alive, flashing brilliant divine light. with endless regular talus patterns on them leaping mysteriously. Crash. 10 color forever. Boom. The chain suddenly closed together and tightly wrapped around the bloodthirsty blade, melting and merging into a colorful light film that covered the surface of the blade. Faintly, one could see an illusory light wheel with no beginning or end surrounding the blade, which was a projection of the original universe. The 10-color eternal band is a secret sealing technique developed by Dong-Lin with reference to the 8-color eternal band on the War Monument. The 8 kinds of inheritance are replaced by 10 kinds of original rules. Although it is not as good as the means of the transcendence for the time being, it is also extremely powerful and has unlimited potential. The former is used to suppress the traces of overlords. His band is used to deal with 11 realm, which is more than enough. Hee. Like pretending to be deaf and dumb. Right? Kuratsu. You have no chance of mourning. Either die, or I was washed away by my consciousness. Super thinking Leon Cloud. A dark light shadow flashed, and the colorful light film covered the blade of weeping blood, and was swallowed in an instant. The next moment, it appeared in the depths of Dong-Lin's thinking. Thoughts are invisible and intangible, and are a conceptual thing. The bloodthirsty blade is a physical entity. The two do not exist in the same dimension, and theoretically, there is no way they can intersect. The solution that Dong-Lin came up with was to project the original universe that had no beginning and no end, by integrating the rules of dimension, desire, dream, etc., and through a series of complex and indescribable smelting reactions, he tampered with the existence of the bloodthirsty blade, allowing it to temporarily enter the mind. Your name is Kuratsu? I heard you are very crazy and tough? At the core of the thought nebula, a tall figure sat cross-legged, with a silvery white color in his bright eyes, revealing absolute rationality and indifference. He held the bloodthirsty blade tightly in his right hand, examining everyone up and down. The Divine Self, Dong-Lin, is the ruler of the endless thought nebula. Everyone, come to life. The nebula vortex that surrounds God's rotation. Stagnant, endless thought particles, all shown. The next moment, God's call was responded, and an illusory figure came out. My lord, what is the important matter for Sun Liang? Zhuge Liang was the first to bear the brunt, followed closely by Chu Xian, Di Renjia, Conan, Sun Wukong, Tathagata Buddha, Hawking, Einstein, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Dr. X, Dr. Manhattan, James Bond, Luffy, Uzumaki Naruto, Rick, Pleasant Goat, Crayon Shinchan, Calabash Brothers, Makabaka, Teletubbies, SpongeBob SquarePants, Patrick Star, endless virtual personalities, existence and non-existence, fantasy and reality, exhausting all imagination, including you and me, all gathered here, countless, endless personality, turning into a little starlight, poured into the blade of weeping blood. But instantly, the scarlet sword body trembled fiercely, and I didn't know how cruel torture was suffering. Kuratsu, I hope you can hold out longer and contribute more experimental data. God's eyes are getting colder, and my eyes are slowly closed. The whole thinking is a little bit dim. Dong-Lin devoted himself to cultivation, and the corpse and the origin of the universe were quickly digested. Under the full devouring of Joyo, the darkness of darkness could be seen by the naked eye. The existence of the amount of mass in the heavens has a subtle change in shape and quality, so that its running trajectory and speed have been changed, and the wreckage of the heavens in the extremely distant side galloped. The collision between the two is inevitable, and will happen within hundreds of years. Dong-Lin knew nothing about this. Chapter 733 Undeclared War. Taihao Heavens. Owling Star Field. An extremely luxurious warship made entirely of white-red gold streaked across the pitch-black void, and sped towards the Yongan hub 10 million light-years away. The violent waves it caused obliterated every inch of space. The internal space of the warship is extremely vast, as if a small world, a large day, a large sun, mountains and rivers, green trees, and palace. In the center of the world, a towering temple stands up to the clouds, and it can be heard from the sound of song and dancing. His Royal Highness of the Three Princes. We are about to go to the Yan'an Grand Hub, cross this space channel, and reach the territory of the prisoner bird empire. What do you order? Well, are we almost there yet? In the Tianan divine realm, the Three Princes, Qianyu, lying obliquely on the seat of the god, raised his eyes weakly. His eyes had no focal length, watching the singer who danced strongly on the hall. How can you prepare a prisoner a prisoner? The prisoner does not know how to offend. Dare to offend the majesty of the divine realm. Oh! A 6. You have been with me for millions of years. But you can do your best. What? Are you interested in sitting on the throne of the empire? Xian Yu's tone was casual, as if a vast universe was just a dough that could be manipulated at will, and his ownership could be decided with just a few words. Thump! Alu's body suddenly softened, and he knelt on the ground, kowtowed repeatedly, and said in fear, Master, you must not do this. How dare Alu covet the throne of the empire? Alu is a dog you raised. Don't ask for nothing in this life. I just want to follow the master. Who makes you unhappy? I bite him. Woof. Woof. Alu's action scared the singing girls. They all stopped moving with pale faces, knelt on the ground, and trembled. Get up. Look at your courageous counseling. You can only be a dog in this life. Xian Yu shook his head slightly, glanced at Alu, and a look of satisfaction flashed in the depths of his eyes. Oh! Yes. Yes. As for me, Lu, I love being a dog the most. Well, both back. Xian Yu lost interest and waved his hand. The singing girls bowed their heads as if they had been pardoned and tiptoed out of the hall. Alu, what on earth is going on with this prison bird empire? They pay tribute once every 10,000 years, and all they handed over was some scrap copper and iron. The divine realm sent a message to them, but they still haven't received a response. Are there really people in this world who are not afraid of death? Xian Yu's eyes showed a thoughtful look. He was not a playboy or a waste who only knew how to have fun. He had lived for more than 10 million years, and his cultivation had reached the 10th realm. He was both wise and shrewd. How could he not see that something was wrong in the prison bird empire? There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. The bird prison empire remained silent, without even a word of explanation. All these signs revealed that this trip was not simple. He didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. But as a member of the royal family, enjoying endless wealth and glory, supreme power, he was naturally restricted by it, and had no choice. All kinds of open and secret struggles were commonplace. No matter what the prisoner of the prisoner, the universe country is also the source of the universe. At this time, there was a change in the source of information. At this time, there was a variant. This, Your Highness, from my point of view, could the prison bird empire be in some trouble? Even if it is possible, it has been controlled. Otherwise, how can they dare to ignore the purpose of the divine realm? Alu frowned, guessed tentatively, and discussing such serious things. He didn't dare to hippie with a smiling face and his mouth smoothly. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Xian Yu nodded slightly. This situation was the worst. The fact that they dared to control the bird prisoner empire silently showed that they were fearless. The world is too vast, and the endless strong people are horizontal, and many of the most high forces and the source of information are flat. As long as you have not reached the pinnacle of the heavens, or have not yet reached the pinnacle, you must be careful and cautious when walking in the world. You might accidentally provoke an existence that you should not provoke, and die without knowing how you died. Xian Yu knew this very well, so he guessed in this direction at the first time. There have been such examples in the past. Your Highness, don't worry too much. This is just the worst possible scenario. The Chiu family is not stupid. How could they not know how to deal with the world? It is unlikely that they will cause trouble. Perhaps the power was seized by a rising star? It is also possible that there was unrest within the prisoner's family. The guest now can't do it. What is going on? You still have to see it yourself. Xian Yu slowly got up, looked at the world and the ship wall, and saw the dark void. And the Yan'an Great Hub had appeared in the field of vision. In short, we have to act carefully and keep our eyes open. If even the name of the divine realm is useless, we should go back in disgrace. Being laughed at or punished by them is better than losing our lives. Your Highness is wise. Platinum Worship, smashing the void slightly, and fiercely shot into the entrance of the hub disappear. In the central temple of the imperial capital of the bird prison empire, the prisoner dragon was sitting with a needle felt, holding by Z in his hands, and sitting opposite by Donglin. His palms hang for a long time and never settled. Xiaolong, you are very confused. Over the past 1,000 years, your chess skills have been getting worse and worse. Bai Dong was expressionless, and he played a crystal ball in his hand. He used it with one heart, at the same time as playing chess. His mind was observing the crystal universe. The two sides are somewhat similar in that they both have a hive consciousness and are cannon fodder. No matter how many casualties they suffer, it can only be regarded as a consumption of resources rather than the withering of life. He is a good person, without grievances and no hatred. How can he use the Zerd to destroy a civilization? Ahem. Sir, it was Xiaolong who was rude. Your chess skills are as deep as the ocean. I am no match for you. The prison dragon smiled embarrassed, slowly put down the chess pieces, and chose to admit defeat. Bai Dong glanced at him, and glanced at him. If the deity was here, the prisoner dragon could not face him. But at this time, he was just a stray of my consciousness. He is not immortal. He cannot reverse damage, and the power in his body is reduced as he uses more. He also does not have the incredible thinking of his original self. Most of his consciousness has to be used to control the huge power in his body, and he can only devote a little computing power. However, the prisoner dragon is still qualified to play against him. Xiaolong, are you worried about the Tianqian divine realm? What a coincidence. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, threw a chess piece, looked up at the sky, penetrated through the temple, endless void, and saw a flower worship in a flower. And he was running. Who is Chow Chow? The prisoner dragon first stunned, and then reacted suddenly, and suddenly got up, and his will out of his mind. Here it comes. It's finally here. The emblem engraved by the worship, which is engraved with the imprint of the royal family. It turned out to be the royal family. It seems that he did not respond to the purpose of the law for thousands of years, which still played a role, which made the divine realm see abnormal, and attached great importance to it. The prisoner dragon's eyes trembled slightly, and he felt a complicated mood. He hoped that the divine realm could deal with Bai Donglin and save him from suffering. But after getting along with Bai Donglin for 1,000 years, he felt that the other party was not a bad person, and could even be called approachable, without the bad temper of a strong man. No! Lord Bai is extremely powerful, suspected to be at the 11th level, and cannot be shaken by the power of the divine realm alone. It is too early to say that he has escaped from the sea of suffering, unless the matter gets out of hand and causes the ancient Hanxian dynasty to take action, to be called the Immortal dynasty. There are supreme beings in the 11th realm to suppress everything. Qiolong does not think that Bai Donglin can act recklessly for too long. The many cosmic kingdoms governed by the source of information, although they are subordinate to each other from top to bottom, are essentially of the same roots. Internal fighting is allowed, but if outsiders want to bully them, they must be prepared to face the wrath of all cosmic kingdoms. Prisoner Dragon lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Bai Donglin's eyes, and said softly, Sir, the divine realm has sent someone here to question us about the tribute. Should we go and greet them? Meet? Bai Donglin had a strange tone and looked at Prisoner Dragon as if he was a fool. He almost laughed out loud. The only existence that was qualified for him to greet was probably a transcendent being. Xiaolong, stand aside, watch carefully, and learn well. How do you deal with the invaders? Prisoner Dragon was stunned, not knowing why Bai Donglin said that. Before he could figure it out, he saw Bai Donglin slowly stretch out his hand. Bold. Who are you? How dare you invade my territory without permission? Do you want to start a national war? The terrifying roar made billions of suns in the sea of stars tremble continuously. A huge hand that covered the sky and the sun slammed down and directly knocked the platinum battleship into the depths of the Earth's core prison. Snap. The void and the hull all collapsed. Gurgle. My lord. This is not a good idea. Is it? Prisoner Dragon was completely dumbfounded. Bai Donglin had been so quiet and peaceful for 1,000 years that he almost forgot how cruel and terrible the other party was. What's wrong with that? Bai Donglin stood up slowly, straightened his robe, and looked deep and grim. Tianqian Divine Territory. War without declaration. The Prison Bird Empire has accepted this battle. Chapter 734. The mentally idiot is hard to find. Huh? A direct declaration of war. Prisoner Dragon felt his scalp tingling. The war between the kingdoms of the universe was no joke. It was a catastrophic disaster that would destroy the stars and cause countless lives to suffer. Wait. Please wait a moment. Sir, you can't start a national war like this. This violates the war regulations in the Code of Life. The kingdoms of the universe are divided into 4 levels. If a war occurs between kingdoms of the lowest level, and the scope of the war does not exceed 1 star field, 100,000 light years, the conflict can be resolved by the kingdoms themselves without reporting to the Life Tribunal. If any party involved in the war reaches the level of an empire, whether it is a local war or a full-scale war, They must submit an application to the living tribunal. After evaluation and judgment, the war can be started with permission. The life court and the code of life do not belong to any one force. It serves the endless living beings in the Taihao heavens. This has nothing to do with whether the kingdoms of the universe are under the source of information. Prisoner Dragon looked flustered and stood in front of Bai Donglin. He really couldn't understand the mind of the adult in front of him. He did not rule out the possibility that the other party was stubborn and really ignored the life court. Xiaolong, I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted. Can't bear to see your people caught up in the flames of war? Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. Xiaolong's worries were correct. The empire that their Chiu family had built up from generation to generation was like a mayfly in front of the Tiandon divine realm. Once the war started, it would be reduced to ashes under the first wave of impact. A tiny territory with a radius of 10 billion light-years cannot withstand a dimension annihilation cannon, and will collapse into zero dimension and disappear. Although the Tiandon divine realm probably does not have such courage to violate the life code, it does not rule out the possibility of a desperate move. Your Excellency, please understand. The Prison Bird Empire is really not qualified to provoke the giant Tiandon divine realm. The many cosmic kingdoms it governs, including empires as big as the Prison Bird, number over 100,000. The power of the divine realm itself is immeasurable. Moreover, they can directly communicate with the ancient Han dynasty and apply for war assistance. Qiulong looked solemn. His thoughts were churning. He wanted to keep the Qioniao Empire out of this disaster as much as possible. Bai Donglin could just walk away at any time. But Qioniao was a wealthy and powerful family. If he made a mistake, there would be no way out. Hundreds of thousands. That's a huge resource. Bai Donglin's ears were like filters, accurately grasping the key points, and his eyes suddenly lit up. With so many empires paying tribute every 10,000 years, one can imagine the wealth accumulated by Tianqian divine realm. The intact heavens on one side, and the remnants of the heavens on the other side, are two completely different things. We cannot equate them simply because they are similar in size. Take the comparison between Taihao heavens and Yaoyuo heavens. As long as Taihao heavens are operating completely, the total amount of energy generated by a great era is no less than the remains of Yaoyuo heavens after the death. Therefore, although he knew that his original body had gone to devour the remains of the heavens, Bai Donglin still did not give up plundering the treasures and resources collected from these cosmic kingdoms. The rare treasures accumulated over a long period of time were of great value. And compared to the one-time deal of the remains of the heavens, this was still a path of sustainable development. Alright. Don't look so sad as if your mother has died. I never intended to use the military power of the Prison Bird Empire. Your power is too weak. There are only 2 10th realm warriors, and a dozen 10th level warships that I spent all my money to build. Even if they are combined, they can't withstand a single punch from me. What's the use? Bai Donglin glanced at Prisoner Dragon, with disdain almost written on his face. He waved his hand and walked out of the temple. Borrowing the Prison Bird Empire is an opportunity to cause trouble for the Tiandon divine realm. The same is true for the Tiandon divine realm. My target is the treasure house of the ancient Hong Immortal dynasty and the other 3 immortal dynasties. All the resources of the universe are my goal. Xiaolong, you have heard so much. But you must keep it a secret for me, and don't let anyone know. The Prisoner Dragon looked dazed. He felt his legs go weak, and his head was buzzing. Watching Bai Donglin's back gradually moving away, Qiulong's eyes became stern, and he pointed his sword at his forehead, completely erasing certain memories. I know nothing. I hear nothing. I see nothing. The moment Bai Donglin stepped out of the temple, a platinum warship covered with cracks swayed and slowly rose from the huge abyss. A stream of light gushed out from the bow of the ship and shot into the void in front. The dimensional spacetime was disturbed and instantly became agitated. The platinum battleship plunged into it and disappeared. And the figure of Bai Donglin below also disappeared. Your Highness! Your Highness! Are you okay? Alu's face was pale, and he hurriedly climbed up from the ground. At the same time, 2 figures shot out from the broken sky and landed in the hall with alert faces. They all had a mighty aura and were powerful men in the 10th realm. The king is fine. Xian Yu's eyes were blank, with that earth-shaking rebuke still echoing in his mind. The worst situation as expected happened, and the Prison Bird Empire was in big trouble. Just one palm strike almost broke his mount into pieces. This was the pinnacle creation of the divine realm, and it was difficult for ordinary people of the 10 realms to break through it. Huh? Have we left the Prison Bird Empire? That guy didn't catch up with us? Reporting to your Highness. We have overloaded the battleship's dimensional shuttle capability, and in the form of wave crest sliding. With the help of 11 dimensions, we are instantly 1 trillion light-years away from the prisoner bird empire. However, the battleship was severely damaged, and its origin was burned. I'm afraid it can only barely return to the divine realm, and then it will be completely scrapped. One of the 2 people in the 10 realms, who looked alert, bowed in response. Their mission was to protect Qianyu's life. The moment they realized that the enemy was unstoppable, they activated the escape plan. Qianyu has a high status, so naturally he needs guards whenever he goes out. Having 2 people in the 10th realm following him is enough to overwhelm the top combat forces of many empires. You have done a good job. After you return to the divine realm, I will reward you handsomely. Qianyu felt a little relieved. He didn't care about the trivial matter of the scrapped warship at all. Compared with his own life, he had no shortage of these material things. Have you sensed that guy's aura? What realm is he in? Why is he so terrifying? There was a moment of silence in the hall. They only heard the scolding but did not notice where the attack came from, let alone the opponent's breath. This alone was enough to be terrifying when they thought about it carefully. That guy. Boy, you are very rude. I have a name. Remember it. It's by Donglin. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out in the hall, causing everyone present to feel their scalps tingle and a chill run down their spines. What? When? The corner of Qianyu's mouth twitched, and he turned his head stiffly to look beside him. The voice was very close, as if it was ringing right next to his ear. What are you looking at? Do you think you can sit here? Get off. Bai Donglin grinned and slapped Qianyu on the back of the head. His body flew down from the throne, spinning around, crushing the void, and was embedded in the hard ground of the hall. Your Highness. Ah Lu and the 2 10th realm guards all had ferocious expressions. They tried their best, but still could not move their bodies at all. They could only watch Qianyu being humiliated. They were all killed on the spot by a terrifying aura. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. I am not familiar with your real name, so I am being rude. I did not mean to offend you. Qianyu's body was covered with fragments of the void, but he didn't even bother to wipe them off. He slowly stood up from the deep pit, with a solemn expression, and bowed to Bai Donglin, who was sitting on the throne. He, Qianyu, can be the 3rd prince of the divine realm, who towers over countless living beings, can be a spendthrift and dissolute royal child, can be the behind-the-scenes controller who rises and falls in the vortex of power, and of course, can also be humble as dust and prostrate himself on the ground. After witnessing the vastness of the universe, he had already made up his mind deep in his heart that these were nothing in order to survive. Even a pig, after living for tens of millions of years, can develop wisdom and shrewdness. TSK. Boring. Bai Donglin sighed secretly. He thought he might never encounter such a situation in his lifetime, where he pretended to be cool, but got slapped in the face. How could there be so many idiots? If he really wanted to find them, he probably could only find them in the mortal world among creatures whose lifespan was less than 100 years. These monks, each one living longer than the other, are very shrewd and are best at judging the situation. Your attitude is good, so you can forgive minor mistakes, but you can't escape the great crime of invasion. Tianqian Divine Realm. I want it. When Qianyu heard this, his expression suddenly changed. This time it's really a disaster. Chapter 735 Tianqian Continent. Your Excellency is too kind. Qianyu forced himself to suppress the panic in his heart and straightened his expression. There was a hint of dignity in his humility. He was not speaking on his own behalf, but in the name of the Tianqian Divine Realm. When talking to Bai Donglin, there is only a small conflict between us. This is a misunderstanding caused by a lack of mutual understanding. The Prison Bird Empire is just a small place. It is not enough to start a war in the Divine Realm. If you are willing, I promise with the authority of the 3rd Prince of the Divine Realm that I can divide the 10 Directions Empire into 2 parts for you to make up for the offense we have unintentionally caused you. Qianyu tried his best to remain calm. He was in a state of confusion, and had many guesses in his mind. First, this Bai Donglin is most likely from other spheres of influence outside the universe, and is affiliated with those supreme forces that can rival the source of information. Or he is from one of the 4 great immortal dynasties. Besides, Bai Donglin's strength was somewhat hard to fathom. He might be a top-level expert in the 10th realm who had touched the forbidden area. At this point, Qianyu still didn't think about the 11th realm, which was somewhat unreasonable. The 11th realm is so powerful. How could he be so bored as to play tricks on them? Do you think I'm a beggar? Bai Donglin was delighted and his aura poured out, freezing Qianyu in place and even sealing his mouth. How could a mere prince be qualified to negotiate with him, since he was not stupid enough to give him the opportunity to show off? He was too lazy to waste his breath talking to him. He even wanted to resolve the conflict by being clever. He really didn't know what he was talking about. Bai Donglin plundered resources and had to find a legitimate excuse, not to show off himself, nor to give many cosmic kingdoms a way out. He is at a higher level, and his sights are on the source of information. Although it is inferred that the source of information will not care too much about the bad things happening in the universe. It is a force under its command after all, and the Supreme Being also has to save face. To put it bluntly, he went to such trouble just to give face to the source of the information, so that the two would not be too embarrassed by this matter when they get along with each other in the future. To trace it back, it was the prison bird empire that imprisoned him and Liu, and had to atone its sins with its territory. The Tianqian divine realm invaded his territory under the pretext of paying tribute, and also had to atone its sins with its territory. The last 4 immortal dynasties would also be caught in this quagmire. From then on, all resources collected by the Universe Kingdom belonged to him, and the data of countless citizens participating in the Talent Awakening experiment belonged to the source of information. Both of them got what they needed and had face. It was perfect. As for the Life Court, Bai Donglin would not care too much about it. He would not start a war that would affect all living beings. He would only secretly control the kingdom of the universe through beheadings. Even the rulers would not change on the surface. The only difference was that the resources in the treasury would all go into his pocket. Although the platinum battleship was severely damaged, it was able to glide along the initial dimensional wave crest at a fairly fast speed, and it didn't take much time for it to enter the territory of the Tianan Divine Realm. Qianyu's vehicle had extremely high authority and traveled unimpeded all the way directly to the core of the Divine Realm. The Tianqian continent, the vast land world spanning nearly 100 light years, is boundless, with endless sacred mountains, surging seas, rare and exotic animals, vast ancient lands, and dangerous forbidden areas. If a creature who does not know the truth is allowed to enter this place, they might mistakenly think that they have come to the ancient wilderness. But in fact, this is just the Tianqian Divine Realm, the back garden of the royal Qin family. A family that has ruled this continent for more than a great era, a long period of 1 trillion years, and the number of bloodlines extended from it is already an astronomical number. On the Tiandan continent, half of the human race has the shadow of the Qin family deep in their blood. But except for the royal family, those remote branches have lost their status advantages and even been deprived of their surnames. The only remaining glory is probably living in the core of the god's domain, the Tianan continent. Arrive. The platinum battleship knew the way well, and under the control of the intelligent computer, it automatically landed in the palace of the third prince. In an instant, a large number of servants surrounded the giant dock. "Welcome back, Your Highness," they shouted in unison, shaking the sky into pieces. Buzz, instead of waiting for Qianyu to appear, they were greeted by an extremely terrifying wave of will. Before their consciousness fell into darkness, everyone only faintly heard an indifferent voice. Super God Realm. Expand. Compared with the original body, the domain exerted by a wisp of self-consciousness is shockingly small. But fortunately, the nature of Bai Donglin's consciousness is extremely high. Neither more nor less. Just enough to cover the entire Tiandan continent. Time and space are frozen. Silence. Endless living beings. Flowers. Plants and trees. Falling dust. Raindrops. Snowflakes. And the starlight and sunlight falling from the sky. Everything between heaven and earth. All froze in an instant. Roar. 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 How dare you? Who are you? How dare you invade the divine realm? You must be killed. Snap. Rays of brilliant divine light rose up from the depths of the imperial city. Surging wildly, the stagnant time and space were distorted violently, and several thick transparent cracks were broken into them. Boom! A precious seal came out of nowhere and smashed down heavily, causing the already badly damaged platinum battleship to explode. The violent flames of destruction only spread 100 feet before being frozen in stagnant time and space. Huh? What's going on? Isn't this Xiao Sanzi's battleship? 4 figures stood above the sky, looking down coldly, their bodies enveloped in brilliant light. The stagnant time and space around them were repelled and unable to move forward. Ta-ta! Ta-ta! A crisp sound of footsteps came from the flames, and a vague figure gradually became clearer, walking on the stagnant time and space as if walking on flat ground. A real ancient artifact? Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and he saw clearly the magical weapons in the light that enveloped the few people. They were all ancient artifacts containing the complete origin. This was also the reason why they could break free from the frozen time and space despite being in the 10th realm. Although the domain he displayed at this time was weak. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The super god domain is at least the power of the 11th realm, and its specifications are above the 10th realm. It is irresistible to things of different levels. The Qian family is a very old family, so it is reasonable that they have some heritage. It is even possible that one of their ancestors was in the 11th realm, or they may have obtained ancient artifacts through other channels. Who are you? Why did you attack Tiandon continent? The old man holding the seal in his hand is the lord of the Tiandon divine realm, the divine king Qingquan. He has an extremely majestic demeanor and an imposing aura, and he stares directly at Bai Donglin with a sharp gaze. They are not in the same realm, and they cannot even perceive the domain unfolding between heaven and earth. This is one of the hallmark characteristics of the realm of true self. If they knew, how could they remain so calm? They speculated that to be able to freeze time in such a large area, this person probably had a powerful talent in time and space. Or he was using a technological device that could pause time. The ancient artifact gave you the courage to look me in the face. It seems that I have to defeat you first so that the rest of the process can proceed smoothly. Bai Donglin looked indifferent and clenched his fists slowly. He was just a clone, and the less strength he used, the less power he had. He couldn't use all his great magical powers and secret techniques to the fullest. In order to save strength, it was best to defeat the enemy with one blow to prevent the opponent from activating the ancient weapon and bursting out the original power. 8 divine forbidden sex. Wind. Fire. Swoosh. Phew. Ahem. So fast. Such a fierce attack. Qianquan's eyes widened, and a blood hole appeared between his eyebrows. His vision dimmed instantly. In his perception, he realized that his 3 Father's eyes were also pierced between their eyebrows. What kind of monster is this? In an instant, the battle was over. His hands were empty, and even the ancient artifact was taken away. Confess and be treated leniently. Resist and be treated severely. Tell the truth. Where is the treasure house of Tianqian Divine Realm? His will was too weak, and the coverage area was too small to detect the location of the treasure house. Chapter 736. The Great Collision of the Heavens. In the freezing time and space, the crystal clear brain is mixed with Qinjin's blood particles, like a crystal flower, running through the sky. Silent, poignant and beautiful. You want the god's domain treasure house? Qianquan looked at Bai Donglin with a stunned look. In his long life, he had never seen such an arrogant person. Does he really know what he is doing? I think my statement is clear enough. You only have 2 choices. Either you hand over the treasure house voluntarily, or I spend some time to crush the Tiandon continent inch by inch, destroy all tangible particles, and collapse the dimension and space-time. Presumably, we can dig out the treasure trove? Give you 10 seconds to think about it. Bai Donglin's eyes were deep, and his tyrannical aura soared into the sky. Qianquan only felt his vision distorted. In the depths of his eyes, he saw the universe turning into ashes, and countless living beings returning to the ruins and wailing. I consciously told him that these pictures were real. This man was not joking. He could really do it. You have a magical power. Could. And take orally. But there is one thing you need to understand, that the Tiandon Divine Realm is not as simple as you think. We have been sheltered by Gu Hongxian. Have you ready to bear the anger of the fairy? Qianquan's expression changed. The Divine Realm treasury was so important that the resources of hundreds of thousands of empires had just gathered here, and 90% of them had to be paid tribute to the ancient Hongxian dynasty. 5 breaths. Bai Donglin pretended not to hear it, and slowly spread out his palm. A dark spot of light slowly emerged and spun rapidly. The slightly emanating aura of destruction caused dense cracks in the surrounding stagnant space and time. Everyone in the world doesn't know that the reason why our Qian family has been able to thrive for billions of years is because our ancestor is an almighty being in the 11th realm. My ancestor is currently serving in the final other shore. Even if you destroy the Tianqian continent and kill us, our ancestor can still reverse time and space and wipe out everything. Qianquan's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at the black dot floating in his palm. His hair went numb. It was so close that he felt as if he was about to be swallowed by it just by taking a look. 1 breath. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, without any hesitation, he threw his hand lightly, and the black light spot was about to shoot out, completely destroying the Tianqian continent. Etc. You lunatic. You win. The corners of Qian Kuan's mouth twitched wildly. After he said the compromising words, he became like a deflated ball. And his breath suddenly became weak. Crazy. This guy is a downright lunatic. After the Tianan continent was destroyed, the treasure house would still be lost. He didn't dare to gamble on whether his ancestors would resurrect him. It was too foolish to put life and death in uncertainty. After all, they were relatives separated by countless generations. Although they had the same blood, their feelings had long faded. He had never even seen the other party. A wise decision. Bai Donglin raised the corners of his mouth, opened his mouth, and took a breath. The dark light spot with a terrifying breath was swallowed into his stomach and turned into a spiritual world again. The treasure house of the divine realm is hidden in the sun ring. Upon hearing this, Bai Donglin looked up and saw a brilliant halo suspended in the void hundreds of light years away from the Tianan continent. It was made up of 10 enormous ancient suns. Each of the suns among them is comparable to the one in the Qianyuan realm, emitting endless light and heat. Majestic and extremely extraordinary. Well, that's a very clever trick. The treasury contains too many rare treasures. Even if it is hidden very deeply, some aura will still escape, which cannot be hidden from the perception of the strong. The light and heat radiation released by the sun wheel perfectly conceals this aura. Bai Donglin praised, raised his hand to pick up Qian Kuan, took a step forward, and appeared in the center of the sun ring. After escaping the frozen time and space, the hole between Qian Kuan's eyebrows had healed automatically. But some of the original particles were lost. A look of pain flashed in his eyes, and he reached into his arms and took out a black crystal token. Qian. Hi. CR3. Kun. Ren. Guer7. Een. Mao. Chun. You? Open. Qian Kuan made complicated hand gestures and chanted incantations. And the black crystal token burst out with colorful divine light and shot into the void at the center of the sun ring. Rumble. The sun ring, which was rotating clockwise along the predetermined trajectory, suddenly stopped and began to reverse. Like a circular key. Every time it rotated a circle, the sun would shake violently, and a layer of space deep in the endless dimension was slowly locked. Snap! The void collapsed, and a towering portal 99 light years tall fell out. A vast and ancient aura dissipated. On the giant bronze door covered with rust, mysterious Taoist patterns were engraved, as well as the epic of the development of the Tianan divine realm from nothing to something. The bronze giant door trembled fiercely, and opened a small gap with only 1 light years. The next moment, endless. It was endless, like a substantial treasure ejection. And the dark void of hundreds of millions of light years was like a fairyland. Ha ha ha. Not bad. It is worthy of the Tianan Shinyu. The bottom of the family is really thick. Bai Donglin laughed, admiring the gratifying color of patting Qian Kuan's shoulder. Ha. As long as you are satisfied. Qian Kuan pulled out a bitter smile when he opened the treasure house. No matter what happened, the position of the Lord of his God of the Gods was sitting on his head. Little Kunzi, don't be sad. Follow me from now on and I guarantee you will have a great life. Bai Donglin saw Qian Kuan's worry, said a few words of comfort to him, and walked towards the treasury. What do you mean? Sir? Qian Kuan's expression froze. Didn't we agree to come here for the treasure house? Just take it away. Who wants to follow a lunatic like you? The 3 princes of the Gon family led the army and invaded my territory as compensation. If the ancient Hanxian dynasty raises questions, just tell the truth. Boom! The bronze door slammed shut and disappeared back into the depths of the dimension, leaving only Qian Kuan standing there in a daze. Brothers, it's time for dinner. In the vast space of the treasury, the void was surging, and figures appeared out of thin air, their eyes glowing green. They pounced on a corner and devoured everything at will. Bai Donglin's hundreds of thousands of clones, with the help of the system and the shared cultivation experience, have almost all returned to the 10th realm. The true scripture of pregnant gods and forged demons is also gradually getting better, and it only needs to wait for the endless energy to be poured in to elevate the spiritual world to a certain level, so that it can begin to breed gods and demons under the control of the original consciousness. The more powerful the cloned spiritual world is, the better. Anyway, after returning to Bai Donglin's body, all the powers will be superimposed together. So it doesn't matter who uses these resources and treasures. Even the most crude strategy will become perfect and flawless under absolute power. The Cosmic Kingdom has set off a huge whirlpool, with Bai Donglin as the center, and no one can escape. Even the eternal immortal dynasty. Its fate is already determined. The realm of nothingness. The remains of a battlefield. The dark heavens with all kinds of dates are covered with quiet holes, and all the time. They are spitting out a dark green smoke all the time. And they are extremely destruction. This shows that there is no time and space long river inside the wreckage of the heavens. This is extremely dangerous for the 11th realm. It is comparable to absolute space-time. It is a penalty area where many existences do not dare to step into the restricted area. And right in this dead silent place, a horrific battle was taking place. More than a dozen tall figures were fighting each other desperately. The vast aftermath of the collision spread wantonly. And wherever it passed, billions of light years of starry sky turned into absolute nothingness in an instant. And not a single particle could survive. Ha ha ha. Kuya. You stupid guys really dare to calculate everything. How about it? Why can't you be so arrogant this time? You have spent your whole life scheming and killing countless strong men. You never dreamed that you would end up like this. Right? Hey. If I kill you, I will be equal to 100 true one strong men. It will be a great achievement. The erosive battlefield, no matter how moving, is unchanged around the center. Where is there a treasure tree that stands like a crystal carved? The bitter cliff frowned, and at the same time faced the three siege of the same realm. The light of the corner of the eyes still looked at the crystal treasure tree from time to time. This thing, messing up his mind, so that the calculation of the dark disaster. This time, it might be really dangerous. The enemy's numbers crushed them. With the few against the many, as long as one person was killed, it would be even more difficult for the others to stay alive. My fellow Taoists, I have harmed you. Guilt flashed in the depths of Kuya's eyes. In the wreckage of the heavens where time and space no longer existed, the ability of the 11th realm to preserve one's life was greatly weakened. He racked his brains, but could not think of a way to break the impasse. It cannot be restored to the injury posed by replacing the time node. It will only be completely worn in the attacks again and again. Will there be a miracle? I died when I died. In this life, there are more than 100, and the evil spirits of the real black catastrophe. But these fellow Taoists are innocent, and I cannot rest in peace when they died because of me. If anyone can save you fellow Taoists, I, Kuya, will repay you with all my heart. Kuya has always believed in his own principles. But facing the desperate situation at this moment, such thoughts suddenly appeared in his subconscious mind. Roar. A powerful 11th level star spirit from the Taihao heavens, under siege by two black disasters, suffered multiple injuries, and finally could not bear it anymore. With an unwilling roar, his head was chopped off, and the source of his existence was wiped out. The majestic body collapsed, twisted and expanded, transforming into a vast universe spanning trillions of light years. This was the true form of the Protoss. Brother Kan Wu. Kuya's eyes were sore. He could do nothing. He couldn't even collect the corpse. He could only watch the black disaster open its huge whirlpool mouth and swallow up the endless stars. Kuya, dare you be distracted? A pitch-black claw, braving the rolling mist, stretched out from nothingness and went straight to the center of Kuya's eyebrows. At this moment, a horrific loud noise, accompanied by violent tremors, instantly spread throughout the heavens. Boom! Snap! After hundreds of years of rushing, the Yarrow heavens slammed into the dark heavens with unstoppable force. The great collision of the heavens. Unprecedented destructive force penetrated the universe and swept across all existence. The extremely hard walls of the heavens were like eggs, LS, constantly collapsing and breaking down under the crazy squeezing and collision. What? Bitter Cliff. The powerful black disaster warriors, under the impact of the terrifying wave of destruction. Their tall and majestic figures were scattered and violently retreated to the edge of the sky, corrupting the battlefield like a pile of sand, and were directly beaten into nothingness. Jioya. What the hell are you doing? Bai Donglin frowned, awakened from his meditation, raised his eyes, and looked around. The Yaoyuo heavens seemed like an illusory bubble, rapidly disintegrating. None of my business. Jioyu spoke very quickly, and while he was explaining himself, his hands kept moving. He began to recycle the sky-devouring tower through the ubiquitous transparent roots. Boss, I followed your instructions and tried my best to devour the matter of the universe. The progress has reached 99.9%. I don't know what happened to this sudden explosion. Based on my previous experience, the remains of the universe will be swallowed up and disappear silently. This situation should not happen. The space-devouring towers seemed to be tailor-made for Jioya, and they worked together perfectly. In just a moment, all the space-devouring towers shrank into particle size, and were gathered together by Jiuya through the root channels. Come over. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. The horrifying explosion spread very quickly. In a short time, it would spread from the end of the heavens to in front of him. Okay. Jiuya was also frightened by this horrifying scene. Hearing Bai Donglin's call, he immediately spun around. His huge body suddenly shrank and turned into a 9-color print, which was imprinted on the back of Bai Donglin's left hand. That's right. Boss, I remember now. Cullen once told me that there is actually a possible danger in swallowing up the remains of the heavens. You should have seen the huge black hole that penetrates the heavens. Right? It is said that these scars that wiped out the heavens came from the transcendent ones, and the residual aura of that attack lingers in them. As the matter of the heavens is devoured, the aura in these scars may riot, showing all kinds of strange powers, which is extremely terrifying. That's why, although the benefits of devouring the remains of the universe are quite high, few people have ever done it, because they are afraid of being affected by the aura of scars. Jiuya and Bai Donglin's wills were connected, and the complicated information exchange was completed in an instant. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, slowly raised his sword finger, and slashed forward fiercely. A dazzling sword light as huge as a galaxy flashed and passed by. The terrifying wave of destruction was directly split into two and rushed away from his side. It's a little off. Jiuya, your guess is wrong. Bai Donglin was on high alert, but found that the destructive impact was nothing special. It looked vast and terrifying, but the power was not concentrated and was easily broken by him. This is somewhat inconsistent with the identity of a transcendent. Even today, he still remembers the terrifying sword shadow that pierced out of the howling abyss. The two are not on the same level at all. What is this? There was a hint of surprise in Bai Donglin's eyes. In the endless nothingness, wisps of dark green smoke floated over. He could not understand the details of the mist, and did not know where it came from. Driven by curiosity, Bai Donglin slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed the smoke. Sizzle! The arm that touched the dark green smoke was like a lit fuse, extending towards the body at an unperceivable terrifying speed. The terrifying corrosive force even extended to the dimension of time. The long river of time and space was corroded and tattered. The figures standing on the endless time nodes were all exactly the same. Break! Bai Donglin had a quick mind, and at the critical moment, his entire right shoulder was broken. His figure shook and he retreated backwards, avoiding the dark green smoke far away. Oh my god! I almost died! Jiuya's voice trembled, and he immediately abandoned Bai Donglin's left hand and wandered to his forehead. If it was his left hand that he stretched out just now, it would be gone. Boss, please don't be so naughty in the future. Bai Donglin remained silent. His right arm had recovered instantly. His immortality made him fearless, and this was how he developed his fearless character. He dared to touch anything he saw. Jiuya, I can confirm that this dark green smoke is the remnant of the attack traces and aura from the transcendent. If that's the case, Bai Donglin's eyes showed thoughtfulness. He had guessed something. His figure disappeared in the distortion, and a moment later, he crossed the boundless distance, left the Yaoyuo heavens, and came to the realm of nothingness. It is indeed so. In his field of vision, far ahead, there was a completely black remnant of the heavens, which was tightly embedded with the Yaoyuo heavens. The Yaoyuo heavens, which only had a little bit of matter left, had become illusory after this collision and were disintegrating into nothingness. The situation of the dark heavens was not good either. The thick boundary wall was hit to form an endless black hole spanning an eternity. The strange dark green smoke came from the ubiquitous holes on the dark walls of the heavens. The collision of the two caused part of the smoke to erode into the Yaoyuo heavens. The Yaoyuo heavens are no longer valuable. And then another heaven was sent. How wonderful! Jiuya, get ready to start work. Bai Donglin's eyes were smiling. His figure flickered. He moved and turned, avoiding the terrifying dark green smoke, and shot into the dark heavens. Really? I've been working for nearly 10 million years straight. Can't you let me take a break first? Jiuya expressed dissatisfaction. It was not really tired, but it was a little afraid of the strange dark green smoke. The wreckage of the world was not so friendly. Here, your reward. Bai Donglin moved his mind, and 10,000 enhanced energy crystals gushed out and were stuffed into Jiuya's mouth, rudely interrupting his complaints. Hurry! Burp, thank you. Boss, Jiuya is ready. We can start working anytime. The Joyo was greatly nourished, and the patterns emitted colorful divine light, which illuminated Bai Donglin's eyebrows. Enhanced energy is of great benefit to all living things. Bai Donglin is not short of this thing. As his strength increases, only stronger attacks can cause damage to him, and the enhanced energy generated by the conversion will naturally increase. In the past, he relied on the backlash of heaven and earth to gain energy, but now that he has upgraded, the long river of time and space has become the target of Bai Donglin's exploits. Although the dark green smoke was strange and powerful, it was not everywhere. Bai Donglin circled a few times and then safely stepped into the dark heavens, his will radiating. This is a trace of war. Well, it's still fresh. With keen perception, he caught some aura that shouldn't exist in the chaos. A strange look flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and he muttered to himself, "It seems that the collision of the heavens that I accidentally caused has disrupted a good show. But I don't know who will benefit from it." Boom. Hundreds of moments away, the aftermath of the fierce battle suddenly broke into Bai Donglin's perception. Ha ha ha. Kuya, you don't really think you can escape, do you? These few disturbances only temporarily delayed your death. The ending has been determined since you set foot here. In the midst of despair, a glimmer of hope arises, but in an instant, it is swallowed up by despair again. Kuya, watching your friends die one by one in front of you, it must be very powerless and painful. Right? It's okay to suffer. You deserve it. The noisy, sharp and piercing sound made Bai Donglin frown and show his displeasure. Black disaster? Humph! How arrogant! If you want to devour the remains of the heavens with peace of mind, you naturally have to drive them out and clear the area first. If they are creatures from the black disaster, just kill them. Bitter cliff, come with endless resentment. A giant palm covered the sky, encompassing the sea of stars, blocking all of Kuya's escape routes, and fell down with a loud bang. The inexplicable collision of the heavens made the black disasters a little anxious. Fearing that something might happen if they were too late, they decided not to play with Bitter Cliff anymore, and to wipe him out with thunder and lightning. Don't panic, fellow Taoist. Kuya's figure paused, and he slowly opened his eyes. A figure had already blocked his way, and a calm and confident voice reached his heart. Leave these black plague ants to me. The void was collapsing, and was gathering madly with Bai Donglin as the center. The boundless black palm was torn into pieces. Who? The owner of the giant palm was stunned. His all-out attack disappeared silently. It was absolutely impossible for Kuya, who was at the end of his rope, to unleash such great power. Someone outside has intervened. I'm your father. Die. Bai Donglin looked indifferent. The 11th realm at this moment was nothing more than an ant to him. The figure twisted and appeared in many corners of the vast battlefield at the same time. The fingers pointed out slowly, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Under the lock of the chi, there was no way to avoid it. No. Those who are strong in black disaster are frightened their eyes, their will, and all the origin particles in their bodies seem to be frozen and have no response. View? The brain matter mixed with dark blood bloomed in the void like a ghost flower from the underworld. In the region where there is no time for a long river, the dead died was extremely clean, and the existent source was directly crushed. Good. So strong. Is it the Lord who has stepped onto the other side? Would such a supreme being be willing to serve me? The bitter cliff escaped in the dead, and his look was loose. A few of his friends didn't have to die. When he was at ease, he could not help but rise. Huh? What is this? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand, and grasped a crystal clear little tree in the void. A strange breath emerged in his heart. Could this be? Chapter 737. The vast days, the treasures of treasure. Endless. It is not affected by human intervention and influenced by external will, and naturally bred out. And the strangeness of naturally raised, whether it is quantity or type, it is countless in the environment of the heavens. In order to facilitate statistics, the wisdom creature is classified and sorted by its scarcity and value. The endless strengths of the heavens are divided into two levels based on whether there are unique features, and all treasures are divided into two levels. Almost all rare treasures are below the level of only one. Let's not talk about treasures of this level for now, because they are no longer of much value to the 11th realm. Immortal weapons, magic weapons, divine weapons, and elixirs of immortality are all gadgets that the children of the 10th realm and below fight for. Only a very small number of treasures possess the so-called unique characteristic, which is that they are born with a timeline bound in their innate nature and contain at least one source of the Great Way. Different worlds call it differently, such as the innate treasure, the chaos treasure, the Hongming treasure. In fact, they are all the well-known True One ancient artifact. The next level up is the Eternal Tao soldiers, and the origin of the other shore. These two are no longer something that can be bred by heaven and earth. They are treasures that are self-refined and used by the supreme beings in the 12th realm. As for the personal belongings of the transcendent, they are not within the scope of cognition. These treasures that transcend time all have the appearance of tools. Some are brutal in attack and killing. Some are unparalleled in defense. Some possess a variety of magical powers. Beings above the 11th realm can walk through the heavens, and holding them can greatly increase their combat power. Treasures that exist beyond time, and in the form of vessels account for more than 99% of the treasures with unique characteristics. Among them, some of the rarer ones exist in the form of things, where things refer to natural things. At this time, the small trees pinched by Donglin's hand were this kind of rare treasure. The Tree of Final Illusion is an extremely rare treasure born from the concept of nothingness. From the birth to the destruction of a world, the number of such trees that can be bred will never exceed 9. Each one has different powerful abilities. Its value is hard to estimate, although it is still rank 11 in essence. Its preciousness is no less than that of a beyond or origin device. Whatever the world tree or Jinmu is, they are just younger brothers in front of it. Donglin's eyes were shining with gold as he looked up and down at the crystal clear, dreamy little tree in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Over the years, while he was cultivating, he was also traveling through time and space, exploring various knowledge secrets. The classification of treasures and detailed illustrations were from this, so he could tell the origin of the little tree at a glance. With this thing, my consciousness will improve much faster, and the time it takes to break through the 8th level of willpower can be shortened by at least half. Donglin suppressed his thoughts and carefully placed the Tree of Final Illusion into the world of the infernal world. He also specially added several breath-sealing arrays. This treasure must be carefully hidden. If the 12 realms saw it, they might want to possess it. Thank you for saving my life. Kuya, together with his 3 surviving friends, walked across the void and came to a place not far from Donglin. They bowed with respectful expressions and gratitude. With just one strike, he instantly killed more than a dozen powerful black disaster warriors. They almost instinctively regarded Donglin as an almighty being who had set foot on the other side of eternity. He had harvested a great treasure, dozens of corpses, many ancient artifacts, and a world of the universe waiting for him to devour. It was a great harvest. Although Donglin looked indifferent, he was very happy in his heart. He felt that Kuya and the others were much more pleasing to the eye and much cuter. Don't be more courteous. The black disaster. Everyone can get it. It is also inadvertent to save you. Donglin waved his hand. The righteous light of humanity was extremely dazzling. Sir, you really. The heartbroken Cliff trembled. In this vicious world, there are still such a great existence of adults, which has made him who lost his close friend. Following such an existence and doing its best to serve him might be a good choice. Although his prayers and despair are unknown to others, Kuya himself will not deceive himself. If everything is alright, you can go, regardless of the minds of these people's minds. Donglin directly set up the guest order. After the clear field, he was busy devouring the wreckage of the heavens. The emotions that Kuya had worked so hard to build up were dispersed in an instant. He was actually despised. Come to think of it, how could the eternal other side care about a few little guys in the 11th realm? Big, adult, the grace of life-saving. Just leave me and wait for the rest of my heart. Do you need to use us? As soon as he finished saying this, Kuya cursed himself in his heart and wanted to slap himself in the face. What the adults did must be extraordinary and involved a higher level. Are they worthy of it? A few people on the side also cast a strange look to the bitter Cliff, muttering in my heart, how could this say this kind of words? Oh! Donglin's expression moved up and down, and he looked up and down a bitter Cliff. You have been in this battlefield ruins for quite some time. Right? I am new here, and don't know much about many areas. If it is convenient, can you tell me the information you know? Convenience? Convenience? These are all small things. Kuya quickly agreed, and with a thought, a beam of information floated out from between his eyebrows. An endless information rolled inside. Donglin swallowed it. His eyes flashed slightly. And the pedestrians of Batuki did have been in this domain for a long time. There were 300 million years. and the footprints were all over all the heavenly wreckage. 79. This is the total number of remains of the battlefield and debris in the sky. Another thing. If you want, you can help me. Of course I am willing. Please tell me. Sir. Kuya and his men bowed and nodded. They were not ungrateful people. What's more, the other party was from the other side of eternity. Asking them to help with something showed that they thought highly of them. Help me put these small things into all the wreckage of the heavens. As he spoke, Bai Donglin flipped his palm and took out 77 small beads that were shining with purple light. These were little gadgets smelted from the spiritual world and had many functions, with the resurrection coordinates being the most basic one. Bai Donglin regarded all the debris in the sky as something that could be easily swallowed. Before swallowing them, he would make preparations in advance, which could greatly improve efficiency. Sir, please leave this matter to us. The bitter cliff looked solemn and reached out to pick up the bead. He didn't ask what it was. He didn't even have a desire to explore in his heart. He just wanted to do his best to complete the matter, to repay the help of adults. Go ahead. Yes. The four of them bowed once more, then tore open the void and flew away at a very fast speed. The debris of the heavens were very far apart, and even if they wanted to travel through all the 11 realms, it would take a long time. So they didn't dare to delay for fear of missing the important matter of the adults. This battlefield relic has existed for an extremely long time. Well, if we go by the records, it has existed for more than 3 great eras. 30 trillion years. Such a long time. I don't know how many existences. And scratching 1 inch in this place. The existence of the 12 realm is naturally the first batch of opportunities to find opportunities. After the 12 realms could no longer look down on this place, and had not shown up for a long time, the 11 realms dared to enter, and eat some leftovers. Bai Donglin understood this, and felt much more relaxed. Although he was not afraid of the 12 realms, there was no need to conflict with them, which would delay his devouring of the remnants of the heavens. Therefore, Cullen died in a very aggrieved way. Until his death, he thought that Bai Donglin was in the 12th realm, a shameless and unmartial being who competed with the younger generation for food. Jioya, come out to work. There will be no 12 realms to disturb his devouring cause. Bai Donglin is in high spirits. He is confident that he can swallow all the battlefield ruins within 10 million years. That is, before the Tao of the heavens is opened. He is not afraid of the residual aura of the attack from the transcendent that everyone fears. The worst that can happen is that he will die a few times. Yes. Sir. Buzz. The void trembled violently, and 9 colored patterns floated down from Bai Donglin's brows, expanding instantly and turning into a behemoth spanning hundreds of millions of light years. Under the influence of the terrifying mass, the space collapsed and shattered crazily, and the flow of time was affected and slowed down a lot. Boss, what should we do with the dark green smoke? Although the reward is attractive, life is more important. Jioya is still a little worried. Don't worry. The smoke is lingering in the holes of the wall of the heavens. It is almost non-existent inside. If you encounter it, just be careful to avoid it. If you can't avoid it, cut off the body decisively. I will take care of all your injuries. Bai Donglin spoke with a firm tone. In the vast area covered by his will, there was not a trace of dark green smoke. That's good. That's good. Jioyu focused his mind and endless transparent roots burst out from his body, crossing over dimensions and time and dimensional barriers, extending in all directions. Wherever the roots passed, sky-devouring towers rose up slowly. After stretching out their bodies, they immediately began to frantically devour all tangible objects around them according to established rules. Jioya, who had digested a lot of enhanced energy, became much stronger, and even the speed at which his roots extended became faster. Bai Donglin was somewhat tempted, but then he shook his head secretly. He decided to observe for a while. If he granted a large amount of strengthening energy, Jioya would probably lose the motivation to struggle, which would be difficult for him to exploit. The thoughts were interrupted by a strange movement deep in the mind. Has it succeeded? Chapter 738 Infinite Personality Union. Separate. Bai Donglin was upset when he saw the skinny old man in front of him with messy hair, a white coat, talking nonsense and drinking heavily. The bloodthirsty blade was taken out from the depths of his mind. After releasing the 10 colors eternal ban, a bright red light flashed, and the blade twisted and squirmed, and then it turned into the strange old man in front of him. Bird language, wubba lubba dub dubs. Translated into, I am in pain. Please save me. Rick, a mere mortal, possesses wisdom beyond that of gods. and can manipulate the endless universe and time dimensions at his fingertips. Mortals are mortals after all. Their weak ego consciousness makes them unable to control their own wisdom. They are eventually lost in the turbulence of time, living in pain and madness. Wubba lubba dub-dubs. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. His breath slightly fluctuated, and he pressed Rick down into the void. That's enough. Rick, you are no longer a mortal. Together with the endless personality, you devoured Curaçao's consciousness. Your life essence has made a leap. How could you be immersed in the maze of time? Ha ha! You saw through me. Under the suppression of the breath, Rick clenched his palm, and the wine bottle twisted into a sci-fi pistol. He shot towards the person below. A green vortex opened and his body fell into it. The next moment, he appeared in front of Bai Donglin. Dr. Bai, thank you for creating me. What do you need me to do? Create a micro-universe? Reverse a black hole into a star? Or blow up a certain annoying universe? Ha ha ha. Just tell me. Rick can do it. The virtual personalities are creations carefully crafted by Bai Donglin. Each one is infinitely close to the reality and fantasy, so that they can give him advice and prevent him from falling into his own cognitive bias. Naturally, Rick's madman character was perfectly inherited, regardless of whether his ego consciousness was strong or not. Bai Donglin doesn't care about these things. It doesn't matter whether he is a madman or a saint, as long as he makes sure that the blood-crying blade is completely loyal to him. That's enough. This has been engraved into the underlying logic when the virtual personality was created. During the entire process of infecting the blood-crying blade, I, the god, am watching by the side. And there will definitely be no situation where it is out of control. The virtual personalities that parasitize in the thought particles can be generated infinitely. When the army of personalities attacks Curaçao's consciousness, it is not a one-time effort, but rather a succession of sacrifices before they successfully replace it. These are small things that I can do with just a flick of my finger. I don't need to trouble you. Rick, who is so smart. The universe that Rick mentioned is not the heavens, but at most a vast world. Okay. You're awesome. Uncle Rick is going back. 10,000 red-haired beauties are still waiting. Rick had a lewd look on his face, and he pushed his hips towards Bai Donglin in an extremely obscene manner. Then his figure twisted and turned into a pink creature with a dull look, like a mentally retarded person. SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish. Bai Donglin. I was careless, and the experiment was too rough. Infinite personalities swarmed into the bloodthirsty blade. The lowest intelligence and the smartest personality merged together. Curaçao's ego consciousness had long lost its essence, and was infected and devoured by endless personalities. The consciousness in the bloodthirsty blade at this moment should be called an infinite personalities union. Go away and play with your balls. Bai Donglin had a dark face and held Patrick in his hand. His thoughts poured out. The light and shadow flickered, and the bloodthirsty blade finally revealed its true appearance. The knife was extremely long and narrow, with a black handle and a scarlet blade. The blade was faintly stained with blood, exuding an ancient meaning and a murderous intent. Nice knife. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. His eyes swept across the blade. The fine cracks there were very eye-catching. The scars had penetrated deep into the origin, and were caused by his use of the abandoning body fist to counter the blood palm of the Source Master. The Daobing clan dares to be named Daobing, so they must be extraordinary. Now is the time to witness a miracle. Dingling-dang. More than a dozen Genie ancient artifacts were taken out, and all kinds of terrifying auras spread. The void broke into pieces under their pressure. These trophies all have complete origins, except for a few that were broken by him. But their essence still exists. They are treasures that many people in the 11th realm only possess one. They all possess unique characteristics. In the highest level of the prehistoric world, they are called Chaos Treasures, and are no different from Chaos Beads, Creation Jade Discs, and Chaos Green Lotus. They are extremely rare and powerful treasures. From now on, Curaçao will become a thing of the past. Your true name will bleed. I hope that when I reach the other shore, you can also grow into the source of the other shore. Otherwise, you lose the value of your existence. Bai Donglin looked solemn, and spoke in a serious tone. Ordinary treasures were not as hard as his fists, so if he was going to use a weapon, he would have to use the strongest one. He was not trying to scare Chishua. His power was so enormous that if Chishua was not strong enough, she would not be able to bear his power. The only outcome would be that her origin would be shattered. Een. Crying blood was shaking violently and trembling. It naturally didn't want to die, and the infinite personality union didn't want to return to illusion. Eat it. So you can grow taller. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. Without any mercy, he stuffed all the ancient artifacts, including the weeping blood, into the furnace of the heavens in his body. Under the smelting of the scorching divine fire, many of the ancient artifacts let out desperate howls, while the weeping blood buzzed with excitement. Every ancient artifact was born with divinity, and they naturally did not want to be destroyed. They struggled and resisted with all their might. But it was meaningless under Bai Donglin's suppression. You were used by the Black Disaster, and the lives you devoured were endless. It is only natural that you die. Bai Donglin looked indifferent, and let the ancient artifact be devoured amidst the wailing. Such a generous act was outrageous. Curacao probably would never have thought until his death that his body could feed so many ancient artifacts. He couldn't even think of such a luxury. If he obtained ancient artifacts, the most he could do was to trade them for many materials and upgrade himself, which would be much more cost-effective than directly swallowing them. Bai Donglin is rich and powerful, so he doesn't bother to make such effort. Anyway, killing the 11th realm is as easy as butchering a dog. Will he be afraid of not having ancient artifacts in the future? The furnace of the heavens contains the ultimate destructive power, which can even melt ancient artifacts. But it cannot imitate the special furnace of the heavens where the Daoping clan lives. Therefore, it was impossible to give birth to a little weeping blood, and he had no intention of doing so. Besides, where could he catch another Taoist weapon? A weeping blood cook cannot cook without rice, and a knife alone cannot give birth to a cub. Not bad. Not bad. After all the effort, I finally got a precious sword that can be infinitely upgraded. It's worth it. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Just like the martial arts he practiced, he liked to do things once and for all. At this time, Shishua, in addition to its original long sword form, has undergone strange changes under the infection of infinite personalities, and can manifest the personalities that exist in fantasy. This new feature makes Bloodthirsty no longer a simple long sword, but a multifunctional one. Just like Rick, there are many more, and when needed, they can be materialized to help him run errands and give him a hand. Of course, some young and mentally retarded people can be forgiven. This unexpected situation may be related to him in order to stuff the crying blood and use the ring of the origin of the existence. From the very beginning, the experiment was conducted in the unknown, and there would be uncertain results. But this did not surprise Bai Donglin too much. Instead, he accepted it calmly. After digesting the experimental data, he would naturally understand the reason for all this. After arranging everything, Bai Donglin looked thoughtful. It would take Jiuya quite a while to completely swallow up all the heavens. He only needed to use the time and space freeze at the end, and then swallow up all the energy crystals in an instant. Therefore, there is no need for him to stay here and waste time, and he can devote his energy to doing other things. In an area where no 12 realms have set foot, with my current strength, leaving behind a clone is enough to handle everything. As his mind moved, an invisible sword light flashed within his body, and the next moment, Bai Donglin was resurrected behind his clone. Weeping blood. Look at Jiuyu. Chant. Qishue was so smart that he instantly understood the two meanings of these words and responded in shock. Bai Donglin nodded. He had no intention of taking Qishue with him. Qishue was in a critical period of smelting at this moment, and the place he was going was very dangerous, so it was not advisable to bring it with him. After reflecting on himself and making sure nothing was left out, Bai Donglin took a step forward and disappeared, leaving only his clone sitting cross-legged on the center of the flower with his eyes closed. Jiuya, who worked diligently, knew nothing about this. In the realm of nothingness, in the absolute void, a figure appeared out of nowhere. With a slight flash, he appeared beyond 1,000 eternal thoughts. Bai Donglin instantly moved away from the battlefield ruins and rushed away in the opposite direction of Taihao Heavens, using the means of self-destruction to escape. He also had two purposes for this trip. First, he, who was constantly communicating with his clone's memories, had already set a time. 10,000 years later, he would return to Taihao. By that time, his clone would have devoured the Tianan treasure house completely, and his spiritual world would have been nourished to a certain degree, so he could begin to conceive gods and forge demons. The second is what he is doing at this moment, leaving Wan Hong's Qiji spiral arm and stepping into the nearest Black Disaster heavens. He can self-destruct and resurrect, no matter how far the distance is, or whether he has a way to retreat. He can self-destruct and return to Taihao at any time. For this trip to the Black Disaster heavens, The most basic requirement Bai Donglin set for himself was to leave behind a resurrection base and create an outpost that belonged to him alone. TSK. Being alone. Deep in the enemy's territory. It's exciting just to think about it. Bai Donglin's eyes were deep, with a hint of tyranny, in Black Disaster's territory. He didn't need to suppress his nature too much and could be a little unbridled. In his eyes, everything related to the Black Disaster was just energy that could be transformed. On this trip, as long as he doesn't encounter a transcendent, no one can stop his destruction. With death, in exchange for the destruction of the Dark Disaster. This is the correct way to achieve immortality. Chapter 739 Swallowing Pain. The realm of nothingness, the place of absolute nothingness, appears colorless and transparent in the perception of living beings. In the endless transparency of nothingness, there are suspended two huge whirlpools, one black and one white, formed by the convergence of the heavens. It is said that this black and white color is formed by the will of all living beings in the sky and represents a certain tendency. Bai Donglin's self-destruction escape speed was extremely fast, and since he was already at the border of the white vortex, he crossed the black and white boundary in a very short time. In an instant, the will fell into darkness, and the radiating river of time and space also changed its aura drastically. Madness, violence, distortion, eeriness, decay. Is this the smell of the heavens that gave birth to the Black Disaster? Bai Donglin stopped his escape and sensed carefully. At this moment, he was in the observer state. Although it was convenient, he had temporarily lost the ability to manipulate time and could not obtain more information from the long river of time and space. He could only remember this breath deeply. Humph! What a disgusting taste! After a long silence, a feeling of disgust flashed through my heart for no reason, as if it was engraved in my instinct and could not be reversed. With the long river of time and space as a guide, Bai Donglin was not afraid of losing his way. He entered the absolute time and space, suppressed his thoughts, and fled towards the end of the darkness, once again crossing the vast distance of 10,000 super thoughts. Finally, a huge shadow broke into the range of will perception. Well, the ugly world. This is a dark red body. Its appearance is not as smooth and round as the Taihao bodies. Instead, it is shaped like a dumbbell with large ends and a thin middle. What's even more disgusting is that its surface is covered with tentacles, like flagella and bulges filled with dark green pus. It was like a pile of moldy and hairy dog shit that was stepped on. And then this pile of shit was actually infected with the monkeypox virus. It was really hard to describe. And Bai Donglin felt sick just by looking at it. I understand now. I'm afraid only this kind of environment can breed morbid creatures like Black Disaster. Bai Donglin is a bit uncomfortable. The heavens of the Black Disaster are naturally the main goal of swallowing in the future. If he looks like this shit, he is really a bit difficult to make his mouth. Hey, this is just the appearance of the heavens. The focus is still on its internal space. Hope. Don't be so disgusting. His will hesitated slightly, but still with disgust. He wrapped it up towards Hongxiang Zutian. Well, Bai Donglin didn't know the name of this Zutian, so he named it Hongxiang based on its appearance. Due to the irregular shape of the Hongxiang heavens, it is difficult to measure their size by radius, but the longest span is as long as 160 eternal thoughts. Overall, it is only slightly smaller than the Taihao heavens. What kind of environment breeds what kind of strong people? From this, we can know that there should be quite a few 12 realms in the Hongxiang heavens. But it is unknown whether there are any transcendent ones. Huh? The breath of the human race. Bai Donglin's expression froze. In a corner on the boundary wall, he sensed the breath fluctuations of human beings. That was definitely not the Black Disaster. And their situation did not seem to be very good. Are the captives who have been captured? Under the perception of will, the extremely thick flagellum extended for tens of billions of light years, and its surface was covered with purple scales, like a giant python as big as the universe, twisting and wriggling. The human breath that Bai Donglin sensed came from the spikes of the flagellum. 7 majestic figures all revealed their true bodies that were hundreds of millions of light years tall. Their ragged bodies were bound by countless black chains to spikes engraved with strange patterns. The giant's eyes were wide open, dull and lifeless, and his face was hideous and horrible, as if he was suffering unimaginable torture. Woohoo! The Wind whispered, and the white whirlwind emerged inexplicably from the 7 tips of the giant. The limbs were blown into ashes. Boom Ronaldo! Scarlet thunder and dark blue flames lingered around his body, and the collision of thunder and fire was extremely violent. Sizzle! A cloud of green smoke flew over. It was formed by the condensation of countless hideous monster insects that were smaller than particles. They attached to the surface of the giant's body and gnawed towards the inside bit by bit. Foul-smelling black water continued to flow out of the monster insects' mouths. And the breath was extremely eerie. Vague ghost shadow. Twisted worms. Colorful psychedelic fog. Countless strange and bizarre attacks emerged one after another and were added to the giant's body. The towering body spasmed instinctively in pain, and its face became more distorted and hideous. But its eyes were still dull, and there was no sound of wailing in pain. What a ruthless means! Bai Dong's pupils were shrinking. In just a moment, the body of the 7 giants has been turned into ashes in many terrible attacks. But this is not the end. Time and space are distorted, and the intact bodies of these 11 realms in the past time nodes are intercepted and brought into the present world. And the same torture methods as before appear again. Killing is not the right thing to do. This endless abuse is more likely to be a demonstration or a warning. Black disaster binds them here, and its purpose is self-evident. Actually, I've already died. What did you say? Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. His will actually captured a faint sound coming from one of the giants. This made him feel a little incredible. Because of his will, he had seen through the means they encountered. And the difficulty of the means was so great that he was unable to lend a helping hand. The existence form is changed. The information settings are added. And the existence of the source is in a permanent, fixed state. No matter how many times they die, they will be resurrected immediately. That's fine. But it's hard to imagine that you could still make a sound in that state. Bai Donglin felt a little admiration in his heart. Those visible tortures were nothing. The most terrifying things were often invisible. The consciousness and unconsciousness of these giants were exchanged, which was difficult to detect. The only external manifestation was a dull look in their eyes. But it was a very horrific punishment. The interchange of consciousness and unconsciousness makes all its aspirations meaningless, and everything it knows untouchable. What supports you and allows you to regain a little consciousness in this state? Bai Donglin was greatly shocked, and an impulse surged in his heart. He no longer hid, and was resurrected directly in front of the giant. As if sensing Bai Donglin's breath, the faint voice gradually became clearer. The giant who spoke had a dull look in his eyes, and was in an unconscious state. In fact, I died a long time ago. Died in the broken heavens. Died in the ethereal beliefs. Died in the hopeless war. Died in the empty time. But it seems that I am still alive. Living in the expectations of my people. Living in the corner of time and space. Living in the brilliant light. Living in endless pain. Living in the dreams of my youth. I am so tired. So painful. But I can't die yet. Down you. Please save me. This man. What a terrifying will. Bai Donglin's eyes were as sharp as torches. In a trance, he saw a tall giant fighting fiercely in the shattered heavens. His burning will ignited time and space, and his terrifying roar shattered the galaxy. Haha. It's been a long time since I met someone who impressed me so much. You are a real man. Bai Donglin's mouth corners slightly raised, and he felt a strong curiosity about this person in his heart. He really wanted to explore what was supporting his beliefs. I can save you, but I will undoubtedly put myself in danger. So I want to collect the reward. Your pain. I will accept it. The improvement of self-consciousness is very slow, but endless pain is undoubtedly a good catalyst. Of course, the prerequisite is that your consciousness can remain true to itself under the impact of pain. The biggest reason why these 7 existences can maintain the collapse of the ego consciousness is that consciousness and unconsciousness are interchanged. Bai Donglin took a step forward and instantly came in front of the giant's head. He slowly stretched out his palm and placed it on the other's boundless eyebrows. Forbidden will technique. Heart-to-heart technique. Boom. There was a loud thunder in his mind, and his angry eyes turned silver white. In just a moment, Bai Donglin experienced all the pain and torture that the giant had suffered in his life. It seemed like just a moment, but it also seemed like it had spanned several Dian eras. Wow. That's powerful. So cool. So, you also participated in that war. It has been 3 great eras since you were captured. You have endured 30 trillion years of torture here. Ha ha ha. It's a man. Bai Mao admires. Bai Donglin's eyes were bright, and he was in high spirits. Despite suffering such horrible pain, his ego consciousness not only did not collapse, but instead became extremely active, as if he had taken something tonic, and it was obviously much stronger. This is Bai Donglin's self-confidence. He believes that he has passed the consciousness of the 7-color god light. There is nothing to destroy. Even if it is destroyed, there is no death and no panic. The painful impact was only effective for the first time against the same target. But Bai Donglin had tasted the sweetness at this time, and felt a little hungry and thirsty. So he looked at the other 6 giants. Although you are almost there, the pain you are experiencing is no less severe. Although you didn't ask for help. How can I just stand by and watch you die? The art of changing one's mind. The figures flashed repeatedly in the void. Every time he endured the pain of a giant, the aura Bai Donglin I exuded became more violent, and traces of blood appeared in the depths of his silver-white pupils. I accept your pain, before helping you get rid of the trouble. Bai Donglin's eyes were deep and deep, and he shifted his gaze slightly to look at Hong Xiang Zutian. His tyrannical aura condensed into a faint scarlet gauze on his body surface. I will remember all this pain in my heart, and will repay it 1,000 times over to the black disaster creatures. Wait me back. Bai Donglin left a strand of hair attached to the giant's body, and then he annihilated himself and disappeared. He used some means to conceal his existence, and did not make any big noise. So he had not attracted the attention of Black Disaster until now. The only way to rescue these 7 people is to cut off the whip hairs, and pack them up, and take them away. However, doing so will inevitably attract the powerful Black Disaster. The purpose of his trip has not been achieved yet, and it will not be too late to rescue people when he retreats. We have already endured 3 great Yin eras, so a little more time won't be a big deal. Bai Donglin's strange will, which could penetrate everything, followed the long river of time and space and invaded the interior of the Hongxiang heavens. Chapter 740. In the dark heavens, at the forefront of the long river of dark time and space, the only real point in the world, stands a scarlet temple. The space inside the temple is boundless. In the extreme darkness, there are 4 indescribable blurry figures sitting cross-legged. The source of great evil. It has been less than 10 million years since Luan Hong's red extreme rotating arm opened the Tao of the heavens. Have you negotiated with them? Time is running out. Destroying the Tao of the heavens is the top priority right now. Other things can be put aside for now. The twisted figure, known as the source of 2 evil, is like a dark mist entanglement. The black shadow is slightly rippling. Dark Owl. You know, those guys are hard to communicate with. Except for Qiusha, Muta, and Shuya. The other 19 gods have not given a clear answer. They all seem to be very busy. Haha. Busy? You're not still thinking about that, are you? You know, that's... Shut up. There was a moment of silence in the void, and the atmosphere fell into an inexplicable stagnation. Endless terrifying phantoms were baring their fangs and claws in the darkness, and their scarlet eyes seemed to be ready to devour anyone. Please forgive me, sir. We did not mean to offend you. Woohoo! The hideous phantom slowly retreated with a whimper, and the solidified void suddenly began to flow. Hachiyu, can you change your bad habits? Some things are just fine if you know them in your heart. There's no need to speak them out. Do you understand? Hee hee. Bachiyu sneered in a low voice, and did not say anything, as if he was disdainful. Return to home. Luan Hong's Qiji Xuanji's Tao of the heavens this time is different from the previous ones. The source of great evil. Please be sure to tell them that they must participate in this raid. Otherwise, I will report it to that adult. We all know that he is not so easy to talk to. Is it feasible to threaten like this? Will it have a bad impact? The source of great evil was a little hesitant. Every being that set foot on the other side was not easy to deal with. Such a blatant threat would inevitably lead to retaliation later. Humph! A threat? Dark Owl looked indifferent, then closed his eyes and remained silent. I see. The source of evil nodded slightly. Huh? This is, from beginning to end, the blurred figure that did not say a word, opened his eyes sharply, raised his hand gently through the darkness, and the light curtain appeared. In the picture, groups of extremely bright balls of destructive light slowly rise up and spread wildly. Wherever they pass, time and space collapse and the world is annihilated. Endless black disaster creatures turn into ashes under the shining light of destruction. Uh-huh. Interesting. A little bug ran in. Do you want to go take a look? Everyone was silent and didn't even lift the eyelids. Obviously, he was not interested in such trivial matters. Fine. This little fellow in the 11th realm is a little special. It just so happens that my cage of all races is still lacking some interesting collectibles. The darkness surged, and a tall figure slowly stood up. Only in the endless fog could one vaguely see a strange vertical pupil flashing with a cross light. By Donglin's will, spanning the river for a long time, and silently coming in this world. The will spread wildly, covering all tangible objects, and began to read the information between heaven and earth. The cumbersome information was refined and purified, leaving only the key points that were useful to him. The black disaster creatures are extremely special. When their realm is below the 10th realm, they have no clear consciousness, only instinctive killing, devouring their own kind or aliens. As long as it is a presence that they can defeat, they will try their best to devour it and turn it into nutrients for their own growth. It is not until the 10 realms that my consciousness will awaken. The emergence of wisdom and rationality will become more cunning and vicious, and it is difficult to deal with it. It seems that in this side, there are no traces of the existence of overlords. Bai Donglin was relieved, which was almost the same as what he expected. After all, the heavens were endless, and there were countlessness. This is basic common sense. The thoughts of the prematurely have stepped into a higher field. Their eyes are only watching the existence of the same level. For them, they are all dust ants, which is very difficult to mention interest. This is called dark eclipse. It is composed of endless planes. It is somewhat similar to the multiverse, but it is also fundamentally different. Hey, never mind. Since there are no transcendents, let's just have a good fight. Bai Donglin's thoughts were churning, as if he had been slightly affected by the painful shock just now. His murderous character was particularly strong, and his will was filled with a tyrannical aura. Under the coverage of will, within the boundless area of 1,100 square kilometers in radius, all tangible objects are clearly visible, like looking at the lines on the palm of your hand. There are so many powerful auras. There are no less than 100 in the 11th realm, and millions in the 10th realm. Haha. If my guess is correct, it should be the power center of this plane. After locking onto the first target, Bai Donglin did not hesitate at all. With a thought, he was resurrected directly in a towering temple. The sudden appearance of a strange smell, or the fresh scent of human beings, is as bright and dazzling as the bright moon in the dark night. Almost instantly, hundreds of fierce wills and eerie auras locked Bai Donglin in place. The creatures of the black disaster who could enter this place were at least beings of the 10th realm who had awakened their own consciousness. How could they have seen the strange scene of being invaded deep into the lair by the enemy? They were all stunned for a moment. Hello. Hello. And goodbye. Bai Donglin grinned, stretched out his arms, and a dazzling furnace totem appeared on his chest. The furnace of the heavens. 10,000 paths send us to the funeral. Destroy. The great sound was silent. Under the extremely violent explosion, even the source of the great Tao was wiped out, bearing the brunt of the attack. Millions of realms evaporated into nothingness in an instant. Towering temples collapsed, and the long river of time and space was turned into a mess. In a hurry, he wanted to step into the 11th realm of time avoidance, but was directly shaken out. Under the impact of the explosion, the particles of his body were crushed madly, and only a whiteness remained in his consciousness. After Bai Donglin devoured Yarrow, the Lingxiao world was unprecedentedly enhanced. The power of the furnace of the sky depends entirely on the strength of Lingxiao. Among the 11 realms closest to the center of the explosion, more than a dozen had their source of existence directly shattered and were completely wiped out from the perspective of time. Kill. Bai Donglin was resurrected instantly, and his figure flashed and appeared behind the severely injured black disasters. He punched out with brutal and terrifying fists continuously, beating the fallen dogs. Each strike could blow a head apart, and the fist could penetrate time and space. Once locked by the chi, there was no escape, and the only outcome was for the source to be erased. Bai Donglin was like a madman, killing to the point of madness. Under the supergod realm, all the black disasters had their retreat routes cut off. In less than a breath, more than half of the black disaster creatures had been killed while their brains were still buzzing. Suddenly, an indifferent and huge voice sounded, spreading throughout the entire plane. Bai Donglin's pupils shrank sharply. His moving figure, punching fists, and dancing long hair were all frozen in frozen time and space. Even the destructive light that was spreading wantonly from the furnace of heavens was fixed in place. The only thing that can still move is the thinking in the ego consciousness. Backtrack. The indifferent voice sounded again, and the next moment, the picture flowed backwards, and Bai Donglin's figure froze, as if he had lost his frame. The endless aftermath of the explosion rolled back until it poured into Bai Donglin's chest. The temple, which had shattered into particles, was restored to its original state, and the millions of realms returned to their dazed and intact appearance. The only difference is that the dozens of people in the 11th realm whose source of existence was shattered disappeared completely, and the reversal of time did not bring them back from death. turning time and space. The more powerful the object is, the more difficult it is. After the 11th realm has completed the timeline. On this point, compared with a weak little creature, it becomes disadvantages. But this is unavoidable. At the same time, how can you not pay some things? Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly. Although he couldn't move, there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He was very satisfied with his performance. Little guy, you are very interesting. The void rippled, and a blurry figure stepped out. In the endless dark fog, strange vertical pupils looked up and down at Bai Donglin. He was very puzzled. How did this human boy appear here? There was no fluctuation of any energy or rules, nor any trace of information setting. He appeared here silently out of thin air. His eyes swept across the long river of time and space, but still could not find how Bai Donglin did it. Bai Donglin showed disdain. What about the 12th realm? Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't see through the strange will of his observer state. Strange. I can't read your consciousness. In the indifferent pupil, a trace of surprise flashed. Old dog. There are still many things you don't understand. Destruction. Bai Donglin's eyes were bright. In the stagnant time and space, his thoughts exploded, directly blowing his own consciousness into nothingness. No one can stop him from committing suicide. Not even the eternal other side. Kill! Bai Donglin was directly resurrected in the body of the blurry figure. This was the only place where time and space flowed. The dazzling fist surrounded by golden flame smashed down fiercely toward Shutong. How strange. How strange. There was even more surprise in his vertical pupils. And there was a slight fluctuation in his tone. Information settings. Don't even think about it. Bai Donglin's eyes were ferocious and his expression was cruel. He flicked his hand and tore open the long river of time and space. Future. Chapter 741, My True Self. Invincible 8 Desolations Battle Body. What a weird little thing. He concealed the perception of the 4 of them from the other side, as well as the will of the heavens, and came here using unknown means. Not only that, it can also break away from his suppression and restraint. The traces of the existence disappear sometimes, and sometimes appear, as if he died completely at that moment, and then resurrected. It was really weird. There was a faint cross of light flickering in Ba Chiyoshu's pupils. At the moment when Bai Donglin tore open the long river of time and space, he suddenly stopped what he was doing, and the curiosity in his heart became stronger than ever before. He couldn't see into the future. The once clear future was, for some unknown reason, suddenly shrouded in fog, and only some blurry and distorted shadows could be seen. All this was caused by Bai Donglin tearing open the long river of time and space. Bashi really wanted to know how this little thing did it, so he stared at it carefully with the mentality of a bystander. This is the absolute self-confidence of the eternal shore. Although Bai Donglin was a bit strange, 8 feet never thought about it, and the other party could escape his palm. What on earth do you want to do, little one? Bai Donglin's eyes are bright. Unlike the past, he no longer looks back at the past time and space, but instead looks at the endless future fog. He had wanted to do this a long time ago. But setting foot in the future realm will inevitably disturb the entire heavens and cause shocking waves. Taiyao Heavens is obviously not suitable. Now in the Black Disaster's lair, there is no need to worry about it. The past is easy to change. The future is unknown, unpredictable, irrefutable. But all of this is useless to me. My future is already determined, and it is destined to be above everything else. Bai Donglin roared in his heart, and the space between his eyebrows turned into a crystal, brilliant and mysterious light that seemed real. His self-consciousness condensed into a colorful thread that shot out and sank straight into the fog of the future. What? This kid, 8 feet, is particularly slightly froze, understanding what Bai Donglin wants to do. His heart is ridiculous, and the 11th realm is dared to touch the future. Is it really impatient? Time is a very wonderful thing. Starting from the only real point in the present world, the 11th realm can step into the past and change the past. In the same way, why not take a certain point of time in the future and set foot in the past, including the present? But in fact this is not feasible. The root cause is that the only real point in the world cannot be changed or replaced as the dividing line between the past and the future. It is absolutely constant and unique and cannot be changed by any force. This is the key to maintaining the normal operation of all the logic of existence. Therefore, if you want to anchor the future of chaos and pull it into the real point, it will inevitably be time and space from the sky and the backbone from your own. Nowadays, you cannot meet between yourself and the future. If you cross that boundary, You will start with each other. And the future of yourself is often stronger. Without exception, all of them are now dying into death. And lead to instant collapse in the future. In some weak worlds, the strong can play with the timeline at will. And it is no problem to bring the future and past selves together to play landlord. But it is different here. This is the empty realm where the endless heavens converge. The endless rivers of time and space are closely intertwined. It is extremely difficult for tiny creatures to shake it. Only the strong ones, who have reached the other side, can step into the future without dying. The 11th realm is still a little short of the mark. And this is the way to death. That was why Yasheu was so surprised. And he even began to feel regretful for wasting such a rare and special collection. My future. Bai Donglin's state at this time was very strange. His eyes were white and lifeless. His consciousness had fallen into the fog of the future. Endless fragmented pictures kept flashing by. The thread condensed by his ego consciousness was constantly being eliminated. And extreme pain surged into his heart. Not enough. Not enough. He felt that he was standing in time and space in the future. And the endless glory of the shore was bright, looking up at the past. And he visited him in an instinct. At this time, he only needed to link his consciousness with those horrible breaths. And the other party could use this as anchor. And instantly came to the only true point of the present world. But I also know that as long as you can go deep into the future and cross the longer time, you can meet a stronger self. This is an absolute truth. 1 million years. 10 million years. 100 million years. His consciousness was growing weaker, and was almost reaching its limit. He didn't know how much time others could travel. But he had tried his best. If he continued, his ego consciousness would completely collapse. Finally, Bai Donglin stopped and looked across the fog. He saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the void, with his eyes tightly closed. With each breath, the worlds were sucked into his stomach like dust, crushed and devoured. Wow! So big! Bai Donglin's heart trembled slightly. In this strange foggy space and time, without any reference, he could not measure the size of the figure at first glance, until he saw countless worlds being sucked into the black hole of his nostrils. The smallest universe spans 1 trillion light-years. You can imagine how majestic this figure is. You are the one. Bai Donglin was almost unable to maintain his ego consciousness. And he had no choice but to move on. With a thought, colorful silk threads passed through the fog of time and space, and shot into the center of the eyebrows of the terrifying figure in an instant. He closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. A dazzling golden light caught through the endless void. His figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. The present world is the only real point. No matter how much time has passed in the mist of the future, it is only a moment reflected in reality. Bai Dong turned his head slowly. His eyes were indifferent. And through the spatial and space cracks, he looked at the strange pupil of 8 feet. Haha. You are such a pathetic boy. How much time can you cross at the cost of your life? 1 million years? 10 million years? Even at the most powerful 11th realm, the self-consciousness could only span 100 million years, which was already the limit. This amount of time is too short for the 11th realm. And the strength is unlikely to allow the future self to have a fundamental breakthrough, unless he is about to reach the other side. Bashiyu will be a little more serious. Bashiyu naturally didn't know how powerful and special Bai Donglin's ego consciousness was. Nor did he know how fast Bai Donglin's strength breakthrough was. It was simply impossible to measure it with common sense. The thoughts of both of them were very subtle at this time. And they both thought that the other was in big trouble. Bai Donglin grinned, revealing Mori's teeth, showing his wildness and roaring. Future true self invincible. Goodbye, little one. Have a safe journey. Bachiyu's eyes were cold, as if he was looking at a dead person. He sensed that the long river of time and space that was darkly corroding the heavens was trembling violently. There was no need to control it. The will of the great Tao descended instinctively, and the horrific backlash instantly acted on Bai Donglin. Moreover, as the tall figure in the mist went upstream, the backlash force became stronger and stronger, and the fluctuating river of time and space rippled out layer by layer, radiating out and triggering the power of absolute time and space. Snap! The fog of time and space rolled and surged, and a boundless giant hand suddenly stretched out, directly shattering the barrier between the present and the future, turning it into illusory fragments all over the sky. Phew! Bai Donglin's expression was white, and it was difficult to suppress a bite of dark blood, and his breath fell to the bottom of the valley instantly. But his eyes burst into bright light and joy. Okay. The force of backlash can directly reflect the strength of the future body he summons. Just a palm was enough to put him in a near-death state. If his whole body had stepped in, he would have gone to heaven. Bai Donglin's expression was stern. He knew that this was the most critical moment. He had to try his best not to die. His injuries would recover instantly, but would immediately collapse under the backlash. He was neither dead nor indestructible. He could hardly hold on any longer. Imperial light and dust. Wind, forest, fire and mountain. With both hands. The dazzling glory. From the inside out. Lingering the surface in an instant. Divine ban. A wilderness battle. The vast war songs, and the roar of drums. A colorful halo appeared behind Bai Donglin's head. Endless illusions. Roars of fighting. And an extremely strong murderous aura swept across the entire plane. At this time, Bai Donglin needed immortal recovery to fight against the backlash. So naturally, he could not use self-mutilation forbidden techniques such as ultimate sublimation. The inheritance of 8 parts says that it is a battle formation. But it is only for the weak who cannot control it. Every spiritual world of Bai Donglin can be used as a battle formation node. And every particle is a component element of the battle formation. He alone is a complete desolate battle formation. From the inside out, everything about Bai Donglin was sublimated. Recovery, strength, speed, defense. The backlash force could no longer cause him fatal injuries. Snap! The future body seemed to have sensed it as well, and immediately reached a large part of Bai Donglin's dying limit. And his entire arm had already crossed the limit of the present world at shoulder level. When it comes to a long time. In fact, from Bai Donglin to open the long river of time and space. It has only passed less than a moment. And the situation has reversed. What? What is this aura? The 8-foot pupils were shrank sharply. And he felt a similar atmosphere on the arms that had never been revealed in the future. No! Even better than him. Hachio? Die. Chapter 742. Settings. Eternal Immortal. Absolute Defense. Ultimate Deficiency. Critical Rebound. 8 feet is particularly horrifying. Perceived danger. Thought. Attracted the power of information. And added a state of gain to your body. In an instant, Yashiyu's misty body turned into a dark purple color. And his vertical pupils became ethereal and vague. As if they were there and not there. Hexagonal light shields lingered inside and outside time and space. The huge arm that spanned from the future was twisted and illusory. Its breath dissipated, and the avenue wailed. This plane of the world seemed to have entered the end of the world, and was collapsing and disintegrating. Die! The palm of the hand clapped down slowly, cutting through time and space, shattering the present world. Speed had lost its meaning at this moment. How dare you, human boy? How long can you hold out? 8 feet is particularly angry. In an 11 realm, how could it call such a powerful future and dare to shot him? So, why did this ants do not die? Hey, Kiki. Bai Donglin was about to make a sarcastic remark, but his face suddenly turned red. He quickly shut up and concentrated on resisting the backlash. Under his excited gaze, the terrifying palm did not hit Bashi Yupai, but passed by him and hit towards the unknown depths of time and space. This is impossible. Bashi Yoshu's pupils shrank sharply. The arm that passed by from a distance was cut down with just a breath of air. His carefully arranged defenses were instantly destroyed. His misty body exploded in a twist, revealing a purple hair in the core. Snap! The hair collapsed and turned into eternal particles. And the particles were disintegrated closely after it was disintegrated. No! Endless and countless black disaster creatures, from newborn babies to powerful warriors in the 10th realm, all turned to ashes in despair. A strand of hair was condensed from tens of thousands of eternal particles. At this moment, tens of thousands of worlds were annihilated. They were any number of worlds that were comparable to the vast world of the one true world. But in the battle of the 12 realms, they were as small as dust. It turns out to be just a clone. Bai Donglin showed a little bit of indifference in his eyes. And he didn't feel a little about the annihilation of thousands of thousands of thousands of thousands. He just sighed that he was indeed the future. Bold. Humph. Arrogant. The big hand, across the boundless distance, patted the towering temple towards the long river of time and space. For indescribable horrifying figures suddenly emerged, stepping on the long river of time and space, staring directly at the slowly falling hand with fierce eyes. Kill! Strangely. Want to suppress me and wait? Death. Boom. This level of confrontation was beyond Bai Donglin's understanding. He had no way of observing it, let alone participating in it. The only thing he could do was to try his best to maintain his immortality and allow his future self to exist a little longer. Ahem. As expected, My ego consciousness is too strong to be right. Bai Dong's atmosphere is sluggish. If the normal monk and there are immortal caregivers, you can easily resist the backbolic that comes to the future. However, his ego consciousness far exceeded his own strength. And the future time he crossed with all his strength was too far away. So the strength of the future body he attracted was too strong, far beyond his tolerance. Even with the continuous recovery of immortality, it was difficult to maintain. After all, he can solve the number, including the god's forbidden 8 wilderness body, including the card, and can only carry one arm of his future. And then he can only die in the back. Snap. A stream of light suddenly shot out from the end of time and space and fell into the present world. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of boundless planes of the world were split directly in half. Countless cracks spread wildly in all directions from the wound of the world. And the countless black disaster creatures it carried were destroyed along with the world. Waste. Such a waste. Bai Dongling is all of all. Distressed. These are all the energy crystals of glittering crystals. The dark eclipse heavens are made up of layers of superimposed planes. And their number is unknown. It is not much different from Taihao's infinite parallel universes. Just now, the aftermath just swept through and destroyed hundreds of thousands of planes. It is really a pity. Bai Donglin was shocked and had a clear understanding of the power of the 12th realm. At this moment, he was still far from it. Woohoo! Heaven and earth wept blood. The Tao wailed. The heavens were traumatized. And the will of the Tao awakened, following its instinct. It also joined the horrific battlefield at the end of time and space. For a moment, the battle situation became increasingly corrupt, and the fluctuations of the aura emanating from it were extremely terrifying. In the future, help me, help me. Looking at the constantly collapsing plane world, Bai Donglin finally couldn't sit still anymore. He looked up to the sky and roared. The next moment, a stream of light fell from his arm and lingered outside Bai Donglin's body. Sure enough, just as described in many records, no matter how powerful the future body is, the only thing it cannot do is to defend the present body from this strange backlash. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered, and the light lingering around his body gave him a great sense of security, as if the aftermath of that horrific battle could not hurt him at all. But even so, the injuries that inexplicably emerged in his body due to the backlash did not weaken in the slightest. It contained strict logic, and Bai Donglin cannot understand this. These are not important now, as long as those eternal shores don't come to disturb me. Okay. It is estimated that at this time, it is difficult for them to take off. Bai Dong's eyes were smiling, and his heart was greedy. He stepped out of the long river of time and space, and came to the ruined world ruins. In this world, the things with the most concentrated energy are nothing more than two kinds. One is powerful creatures, and the other is various rare treasures. This is the biggest difference between the wreckage of the heavens. The arrow Luo heaven he devoured by him did not know how many times he had been searched. It was not the tragic situation described in 3 feet in the ground. Every basic particle that makes up matter has been swept by the eyes of the strong. There are no rare treasures left. Only ores and soil are left, which are the most common particles with extremely low energy content. Speaking of goodness, he swallowed the heavens, saying that it is unpleasant. Just eat the soil. Infinity. Chaos whirlpool. Bai Donglin's expression was solemn. A little silver-gray light appeared on his chest, and then he expanded and turned into a boundless vortex of the endless side. As long as he doesn't increase the burden of immortality, although his condition is bad, he can still use ordinary magical powers and forbidden techniques without aggravating his injuries. Swallow. Bai Donglin was like a monster that fed on the world, with a colorful halo floating behind his head and a vortex of chaos extending to the extreme on his chest. He walked in the void, and wherever he passed, all visible and invisible things were devoured. Because of the growth of his strength, he is closely linked to energy. To this end, Bai Donglin attaches great importance to the deduction of the chaos vortex of the chaos vortex. From the initial development of devouring the sky and devouring the earth to the present day, it has advanced for several generations, and the two properties of devouring and transforming have been greatly enhanced. For example, the power of transformation. He engraved all the spiritual worlds with the rules he comprehended from the Hongming purple energy, and added them to the chaotic vortex. Even the power of the dimension can be transformed into energy. Not to mention these ordinary substances. It is indeed a living world. There are really a lot of treasures. Bai Donglin swallowed up a vast continent spanning millions of light years, and discovered many mineral veins of immortal materials, immortal crystals and spiritual liquids. Among the remains of the annihilated black disaster forces, he discovered treasure houses filled with mountains of rare treasures, which were in no way inferior to the wealth of the Tiandon divine realm. In addition, there are many strong corpses. In the corpse, there is one square world universe, and many treasure resources are hidden in the universe in the body, forming a small set of baby. It's so fat. The wreckage of the heavens that has been searched countless times is far from comparable. Like the difference between billionaires and beggars. Rumble. Snap. Whoosh. By Donglin packed in the quiet and dead position wreckage. And it was in sharp contrast to the vastness of the long river. Yu. As if the diners who took the dining plate to the buffet restaurant were slightly different. He had a big appetite and very large. This situation lasted for 100 years. It's so comfortable. Bai Donglin is very satisfied. The only shortcoming is that the speed of swallowing is still too slow. The chaotic vortex that spans dozens of true thoughts is too small compared to the heavens. To this day, it also swallowed the 9th floor wreckage. He missed Joyao. Suddenly, Bai Dong's eyebrows jumped, and the turbulent crisis permeated his heart. Asshole. Why haven't you died yet? You deserve to die. No one can withstand the backlash for so long. Die! Boom! Time and space collapsed, and a pair of bloody red eyes looked down. The time and space whereby Donglin was instantly turned into a swamp of rotten flesh and blood, covering the boundless star field. Horrible! Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed, and his body surface flickered. If he had not blessed his defense in the future, he would instantly turn into smelly meat under his eyes. Even nothing has been tampered with the existence form, and it has become a tangible thing. This is, the characteristics of the 8th state will have nothing to do with the characteristics of the 8th realm. Damn bugs. Return. Alas, the long river was cut, and the distorted and unreal palms flashed across, holding the red eyes to the palm of the palm. And the grievances were stubborn. Kill! 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 Dark. Too evil. Huh? Your opponent is me. The moment the time and space cracks were closed, Bai Donglin hidden seeing the horror battlefield, and all the sources were worn out. Only endless distorted and abstract information lines outline the vague picture. Bai Donglin frowned and felt a tingling of his eyes. In the next moment, the two eyes were strangely activated and turned into two small devils with black-purple scales. Unlimited battles. You can't even look at it. Bai Donglin's expression was slightly stubborn, raised his hand and patted his head, and the two little devils stained with brain were directly shot from the eye hole, screamed in horror, and fell into the chaos vortex disappear. It seems that the power of one arm is not enough to kill Black Disaster beyond. This time the commotion is quite big. We have to prepare to run away. If it attracts the eyes of the super, it will be troublesome. Chapter 743, Yasha Yujitong. Bai Donglin was a little hesitant. This trip, because of the unexpected power in the future, has made him a lot of money. And the harvest is far beyond the plan. If it is safe, it is the best choice now. But, with so many crushing planes, it is uncomfortable to display it before it is displayed in front of the eye. The dark disaster creatures that eroded the heavens also suffered a devastating blow. Not to mention the endless number of weak and mindless creatures. There were hundreds of millions of strong men in the 10th and 11th realms alone who died in the aftermath of the battle, which could be regarded as a relief for the 7 giants. The attack on the 12th realm is very strong and special. These creatures, and the destroyed plane world, cannot be reversed through time and space to return to the original. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered as he looked back at the past time and space. That 100 years had completely vanished and been erased from the information level. A terrifying aura lingered around it, making it difficult for him to step into it. Under normal circumstances, the world that is destroyed by conventional means, its wreckage is still within the scope of time and space, and the cost to be paid for the recovery of the reversal time is very small. But if the debris is swallowed up, the world cannot be directly restored, unless the 8 realms will create something out of nothing is used. And a thought creates a world, constantly generating matter to fill the void. But compared to the vastness of the heavens, this method is extremely inefficient, and few 12 realms are willing to condescend to do such a hard job. The dark erosion heavens are very large, and the planes of the world are endless. In the past 100 years, only about 10 million worlds have been destroyed by the aftermath of the battlefield. It seems that there are many Black Disaster warriors who were killed or injured, but compared to the overall situation, it is nothing. He still remembered the horrifying scene of billions of coffins in the bronze Immortal Palace. The corpses lying in them were all in the 11th realm, and all came from the heavens where the war clan was. These are the corpses that are preserved intact. Who knows how many more there are whose bodies were directly destroyed? Of course, the heavens of the war family, the powerful part of the superb, is naturally not compared with the heavens. It can also be seen from these clues that in this endless environment of the heavens, the 11th realm is really nothing, and can no longer be called a peak combat power. Therefore, Bai Donglin did not have much desire to continue slaughtering the Black Disaster strongmen here. Although the dark erosion is not the heavens of the permanent strength, it is not painful or itchy, unless you can kill 1 or 2 strong on the other side. Only such a record is worthy of my continued risk. With the existence of the other side, there are not a few heavens on the other side. If it falls, it is enough to have a dark disaster for a long time. Few? Bai Donglin, who was hesitating, suddenly had a white face, and a large bite of black blood was sprayed, and the strong breath suddenly slumped. Boom! Snap! In the long river of time and space, endless waves were stirred up, and an extremely huge arm blasted through the boundary of the future and directly killed into the corrupt battlefield. Ahem. Okay. I understand. Bai Donglin shook his head and smiled bitterly, and hesitated his eyes. In the future, he had helped him make a decision. He spent 100 years devouring 9 dimensions of the world, and his strength skyrocketed. He had already suppressed the backlash, but the second arm that came across time caused him to fall into a near-death state under the horrific backlash. The stronger I am, the more bodies from the future can enter the present world. Maybe I can really kill an existence from the other side. Stretching, Bai Donglin's eyes were deep. He no longer thought about whether a transcendent might appear. He abandoned his worries and plunged into the wreckage of the plane, devouring it wantonly. Time flies. 10,000 years later, countless planes of the world were destroyed and mixed together in disorder like a puddle of mud, making it impossible to tell how many worlds were integrated into this huge mass of debris and ruins. Deep in the plane's wreckage, dozens of figures stood, all with a majestic and eerie aura, solemn expressions, and dark eyes gazing into the distance. He came. Everyone's eyes were startled as they stared at the vortex of chaos that swallowed everything, with a hint of fear in their eyes. We must stop him. If we allow him to continue to devour the remains of the world, the situation on the battlefield at the end of time and space will become increasingly unfavorable to you gentlemen. That monster, his entire head is about to leap into the real world. This is Lord Dark Owl's order. We must stop him even if we have to die. The leading Black Disaster roared loudly. Although he had a strong momentum, there was no confidence in his eyes. The human in the center of the vortex was too powerful. After hundreds of desperate blocking battles, he could not even break the light flow on the opponent's body surface. This is an invincible enemy, although it looks like it is dying and spits out black blood from time to time. It is immortal, and has been like this for thousands of years. Ahem. I'm lucky today. I can have another extra meal. Bai Donglin staggered. His robes were soaked with foul-smelling black blood. He was dying, and it seemed that he would fall down at any time. But every step he took could cross an infinite distance, and the debris of the plains wherever he passed was swallowed up to create a clean and huge passage. Kill! The powerful Black Disaster warriors roared and rushed into the vortex of chaos with the belief of seeing death as the way out. What a pathetic bunch. Bai Donglin's eyes were deep, and his expression was indifferent. He had seen this scene many times in the past 10,000 years. Without exception, it was just a meal. Although he was weak, the power he could mobilize had already surpassed the imagination of the 11th realm. Snap. Huh? Bai Donglin was slightly stunned, and his numb emotions suddenly began to stir. He saw that in the void in front of him, a huge crack exploded in the long river of time and space, and a twisted and illusory giant hand stretched out. The dozens of Black Disaster warriors who had just launched the charge were killed by the aura before they could react. The big hand had a clear target and directly grabbed Bai Donglin, then retreated into time and space and disappeared. Is it over already? Bai Donglin felt relieved and looked back. In the chaotic battlefield at the end of time and space, he vaguely saw an extremely huge head. Half of the face had crossed the boundary of the future. A single, extremely bright eye looked at him with a smile. 8-foot you. A roar filled with anger came from the depths of the rotten battlefield. A dark figure with a terrifying aura stepped into the air and wanted to kill Bai Donglin, but was grabbed tightly by a big hand that suddenly appeared behind him and pulled back into the battlefield. The light and shadow flickered, and Bai Donglin's perception of recovery has appeared on the boundary wall of the sky. Looking around, the 7 giants with dull eyes were still being tortured by many attacks. Just like 10,000 years ago, the Great War within the heavens had no impact here. The twisted and illusory palm, even though it had shrunk a lot, still appeared extremely vast. Bai Donglin stood in the palm of the palm like a speck of dust. This is... Bai Donglin's expression moved, and he saw a vertical pupil surrounded by purple gold light slowly floating down from the void and falling directly into his hand. Hachio? The feature of this vertical pupil is too obvious. There is a constantly flashing cross light in the center of the pupil. It is the strong man from the other side who attacked him at the beginning. 8 feet of pupils. Good job. He really killed a supreme being who had stepped into the other shore. A flash of enlightenment emerged in Bai Donglin's mind, and his intuition told him that it was time to escape. If he stayed any longer, something bad might happen. The damage done to the dark heavens over 10,000 years is far less in value than that of a 12th realm master. The future body slowly retracted its twisted and illusory arm and pointed with one finger. The means imposed on the 7 giants were instantly broken, and the self-consciousness also awakened from unconsciousness. But the 7 of them were in extremely bad condition and were still in a deep sleep. The torture and trauma of the 3 great Yin eras had already penetrated deeply into their consciousness, and it was not so easy to recover. Thank you very much. Bai Donglin looked at the arm that retracted into the dark eclipse heavens and nodded. Well, it felt a little strange to say thank you to himself. Hey, the wind is strong. With a wave of his hand, vertical pupil and the 7 giants were all taken into the world of H.L. Destruction. The moment Bai Donglin self-destructed, his future body suddenly lost its foothold in the present world. In the absolutely irresistible, terrifying rejection, it instantly turned into nothingness and returned to the endless future fog. Damn it! Damn it! Roar! Hate! Hate! Human race, we will remember you. Deep in the rotten battlefield, the hateful roar seemed somewhat impotent and furious. Dark Owl. Why? Why don't you ask that adult for help? The source of great evil spoke in a harsh tone, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction. Dark Owl, I know you are dissatisfied with Bachiyu, but you shouldn't let him die just because of these trivial matters. Right? In the twisted shadows, a pair of red eyes flickered. Shut up, everyone. Dark Owl instantly suppressed his anger. His expression became grim and indifferent. And then he sighed softly. Hey, I lied to you. I have no way to contact that lady directly. It is said that we met once and had a very pleasant conversation. In fact, I only saw her back from a distance of 1 trillion super thoughts. What? You? The source of great evil was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. This despicable guy, Dark Owl, had been bluffing them with lies for countless years. In this case, the phantom that appeared in the temple was also the work of Dark Owl. Humph! Dark Owl, you are really good. The source of evil was so angry that he walked away without saying another word. Do you think I want this? How can I drive the heavens without taking advantage of the situation? Dark Owl's eyes flickered. After all, truth cannot be hidden. The death of Bashiyu was enough to arouse suspicion among the source of great evil. He might as well admit it openly. But then again, doesn't a glance from a distance mean it's more than just a chance encounter? Can't it be a pleasant conversation if you kneel down and kowtow and talk to yourself? How can what happened between me and the Transcendent be considered a lie? It's just a slight exaggeration and embellishment. This guy, the source of evil, really doesn't understand. Scarlet, you should be able to understand me. Right? Hee. The twisted shadows suddenly shrank into the red eyes, flashed slightly, and disappeared into the air. The spiral arm is still a remote place far away from the core. The vision of the Transcendent is too far-reaching to see even a little dust. That's right. In the eyes of Dark Owl, the dark erosion of the heavens is just an insignificant speck of dust. Only by achieving transcendence can one rise above the endless heavens. Humph! I have no hope of breaking through. And neither do those guys in Luan Hong's red extreme swirl arm. It is imperative to destroy the Tao of the heavens. Dark Owl's eyes were grim. He took a step forward and disappeared into the dark fog, leaving behind only a piece of corrupted time and space that could not be restored. Tianqian continent, as the core of Tianqian divine realm, is as prosperous as ever. The countless creatures living on the continent are completely unaware of what happened more than 10,000 years ago when time was frozen for a moment. And they still worship the imperial city at the core of the continent with utmost piety. In their eyes, the royal Qin family is still the supreme ruler. an existence above gods and demons. Only a few people know that all this is an illusion. And the sky has changed 10,000 years ago. Shao Kunzi. The tribute that comes once every 10,000 years has ended. Have all the treasures and resources been stored? Bai Donglin had an indifferent expression. He casually placed a piece on the chessboard, glanced at Qian Kun in front of him, and asked. He was just a clone and couldn't even do the most basic cultivation. During these boring years, he could only play chess, grow flowers and play with birds. As for the most important thing, they provide a steady stream of resources to Zai. And naturally the Qin family will take care of everything for him. With absolute strength to suppress everything, everything will naturally go smoothly. Back to Master. The 120,000 empire under the Tiandon Tong Royal. The resources of the tributes have already entered the warehouse. This is the statistical catalog. Please go through. Qian Kun forced a bitter smile. As the saying goes, serving the king is like serving a tiger. 10,000 years of fear and anxiety have made him look haggard, and his strength has stagnated without any improvement. Leave it there for now. Bai Donglin raised his eyes. After the clones devoured the previous treasure house, they had met the conditions for nurturing gods and demons. Now the demand for resources was not so urgent. He just didn't know what had delayed the original body, so that he didn't return at the agreed time. The collection of treasure resources is an eternal and unchanging goal. This master will definitely not think that it is too much, so he is still quite concerned about it. By the way, has there been any movement from the ancient Hanxian dynasty recently? Bai Donglin felt a little depressed. 10,000 years had passed. Logically, Gu Hong should have sent someone over. Tianqian was a divine domain after all. How could they just give it up? This. Qian Kun's figure paused, and his eyes became evasive. Speak now, and I'll spare your life. Thank you. Sir. Qian Kun heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was afraid of Bai Donglin, he also knew that he would keep his word. He gathered his thoughts and said carefully, Sir, I followed your instructions and reported everything to the ancient Hanxian dynasty 10,000 years ago. But you also know that the power of the Immortal dynasty is beyond imagination. There are many 11th realm masters in charge of it. They all have the power to control the long river of time and space. I guess they noticed something. So, they didn't respond immediately. Bai Dong heard his words, showing an indescribable color. He naturally knows the power of the 11th realm than Qian Kun. The strength he showed is not enough to deter the fairy dynasty. If you really have concerns, it may not be derived from his power. It is a high probability that he can't see his background. If it is expected, not bad. At this moment, his information may have been checked. Not long ago, I finally waited for the response of Gu Hongxian. They said, help Tianqian contact our ancestors. They will not interfere in this matter. Everything will be left to the Qin family. Calculating the date, our ancestors should be arriving soon after leaving the final other shore. Gongquan shook his head, shrinking his head, for fear that Bai Dong was angry, and he patted him with one palm. These days, he has been praying that Bai Donglin would not mention this matter so that he could get away with it and wait for the ancestor to arrive. But once he is asked, he will surely not be able to hide his lies from the other party's perception. So he can only tell the truth. I see. Bai Donglin looked calm and composed, playing with the chess pieces on his fingertips. It seemed that the Gu Hongxian dynasty was very cunning. They couldn't find out his background, so they wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, while he just watched the fire from the other side of the river. The final other side is a formidable force that is no less powerful than the Dimension Swordsman and the Space-Time Administration. Snap! The chess pieces fell like stars, smashing the chessboard into nothingness. Bai Donglin slowly stood up, looked up into the depths of the galaxy. A smile flashed in his eyes. Say Chow 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 arrived. And finally came. Who is Chow Chow? Qian Kun was slightly stunned. Who was Chow Chow who actually attracted so much attention from the adults? Could he be the one and only powerful person who had brought the timeline back to the past? Why does this conversation seem familiar? Bai Donglin secretly complained in his heart, raised his hand to grab Qian Kun's shoulder, stepped out of the Tiandon continent, and came into the starry sky. Who else can it be? Your ancestor. The brilliant and dazzling solar ring released endless light and heat. Not far away, 3 figures stood side by side, frowning and scanning the void. Their gazes seemed to have transcended dimensions and time, and saw the scene in the treasure house. What an arrogant thief! Are you kidding me that there is no one in our Qin family? The tone is quiet, containing lustering anger. It is just a matter of snatching countless treasure resources. It's so bully. Qian Yuanzi was so angry that his eyebrows twitched. He slowly turned around and looked at Bai Donglin, who came out of nowhere with cold eyes. No matter who you are or where the power is from, Gu Hongqian's dynasty is afraid of this matter. And I can't swallow it. Come with us. No matter who it is. As long as he enters the last shore, he must be handled by him honestly. Yo, Xiao Kunzi. It seems that you have underestimated your family. 311 realms. Which is far from the legend. The long years and abundant resources are undoubtedly a very good environment for the strong to grow up. No one knows how many strong men will be born, and where they are hidden. The 11th realm is already otherworldly and beyond time. They will move to higher realms, do more important things, and explore more powerful powers. Few people will continue to linger where they are. The ancestor of the Qin family still attaches great importance to bloodline. My lord. Qian Kun cried and looked at his face. Looked left and right. For fear that Bai Donglin broke the jar and broke. And he directly squeezed him. Arrogant! Bai Donglin's act of turning a blind eye made Qian Yuanzi and others furious. Without saying anything more, they stepped directly into the long river of time and space, using their magical powers to suppress the source of Bai Donglin's existence. On the surface, they were still very rational in their hearts. They did not directly kill the killer. Bai Donglin's performance was too calm, weird, and it could not help but fear. The forces in the Taihao heavens are so complicated that even the other side cannot cover the sky with one hand. We still have to consider the other party's mysterious background. 3 fools. Bai Donglin was speechless. If he shot him directly, there is really no way to have a weak avatar left by his deity a long time ago. If you fight, only the power is exhausted, and it is attributed to nothingness. Several Qian Yuanzi chose one of the worst attacks. Those figures, who attacked the source of existence above the long river of time and space, were all his real selves. Chapter 744 N equals 1. Is this the only terror in my true realm? Qian Kun's eyes were filled with shock. The moment Qian Yuanzi and others tore open the long river of time and space, just the slight breath of time turbulence that escaped made him terrified, as if he was on the edge of an abyss. Even the surrounding time and space became distorted and turbid. Sir, you? Qian Kun had a complicated expression, and there was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at Bai Donglin. This adult was actually quite good. Apart from robbing the Tianan treasury, he did not harm any plant or tree in the divine realm. For 10,000 years, he had just been playing chess with him. If he had to hate him, he really couldn't. The Lord was just a little greedy for money. He didn't take human lives lightly, and he didn't commit rape or plunder. He was a very good bad guy. Sir, just surrender, and I'll speak well of you to the ancestors. Maybe. Stop it. Little Kunzi. What's with that look in your eyes? Can't bear it? Pity? No way. You don't think I will lose to those old guys, do you? Bai Donglin smiled very much. This Qian Kun was interesting. Is it for a long time with him, and was convinced by his personality charm? Rest assured. Me? Huh? Bai Donglin's expression suddenly froze, and his body twisted for a while before stabilizing. His original body had used him as the base for resurrection, and had returned from the dark erosion of the heavens in an instant. His teasing eyes were replaced by deep and indifferent. Boom. A ray of breath fell. This is a terrible breath that has been condensed in many years, devouring many plane worlds, killing the endless black disaster strong. Type. Cool. Cold. Bloodthirsty. Qian Kun was the first, and his body and consciousness were impacted by the breath instantly. Not far away, the bear burned a trillion-load day wheel, which was directly turned into ice sculptures. The prosperous world, the vast world that spans millions of light years, was chopped by the breath and broke into countless particle fragments. The breath spread is extremely fast. When Bai Donglin reacted, tens of billions of light years have spread. Endless creatures, many stars continent, all destroyed. Feel sorry. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. He had become accustomed to releasing himself wantonly in the dark heavens. Coupled with a sudden increase in strength, he was unable to completely suppress his aura for a moment, thus leaking a little bit, affecting innocent people. Fortunately, he suppressed his breath in time, so the affected area was not large and was easy to deal with. Time and space reversal. With a flick of the finger, the invisible timeline was moved, and under the guidance of the terrifying will, it retreated for a moment, as if it were a mirage. The broken starry sky phantom dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Ugh! What happened? Qian-kun shook his head. He felt like something happened, but his body and consciousness told him that everything was normal. Sir, please stop resisting in vain. Please think twice. Ah! Ah! Qian-kun instinctively continued to persuade him, but when he had said half of his words, he felt as if his neck was strangled. His face turned red, his eyes widened, and he stared stupidly into the distance with a look of disbelief. Hee. What do you want to say? Bai Donglin smiled and waved his hand. The three Qian Yuanzi, who were beaten to death like dead dogs, floated over obediently. A faint light flashed, and the living body turned directly into a small wooden doll and fell on the palm of his hand. The puppet is extremely exquisite and wonderful. The body table is full of banned texts. Xiao Kunzi, you are a good person. Here, a reward for you. Bai Donglin snapped his fingers and three puppets shot out. Their long hair automatically wrapped around Qian-kun's belt. Qian-kun was completely dumbfounded, shaking like a sieve, an endless fear in his heart. Ancestor! He trembled and stretched out his hand. He wanted to touch the puppet, but his palm retracted like an electric shock. This is his most admired ancestor. How dare to be so disrespectful and touch his true body? Sir! Don't worry. Your ancestors are fine. They were just suppressed. I will spare their lives this time. Well, this is also a glimmer of hope they have earned themselves. Bai Donglin's eyes were dim. He didn't care about the final other shore. If Qian Yuanzi tried to kill him right from the start, then they would have already become the energy that nourishes the spiritual world. Besides, Bai Donglin slowly raised his head, his eyes shining with light, staring directly at a huge black hole 100 billion light years away. You two guys, how long do you want to see it? Not good. Escape. Sizzle. The pitch-black and silent black hole was chopped into pieces by a ray of sword light. Two rays of divine light shot out from it and fled in different directions. Come back here. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold. Raised his hand into the long river of time and space. Crossed the boundless distance, and squeezed the two wolf shadows to the palm of your hand. And the time around his palm was completely frozen. Adults are forgiven. We are not malicious. Yes. 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 We come here with the goodwill of the ancient Hanxian dynasty. The tone was panicked. They were afraid that they would become weird puppets and live a life worse than death. Bona fide? Humph. The ancient Hanxian dynasty sent strategic-level experts to enter our territory without permission. They are worthy of death, and their intentions are extremely evil. The 11th Realm Strongman is already the most powerful peak force in the Immortal dynasty, and is much more terrifying than any army on the Blue Star in the previous life. This is equivalent to a nuclear deterrent force. Others have quietly sent nuclear warheads to your capital. What an arrogant provocation. Misunderstanding. This is all misunderstanding. Gu Hong definitely did not mean to offend you. Nor did he have any ill intentions. They dared not wear such a false accusation. The power of this existence was beyond their understanding. He could suppress the 11 realms with one hand. They even speculated whether Bai Donglin existed on the other side. The ancient Hanxian dynasty is really in trouble this time. You said it was a misunderstanding? Don't worry. I won't kill you. You two are the best evidence. Bai Donglin gently clenched his palms. A faint light flickered, and the two terrified people were turned into puppets and thrown to Qian-kun. Xiao Kunzi, keep these evidences safe. When I am free, I will go to the ancient Hanxian dynasty to ask for war compensation. Gurgle. Qian-kun nodded dully, staring in a daze as Bai Donglin walked towards the treasure house in the center of the sun ring. In his heart, he only felt that his body was so heavy. So heavy. The 5 supreme 11th realms were pressing on him, as if he was carrying the universe on his back. Bai Donglin took a step forward, crossed layers of dimensions, and instantly appeared in the treasure house space. Hundreds of thousands of clones, who were sitting cross-legged, all opened their eyes. Let us start. Hey, Master, you are finally here. We have been waiting for this day for a long time. Amitabha, Infinite Heavenly Lord. Bai Donglin has too many clones, each of whom has taken a different path, perfectly integrating their own personality traits with their own paths. They are all extremely powerful and have extraordinary potential. The consciousness of my own consciousness is composed of himself. God me. He and me. Super self. Self is the true consciousness of living beings and the embodiment of self-personality. The reason why Bai Donglin is determined by his self. The divine self is the I in the subconscious mind. The divine self is absolutely rational and pure without any emotion or distraction. He is the God of thinking and determines the wisdom and understanding of living beings. The superego, when embodied and extended, becomes the will of living beings, moving from concept to reality and possessing many great powers. The ever-changing self and others are the manifestation of the hidden personality of the living being. Each self and others can be transformed into a relatively independent and complete self-consciousness. Each of Bai Donglin's clones is a unique alter ego, one of his multifaceted personalities. This is different from the one-time clones that he controls with a trace of consciousness. The alter ego can be said to be a completely independent individual creature that can cultivate and grow on its own, and is relatively independent in absolute unity. In the endless heavens, among the numerous living beings, some have cultivated the ability to create clones, and some are born with the ability to create clones. The fact that they can create clones shows that the other self in their consciousness is more outstanding and can support the existence of the clones, but as powerful as Bai Donglin. There are so many avatars, but there are very few. Let alone let him have an avatar. And again bred the avatar again. No one's self-consciousness can split into others and me infinitely. This is an iron rule. I'm different. My self-consciousness is beyond the imagination of all existence. Bai Donglin's expression was solemn. His eyes were bright, and strong confidence broke out. He believed in the power of the seven-color divine light. I also believe in the hard-earnedness I have paid for the consciousness of practice. Countless deaths, endless torture, can fill the pain of the heavens. All of this have practiced his strong consciousness. Bai Donglin slowly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. His many clones also looked serious. They surrounded Bai Donglin in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside with specific nodes. Pregnant God. Forged Demon. Bai Donglin made hand gestures and recited scriptures. The space between his eyebrows was crystal clear, like a treasure wheel, shining with endless colorful divine light. Pregnant God casts magic. 1 call and 100 responses. All the clones made hand gestures and chanted scriptures. An extremely oppressive aura instantly filled the inside and outside of the treasure house. Strands of transparent silk thread shot out from between Bai Donglin's eyebrows, crossed the void, and sank into everyone's body. Zai's eyes widened as dark devil flames emerged from his body. The chaotic ocean in every spiritual world in his body began to surge and boil at the same time. In the core of chaos, endless chaotic energy continued to swirl and condense, gradually turning into an extremely huge chaos egg. Bang! 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 Among the giant eggs covered with mysterious patterns. Faintly, the sound of heart fighting full of rhyme, which is the breath of the birth of a new life. It's so easy. Bai Dong opened his eyes slowly, got up and looked up. His face was incredible. In his perception, things went very smoothly. And each of his clones, gods and demons, were born in the one Yuan Lingqiao world. Just like what he had done in the beginning. He had already prepared for a protracted war, and was even prepared to accept a few failures. However, he never expected that he would accomplish it all so easily. And his ego consciousness did not even feel the slightest burden. Colorful and light. What are you? Bai Donglin was shocked. He just shameless. And he was embarrassed to take the credit to himself. My consciousness was very strange and powerful, all of which were derived from the 7-color god light. Very good. The stronger the better. Why think so much? Just know that all this is in my favor. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed, giving up on exploring the origin of the 7-color divine light. Even many transcendents couldn't understand this thing. So how could he be qualified to make arbitrary guesses? At least, he had to achieve transcendence before talking about exploration. Let me help you. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. A rich gray light instantly filled the treasure house. The next moment, the flow of time accelerated rapidly. He spent a lot of time for the pregnant god to cast a magic. It can be used to take advantage of time to accelerate. In just a moment, all the clones gave birth to a god or demon, and endless beams of brilliant light spurted out. Destruction. Bai Donglin shouted coldly in a low voice, and all the light pillars suddenly dissipated and disappeared. Even the surging breath was completely blocked. Success? The evil leaped up, and with a thought, densely packed clones filled the surrounding void. X equals Y times 129600. At this point, N equals 1. This is just the beginning. Bai Donglin believes that after endless years, N will eventually approach infinity. Chapter 745 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Fruit. Everyone, let's go away. Bai Dong was full of smiles and said softly, attracting the unbelievable eyes of the avatar. These avatars are all your own cubs. Naturally. You want you to raise it yourself? What? Do you want to eat emperor food here? When your avatars have achieved 10 realms, the spiritual world meets the conditions, and then come to me for a pregnant god to cast a magic. Ha ha ha. Why are you still? Give me a sloppy. Bai Donglin looked at the expressions of these guys, and felt very happy. He raised his hand, and tore open the dimension of space and time, and drove all the clones out. Damn it! I knew that I was such a stingy person. So why would I be willing to share my energy with us? It's extremely. It was his own strength. But it was so clear that it was extremely bad. Ahmed Ba. That's wrong. This is also for our own good. This is to hone us. We are not weak either. We also have 2 great talents. Can't we feed these little guys? Work hard for a while. When they give birth to gods and demons, we can treat them in the same way. Shiwu, do you want to make a bet? Let's see who can reach an equals 2 first. Get. Why do you always stare at me? The people laughing and scolding. A nest of bees out of the treasure house. Like a little starlight. Scattered in the parallel universe of the Taihao Tian. Everyone. Grow up soon. Bai Donglin stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the depths of the void with a look of anticipation on his face. For you for 10 million years. When the heavens are open, you will carry my ambitions, scattered in the endless heaven. For me. Condensed strength. This was the plan Bai Donglin made after he learned about the Tao of the heavens. The Taihao heavens were too small for him. He alone was not enough to fill his teeth. Not to mention the many hungry and thirsty clones. Through the Tao of the heavens, the connection between the heavens can be opened up, so that all clones can have a culture medium for development. His clones that continue to divide exponentially are so similar to viruses? What's even more amazing is that each clone can serve as a base for resurrection for each other. As for the distances in the heavens that are out of reach for other living beings, he can cross them with just a thought, which is extremely convenient, if you can't mix it anymore. By virtue of this method, you can also make a lot of money to make some scarce resources. After suppressing his thoughts, Bai Donglin took a final glance at the empty treasury and walked away. This place was no longer useful. From now on, all resources would be directly gathered in the treasury of the ancient Hongxian dynasty. His next resource gathering point. As he paced, a thoughtful look flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. Let me review my current plans. The tomb of the super detached from the goal of the goal. I want to insert a foot. There is still 10 trillion years. Goal 2. The Tao of the universe 10 million years from now. I will take this opportunity to implement my plan to connect the universe. It's still early. There are 2 things we can do right now. First, devour all the remains of the heavens in the battlefield ruins. With Yoyu's speed, it will take 10,000 years to devour the heavens. It will be done in less than 1,000,000 years. I only need to collect energy crystals every 10,000 years. The last thing is to swallow the cosmic kingdom that is the source of information. This is also a considerable source of energy. Bai Donglin suddenly stopped, and his brows frowned slightly. He had already decided to practice the practice of the god of maternity, and the breakthrough of the realm. There are many sources of energy now, but there are only a few clues on how to break through the 12th realm. As far as we know, all 12 realms have the ability to edit information. The source of information is the best at this, as can be seen from its title and the countless systems it has created. I let my clones replace those prisoners in the heavenly prison not only to leave a time archive in the long river of time and space, but most importantly, I also want to use those systems to peek into the power of the source of information. Bai Donglin flipped his hand and took out the tree of ultimate illusion from the world of infernal affairs. Its crystal clear, dreamlike and gorgeous appearance made him look amazed. If you want to break through the 12 realms, you must also satisfy a premise. That is, breaking the will to the 8th realm of the 8th realm. The tree of final illusion can quickly improve the consciousness of the self. And through this, it will be easier to break through the will. The tree of final illusion is one of the 9 strange trees in the endless heavens. It feeds on the invisible matter of living beings and bears fruits of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This invisible substance of living beings refers to what is emitted from consciousness, generally referring to joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, love, hate, desire, life and death, pain. The tree of final illusion can absorb, fuse, and purify these things, turning them into pure objects that can be directly absorbed by the consciousness. Treasures that can enhance consciousness are extremely rare, which shows how precious they are. It is no wonder that the clever Kuya would be tempted and fall into danger. The fruit of the tree of final illusion only has an effect on consciousnesses below the 8th realm. Otherwise, even if one encounters it at the 12th realm, they will develop a strong desire for it. Bai Donglin was already very satisfied with the effect of the tree of final illusion, and did not dare to ask for too much. In addition to being able to conclude to the fruit of the end of the fantasy, it also has the ability to split the sub-body. While he was conceiving gods and forging demons for his clones, he also implanted his sub-bodies into their consciousnesses. To collect these things, one still needs strength in numbers. The clones fight on the battlefield, adventure in secret realms, and gain experience in various parallel universe dimensions. All living beings they encounter, as long as their emotions fluctuate, will have their invisible substances emitted captured by the tree of final illusion. Bai Donglin holds the main body, only to wait at ease, picking 7 loves and 6 desires. Okay. Big. Adult. Why are you back again? Qian Kun, who was still in a daze, suddenly had a flower in front of him. And Bai Donglin, who left shortly after, appeared in front of him. Didn't you say you were going to do some work? Qian Kun wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was struggling fiercely in his heart, wondering whether he should escape immediately. It would be fine to go to the ancient Hanxian dynasty or to the final other shore, as long as he could stay away from this horrible existence. He also wanted to try to see if he could turn his ancestors back. Yes, I've finished my work. Bai Dong's eyes were smiling. His eyes were like a torch, and he looked through the careful thinking of Gon Kuen's tangled. Why? You want to go to the ancient Hanxian dynasty? Great. Let's go together. After that, he raised his hand and captured the top warships in the imperial city of the Tiandon divine realm. It was like a mosquito in the palm of the palm of the palm. It's too tired. Just take your boat. The battleship slipped from the palm of the hand, grew in the wind, and instantly revealed its original huge shape. Well, what else can Qian Kun say? He could only nod in agreement. This battleship was his vehicle. He controlled it with his mind, as if he were moving his arm. A beam of light flashed across and took both of them in. This battleship is obviously more advanced than Qianyo's. The internal space is much larger. It is a complete middle thousand world, with the sun, moon, stars, core continent, and everything else. The palace on the mainland is continuous, and the living spirit here has developed unique civilizations, including the army, the guardian guards, and countless servants. The significance of this civilization is to ensure the perfect operation of the warship and the service of Qian Kun services that come from time to time. Yo, Xiao Kunzi, can enjoy it? Bai Donglin laughed with his mouth. But he didn't see much about these flowers. He didn't like a comfortable environment, which would make people slack. As the master of the gods, the facilities in the warship can only be said to be standard. After all, it is just a ride-by-step car. In the imperial city, there are more fun things. The 7 emperors of the prisoner bird empire can come up with a crystal universe containing special civilization, let alone Qian Kun. These royal families control vast cosmic kingdoms and endless resources, so the lives they lead are naturally extremely luxurious, which even gods and demons cannot compare to. Kiki, you are heavy. You can't get on the table. The civilization in this battleship is called the Anya tribe. They are a 5th-level subhuman race. Their tribe is too weak. If they want to survive in the universe, they can only choose to rely on powerful forces. Although they have lost their freedom, at least they can survive. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and stepped into the temple located in the center of the continent. He understood why Qian Kun explained it a little more. It was because he was afraid that he would misunderstand these creatures as humans. The people are the strongest ethnic groups in the endless heaven. There are no more than 5 fingers who are detached to set the iron law together. Any forces must not be in any way the will of the people of the people. Taihao's heavens naturally did not dare to violate the transcendence, and the life court monitored the matter, and the relevant regulations were also imprinted in the life code. The towering palace is extremely luxurious. Bai Donglin's expression was faint. He sat on his knees on the seat of the gods. His eyes seemed to be united. Qian Kun below was cowering, looking as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant. If you want to ask what you want, you're not afraid of giving yourself to death. Thank you, sir. Qian Kun was ashamed in front of Bai Donglin. He seemed like a transparent man, and could not hide anything he was thinking. Adults, when you hear it, once the monk steps into the 11th realm, he can close the timeline, jump out of the river, and since then enjoy the endless birthday, and the same time as the years, since you can travel through the long river of time and space. Why don't you use this method to go directly to the ancient Hongxian dynasty? I think it won't take much time to cross this long distance. Right? When Bai Donglin heard this, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Deep and indifferent. Xiao Kunzi. I chose to go there slowly because I wanted to give Gu Hongxianqiao a chance. A chance to recruit helpers. Don't say that I rely on strong and weak. What? Xian Kun's pupil shrank. And from this bland words, he heard the lustrous ambition. This gentleman wants to explore the 4 fairy dynasties. It's not stupid. Bai Donglin murmured softly, then slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 746 Writing Reality. Xian Kun was terrified and dazed. He puzzled. Bai Dong was so risky. What did this for this? Cultivation resources. Rare treasures. Although these things are precious, they are not that important to the 11th realm. Theoretically, only the only level of treasures will make the strong existence of the timeline. This treasure is absolutely impossible to flow into the treasure trove of the universe country. Sir, please think twice. The supreme source of information, the cosmic kingdoms under its command, are distributed in endless parallel universes and time and space. And the territories they occupy all have at least 1/5 of the shares in those universes. But the origin universe is different. It is the origin of the Taihao universe, and the initial point of all parallel universes. It has extraordinary significance. As soon as you come, you want to completely swallow up all the cosmic kingdoms in this universe. I have to wonder with fear whether this will cause dissatisfaction among the source of information. Xian Kun's face was pale, and his tone was filled with great fear. He was almost ready to kneel down and kowtow to Bai Donglin, as long as he could withdraw this horrifying plan. Well, I understand all that. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. That was why he brought Xian Kun and those prisoners of war with him. He was in the position of reason, which was considered to be giving enough face to the source of the information. What I did was measured, and I don't need to explain it to outsiders. Xiao Kunzi. Retreat. As soon as he spoke, Xian Kun felt the space around him twisting, and he was thrown out of the temple in an instant. Oh! It's bitter. Xian Kun was in a gloomy mood. He was now on Bai Donglin's pirate ship, and there was no way to get off. He only hoped that these big guys would spare his life when they were playing games. Taking down the 4 great immortal dynasties was just a small matter for Bai Donglin, and he did not take it too seriously. His thoughts were already on another thing. A divine light flashed in his hand, and a vertical pupil surrounded by purple gold light was taken out from the world of H.L. 8 feet of pupils. Bai Donglin's eyes were bright, and he used all his means of perception, all of which were focused on the vertical pupil. After a long time, he still found nothing. The material that constituted it and its form of existence were beyond his understanding. This vertical pupil could be the most important part of Yashi's body, or it could be a personal treasure he used. After my future self killed him, he simply gave this thing to me. This already explains everything. What is the role? How to use it? Bai Donglin frowned. The only communication between him and his future body was a glance. Apart from that, no other information was left. Nor was there any detailed explanation of Yasukatsu Yuzatong. It's not that the future body doesn't want to do it, but that it can't do it. This is also one of the iron laws of the future. The moment the future body returns to the future time and space, all traces of his existence, including information, will disappear instantly. The present space and time determines the future, and the future is in an undefined chaotic superposition state. Any information left behind will collapse into nothingness at the moment of observation. I still have to rely on myself. I can't see through the truth of Yashiku's pupil because it is too high. It belongs to the 12th realm. If that's the case, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and he flipped his hand and took out something that was even higher level than Bashi Yuzatong. The Book of Yen Su. Compared to when I first saw it, this book has lost all its brilliance and appears more plain and simple, lingering with the vast aura of time. This is not only one of the 12 keys to open the Tomb of Transcendence, but it is also an extremely powerful treasure. Even if it was just created by a transcendence person, the word transcendence is enough to represent it. According to Chiming's legend that once described the books of Yen Su, it should be used like this. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly, raised his hand, and gently opened Yen Su's book. and a vivid picture came into his eyes. An 8-armed, green-faced ghost ape with a towering body that could break through the universe was tightly grasped by a pure white giant hand that reached out from outside the pages of the book and was squeezed into a puddle of mud. The fear in its ferocious eyes seemed to be real before one's eyes. Bai Donglin's eyes were calm. He moved his finger and turned to the second page. It was clean and white. A book without words. Everything depicted in the book of words will strangely become reality, without exception. But the conditions for using it are also extremely harsh, and the user needs to pay a price equal to the amount of the things depicted. If the error is estimated, and the value of the description of the thing surpasses the user itself, then it will give life. And if you lose your work, you will disappear on the page of the book. Bai Donglin's brows are slightly raised. The book of this word seems to be carved with crystal white jade. It is pure and flawless. But its essence is so evil and terrible. It can bring out the greed in the hearts of living beings infinitely, until they lose themselves in greed and die in the process of writing terrible things. Oh! Fortunately, I'm not afraid of death. Bai Donglin's mouth raised slightly, and his palm was gently grasped. A shining brush was pinched by his fingertips. With the idea as the ink, he didn't hesitate, and he decided to write on the white book. Swish! The dancing hands were so fast that even the afterimage could not be seen. And in an instant, Yasukitsukiyu's eyes were depicted. A 1-to-1 true reproduction. With every detail. Even the light lingering on them. Exactly the same. Even the fluctuations of the breath were depicted. Bai Donglin kept moving, slowly putting down a few strokes, and drew a book, framing the vertical pupil in it, and wrote a few large words on the spine of the book. Detailed guide to using the 8-foot Yoji pupil. As for saying that there is no content in the book? Nonsense. If Bai Donglin knew, why would he still need Yin Su's issue? It's done. Bai Donglin slowly collects the pen. His greed and thirst, all instilled on the page of the book through the pen. This is the key to driving the book of Yin Su. Buzz! Yin Su's book trembled slightly, hanging in the air, and the outbreak of white light erupted. The 8-foot pupil depicted on the book seemed to come alive, and the cross of the center of the pupil shone shining. The value of Yasukatsu no use pupil should be greater than my life. But all I want is the method and introduction of its use, which is not a big problem. Bai Donglin suddenly froze, and a faint aura fell from Yin Su's book, wrapping him tightly. The next moment, his limbs, eyes and nose, heart and kidneys, half of his spine, 10,000 spiritual orifices, and 2/5 of his self-consciousness all disappeared strangely. These injuries were extremely terrible, spanning time and space, affecting every node of his existence in the past. Snap! A brand new book appeared from nothing, fell slowly, and the palm recovered by Bai Donglin was steadily caught. Hey! Yin Su's book is just SOSO. And I still took advantage of it. Bai Donglin was in high spirits, without any injuries on his body. He opened the book impatiently, read 10 lines at a glance, and digested the complicated content in an instant. This is the case. Is this 8 foot? It is rare to prove the truth through pupil skills. This vertical pupil is indeed the essence of Yashayu. It contains all his pupil techniques and magical powers. Everything known and unknown, which are countless and satisfy all imaginations. After the future of the 8-foot pupil, the future body has paved the way for Bai Donglin. All kinds of front conditions are met. You only need to use it directly. How to use it can also be learned from Yin Su's book. The future has been counting Yin Su's book. Yes, he is my future. I know nothing about him, but he knows to me. Bai Donglin's expression was stunned. Holding the 8-foot pupils in the palm of the palm, moved the method with one hand, and chanted the spell in his mouth. In the future, the means of staying on the 8-foot pupil are activated instantly. Dense lines appear on the surface, and the purple golden brilliance contracted into the pupils. God me! In the heart of Bai Dong's eyebrows, a dark vortex appeared, and a wave of fluctuations came into swallowing the 8-foot pupils. The divine self was entrenched in the center of the thought nebula. His silver-white eyes were extremely indifferent. He raised his hand and caught the 8-foot-tall pupil that appeared out of thin air, and pressed it directly into his brow. Buzz! As if it was born naturally. The purple gold vertical pupil embedded in the center of my brow shines in harmony with my silver-white eyes, which is extremely magical. From now on, I can perform any eye technique that any living being can name. Yes, it can be considered a trump card. Bai Donglin had a smile in his eyes, and his deep black pupils flashed with millions of different shadows in an instant. The Book of Yen Su is really useful. A treasure like a panacea. Bai Donglin reached out and stroked Wen Run's Book of Yen Su, and was amazed. Unfortunately, there are countless pages of this book. Only 365 pages. And one page is one less page. If you depict the book page, the Book of Yen Su will only have the roll of the tomb to open the over-detached tomb. After the cemetery is opened, it will disappear strangely. When it appears again, the book page will become a blank state that can be available. This is everything about Yen Su's book recorded in the legend. It would be perfect if it could be used infinitely. But it's also good if it's just used to gain energy. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. As expected, human nature is greedy. With more than 300 usage permissions, he could do a lot of things. To maximize the role of Yen Su's book, it is better to use it at present. The stronger the strength of his strength, the higher the value of his own. If he were in the 12th realm, he could take away a black disaster from the other side with a wave of his brush. Wow. Just thinking about it makes me feel domineering. There is still 1 trillion years before the Tomb of Transcendence opens. Who knows? This day may really come. Bai Donglin suppressed his wandering thoughts and did not take back Yen Su's book. Although he said that, he still wanted to use it again. The palm reached into the world of H.L. And when it was retracted, 7 little men were already lying on the palm. They were the 7 giants who were captured by the dark erosion of the heavens, whose ego consciousness was damaged, and who were sleeping soundly. The injury of consciousness is extremely difficult to heal. That is, Bai Donglin has no good means. If they wait for them to recover, they do not know that they will wait until the year of the monkey. He wasted a page of Yen Su's book. Firstly, he admired the man's will. Secondly, he was about to conquer the 4 great dynasties. It would be a bit embarrassing for him to be alone. So he wanted to get some people to support the situation. Swish. With just a few strokes of the brush, 7 figures were depicted. The difference was that the 7 people in the picture all had their bright eyes open. Bai Donglin's palm was slightly stagnant, and he drew a few stars condensed from origin of the source. This god crystal has a very high energy quality, and is known in the heavens. It is extremely pure and gentle. It is more valuable and hard to line. The reason why the injury of consciousness is difficult to heal is because of the complexity of the consciousness of the victim itself. In essence, it is easy for those who know how to do it, but difficult for those who don't. Through deduction, Bai Donglin found that the price he needed to pay was not high. In order not to waste precious pages, he drew some origin divine crystals. Buzz! The Book of Yen Su was shining glorious, and once again showed the power of magical power. Bai Donglin waved his hand to stretch the space, carrying the original divine crystal stars that appeared out of thin air. The 7 beings who had suffered painful torture for 300 trillion years also slowly opened their eyes. We are here to greet you, benefactor. The ancient Hanxian dynasty, the center of all power, is located in the ancient court fairyland deep in the endless dimension. Cry. Flocks of cranes stretched their necks, cried loudly, and slowly flapped their wings, flying across the sky filled with fairy light. The fairy air is like mist, reflecting colorful light under the shining sun. This is a vast world like a fairyland. In the clouds and mist, it is faintly visible, and the towering palace is quickly until the end of the sky. Looking down, the vast land is boundless, with countless immortal caves standing in a row, and immortal crystal mountains shining with precious light and liquefied energy like rain. The 4 great dynasties have the same general cultivation system, all pursuing transcendence of the 13 realms. But they differ in their emphasis. There is the Osai dynasty, which is filled with the spirit of science and technology. And there is the Guhong dynasty, which advocates the spirit of immortality. But the essence remains unchanged. They are all the overlords of the country in the original universe. In terms of the number of creatures they rule, no force can compare to them. All of this stems from the talent experiment of the source of information, which requires a huge population base to support it. The peaceful and harmonious ancient court fairyland and the ancient court temple, which is the center of power, are now solemn. The vast hall was like a starry sky. Many figures with strong auras sat cross-legged on thrones, all looking solemnly at the light curtain suspended in the center of the space. The image on the light screen was extremely clear. In the inky black galaxy, there was a huge warship that was transforming into a ray of light and escaping at high speed. Lu Qian, Bai Chong. Do the 2 elders have any response? The figure is blurry. The eyes are sweeping around like torches, and the imperial majesty is awe-inspiring. Reporting to the immortal emperor, Since receiving the distress message 3 days ago, I have been unable to contact the two adults. I am afraid they have met with an accident. It is also impossible to establish contact with Qian Kun. The warship that is speeding towards the fairyland has blocked everything. Time, cause and effect, fate and other means are all unable to lock it. The atmosphere in the void suddenly became tense, and everyone's breath became agitated. Those who come with evil intentions will not come, and those who come with good intentions will not come. Very good. After who knows how many years, someone finally comes to challenge Gu Hong's authority. The ancient Han dynasty ruled over many cosmic kingdoms for endless years. With the support of endless resources and the gift of the source of information, it gave birth to countless powerful people, including those in the 11 realms. Apart from those who guard the major battlefields and travel outside, there are more than a dozen people who live in the fairyland for a long time. Emperor Gu Hongqian's eyes was fascinated. Although there were so many strengths to protect the fairyland, he was not easy at this time, because Lu Qian and Bai Chong's 2 old-fashioned losses were defeated too fast. He lost contact with them in an instant. Moreover, if we add the 3 people of Qian Yuanzi on the other side, there are a total of 5 people in the 11th realm. They disappeared silently without even sending out any specific information. In the long river of time and space, their traces cannot be found, as if they have been completely wiped out. Immortal Emperor Gu Hong's brows relaxed, and he slowly stood up. My friends, welcome everyone. Crash. The long river of time and space vibrated and manifested, and 3 huge shadows came from different directions, passing through the waves of time and descending into the temple space. Ha ha ha. Immortal Emperor Gu Hong, it looks like you're in trouble. Don't worry. We are here to help you. We will never let these villains humiliate the universe. The source of information is above, and his gaze shines upon us. More than a dozen figures stepped out slowly. The breath of time blurred their faces, but their bright eyes were extremely eye-catching. Their violent wills made the void wail endlessly, and even the long river of time retreated. The 4 great dynasties often fought openly and secretly over certain things, and even fought for territory. However, in some things involved in principles, the 4 will instantly become suspicion, like the closer alliance. After all, it is the power of the source of the information. It is also possible to make a noise in the same spirit, but it is absolutely not allowed to bully them. Thank you very much. Immortal Emperor Gu Hong bowed his head slightly in thanks, and his heart suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. The heavens were too vast, and there would always be some monsters with amazing combat power. But 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. He did not believe that nearly 30 people in the 11th realm could not solve this enemy even if they joined forces. No one present thought that Bai Dongyan had reached the level of the eternal other side, because this was absolutely impossible. Only a guy with shallow knowledge like Qian Kun would come up with such a guess. Away from the ancient court fairyland, in the dark starry sky with thousands of true thoughts, a ray of golden light flashed by at a very fast speed. Bai Dongyan felt something in his heart. His eyebrows moved, and he opened his deep eyes from his meditation. Are all the supporting actors here? Very good. It's my turn as the protagonist. With a thought, the space and time around the warship twisted and instantly disappeared into the long river of time and space. Only in the moment, traveling above time, ignoring the blockade of the Gu Hongxian dynasty's heavy front, directly into the world of the dimension of the immortal realm. At least it has to be an existence of the same level to block the 11 realms that converge the timeline. The rest are all clouds and smoke. Unless you use some unsecured treasures of the sky, or the peak technology of the time in the time of 11 or higher. You also have the opportunity to make some trouble for the 11 realm. Xiao Kunzi, go out and announce the surrender document. Bai Dongyan raised his hand and threw Qian Kun out of the warship. He used courtesy before force, fully demonstrating his kindness. Qian Kun was trembling, crying, and glanced at the scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. His face suddenly became pale. Sir, please forgive me. Chapter 747 My Immortal Dynasty. Drop. On the open scroll, there was only a solitary word surrender written on it. Dragons and phoenixes were dancing, and there were faint traces of blood oozing from the scarlet font. It was domineering and fierce, and the murderous intent was shocking and soul-stirring. Qian Kun's forehead was covered with sweat, and he felt that the book in his hand was extremely heavy. After living for endless years, this was the first time he saw such a straightforward document to persuade him to surrender. He thought it would be a sincere and kind words, but it seems that he thought too much. and also underestimated by Donglin's domineering coolness. Although he didn't want to speak. The moment he saw the word Jiang, Qian Kun seemed to be controlled by an unknown force. He opened his mouth involuntarily and roared. Drop. Drop. Come down. Hula la. The scrolls moved automatically without wind, making a clattering sound. And the roaring sound of the rushing Milky Way resounded through the sky. In an instant, the scarlet word drop shot out, suspended in the sky, expanded crazily, and covered the sky and the sun. Every stroke and every painting is like an endless river of blood. The waves of the blood river roll back the sun, moon and stars, and endless terrifying figures sink into it. The peaceful and beauty immortal realm was instantly shrouded in scarlet blood, and the terrifying pressure of murderous intent made all souls tremble and fall to the ground. Presumptuous! What an arrogant person! The furious shouting came from the depths of the temple, and the substantial sound waves formed by the condensation of Tao patterns dispersed the billions of miles of blood clouds. The fairy sound is faint, and the flowers are falling from the sky. Dozens of majestic figures emerge from the temple, all sitting on the throne, with fiery will escaping from their eyes, and a terrifying aura that turned the time and space around them into chaos. The other party didn't even show up. He just sent a kid like Qian Kun out to provoke him. Naturally, Immortal Emperor Gu Hong would not lower his body and take the lead. The old man with the vortex of nebula lingering on his beard and hair understood it. He closed his eyes slightly and raised his hand. Point out. Die! Click. The scarlet sky turned pale and gray, and a huge crack opened in time and space. A black jade pagoda shot out from it. The body of the dark jade pagoda was only 10 feet, but its mass was frighteningly high. Each of its constituent particles was engraved by a boundary core. It is formed by compressing and overlapping the full Tao pattern. This is a pagoda dozens of times heavier than the world. Wherever the 10-foot-high small tower passed, the avenue sources collapsed one after another, and even the most tenacious timeline was broken inch by inch. At an unobservable speed, it instantly shot into the center of the falling blood river. My life is at stake. Under the blow of the sharp breath, Qian Kun's original particles whined and trembled, and his body began to collapse unstoppably. Buzz! The Qian Yuanzi doll hanging on the belt suddenly trembled slightly, and a layer of light film escaped, protecting Qian Kun. Ancestor! Thank you 8 generations of ancestors. Bah! Boom! Endless black light blade shot out from the river of blood, cutting up the long river of time and space, and cutting down fate and cause and effect. All tangible and intangible things fell apart under the sharp intention. Nothing. The old man looked at the slowly disintegrating word descend, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. He didn't even feel a trace of resistance, and he destroyed the other party's method. He couldn't help but wonder whether they had overreacted. Be careful. A trace of surprise flashed in Immortal Emperor Gu Hong's eyes, and he immediately spoke to remind him that the stalwart figure was still sitting on the throne with no intention of taking action. I saw that the blood river that had been defeated and turned into particles suddenly flashed with bright divine light, turning from scarlet to pitch black, suddenly closing together and condensing into a big word death. What a terrible murderous intention! Everyone frowned, and their wills sensed a bit of fishy sweetness, as well as the endless wails of figures before they died. Killing intent of this quality cannot be achieved by ordinary killing and annihilation. There is only one possibility, and that is that the other party has drunk the blood of a being in the same realm. The dark word death suddenly disappeared in one place. When the wave appeared again, it was already imprinted on the eyebrows of the old man and the 2 beings beside him. The expressions of the 3 people changed drastically, and they stood up suddenly, before they could escape. A dark crack suddenly appeared behind them, and they were swallowed directly. Immortal Emperor? Everyone's eyes flashed slightly, and their eyes were filled with thoughts. But they were not worried about the safety of the 3 of them. The 11th realm was not that easy to kill. Well, you can't be wrong. This should be the method of Confucianism and Taoism. In the Taihao heavens, this way has long been extinct. Could it be that this person comes from other heavens and worlds? Thinking of this, Immortal Emperor Gu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. If this arrogant guy were the supreme forces from Taihao, they would still be a little timid. But if it comes from other heavens, it would be easy to handle. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. No matter who he is, just kill him. The people present were all thoughtful people. What Immortal Emperor Gu Hong could think of, they naturally thought of it too. For a moment, their expressions became more and more indifferent. Looking straight at the golden battleship, they could sense the same kind of things in it. breath. In the battleship. Bai Donglin put his hands behind his back and looked at the trembling Anya creatures on the mainland below who were waiting in formation. He heard devout prayers and wisps of pure white power of faith floating in the void in disorder. He has no desire to devour low-level energy such as the power of faith. This is the sorrow of the weak. When facing life and death, they can only place their hope on the illusory existence. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly and looked away. The reason why he pursued power tirelessly was because he didn't want to become one of the creatures below. Feiqiu, this friend of yours is very confident and dares to fight 1 against 3. Feiqiu was one of the 7 giants rescued by Bai Donglin, and the one he valued most. In an unconscious state, he still had an undying will and belief. Sir, you are laughing. This kid Qingwanian just likes to show off his skills. He wants to show off his skills every chance he gets. Hey, it may be that the long years of torture have crushed him, and he wants to vent his anger. Please don't worry. Sir, these are just small scenes. The battlefield we faced was much more dangerous than this. Bai Donglin nodded lightly when he heard the words. Without comment. The words in the surrender document were the true form of Qing Huanyan. He would not play with these fancy things, such as blood, killing, and death. It was too childish. Confucianism and Taoism are divided into White Confucianism and War Confucianism. What Qingwanian followed was the War Confucianism that was more inclined to kill enemies on the battlefield. It lacked a trace of righteousness and elegance, and was more cruel and violent. Let's go. Don't keep Immortal Emperor Gu Hong waiting. Bai Donglin stepped out, followed closely by Feiqiu and others. Time and space were distorted, and he instantly crossed the battleship wall and appeared in front of the Guting Temple. There are 8 people in total, and their auras are extremely powerful. No wonder Lu Qi and Beikong and the others lost contact instantly. It turns out they were ambushed and surrounded. Immortal Emperor Gu Hong looked cold and cold. This little brat Qian Kun dared to lie about the enemy, saying that there was only one person on the other side. He deserved death. Everyone. I look very strange, but I don't know where in the world it comes from. Although we are from the same human race. But without saying a word, we are making waves in the heavens of Taihao. Isn't it too presumptuous? Under the pressure of the auras of both sides, time and space began to distort, becoming abstract and elusive. The scenes in the real world were blurred, and the space rotated upside down. Dozens of figures had already surrounded Bai Donglin and the others. The ancient fairyland is like a ball of mud, being rounded and flattened, stretched into lines, until it disappears from the horizon. Under the conflict of qi, intentionally or unintentionally, everyone jumped up the dimension together to ensure that the aftermath of the subsequent battle would not spread to the present world. Bai Donglin and Immortal Emperor Gu Hong both had reasons for not wanting to harm the immortal realm. Where do you come from? Feiqiu's expression darkened when he heard this. Their homeland had long been destroyed in that war, and its name only had meaning to the 7 of them. Immortal Emperor. Look! Immortal Emperor Gu Hong was stunned for a moment, and when he looked intently, he saw a small golden sword seal suddenly appeared on the empty sleeves of the leader. The auras of supremeness, justice, and protection were clearly visible. Dimensional sword wielder. You? Immortal Emperor Gu Hong's pupil shrank sharply, and his initially relaxed mood suddenly tightened, and he shouted in his heart that something was wrong. In the Taihao heavens, there are 3 supreme forces that cannot be easily provoked. The so-called supreme power refers to the power governed by the other side of eternity. The entire Taihao universe does not exceed 10 fingers, and these forces are divided into 2 types. One is the forces developed locally in the Taihao heavens, such as the final other shore. The other is the 3 forces of life tribunal, dimensional sword holder, and time and space administration. The reason why they cannot be easily provoked is because these forces do not only exist in the Taihao heavens, but are spread across many heavens and worlds. With loftier intentions, is the supreme force in charge of the entire human race in the endless heavens. The one in the Taihao heavens is just a branch established by others, although its supreme commander is still a local strongman from the other side of Taihao. The meaning is different after all. The forces that can set foot in the endless heavens, without exception, have the shadow of transcendence behind them. Your Excellency, Dimensional Sword Holder, is there any misunderstanding between us? Immortal Emperor Gu Hong offered his hand slightly, and gave a wry smile. The murderous intention in his heart was gone, and he was asked to kill a dimensional sword wielder. Unless he was crazy, that would be enough. Misunderstand? No. There is no misunderstanding. My purpose is very clear. I came here to seek compensation for the war. Well, the Guhong Immortal Dynasty invaded my territory for no reason. From now on, I will take over Guhong. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, spoke decisively, and held two small puppets on his fingertips. This was evidence that Guhong launched a war. You, and you. Judging from your appearance, you are not from my Immortal Dynasty. Are you? Through the patterns on the clothes, Bai Donglin instantly recognized the existence of the other three Immortal Dynasties who came to help him, and stretched out his hand to come out one by one. What is your fairy dynasty? Immortal Emperor Guhong was confused. In just a few words, his Immortal Emperor throne was taken away. Humph. Stepping into the important territory of my fairyland without permission is an invasion by Chiquigua and an undeclared war. Go back. Soon, I will come to take over your Immortal Dynasty. There was a dead silence, and everyone stared at Bai Donglin in disbelief, wanting to see what kind of shocking secret technique it was that could lead to such a terrifying face. The adults are awesome. Feiqiu on the side gave a thumbs up. Chapter 748 A Deal. For high dimensions. Nothing space. The atmosphere was very depressing. The smell of gunpowder was so strong that it could be clearly smelled. And a war was about to break out. The dozen or so true one strong men who came to help all looked a little embarrassed, as if they had been inadvertently drawn into a vortex, and were now unable to extricate themselves. They all looked towards the Immortal Emperor Guhong. Emperor Guhongxian frowned. And instantly, his heart had changed thousands of times. His eyes gradually became firm, and his breath returned to sharpness. As a dimensional sword, you used the sword in his hand to cut the dark disaster. The Guardian family, so selfless and fearless. Admire. If you change the situation, we will meet each other in the dwelling couch and drink alcohol. But we all serve our Lord, the supreme source of information. We have been appointed to guard the kingdom of the universe for countless years, and we dare not slack off even a little bit. Your Excellency wants to take everything away with just one word. This is absolutely impossible. Boom. Immortal Emperor Guhong abandoned all his worries, and finally revealed his terrifying aura, pouring out with awe-inspiring pressure. Very good. This is what an Immortal Emperor should be like. Bai Donglin nodded with a smile. He never thought that he could take down the four great Immortal Dynasties by relying on his status. He showed the sword seal only to give the Immortal Emperor and the others a way out to warn themselves, so as to avoid fighting without regard for life and death, and put themselves to death and fall under his fist. We still have to do it eventually. War. Kill. The aura released by just a few dozen people is enough to shatter the universe, even if the battlefield is moved to the deepest part of the dimension. The falling wisps of breath can still penetrate the dimension and time and destroy large tracts of galaxies in an instant. Die! The face of the Immortal Emperor Guhong was as white as purple jade. Crystal clear. One could vaguely see brilliant divine light erupting from the original universe in his body. And the flow of time within the universe was accelerated 1 billion times. In an instant, countless original creatures went through countless reincarnations, from ordinary beggars to the masters of the 10 realms. All the life and death, all the power, all the wisdom, all the will and faith, all gathered in the palm of the hand of the ancient Hongxian Emperor. Great Buddha Samsara palm. The purple jade is vast and vague, and in every ray of light, there are countless figures of living beings, kneeling and praying devoutly. Nice momentum. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly, snapped his fingers, and a spiritual world was compressed into an invisible light particle, which shot out at an indescribable speed, annihilating everything along the way. The light particles collided violently and directly with the purple jade hand. Everything was silent. All the destructive waves were swallowed up by the light particles that suddenly burst out with purple light. Not only did they not lose any power in the fierce collision, but their terrifying power was even increased. What? Immortal Emperor Guhong was horrified, and almost instinctively, his head tilted to the left. The next moment, his right arm along with most of his shoulder turned into nothingness under the impact of the light particles. Snap! A crisp shattering sound rang out in the heart, and a fine crack appeared above the source point of all time and space where the ancient Hong Immortal Emperor existed. If the source of existence is completely destroyed, it means that the 11 realms are heading towards extinction, and even the eternal other side cannot reverse time and space and revive them. I can't even take a single move? The Immortal Emperor Guhong had a dazed look on his face, with a large piece of flesh and blood lost on the right side of his face, revealing his crystal clear purple jade skeleton. Between breaths, the particles reunited, and the seemingly horrific injuries healed instantly. But there were cracks at the source, which made it difficult to recover. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. A hint of boredom flashed in his eyes. He was really too strong. It was hard to find a match for him at the same level. It was just a casual attack just now. Immortal Emperor Gu Hong lost his will to fight after being defeated. The battle between the rest of the people ended before it even began. And they were all so shocked that they stood there in a daze. Well, let's take this opportunity to try out the Yasakyu no Hitomi to see if it works. As the thought flashed through his mind, Bai Donglin's eyes trembled, and his eyes instantly turned silver white. He was absolutely indifferent and rational, without a trace of emotion or distraction. His extreme purity was intimidating. A vertical line appeared between the eyebrows and slowly split open. The purple-gold vertical pupil shone with divine light. The cross light in the pupil twisted and turned into several circles of strange lines. Spiritual suppression demon eye. The Yasakaya's pupils contained all the pupil techniques in the world, including real and imaginary ones, such as the death eyes, the samsara eyes, and the eternal mangekyo. Even though they have mutated and strengthened billions of times, they are still the lowest end pupil techniques. This demonic eye is quite good. It can suppress and seal all living beings whose will is weaker than its own. It is a perfect match for his powerful will. The purple gold vertical pupil flashed a faint light, and the immortal Emperor Gu Hong and others became dazed. They all looked at Bai Donglin with dull eyes, staring into his vertical eyes between his eyebrows. After a moment, everyone's expressions froze, and they came to their senses. A strange pattern flashed in the depths of their eyes, exactly the same as the pupil pattern that Yasashi Yuji's pupil showed at this moment. You? What did you do to us? Immortal Emperor Gu Hong had a blank look in his eyes, and he examined himself again and again with his will. But he did not find anything unusual. Try to attack me. Gu Hong frowned, and without hesitation, he raised his hand to chop at Bai Donglin. But suddenly his figure paused and his face became extremely gloomy. When he had the idea of attacking Bai Donglin, his ego consciousness actually showed signs of collapse. His intuition told him that he would be the one to die if he was struck by this palm. Most of the 30 or so true one warriors present were human. So Bai Donglin did not use the pupil technique that could directly enslave consciousness, but instead used the demon eye that could suppress and seal the soul. It's over. I will accept the Gu Hong Immortal Dynasty without hesitation. Today is the best day. I will also accept the other 3 Immortal Dynasties to end the matter, so that Gu Hong will not be alone. Bai Donglin stroked his palm gently, and more than a dozen figures floated over uncontrollably. Their bodies shrank, and were held in his palm. Snort. Don't be too happy too soon. Sir, the source of information will never forgive your offense. It seemed to have seen a scene of Bai Donglin's suffering, and Gu Hong was always convinced that even if he couldn't take the other side of the other party, he never thought that Bai Donglin would exist on the other side. He was very clear about the 12 realm. Upon hearing this, Bai Donglin shrugged indifferently, took a step forward, and stepped into the long river of time and space. Huh? Fei Chiu. Where is Lord Bai? The void rippled, and Qing Huanyan, who was in a listless state, walked out with a refreshed look on his face. Behind him, in a cage drawn in black ink, were 3 figures with violent auras. You're a step late. Hey, Huanyan, your strength hasn't declined. You can even defeat the enemy with fewer people. Not bad. Not bad. Fei Chiu had a teasing look on his face, and the old face of the immortal Emperor Gu Hong not far away became even darker. The auras of these guys were very terrifying, and no one knew where they came from. But they all had murderous intent, traveling on the long river of time and space at an extremely fast speed. Bai Donglin took some time, and used the same method to successively conquer the 3 major immortal dynasties of Osai, Huangzhou and Yongzhou, and left clones in each of them to plunder the treasure house. As for himself, he walked slowly towards the ancient Hongxian dynasty. He liked the atmosphere of the ancient court fairyland. It was perfect as the central location of his old nest. Bai Donglin's figure suddenly paused and he stopped. The strange fluctuations that inexplicably emerged around him were clearly captured by his will. Is it finally here? He was even more impatient than he had imagined. The figure twisted and disappeared in an instant. When his senses recovered from the confusion, he was already in an unfamiliar place. Bai Donglin looked around, and his eyes were full of inquiry. The strange space of this Fong was made of information and runes. Buzz! The void was rippling, and a tall figure appeared out of nowhere. His naked body was made of an unknown silver-white liquid. He was naked and hairless, and his muscles were soft and perfect. His gender could not be distinguished. His face had no facial features, but an indescribable state formed by a disorderly blend of abstract lines. Hello. Source of information. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly. The source of this information was unexpected, and it seemed that he was not from the human race. Hello. Bai Donglin. The voice of the source of information is very gentle and strange. It echoes directly in the depths of the soul. It is a very direct way of communication. Source of information. You are looking for me. Not for those cosmic kingdoms. Right? You can rest assured. I will only take what I need, and will not interfere with your information experiments. Bai Donglin looked calm, as if he was talking to a being of the same level. He had the confidence. And Bashiyu could prove it. No. It's just a cosmic kingdom in one universe. I have countless of these things under my command. Oh! A look of astonishment flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. His mind was churning, and he had already guessed the purpose of the source of the information. Bai Donglin, you are very special. I want to make a deal with you. Those cosmic kingdoms are just a gift for meeting you. The tone of the source of information was calm and distant without any fluctuations. 1/5 of the territory of the original universe was like dust in his eyes. The so-called special meaning seemed to be non-existent. As expected of the existence of the other shore. It's really refreshing. Unlike those guys who keep searching. The source of information. You are my friend. Faced with the undisguised goodwill of the source of the information, Bai Donglin accepted it calmly. They had related interests, and it was just a mutual benefit. Very good. I am deeply honored. When Bai Donglin heard this, a strange look appeared on his face. This was a bit too much. He knew that he was special. But after all, he was only at the 11th level. It seemed that some things were beyond his cognition and control. Chapter 749, Origin Walker. I'm deeply honored. Bai Donglin was really surprised to hear these words coming from the source of information. The one was in the supreme eternal other shore, while he was only in the realm of true self. Although he was a little absurdly strong, he was not to this extent. The source of information. You? Bai Donglin's expression was complicated. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't ask more. He turned his palm and took out a light ball condensed from endless rune information. This is what you wanted. I hope it can be of help to you. Thank you. The smooth silver-white body of the source of information rippled slightly, and it was obvious that his emotions were fluctuating. He took the ball of light with both hands very solemnly. The self-consciousness is the most important part of a living being. It transcends everything, including the soul, body, energy, source, and the original universe. Everything can be discarded. Only consciousness remains forever. Want to achieve the ultimate detachment. Whether my consciousness is strong or not is the most important key, the source of information whispered, as if it was talking to himself, or as if it was giving Bai Donglin some advice. While speaking, the inheritance light ball carrying intention was stuffed by the source of information into his face, which was like a tangled vortex of lines. Bai Donglin, my friend, your wisdom is as bright and dazzling as the stars. He is an extremely powerful and perfect supreme book. The tone of the source of information was full of admiration, and his silver-white body began to radiate a bright white glow from the inside out, as if the news recorded in intention had given him a great sense of satisfaction and filled a certain emptiness. Ahem. You're overpraising me. Source of information. This is just something I tried to figure out, and it still has many shortcomings. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly, and he spoke modestly, but his heart was not at peace at all. As the source of information, he would naturally say whatever he thought, and would not play tricks like flattery. In other words, he greatly underestimated the value of intention. He can improve the Italian over and over again, which is related to his real deaths countless times. It is related to many him and me. And it is also related to the increasingly strong God of thinking in the infinite thinking quantum cloud. From the source of the information, he got two pieces of information. The self-consciousness was unexpectedly extremely important, and the inherited manual for practicing the self-consciousness was extremely rare and precious. My friend, you don't know something. The practice of my consciousness is extremely difficult. The world's life is endless, but the consciousness cannot find exactly the same. Creating consciousness practice method will also be affected by the deviation of self-awareness. The difficulty far surpasses the mystery of magical power. As the source of information spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the void. Countless information characters gushed out and condensed into dazzling balls of light, all shining with holy light and surrounded by strange visions. You see, if I think, I can create countless 12-order inheritance methods that can reach the eternal shore between the thoughts. This is easier than breathing. But if the consciousness method, even if you spend a lot of time and energy, you can only create 9-order. The cultivation manual is divided into 13 levels. Most ordinary cultivators can access the inheritance of cultivation consciousness, which is from level 1 to level 4. Those who are lucky enough in the 11th level may be able to access levels 5 to 7. The highest inheritance in our hands is only the 10th level, and intention is enough to be ranked at the 12th level. Bai Donglin secretly complained in his heart. He had no idea that intention was so awesome. But he didn't think much about it. His concept remained unchanged, no matter how incredible the knowledge inheritance was. As long as it was reusable, it could be shared except with the enemy. Bai Donglin, I admire your wisdom and broad mind. The universe of one dimension of time and space is not enough to measure the value of intention. Since you need it, all the universes of all dimensions of time and space under my command will be centered around you from now on. This. How can I say that? But since you, the source of information, have said so much, how can I, Bai Donglin, not give you face? Fine then. I appreciate your kindness. Bai Donglin was delighted that the Taihao heavens could produce resources continuously. Although it was only 1/5 of the share, it was much more valuable than the wreckage of the heavens. This value will increase as time goes by. It is roughly estimated that 1/5 of the resources produced by the Taihao heavens in a Dian era is enough to be comparable to the remains of 100 Fang heavens. Very good. My will has been conveyed to all the universe leaders. They will fully cooperate with you. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, and his favorable impression towards the source of information continued to grow. The other party could actually forcibly take the intention from Liu's mind. He clearly had the strength and authority, and he clearly wanted to obtain the intention very much. But he did not do so. He didn't rob or steal, but got what he wanted through legitimate channels. His character is beyond reproach. The source of information is a friend worth making friends with. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin's eyes softened a lot. A great source of information. A pleasure to work with. And I hope we will always be friends. Bai Donglin took 2 steps forward and patted the source of information on the shoulder with a meaningful look on his face. Nature. The source of the information nodded slightly, and realized that Bai Donglin's intention, waved a vortex channel in the void. Goodbye. Slowed down. The source of information hesitated slightly, flicked his finger, and shot a spot of information into Bai Donglin's forehead. Friends, be careful of the end of the other side. Bai Donglin's figure paused. He nodded slightly, then took 2 firm steps and stepped into the whirlpool. The source of information watched Bai Donglin's back disappear at the end of the passage, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood in the rune space for a long time. Sword Hunter, how long do you want to see? Snap! The void collapsed. A vague body came out, and the twisted space-time atomization of the whole body could only see the bright eyes, and the sword of justice guarding the righteousness behind the back. Are you confused about my attitude towards him? Oh, yeah. I have done a good job of pulling your sword and hacking you. Unfortunately, you don't give me this opportunity. The source of information did not care about the sword hunter's jokes and teasing. They were old friends who had been together for endless years and knew each other's temperaments well. Swordsman organization, established by the 2 adults of Tontian and Baiming, is supreme, infinite, and over endless heaven. I respect it. However, Bai Donglin is just a dimensional sword, so I won't make me daunting. You understand me. The 11th realm is a sub-swordsman, and the sword hunting is the manager of the swordsman organization of the Taihao heaven. It is also a 12th realm and the swordsman of the heavens. Ordinary monks. The highest level of the swordsman can be exposed to the swordsman. That is, the dimension swordsman. Over time, they are used to this name. Oh! A smile flashed in the sword hunter's eyes. He was speechless about the arrogance of the source of the information. He didn't say that the other party was afraid of the sword wielder organization, so he didn't know why he was so sensitive. Well, I believe it, knowing that you are not afraid of it. You can tell me, why do you value Bai Donglin so much? The mind is indeed a very remarkable book. Through the consciousness and the inheritance, I believe you have already confirmed that Bai Donglin is the creator of the mind. But he is only a kid in the 11th realm after all. It's not necessary for you to treat it so seriously. Right? The sword hunter walked closer, staring at the source of the information with his bright eyes, as if trying to see through the mind covered by the endless information. You think I'm exaggerating? Humph. Sword hunter. Don't play dumb. I don't believe you didn't see anything. Otherwise, would you come all the way here just for a little guy? And bring the sword of justice? It's not as easy as just drawing your sword and slashing at me. Is it? Stop. The sword lifts his hand, shaking his head a little silently. And his thoughts moved, and the horrible sword behind him immediately disappeared. I won't beat around the bush with you. I can't see through by Dongling's consciousness and his future. Also, the pupil technique he used earlier, if I'm not mistaken, came from Yashayu. Right? It's only been 1 trillion years since we last saw each other. But this evil guy Yashayu is actually dead. Can you believe it? So, I suspect that behind Bai Donglin, there are those who have super Eskins. Otherwise, they will not be able to explain. Source of information. I am afraid that you might get hurt in a fit of impulse. So I rushed here to save your life. Are you grateful? Thank you so much. There was a trace of the source of information. And the rune space was silent. And both of them were in contemplation. You think things are not that simple? That's right. The source of information nodded slightly, his aura heavy and human. Although his expression behind the vortex of lines could not be seen, it was obvious that he looked much more solemn. I suspect that Bai Dongling's identity is not that simple. You have not watched Intentions, so you don't know how powerful and magical this book is. It is absolutely impossible that an ordinary creature can create it. Perhaps there isn't a transcendent standing behind him, but it's possible that he himself is the trace of a transcendent. Jianshou frowned and his expression became serious. He didn't expect that the source of the information would have such a guess in his mind. Over-escorted, superb, and the terrible strength. Naturally not what they can understand. But it's not like they know nothing. Through various channels or legends and secrets, they have a vague idea of some of the common characteristics of transcendence. The transcendent ones are already conceptual level creatures. Their vitality is tenacious and extremely difficult to be erased. Life and death are all contained in concepts. The so-called traces of transcendence also involve the Tao of the heavens. After the transcendents die in battle, they can all step out of the trace perfectly in a moment of thought. What is a trace? A paragraph, a portrait, a name engraved on the small stones in the mountains, a song that has a word of mouth, a legend, or a memory in the mind of a certain spirit. As long as there is a trace of the existence of a transcendent in some small corner of the endless heavens, they can use it to be perfectly resurrected. If one wants to completely kill the transcendent, one must first erase these traces. Otherwise, when an ignorant child in a certain world sings an unknown song that contains traces of the transcendent to be killed will step out of the song unscathed, and all previous harm will be in vain. In order to strengthen their ability to survive, the transcendents would choose to spread traces of their existence. How to spread it? When the Tao of the heavens is opened, it is the best and most convenient time. The Tao of the heavens is that in order for the endless heavens to grow and advance, they collide with each other along unknown trajectories at a specific time to complete the exchange of information. At this time, the transcendent will integrate his own information into the information of the will of the Tao, and transmit it to other worlds like a virus. The outward phenomenon is that a certain author, having a flash of inspiration and an idea, begins to write quickly, putting the deeds of the transcendent person into words. Whether the pen and ink are written on paper or the keyboard is typed on the screen, every word in the novel can be used by the transcendent person to perfectly revive and step out. Or it could be a composer, cartoonist, screenwriter, or even a primary school student who is awakened from dozing off in class, and a name subconsciously written in a book. All of these are traces spread by the transcendent through the Tao of the heavens, leaving a way for resurrection for himself. Therefore, it was not humble creatures who relied on their imagination to create the endless worlds of the heavens. These worlds already existed, and those powerful people who controlled the heavens and the earth had already been born. Everything depicted by the endless creatures was just the inevitable result under the influence of the Tao of the heavens. The order of the two cannot be reversed. How can we turn the heavens into reality by the weakness of the weak and relying on imagination? The only difference here is that there is a group of beings called transcendents, who consciously use the traces of information transmitted by the Tao of the heavens. And almost 100% of them are message exchanges that are instinctively carried out by the will of the great Tao between the heavens. It is easy to tell the difference between the two. For example, A guy who uses blue-silver grass to entangle himself is far from being as strong as a transcendent. In this case, this is just the instinctive transmission of messages between the wills of the heavens, and has nothing to do with the transcendent. If the protagonist in a work is so powerful that he is beyond imagination, and has the characteristics of a transcendent, then there is no doubt that the author was used by the traces of information spread by the transcendent. And with the help of his writing, he wrote down a resurrection plan for himself, waiting for the day when he might need to use it. The traces left by transcendents are strong and weak. The strong traces are naturally more difficult to erase. For example, in the War Clan Heavens, the traces left by the 9 black disaster transcendents are the most powerful kind, and are directly part of the transcendent's body. In the same level, it is similar to the avatars. For example, the super-escorted Tantian. He left his own trace avatar in many flooding worlds, known as the leader of Tantian, or Lingbao Tianzuan. You said Bai Donglin is the trace clone of the transcendent? Jian Shou frowned. This was a completely different concept from whether it was the trace of a transcendent. To some extent, the trace clone could completely represent the transcendent himself. If this is true, what is the difference between facing Bai Donglin and facing a transcendent person? It is no wonder that the source of the information was so solemn, and said something like, "I am deeply honored." It was not what Bai Donglin thought, but because he admired his talent because of the power of intention. Not only that, the source of the information was silent for a moment, and then condensed again, interrupted the thoughts of Jian Hunting. "Hey! The source of information. Isn't it? Don't scare me." Jian Qian's eyes stared at his eyes, and his eyes were shocked directly through the rune space. He was shocked enough. You can see the appearance of the source of information, and it seems that he will continue to increase. I suspect that Bai Donglin is the source of the source. The sword hunter's scalp exploded, and the emotions that had been dormant for countless years suddenly surged like a raging sea. And he uttered a very rare curse. "Impossible. Are you overthinking it? Source point walkers are extremely rare. They can be said to be a synonym for transcendence. As far as Sword Hunter knows, there are no less than 5 people who have achieved transcendence as source point walkers. The source point is a special area owned by every side of the heavens. Under normal circumstances, it is unknown to living beings, and at least only those on the other side of eternity are qualified to know of its existence. The origin of the source is no longer traceable. It is said that at the end of the most distant time, there was an unknown transcendent who lamented the difficulty of information exchange between the various heavens when the heavens were evolving, and thus proposed to formulate the source point plan. That's right. Today seems to be easy to complete the information interaction today. A long time ago, this was not the case. All of this was the result of the effort. With the source point, the connection between the endless heavens is balanced and stabilized. Under the anchoring of fixed nodes, the will of the heavens can easily complete information exchange with the source point as the entrance. Those who transcend can also benefit greatly from this. Therefore, the origin point now has an extremely high status, and is a special area that every transcendent will protect. The source of the highest status is actually very small. Its essence is just a star with a diameter of only 12,756 kilometers. Like dust, it has many names, and is called Earth, Blue Star, Gaia, the third planet by the creatures that live and reproduce on it. As the core of the endless interactive information among the heavens, the source point is where almost all the wills of the Great Way and the transcendent beings have left their traces. If the creature in the source point came out and became a powerful being, then there should be many traces of transcendent beings in his memory. Therefore, the source of the source is also called the trace polymerization of the over-detached person, which is of great significance. Source Walker. Source Walker. The sword hunter was a little dazed, muttering to himself, then suddenly looked up, staring at the source of the information with burning eyes. "How much is your grasp, Sword Hunter? You know that I am best at analyzing information. Through my observation, Bai Dongling's words and behavior habits carry 87% traces of Blue Star people. I don't need to explain this ratio. Right? Okay. I understand." Jianshou nodded solemnly, digesting this shocking information, and his emotions slowly calmed down. "However, we cannot draw conclusions right now. This matter is too serious and needs to be confirmed carefully. Nature. Well, Zhutian Dao Yin is about to open. At that time, you can pay more attention to Bai Donglin to determine whether he is the source." "That's good." The source of information nodded slightly, and then his figure twisted and collapsed, completely obliterating the surrounding space and time. erasing all traces. The sword hunter raised his hand slightly, and the sword of justice slowly slashed down, leaving a horrifying sword mark in the endless nothingness. In this way, at least the eternity is unable to peek at everything that happened here. Chapter 750. Such a win-win. Gu Tingxianyu. The highest temple. The temple of silence in the past. At this time, is particularly hustle and bustle, the hot and terrible breath, complexity, and the ripples of the emptiness of nothingness. Are all of you here? Bai Donglin sat upright on the majestic imperial throne with an indifferent expression. He raised his eyes to glance at the figures standing below, and played with a few human-shaped puppets with terrified faces in his hands. Report to the Lord. The 4 great immortal dynasties. The 11 realms currently guarding the origin universe. A total of 85 people have all arrived. Immortal Emperor Gu Hong bowed slightly and answered in a solemn voice that all of them had received the order from the source of information. Although they were confused, they were not qualified to question it and could only choose to obey. Very good. You're all listened. And the source of information gave me the universe country. I know that you are puzzled, dissatisfied, so you don't have to do so. Bai Donglin had a smile in his eyes and spoke in a very gentle tone. Although the resources of the universe kingdom were abundant, they were too scattered. If he went to collect them by himself, it would be very troublesome. So he had to take care of these people's emotions, at least to make them help him wholeheartedly. We dare not. Your Excellency, you are too kind. We will fully cooperate with the will of the source of information, and will not slack off in the slightest. Everyone expressed their views, saying that they had been under the glory of the source of information since they were the weakest, and were absolutely sincere and pious. Oh, everyone will be a family in the future. I don't have to be nervous. I am actually very good at talking. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed, then raised his finger and pointed at Qian Kun, who was trembling with fear beside him. The old guy was almost scared to death at this moment. Yes. 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 You are kind to others, gentle and easygoing. I was lucky enough to spend a very wonderful time with you. Qian Kun was so nervous that his fingers were shaking. Among those present, except for a small fry like him, all the others were at the 11th realm. He had never seen such a scene, even in his dreams. There are too many countries in the universe, and they are too big. I know how difficult it is to run them smoothly. So please rest assured that everything will remain the same from now on. I will not interfere with how you govern your respective territories. Bai Donglin was too lazy to get ink and opened the door directly to see the mountain. I have only one request. All the cultivation resources produced, mined, and collected by you in all universes and time and space under the command of the source of information must be handed over to me. If the 11 realms of many universes and time and space were gathered together, it would also be a very powerful force. But Bai Donglin had no intention of subduing it. After all, these people were still the source of information, and he only took the part that he deserved. The most crucial thing is that these powerful men who dominate the starry sky are of no use to him. If something happens that even he cannot handle, then no matter how many ordinary 11 realms there are, it will be of no use. Once his clones develop, he will need them even less. This, you mean all? Sir? When everyone heard this, they all looked troubled. If it was just a one-time looting, it would be fine, and they could get through it by gritting their teeth. But looking at the look of this adult, it seemed that he planned to do this for a long time. What? What's the problem? Bai Donglin frowned. He understood that these 11 realms did not value those ordinary resources, because they were of little use to them. The reason they felt embarrassed at this moment must be because of other reasons, not their own selfishness. Although I don't know why you, sir, are interested in these things that are not at the only level. And I shouldn't ask too much. But these collected resources will be processed according to the prescribed procedures, and then distributed uniformly. Part of it will be used on the frontline Black Disaster battlefield. Part of it will be used to train genius talents. And the rest will be allocated to the military, infrastructure, and people's livelihood. Every time the national treasury is liquidated, after deducting expenses, less than 10% is left. If you use all of it, I'm afraid that the universe countries will fall apart in a short time. Although they were in the 11th realm with great magical powers, how vast and huge were the cosmic kingdoms. How endless and immeasurable were the creatures waiting with their mouths open for food. This was not a problem that could be solved by brute force. These cultivation resources are equivalent to gold in the mortal world. They are hard currency, and are directly linked to credit points. If they all disappear out of thin air, The economic systems of all the kingdoms in the universe will collapse in an instant. Oh, that's how it is. Bai Donglin stood up slowly and looked around indifferently. Just as everyone's expressions became more and more ugly, and they all lowered their heads helplessly, the extremely depressing atmosphere was dispelled with a chuckle. Haha. Don't worry. I have already considered this. How could he do something that would kill the goose that lays the eggs? With a thought, a spiritual world was cut off, slowly floated out, and hovered in the center of the temple. It was surrounded by purple light, and had a deep and profound aura. Such an extraordinary appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Excuse me. Sir, what is this? Everyone, just follow me, and you will know. Bai Donglin took the first step and entered the spiritual world. Everyone looked at each other and followed suit. Ah! What is this place? Is this the Master's treasure house? There are so many chaos crystals and treasures from heaven and earth. What comes into view is an endless stretch of crystal mountains, on top of which grow all kinds of spiritual plants and fairy flowers, as well as fairy minerals. The abundant energy has been liquefied and transformed into long, endlessly flowing rivers. The chaos divine crystal is condensed from the chaotic energy, and is a high-energy mineral of the same level as the origin divine crystal. Those treasures born from chaos are all shining with divine light, and are extremely extraordinary. They are all 10th level rare treasures. My lord, what are you doing? Immortal Emperor Gu Hong frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Could this person want to use these things to exchange for the resources of the universe? This is like taking off your pants to fart. A superfluous move. Yes, it's just as you guessed. No matter how many resources you give me, I will exchange them for rare treasures of the same value, or even more. Anyway, I will never let you suffer a loss. Bai Donglin looked casual. With a single thought, he could harvest several spiritual worlds, hundreds of thousands of them each time. It was not the first time for him to fleece the immortals. The only thing that needs to be done is to use the mind to transform the chaotic sea of energy into a tangible treasure before cutting the spiritual orifice. He is the creator of every spiritual orifice world, and it is very simple to do this. When everyone heard this, they were all confused and looked at Bai Donglin stupidly, feeling that it was extremely absurd. Isn't this hacking sick? What are you trying to achieve by going to so much trouble? Bai Donglin sighed inwardly. He knew that everyone must be calling him a psychopath at this moment. But what could he do? He was also desperate. At the beginning of his practice, the day he gained the ability to swallow the heavens and the earth, he enthusiastically began to experiment with his infinite energy plan, which was to eat himself. But the reality is cruel, and the iron laws of the universe prevent him from increasing his energy. In other words, the energy he devoured had already infected his consciousness, and his body, spirit, and self-consciousness had reached unity. If he were to devour himself, the energy substance containing his consciousness would directly disintegrate into nothingness, and he would not be able to absorb even a trace of energy. Therefore, he would do something that others could not understand and exchange the spiritual world for resources. Naturally, there was no need for him to explain this secret to Immortal Emperor Gu Hong and the others. Ahem. Stop overthinking. It's decided. Everyone nodded in agreement. Well, no matter what this gentleman was thinking, the result would always be good. It was a win-win and mutually beneficial thing. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I, Bai Donglin, have always been clear about rewards and punishments. If you help me, I will naturally give you something in return. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it, and dazzling crystals shot out and landed in everyone's hands. Hiss! This thing is a treasure. Immortal Emperor Gu Hong's eyes widened in surprise. Although he was knowledgeable, he could not see through the details of this thing. However, an inexplicable throbbing emerged, and his will was cheering and roaring, making him unable to help but want to swallow it. Strengthening energy is naturally a good treasure. This is unique to scorpion poop, and only Bai Donglin can produce it in the endless universe. Thank you for the treasure. If the previous obedience was only because of the will of the source of the information, but now, everyone was somewhat willing to do it. Anyway, they had no losses. The Universe Kingdom had no losses either, and they didn't have to put in much effort. Small matters, like collecting resources, would naturally be arranged properly by their subordinates. Sure enough, only eternal interests are the best way to bring people together stably. Well, that's good. I hope everyone can have a pleasant cooperation. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Taihao Heavens was just a pilot project. In the future, This model would be popularized to all the heavens after continuous optimization and improvement. He was not worried that he would become a machine for cutting spiritual orifices. This boring task would be done by more and more clones. This was a policy that had been decided long ago. As for the black disaster heavens, they could devour them wantonly. But as for their own worlds, they could only adopt this gentle approach. In short, he would try his best to transform everything he saw into energy to nourish his spiritual orifice. All the 11 realms left with great enthusiasm, and entered other dimensional universes, and time through cross-border channels to convey by Dongling's resource exchange plan, with the will of the source of information in front, and by Dongling's win-win plan behind. All the kingdoms in the universe were impressed, and things went very smoothly. For a while, a steady stream of resources were gathered in the ancient court fairyland. Bai Donglin was satisfied. He left everything to Fei Chiu and others, and immersed himself in cultivation.